3 years into their marriage, Chu Tiankuo, who spent his days in a haze of alcohol within his apartment, could only catch glimpses of Shi Yu, frequently trending online with Xia Rongjie through his computer screen. Drowning his sorrows in drink, he ultimately met his demise. Reborn on the day of his engagement, Chu Tiankuo resolved not to repeat the past mistakes. He ventured far from home, took over the family business, and began to plot against the Shi family. However, gradually, something began to seem amiss with Shi Yu. Chapter 1. The Vanished Bride. In the Shi family's villa in Island City, the chimes of the engagement ceremony resonated through the sprawling estate. Vibrant silks fluttered in the air, and guests filled the halls. Yet, amidst this ostensibly joyous occasion, an awkward tension hung palpably in the atmosphere, as the servants of the Shi family displayed ashen faces. Dressed in resplendent attire, Chu Tiankuo navigated the bustling courtyard, anxiously scanning the crowd. His gaze flitted from one familiar face to another, each adorned with a disingenuous smile as they averted their eyes from his. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, he had been reborn into this nauseating moment. In his previous life, it had been the same. At the engagement ceremony, the bride was absent, leaving him to awkwardly perform solo. The guests below feigned congratulations on his engagement to the Shi family's esteemed daughter, yet privately mocked him for enduring such humiliation in the name of social. Climbing the dais, he observed Shi Yu's former circle of friends, who once celebrated their romance. They huddled together, chatting idly. Upon noticing Chu Tiankuo's approach, the lively atmosphere abruptly stilled, their gazes shifting to him with pity, compassion, and derision. Being Shi Yu's closest companions, they were well aware of her whereabouts that day. Yet none revealed the truth to Chu Tiankuo. In his past life, during the wedding banquet, their drunken taunts had inadvertently spilled the secret. Chu Tiankuo still vividly recalled their mocking expressions, especially that of the pale yet defiant young man, Tang Qing, the third son of the Tang family, who had looked down upon him and said, "Old Chu, I truly admire you. You know why the eldest daughter of the Shi family was absent during the engagement." At that time, Chu Tiankuo had believed Shi Yu's deceitful claims that she was occupied with a crucial business deal in Shanghai. It wasn't until Tang Qing whispered in his ear, "Remember Xia Rongjie? He's back. The eldest sister is in Shanghai, keeping him company," that the truth struck him like a bucket of cold water on a summer's day, extinguishing the fervor and anticipation in his heart. Xia Rongjie, the sole heir of the Xia family in Island City, was also Shi Yu's high school crush. If Chu Tiankuo embodied scholarly refinement, Xia Rongjie was the epitome of roguish charm. In his previous life, Chu Tiankuo had already resigned himself to losing Shi Yu, only to find the entire Xia family had moved abroad. Shi Yu had wished to study overseas, but old Master Shi's stern prohibition had thwarted her. Their relationship had flourished during university, culminating in their engagement. Upon learning the news, he could hardly recall how he managed to complete the wedding ceremony, only that he had drunkenly toiled through the event, led by Shi Yu, toasting to her relatives, partners, and friends until he was thoroughly inebriated. Looking back, he remembered starting from the bottom in the Shi family, eventually rising to the position of executive assistant. Yet, as soon as Xia Rongjie appeared, he was relegated to the retirement department. Despite his repeated pleas for divorce, Shi Yu consistently rebuffed him, citing her busy schedule. Thus began his descent into daily drunkenness in his own apartment, until he suddenly found himself thrust back into this humiliating moment. With this in mind, a glint of cold determination flashed in Chu Tiankuo's eyes as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Shi Yu, Xia Rongjie, just you wait." Just then, he noticed Tang Qing approaching, but after taking a phone call, he hurriedly approached Chu Tiankuo with an expression of pity, saying, "The eldest daughter is unable to return from Shanghai due to pressing matters. You'll have to take the stage alone. She promised she would return in time for the wedding." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo's expression shifted from stormy to serene, and he replied softly, "Tell Shi Yu she need not come back. I shall no longer play the servant." With that, he stripped off his lavish attire and stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, clearing his throat to capture the audience's attention. "I apologize for subjecting everyone to an imperfect engagement ceremony. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the bride is unable to attend. Therefore, I hereby declare the engagement ceremony canceled." As his words echoed, the room erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated the son-in-law of the Shi family would be so resolute, unwilling to endure even a shred of indignity. Whispers and discussions erupted among the guests. When the elder Shi family members arrived, they were met with the shocking scene, and old Master Shi promptly fainted. Shi Qiming quickly steadied the elder, calling for assistance to carry him to a room for the family doctor to attend. Meanwhile, Xia Zheng rushed onto the stage, grappling with Chu Tiankuo, berating him, "You little wretch. Having lived among us, benefiting from our kindness, how could you treat the Shi family this way?" Evading Xia Zheng's frantic grasp, Chu Tiankuo regarded his former mother-in-law, now unhinged, maintaining her lofty demeanor even in this moment of chaos. In his past life, she had always caused a ruckus whenever he contemplated divorce, incessantly reminding him that without the Shi family, he would have perished long ago. With that thought, Chu Tiankuo seized the microphone to retort, Aunt Xia. While I have resided in the Shi household, the Chu family estate is adjacent to yours. It was you who offered to take me in. I believe the Chu group has treated the Shi family quite well that on this day of engagement, Shi Yu's failure to appear suggests she never truly valued this union. With that, he relinquished the microphone and strode resolutely out of the Shi family estate. Upon exiting the villa, Chu Tiankuo gazed at the opulent surroundings, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration from his previous life. Having been reborn at this moment, he resolved to overturn the mistakes of his past. Sometimes, letting go is indeed liberating. Had he not found himself at the Shi family's mercy after his parents' passing, he might never have endured so long for a princess-like figure. Perhaps it was the sorrow of his previous life that had extinguished his spirit. Stepping away from the engagement scene, Chu Tiankuo felt a surge of unyielding ambition. On the tides of the Qiantang River, I finally realized who I am at that moment. His phone rang, shattering his contemplation. Looking at the outdated flip phone in his hand, he shook his head in resignation. This was a birthday gift from Shi Yu, now a relic in an era dominated by smartphones. Yet he had cherished it all the while till he pressed the answer button, and Shi Yu's voice came through the speaker, tinged with accusation and dissatisfaction. Ah Chu, I heard you unilaterally canceled our engagement? Even though he had now firmly resolved to sever ties with Shi Yu, the sound of her voice still ignited a flicker of anger within him. Chu Tiankuo took a deep breath to release his pent-up emotions, striving to soften his tone. Why little fish is not unavailable. We shall engage when you find the time. Before Chu Tiankuo could complete his thought, a voice crackled through the receiver, inquiring, Xiaoshi, whom are you conversing with? Although Shi Yu hastily covered the mouthpiece, Chu Tiankuo discerned that the voice belonged to Xia Rongjie. He then heard Shi Yu's flustered tone on the other end. Ah Chu, something urgent has come up on my end. Let's discuss this later. You stay put at home, and I shall bring you a gift. Upon hearing the click of the call disconnecting, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Tiankuo cast the phone he held into the nearby artificial lake. Chapter 2. The coastal city as the night descended, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, Chu Tiankuo sped along the road leading to the Chu family villa. Outside the car window, the streets blurred into a rapid succession of shadows, yet within his heart, tumultuous waves surged, refusing to be quelled. This villa had once been a sanctuary of love shared between him and Shi Yu. However, due to Shi Yu's misguided choices, he was compelled to part with this opulent abode at a mere pittance to the Mu family. As the vehicle gradually entered the villa's courtyard, Chu Tiankuo beheld the grand structure before him. A wave of complex emotions surged within. He inhaled deeply, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. Entering the villa, the brightly lit hall greeted his eyes. He made his way straight to the control room, where the familiar lighting control system awaited him, and a glimmer of resolve flickered in his gaze. Without hesitation, he smashed the control system for the exterior lights. Recalling how he had once adorned the villa with a plethora of lights merely to quell Shi Yu's fear of the dark, how ironic it seemed now. Exiting the control room, his gaze fell upon the wedding photos adorning the hall. These images captured the sweetness of days gone by, yet now they were but a source of anguish. Grabbing a crowbar from the control room, he methodically shattered each frame into fragments. As he watched the photographs burn in the fire pit, a hollow smile crossed his lips. He understood that he was bidding farewell to the past and embracing a new future. Chu Tiankuo swiftly packed his belongings and documents before exiting the villa. Hailing a taxi at the roadside, to Island City International Airport, he instructed. As he spoke his destination, he hastily unwrapped a package in his hands, recalling that it was a gift from the Mu family's eldest daughter on his birthday, a customized smartphone. Upon unveiling the device, he suddenly realized he lacked a SIM card and thus instructed the driver to the near service center. The taxi sped along, and upon hearing his words, the driver quickly veered onto a side road. After obtaining a new SIM card, Chu Tiankuo returned to the taxi, signaling the driver to continue toward the international airport. Once back on the main road, he dialed a number from memory, and, as the call connected, he was met with a voice tinged with confusion, prompting tears to well in his eyes. Uncle, it's Xiaoli. Upon recognizing Chu Tiankuo's identity, the voice on the other end brimmed with excitement. Xiaoli, how have you been? Your aunt and I haven't heard from you in ages. Chu Tiankuo, his voice slightly choked, replied, Uncle, I'll be back in Linghai tomorrow. I just want to give you a heads up so you can prepare. Wonderful. You're finally returning. Your aunt and I have been waiting for you all these years. With his uncle's eager reassurances, Chu Tiankuo felt the warmth of familial bonds. As the taxi arrived at the airport, he ended the call. After booking his ticket, passing security, and boarding the plane, Chu Tiankuo felt the aircraft ascend slowly. Watching the island city shrink beneath him, he silently vowed, Island City, Shi Yu, I shall return, ready to exact my vengeance. Upon the plane's gentle landing, he stepped on his solid ground, stretching his limbs vigorously. despite having heard tales of the ferocity of Luhong Airlines. He was taken aback by the experience on his return journey from Island City. Regaining his composure, he collected his luggage and exited the airport, where he immediately spotted a familiar figure crouched by the roadside, smoking. "Uncle," he called out, and the figure sprang to his feet, rushing over to take his luggage. "You rascal. If you hadn't called ahead, you'd have been stranded tonight," his uncle chided, a hint of reproach in his tone. Warmth flooded Chu Tiankuo's heart. He had only wished to leave Island City swiftly, yet he was surprised the Luhong flight had arrived an hour early. Gazing at the stars still twinkling in the sky, he mused that if not for family, no one would have come to wait for him at such an hour. Once seated in the car, his uncle, Wang Shihan, remarked, "If you're tired of Island City, you could have returned to Linghai. Although the Chu Ting group has seen better days, it can still provide for you comfortably." Listening to his uncle's earnest counsel, Chu Tiankuo turned to observe his uncle's slightly bulging physique and the strands of white hair at his temples. Feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him, "Uncle, I understand. I'll come back to work at the Chu Ting group." At this, Wang Shihan's excitement was palpable. His nephew possessed numerous commendable qualities, yet his fixation on the Shi family girl had always been a concern. Although unaware of the events that transpired in Island City, he regarded his nephew's return to assume his role as a successor as a sign of hope. After all, he wasn't sure how much longer he could endure. "Excellent, excellent. Just come back," Wang Shihan said, filled with satisfaction. As the two conversed, Chu Tiankuo's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out, puzzled, as he had only used the new SIM card to call his uncle. Answering the call, he was met with Shi Yu's voice. "Ah, Chu, I've returned to Island City. Why aren't you home? I'm so afraid of the dark. And why haven't I seen our wedding photos? Where have you put them?" Hearing the urgency in her words, Chu Tiankuo smiled faintly and silently ended the call, realizing that Shi Yu must have traced the number using her family's resources. Observing his nephew hanging up, Wang Shihan asked with concern, "Xiao Li, was that the voice of that girl from the Shi family? I heard Chen say you were about to get engaged." Feigning indifference, Chu Tiankuo replied, "Xiao Yu and I have had a temporary disagreement. It's nothing major." Wang Shihan, perceptive as ever, immediately pressed on, "What about Shi Ming? Isn't he going to intervene?" Chu Tiankuo, feeling dejected, responded, "Uncle, let the past remain in the past. Please don't pry too much. I'm exhausted." Observing his nephew's demeanor, Wang Shihan could only relent, muttering, "Our Chu Ting group has supported the Shi family immensely over the years. It's disheartening to see how they treated you." At his uncle's words, Chu Tiankuo's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, "Uncle, are you saying the Shi family has benefited from our support? I recall our Chu Ting Group's subsidiary in Island City deals with ocean freight, right?" Wang Shihan nodded. Indeed, Chu Li Logistics specializes in ocean freight, prioritizing Shi family shipments. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination ignited in Chu Tiankuo's eyes, having spent considerable time within the Shi family enterprise. He was acutely aware of their vulnerabilities. Chapter 3. Shi Yu's regret. 4 hours earlier, Shi Yan had returned to the Shi family estate after attending her niece's engagement ceremony. As Shi Yu's aunt, she was filled with anticipation for the beautiful union between Chu Tiankuo and Shi Yu. However, upon returning from the side courtyard and gazing at the pitch-black Chu residence, she recalled her niece's words about how the Chu household was always illuminated at night, as if to guide the little fish home to warmth. The memory of Chu Tiankuo's resolute departure from the side courtyard stirred an ominous premonition within her. Could that young man be contemplating something reckless? A weighty dread settled upon her, as though a colossal stone pressed upon her chest. Shi Yan promptly dispatched the butler to investigate the Chu residence, but upon his return, he reported that the house was deserted and in disarray. This revelation caused Shi Yan a sudden headache. Without hesitation, she instructed the butler to search urgently while she dialed Shi Yu's phone number. When Shi Yu received a call from her aunt, she was joyfully sharing drinks with Xia Rongjie. Upon seeing her aunt's name on the screen, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She feared that someone familiar with her aunt had spotted her in the company of Xia Rongjie and reported it. As she answered the call, she was about to plead with her aunt not to disclose this matter to Chu Tiankuo when she was met with a startling revelation. "Xiao Yu, where are you?" "When I returned to the old residence, I did not see Xiao Li. I had the butler check, and he reported that the Chu residence is in disarray, and Xiao Li is nowhere to be found." Shi Yu, upon hearing this, dismissed her aunt's concern, saying, "Aunt, perhaps Ah Chu is simply feeling down and went out for a drink." However, before she could finish her sentence, her aunt's voice turned stern. "Out for a drink? Who would take luggage to drown their sorrows?" The butler just inquired with the security guard, who said he saw Xiao Li dragging a suitcase away. A sense of unease enveloped Shi Yu at her aunt's words, prompting her to hastily end the call and dial Chu Tiankuo's number. Yet, the response was disheartening. "We're sorry. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Panic gripped Shi Yu. Ah Chu had never ignored her calls, especially not when he had been so eager for their engagement day. Did he truly intend to harm himself? The thought sent her into a frenzy, and she snatched her bag, darting toward the hotel exit like an arrow released from a bow. Xia Rongjie attempted to restrain her, but as he grasped her arm, Shi Yu retaliated with a sharp slap, leaving him to follow her helplessly. By the time she arrived at Island City, Xinian had already meticulously tracked Chu Tiankuo's movements. Upon seeing Xia Rongjie return with Shi Yu, Shinian's enthusiasm waned instantly, and she retreated to her room to rest. As Shi Yu entered her home, still reeling from the earlier events, she caught sight of her aunt ascending the stairs. Glancing at Xia Rongjie, she cast him aside like a hot potato and dashed toward the Chu residence. Upon arriving, the sight of the inky darkness before her left her momentarily stunned. Recalling her aunt's earlier message, she bolted into the villa without hesitation. Inside, chaos reigned. Remnants of a recent meal cluttered the kitchen, and shards of glass littered the floor. The flush of her face, a result of exertion, turned as pale as a ghost. In a flurry, she fumbled for her phone, dialing Chu Tiankuo's number repeatedly, but all she received was a string of disheartening beeps. After several futile attempts, frustration propelled her to hurl the phone to the ground. Suddenly, she remembered the vital information stored on her device and hurriedly bent to retrieve it, only to catch a glimpse of an unburned wedding photograph in the fire pit. Chu Tiankuo's smile glaring back at her, Shi Yu let out a piercing scream, feeling as if her very soul had fled her body, and fled the Chu residence in terror. Xia Rongjie, witnessing her despondent retreat, attempted to offer comfort, but she swiftly dealt him a slap and coldly remarked, "You can report to the Shi Yu company on your own." Without a backward glance, she departed. Standing before the closed gates of the Shi Yu home, Xia Rongjie turned his gaze toward the ominously dark Chu residence, a cryptic smile gradually forming on his previously charming face. Meanwhile, tranquility enveloped the Shi Yu residence until the silence was shattered by rapid footsteps as Shi Yu burst into Shinian's chamber. Without hesitation, she yanked her slumbering aunt from her warm cocoon. Shi Yu stared intently at Shinian, as if seeking to penetrate her very soul, her voice hoarse with urgency. "Where has Ah Chu gone?" Her tone was laced with anxiety, her demeanor somewhat disoriented. Shinian, jolted awake, regarded her distraught niece with a sleepy gaze, a hint of sardonic amusement flickering across her lips. Rising slowly, she scrutinized Shi Yu with her meticulously adorned eyes, speaking leisurely. "Little fish, if you do not truly love Xiaoli, then it would be wise to let go sooner rather than later. My greatest regret in life is agreeing to let Xiaoli grow up in the Shi Yu household." Yet, to Shinian's astonishment, Shi Yu shot back with biting retort, "Humph, could it be that you worry about becoming too familiar with Xiaoli after raising him all these years, making it difficult to act against him? If not for Ah Chu confessing his feelings for me years ago, you might very well be the one engaged to him today." With that, Shi Yu cast a cold smile, her eyes brimming with disdain. Stung by her niece's ruthless revelation of her long-buried secret, Shinian's fury erupted uncontrollably, akin to a volcano's eruption. She raised her hand and struck Shi Yu's youthful face, the sharp sound echoing throughout the room. Surprisingly, Shi Yu remained eerily unresponsive, resembling a soulless automaton. Shinian stared at the scene before her, her gaze drifting to the vivid red imprint on Shi Yu's once pale cheek. A wave of guilt surged within her, leaving her feeling despondent and vexed. After a moment of silence, Shinian sighed in resignation, softly suggesting, "Perhaps we should consult the butler. He should know where Xiaoli is gone." The moment the words left her lips, Shi Yu, who had been in a stupor, seemed to awaken from trance. She sprang to her feet and dashed downstairs with the swiftness of the wind. When she reached the butler, she seized his arm tightly, imploring Uncle Su, "Where has Ah Chu gone? My aunt said you would know." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing, as if hoping for a definitive answer from him. The butler, witnessing her emotional turmoil, felt a wave of compassion swell within him. Understanding his role as the witness to this relationship, he felt compelled to offer some counsel. "My dear young lady, your aunt has refrained from disclosing the truth to you out of concern that you might impulsively seek out young Master Chu. However, based on my years of familiarity with him, his stubborn nature is not easily swayed. Therefore, should you venture forth in search of him now, you may find it difficult to elicit the response you desire," the butler advised earnestly. Nonetheless, Shi Yu seemed oblivious to his counsel, her anxiety overwhelming her as she clung to his arm, urgently insisting, "Uncle Su, please don't say such things. I don't need a resolution. I simply want to see Ah Chu. Please tell me where he is." Faced with Shi Yu's unwavering determination, Uncle Su shook his head helplessly. He understood that perhaps only through enduring further disappointment would she come to her senses. With trembling hands, he retrieved a note from his pocket and slowly presented it to Shi Yu. "Young miss, this is a new phone number that young Master Chu has just acquired. However, I must advise you against calling it at this moment. If you do, he may very well change his contact, and then you will truly be cut off from him. His voice trembled with emotion. When Shi Yu descended the stairs, she found the living room cluttered with shattered phones, and Shi Yu sat in a daze on the sofa, staring blankly at the Chu residence outside the window. Shi Yu observed her distraught niece, and then glanced at the lights of the Chu residence flickering back to life. She called over Uncle Su, asking, "Uncle Su, how is my father? Has he awakened?" Uncle Su leaned in and whispered, 2 hours ago. The side courtyard called to report that the master has awakened, but he is extremely furious, ordering that the young miss be confined and not allowed to disturb young Master Chu. Is it true that the little fish made so many phone calls? Shi Rongjie remarked with a hint of irony, gesturing towards the chaos strewn across the floor. Su Bo, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "We've already dispatched a batch." The young lady had someone procure a number of anonymous phone cards to call young Master Chu, yet he simply refuses to answer. The old man had known young Master Chu since his youth and was aware that he was not a heartless individual. This time, however, it seemed the young miss had truly wounded him. Shi Rongjie stretched languidly and approached Shi Yu, looking down at her with an air of superiority. "Little fish, stop calling. It's likely the Shaoli won't answer any call from Island City. Why not take a look?" With that, she produced her phone and dialed Chu Tiankuo's number. Shi Yu watched in disbelief as the number she had been unsuccessfully trying to reach was suddenly answered. And upon hearing that familiar voice, she swiftly snatched the phone from Shi Rongjie's grasp. "Ah, Chu, you need to come back. We need to have a serious talk." Before she could finish, there was a series of beeps, and Shi Yu stood frozen, murmuring, "Do you truly despise me this much?" Just then, her phone rang again. Without checking the caller ID, she quickly answered, hearing Shi Qiming's voice on the other end. "Little sister, is Xiao Yu with you? I made so many calls home, but none have gone through." "Dad, it's me, Xiao Yu," she replied hastily. There was a moment of silence on the line before Shi Qiming responded in a hushed tone, "Xiao Yu, you must not come to the guest house recently. Chu Logistics has just terminated its contract with our Shi Group, and your grandfather is quite furious." Chapter 4. The Start of Chu Tiankuo's Actions. Linhai City, Chu Ting Group. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and solemn. Numerous senior executives of Chu Ting Group cast curious glances at the newly appointed assistant to the president, Chu Tiankuo. Though he possessed an impressive stature and exuded an air of refinement, his youth raised eyebrows in a company as significant as Chu Ting Group, which, despite its gradual decline in recent years, remained a leading private enterprise in Shandong province and ranked among the top 300 companies in the world. Wang Shuhan, observing the inquisitive expressions of the executives, cleared his throat and announced, "Assistant Wang has encountered some family matters. So I've arranged for him to take on the position of general manager at Chu Logistics, and this is our new assistant to the president, Chu Tiankuo." Upon hearing this, the executives erupted in murmurs. Assistant Wang was related to Wang Shuhan, and the notion that he was reassigned due to family issues seemed implausible, especially since many of them had shared drinks with him the previous evening. Stepping forward, Chu Tiankuo introduced himself. "Greetings, everyone. I am now the assistant to the president of Chu Ting Group. I would like to announce a new decision regarding the persistent losses faced by Chu Logistics. Assistant Wang's directive is to terminate the agreement with the Shi Group." As soon as he finished speaking, a senior executive raised a hand to address the room. After adjusting his attire, he stood and said, "Assistant Chu, I am Su Ziwen from the marketing department of Chu Ting Group. First, let me extend a warm welcome to you in joining our family." With that, Su initiated a round of applause, which soon resonated throughout the conference room. Once the applause subsided, Su continued, "Assistant Chu, while we are aware that Chu Logistics has been suffering losses, it is essential to recognize that it operates in the international shipping sector. Without major clients like the Shi Group, we might struggle to maintain even the basic operations of Chu Logistics." After Su sat down, signaling that he had concluded, Chu Tiankuo smiled faintly, acknowledging the validity of his points. Having spent considerable time at the Shi Group, he knew well that the volume of goods departing daily was staggering. Just that morning, he had arrived from the airport at the group headquarters and reviewed the financial reports of Chu Logistics over the past few years. He discovered that, at the end of each fiscal year, Chu Logistics could only afford to pay employees' salaries and maintain its vessels, with Chu Ting Group's investments effectively wasted. He pondered why, despite having its own Shi Yun Group, the Shi Group continued to collaborate with them. It was primarily due to the significantly lower prices they offered compared to other logistics companies, resulting in Chu Logistics operating at a loss while serving the Shi Group. In recent years, there were even instances where orders from Shi Yun Group were redirected to Chu Logistics. With that said, Chu Tiankuo opened a meticulously prepared PowerPoint presentation and began to explain. As you can see from the financial comparisons between Chu Logistics and Shi Yun Group over the past 6 years, the latter's reports have been exceedingly favorable in recent years. However, my investigation reveals that the fleet size under Shi Yun Group has been steadily diminishing. Have you all noticed this discrepancy? Upon hearing this, Su Ziwen quickly stood up, excitement evident in his voice. Assistant Chu, are you suggesting that the Shi Group has been acting as a middleman, accepting orders below market value, and then passing those orders to Chu Logistics for fulfillment? Chu Tiankuo nodded, and an air of indignation swept over the executives, who were eager to confront the Shi Group immediately. Shi Group. Wang Shuwen and his team arrived at the Shi Group building straight from the airport. Upon seeing Shi Qiming waiting to greet them, Wang couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain as he extended his hand for a handshake. In recent years, had it not been for Chu Ting Group sacrificing its interests to benefit the Shi Group, the latter might still be languishing as a third-rate entity. During the tenure of the former president, the market value of the Shi Group was even lower than that of Chu Logistics. The only reason for their current standing was the long-standing camaraderie between the elders of both families, which had never been entirely equal. Understanding that Wang Shuwen's demeanor was not welcoming, Shi Qiming responded, "Welcome to the Shi Group, Mr. Wang." He extended his hand, eager to shake hands with Wang. Wang offered a faint smile, grasping Shi Qiming's hand and stating, "Mr. Shi, we are here to discuss the collaboration between Chu Logistics and the Shi Group." A sense of unease washed over Shi Qiming, as he surmised Wang's intentions might not be entirely amicable. "Mr. Wang, we have always placed great importance on our collaboration. May I inquire if Chu Ting Group has any new thoughts or requirements regarding our partnership?" Shi Qiming asked cautiously. Wang Shuwen regarded Shi Qiming thoughtfully before responding with a slight smile. "Mr. Shi, our Chu Ting Group has always valued our collaboration with the Shi Group. However, we must also emphasize the need for fairness and reasonableness in this partnership. We hope the Shi Group will engage with us in accordance with market principles, rather than exploiting our trust for personal gain." Shi Qiming's expression changed, fully grasping the implications of Wang's words. Although he felt a surge of resentment, he recognized the necessity of maintaining a cordial relationship with the formidable Chu Ting Group. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Wang?" However, Wang Shuwen evaded a direct answer. Gesturing, "Shall we continue this discussion elsewhere?" Upon hearing this, Shi Qiming exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Wang Shuwen's entourage seemed hostile, they had not yet resorted to open conflict. As long as there was room for negotiation, they could still engage in meaningful dialogue. With this thought in mind, Shi Zoming gestured, "Mr. Wang, please follow me." Leading the way, they proceeded to the elevator reserved for executives. Inside, only Wang Shuwen and Shi Zoming were present. Wang fixed his gaze on Shi Zoming, clenching his teeth as he said, "You scoundrel, do you even realize what you've done?" Having presided over the Shi Group for many years, Shi Zoming was unaccustomed to being confronted in such a manner, and his temper flared. Grabbing Wang Shuwen by his collar, he retorted, "Mr. Wang, it is you who need Shi Group, not the other way around. In recent years, with Shi Yun Group and Mu's Maritime, and even your own Lin Hai Su's Maritime, who has consistently maintained the lead." As they approached the top floor, Shi Zoming released Wang Shuwen, who straightened his attire. Stepping out of the elevator with an impassive expression, numerous senior executives of the Shi Group, awaiting in the conference room, observed the composed demeanor of the two individuals. Their expressions tinged with confusion. Wasn't the shooting group here to demand accountability? As Wang Shuwen's negotiation team arrived at the top floor, both parties entered the conference room of Shi together. Before Wang Shuwen could utter a word, an assistant whispered in his ear, "Mr. Wang, the shooting group has publicly announced its termination of the contract with Shi." Startled, Wang Shuwen realized that while he had anticipated a termination during his visit to the island city, his original intention was to negotiate first to minimize the losses for Chu Logistics. He never expected that negotiations had not even commenced before the announcement had been made. Just as he was about to inquire further, the assistant leaned in again, saying, "Mr. Wang, take a look at the trending headlines." Perplexed, Wang Shuwen retrieved his phone, and upon opening the blog, a shocking headline caught his eye. Breaking. The Shi princess meets a mysterious man on her engagement night, rumored to be her fiancé. Chapter 5. A City in Turmoil. In the Shi Group's conference room, Wang Shuwen slammed his phone onto the conference table, pointing accusingly at Shi Zoming, exclaiming, "Mr. Shi, you truly have an exceptional daughter. The shooting group will no longer engage with you." Shi Zoming, puzzled, picked up the phone. Although Wang Shuwen had initially arrived to demand accountability, he had shown him some respect. Now, only moments later, Wang was turning hostile. Upon examining the trending headlines, Shi Zoming's expression darkened significantly. The top 10 trending topics were all related to Shi. 1. Breaking. The shooting group announces a complete termination of its contract with Shi Group. 2. Engagement night. The Shi heiress's mysterious male companion, suspected to be the young master of the Xia family. A promising union seems imminent. 3. 4. According to insiders. 5. Chu Logistics hastily replaces its leadership. This morning, someone spotted the new general manager meeting with the president of Shi. 6. The The Shi princess claims she wishes to disassociate from the Shi group. 7. The shooting group announces a full investment in Chu real estate, suspected. 8. Shi group's stock plummets. 9. Insiders reveal that the Shi heiress secretly met her lover in Shanghai last night, leading her fiancé to angrily annul their engagement. 10. Allegations that the new project of Shi real estate is substandard. Authorities have sealed off the site in the island city. Among these trending topics, one particularly tugged at Shi Qiming's heartstrings. The Shi heiress's fiancé is suspected to be the newly appointed assistant of a shooting group. Shi Qiming, his face ashen, glared at the visibly irate Wang Shuwen, his previously composed demeanor now entirely lost. He growled, "Mr. Wang, did the shooting group really need to escalate matters to this extent? This is tantamount to a complete rupture with us." Wang Shuwen's expression was equally grim. Should Chu Logistics unilaterally terminate its contract with Shi, it would undoubtedly favor the Shenyang group, potentially causing Chu Logistics' value to evaporate by a staggering 100 billion. He had intended to negotiate a discreet termination, a mutually beneficial arrangement, yet things had spiraled out of control. "Mr. Shi, think carefully. If we terminate the contract, who stands to gain the most? I still wish to know what you are contemplating." With that, he disregarded the frozen Shi Zongming and departed with his team of assistants. At the Shi residence, the freshly awakened Shi Yu encountered her father, his face a mask of fury as he engaged in a game of chess with her aunt. An undercurrent of tension palpable between them. Unable to contain himself, Shi Zongming remarked, "Why do you wish to withdraw from Shi? You are aware that you hold a 17 stake in Shi. Your exit from the management will effectively strip the Shi family of control over Shi. Shi Nian, however, replied nonchalantly, "When Brother Chu split the shooting group's absolute control over Shi, it was intended for us to look after Xiao Li. However, the recent actions of a shooting group undoubtedly bear Xiao Li's influence, so I believe it is time for things to return to their rightful owner." At these words, Shi Zongming's expression darkened further, and he shouted to Shi Nian, "Do you think that by handing over that 12 stake to Chu Tiankuo, he will secure victory? You have been out of the group for too long to truly understand the equity structure of Shi." Shi Nian remained unfazed, rising from the chessboard and leaving only her silhouette behind. Shi Zongming clenched his fists in frustration as Shi Yu descended the stairs, her curiosity piqued. "Dad, what were you and Anne arguing about?" Upon seeing Shi Yu, Shi Zongming's expression brightened momentarily. He replied, "Nothing. Your aunt is simply not in her right mind. My dear, you should refrain from going to the company for a while and rest at home." This elicited an unhappy response from Shi Yu. "Dad, I'm already an adult. Grandpa cannot restrict my movements." Seeing his daughter's hopeful expression, Shi Zongming hesitated to reveal the truth, instead raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He then exited the Shi residence, reminding the butler, "Uncle Su, we will be disconnecting the internet at home for a while. If the young lady inquires about the lack of signal, inform her that our community is undergoing line repairs." The butler nodded in agreement and asked, "Young master, what if the young lady inquires about young Master Chu?" At the mention of Chu Tiankuo, Shi Zongming's expression darkened immediately, and he muttered, "Do not mention that ungrateful wretch in my presence." Meanwhile, Chu Tiankuo was visiting his maternal grandfather, Wang Jianga, wearing a smile of earnestness as he offered a shoulder massage. "Grandpa, how have you been feeling lately?" Wang Jianga, observing his grandson's demeanor, nodded inwardly, a smile gracing his lips as he stroked his beard. "I am well, however. I've noticed your retaliation against Shi, and I must say, well done." Chu Tiankuo chuckled, "Grandpa, I'm merely getting started. The rapid development of Shi in recent years has been remarkable, infused with substantial capital, yet it is quite a challenge." Wang Jianga shook his head in response. "That old rascal, Shi Meng, is not to be trifled with. Like us, Shi has expanded rapidly in the current climate. Today, the only billion-dollar consortiums in the island city are the Mu, Shi, and Chu families." Curious, Chu Tiankuo asked, "Grandpa, what about the Xia family?" Wang Jianga replied, "Do you really believe that the familial ties between the Shis and the Xias make them $2 billion groups in the island city?" Seeing his grandson's confusion, Wang Jianga explained with a chuckle, "Shi Zongming's father-in-law hails from the Xia family of Jiangnan. Back in our military days, I, Shi Meng, your grandfather, and Xia Dingbei were all part of the same cohort. We ventured north together, back when there were no conglomerates. All of them were dismantled by us. Today's billion-dollar consortiums were built on the foundations we laid back then. Your grandfather was particularly driven, establishing Chu Logistics. The Wang family primarily engaged in textiles and real estate, while Xia Dingbei's family, a lineage of imperial physicians, flourished by opening a pharmaceutical factory in Jiangnan. Shi Meng's family, native to the island city, thrived in real estate thanks to the favorable winds of development." Intrigued, Chu Tiankuo remarked, "During my university years, I interned at Shi for a time and found that their main business revolves around ocean shipping, with other sectors not holding significant weight within the group, which is why I chose to strike first against Shanyan Group. Wang Jianga gazed at his grandson, lamenting that while Chu Tiankuo displayed some insight, he was still not ready to stand independently. Do you know what Shi Meng did before he entered the fray? Chu Tiankuo shook his head. In his previous life, as Shi Yu's assistant, he had compiled extensive information on Shanyan Group and Shi Real Estate, the latter being referred to by outsiders as Shi's two chariots. Hence, he first targeted the maritime and real estate sectors of Shi. Before entering the fray, Shi Meng was a senior engineer. 20 years ago, Shi began as a manufacturing enterprise. Do not limit your perspective. Shi is a large enterprise spanning logistics, real estate, heavy industry, biopharmaceuticals, and fashion. Even overseas, Shi has a considerable number of subsidiaries. Despite the upheaval in logistics and real estate, Shi possesses the means to navigate through this difficult period. Understanding these matters, Chu Tiankuo hastily posed a question he had been eager to ask. Grandfather, what about the Xia Group in Island City? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianga responded with a hint of disdain. You must be referring to Xia Yu Holdings, right? They hardly merit the name Xia. Observing his grandson nodding, Wang Jianga continued. They are merely a comprador group. A few years ago, during the global financial crisis, Xia Yu Holdings invested all their assets in Europe, and I dare say they are still in dire straits. Chu Tiankuo nodded in apparent understanding, having gleaned much information from his grandfather, combined with his experiences from his past life. He began to comprehend how to proceed. Chapter 6. Miss Mu, Island City, Chu Li Logistics. Wang Shuwen was in a meeting with senior executives from Chu Li Logistics when his assistant approached him and whispered, Mr. Wang, President Chu wishes to have a video call with you. Hearing this, Wang Shuwen felt a twinge of frustration. Previously, the headquarters had quietly instructed all subsidiaries under the Chu Group to terminate their contracts with Shi Group. In recent days, Chu Li Logistics had suffered a daily decline in stock prices, leaving the newly appointed general manager in a state of turmoil. Nevertheless, Chu Tiankuo was his nephew, so he signaled for the assistant to connect the laptop to the projector. When Chu Tiankuo's image appeared on the screen, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Chu Li Logistics had collaborated with Shi for an extended period, and it was expected that executives from Chu Li Logistics would be invited to the engagement banquet of the Shi heiress. Hence, on that fateful night, many present witnessed the unilateral dissolution of the engagement by Chu Tiankuo. Prior to this, several executives had believed that the contract price between Chu Li Logistics and Shi was excessively low, nearly at cost price, and had made multiple requests for adjustments, all of which had been denied. In retrospect, it was understandable, as the Chu family had previously been in a familial relationship with the Shi family, which could have afforded them favorable terms. Now, the dissolution seemed entirely reasonable. As the noise in the conference room escalated, Wang Shuwen rose and banged his hand on the table, instantly silencing the room. Addressing the impeccably seated executives, Wang Shuwen pointed to Chu Tiankuo and announced, This is Mr. Chu Tiankuo, president of the Chu Group and assistant to President Chu Ting. Chu Tiankuo recognized many familiar faces on the screen and smiled as he shook his head, saying, Many of you are acquaintances of mine. During my time with the Shi family, I crossed paths with several of you at the Shi banquets. Is that not so, Mr. Wang? Upon being named, Su and Wang were immediately drenched in cold sweat. During their tenure at Chu Li Logistics, they had met Chu Tiankuo several times at the Shi family estate, and they had previously pondered why the Shi family only had one daughter. Reflecting on past events, they recalled that when the Chu family president faced a crisis, his only son was said to have been fostered by the Shi family, but they had not given it much thought at the time. Realizing the implications of Chu Tiankuo's recognition of them, their faces paled, understanding that he was aware of their connection to Shi Zoming. Seeing the two men slumped in their chairs, Wang Shuwen inferred that they had done something to draw his nephew's attention. He shook his head, giving them a look of helplessness, then turned to Chu Tiankuo and asked, Shaoli, is there something you wish to discuss? Chu Tiankuo replied with a smile. I recall that Chu Li Logistics holds shares in Shi 7. I would like them transferred to the Chu Group. Upon hearing this, Mr. Su nearly fainted. Observing his predecessor's distress, Wang Shuwen realized that this matter was precarious. So he reassured Chu Tiankuo, Please allow me to manage the pressing issues at Chu Li Logistics first, and then I will look into the matter of the Shi shares. After Chu Tiankuo agreed, he ended the video call. Reflecting on the myriad of circumstances at Chu Li Logistics, he felt a sense of impending headache. While Chu Tiankuo was deep in thought, an assistant knocked and entered. President Chu, here are the housing options and vehicles selected for you by the company. Please indicate your preferences, and we will arrange everything promptly. Taking the tablet from the assistant, Chu Tiankuo perused the vehicle options and decided on a Mercedes S-Class. However, upon reviewing the housing options, he felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Each choice, be it a Huizhou-style garden, a hillside villa, or a private estate, was situated on the outskirts of the city, which would undoubtedly subject him to the morning rush hour when commuting to the office. Glancing at the astute young man before him, Chu Tiankuo deduced that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by his uncle. Is there truly no apartment closer to the company? I cannot occupy such a large residence on my own. Upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's request, the lifestyle assistant adjusted his glasses, pondered for a moment, and then leaned closer to say, President Chu, would 220 square meters be acceptable? This is the penthouse from a previous project by the group, and this community is only 4 kilometers from our headquarters. Very well, go ahead and make the arrangements, he replied. After the lifestyle assistant exited the office, Chu Tiankuo stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the bustling traffic below, feeling a wave of nostalgia. In his previous life, Shi had evolved into a formidable entity. Yet now, it presented him with the opportunity to sever its soaring ambitions. Lost in thought, Chu Tiankuo eventually dozed off, awakening to find a blanket draped over him. Assuming it was the lifestyle assistant's doing, as he stepped out of his office, he noticed that the employees on this floor were all staring at him, prompting him to curiously glance towards the secretary in the adjacent office. Sisterly, is there something wrong with my attire? Li Meng was taken aback by the question and replied, President Chu, you are impeccably dressed. Acknowledging his secretary's reassurance, Chu Tiankuo proceeded towards the president's office. However, he observed that the employees he passed would step aside and giggle upon seeing him, leaving him utterly perplexed. After Chu Tiankuo left the 21st floor, several assistants gathered in Li Meng's office, playfully teasing, Sisterly, why didn't you mention the lipstick mark on President Chu's face? Recalling the instructions from the stunning beauty earlier, Li Meng smiled knowingly and playfully admonished the teasing assistant. Oh, Xiao Wu, we mustn't disturb the romantic whims between lovers. Wu Jinxian, filled with envy, remarked. That fiery beauty was President Chu's fiancée, right? I never expected our refined president to have such a remarkable fiancée. At that moment, the lifestyle assistant, who was well-informed, approached the group and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Sisterly, was there something I missed just now? Li Meng, noticing the stern expression of Wu Hanfan, chuckled, President Chu's girlfriend just visited. We were discussing her identity. Upon hearing it was Chu Tiankuo's girlfriend, Wu Hanfan's expression changed. As the capable aide appointed to assist Chu Tiankuo, he was well aware of the recent events surrounding him and quickly asked, did they have a quarrel? Wu Jinxian looked at her brother, bewildered, and reached out to touch his forehead, questioning, why would President Chu argue with his girlfriend? The older Chen Xiulan sensed that Wu Hanfan had knowledge of matters they were unaware of and quickly interjected. When President Chu left, he still appeared to be half asleep. He likely didn't encounter that beauty. Upon hearing this, Wu Hanfan relaxed, sprinting towards the elevator while muttering, as long as they didn't meet, that's good, that's good. The office staff exchanged puzzled glances as they watched Wu Hanfan leave, speculating about what had transpired with Chu Tiankuo earlier. Chapter 7. The Windfall. The shooting group, with its towering edifices, stands resolutely amidst the bustling metropolis, sunlight filtering through the glass curtain walls, casting a warm glow upon the luxurious carpet of the 24th floor presidential office. As Chu Tiankuo stepped into the office, barely having settled in, he was abruptly confronted by Wu Hanfei, who rushed in with an expression of palpable urgency. Just as Wu Hanfei was about to express his dismay, he caught sight of Chu Tiankuo standing before the sofa. Upon noticing the lipstick mark on his forehead, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. With a dark expression, Chu Tiankuo glared at his personal assistant and, gritting his teeth, inquired, What? Do I appear humorous to you? Wu Hanfei swiftly composed himself before presenting a mirror to Chu Tiankuo, who, puzzled, accepted it. Gazing into the mirror, he was met with the glaring red lipstick mark upon his forehead, his expression darkening to an even deeper shade of displeasure. Setting the mirror aside, Chu Tiankuo dashed into the lounge within the office, hastily attempting to wash away the lipstick mark. As he struggled to remove the stubborn stain, he called out, Assistant Wu, come in and lend a hand. Wu Hanfei entered the lounge and, noticing Chu Tiankuo's forehead reddening from his vigorous rubbing, promptly dialed the secretary's office downstairs. Sister Chun, do you have any makeup remover? Please bring it up to the 24th floor. When Chen Xiulan arrived to assist Chu Tiankuo in erasing the lipstick mark, she teasingly remarked, President Chu, you truly are a youthful charmer. Having barely arrived at shooting group, and already a stunning beauty is pursuing you. At the sound of Chen Xiulan's words, Chu Tiankuo's face darkened instantly. He had always maintained his integrity, never indulging in frivolities. How could anyone possibly pursue him from afar? Surely, it must be someone's mischievous prank. Hearing this, Wu Hanfei quickly pulled Chen Xiulan out of the president's office. As she was being led away, she exclaimed, What are you doing? What are you doing? Men and women shouldn't be too close. Oh Xiao Wu, open your eyes. I am your sister Chun, not Xiao Li. Upon hearing Chun's exclamation, Wu Hanfei's face darkened as well. Had it not been for the singular presidential office on the 24th floor, half the company might have known of his affection for Secretary Li by tomorrow. Once they reached the elevator, Wu Hanfei whispered, Annie, please refrain from speaking so recklessly. President Chu has just recently endured setback. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with interest as she provocatively asked, Is there really a woman who does not favor President Chu, the gentleman of privilege? Wu Hanfei, sensing he had been ensnared, quickly replied, Auntie, I implore you, please do not spread such rumors. If General Manager Wang discovers I was the source, he will surely send me off to mine in Africa. Chun Xiaolan, upon hearing this, patted Wu Hanfei's shoulder, offering consolation. Xiao Wu, working in Africa isn't all bad. You get to see so much gold every day. How delightful. With that, she cheerfully stepped into the elevator. As she entered, she turned and added, The beautiful visitor this afternoon mentioned her surname is Mu. Hearing that the visitor was not Shi Yu, Wu Hanfei sighed with relief. As long as it wasn't Shi Yu, there would be no issues. Just as he was about to return to the presidential office, the elevator doors opened once more, and to his surprise, Wang Shuhan stepped out. Observing Wu Hanfei standing idle at the elevator entrance, Wang Shuhan curiously inquired, Xiao Wu, why are you here instead of in your office? Wu Hanfei replied in a hushed tone, General Manager Wang, while I was out arranging accommodations for President Chu this afternoon, I overheard the secretaries discussing a lady visiting our company to see President Chu. Upon hearing that a lady was visiting, Wang Shuhan contemplated that Shi's company would not send Shi Yu, and thus he breathed a sigh of relief. He told Wu Hanfei, Xiao Wu, our group no longer entertains visitors from the Shi family. Do not dwell on that matter. Wu Hanfei was about to bring up the lipstick mark when Chu Tiankuo emerged, spotting his uncle and swiftly approaching him. Uncle, I was just looking for you regarding something. Wang Shuhan responded, Whatever it is, decide for yourself. It's rare for you to alleviate my burdens, allowing me a rare moment of rest. It was a jest. He could hardly disrupt his nephew's decisions now that he had finally awaited his succession. Chu Tiankuo stepped forward and said, Uncle, in the past few days, I've been organizing the subsidiaries of the Wang and Chu families and discovered that our Wang family has numerous steel factories, while our Chu family operates thermal power plants and aluminum factories. With that, Chu Tiankuo ushered his uncle into the office, and once both were seated, he continued, We could significantly export steel overseas, activating Chu Li logistics fleet, and upon their return, we could transport crude oil. Wang Shuhan interrupted. The volume of steel our factories export annually cannot meet the demands of Chu Li logistics fleet. Chu Tiankuo smiled. Our prices are considerably lower than those of our foreign competitors. Even with shipping costs, we still profit several $100s per ton. While the foreign market remains unchallenged by our competitors, why not secure more production lines? He added, Moreover, whether transporting crude oil or grain upon our return, we shall still yield profits, especially considering our extensive network of refineries and gas stations, enabling us to utilize these materials. After pondering for a moment, Wang Shuhan regarded Chu Tiankuo and said, Since you have a plan, let us proceed with it. Thank you for your support, Uncle, Chu Tiankuo replied with a smile, pouring his uncle a cup of tea. After Wang Shuhan took a sip, he prepared to leave, but Chu Tiankuo held him back. Uncle, this is your office. At this remark, Wang Shuhan slapped his forehead, realizing he had been preoccupied with thoughts of revenge against the Shi family and had lost focus. He quickly said, You see, I was just summoned by your grandfather for a scolding. I'm still a bit dazed. Chu Tiankuo stifled a laugh and stood up. Uncle, you carry on with your work. I'm off to check on the apartment Xiao Wu arranged for me. It's rare for me to have a light day today. As he exited the office and had yet to reach the elevator, his phone suddenly rang. Chu Tiankuo, puzzled, picked it up. This number was one he had just acquired yesterday, known to only a few individuals. Glancing at the caller ID, which indicated it was from Island City, he hesitated before answering. Hello? Is this President Chu? I am Lu Shucheng. A somewhat hoarse voice resonated through the receiver. Chu Tiankuo contemplated for a moment, recalling that Lu was the general manager of Chu Real Estate, whom he had instructed to contact him. Hello, Manager Lu. President Chu, regarding the plots of land you mentioned, we have commenced negotiations. However, during our discussions, we discovered several small real estate firms also attempting to purchase properties in that vicinity. Those plots are part of a significant project spearheaded by the Island City government, encompassing subways, hospitals, schools, and other community facilities. It is anticipated that by the end of this year, Island City will gain a new district. Chu Tiankuo mused briefly before responding. Manager Lu, regardless of the obstacles you encounter, we must not let any properties near those plots slip through our fingers. Upon hearing this, Lu Shucheng's voice noticeably faltered, and he hesitated before saying, President Chu, I have met with numerous companies this afternoon, but they remain unyielding. Chu Tiankuo interjected, if they are unyielding, then we must outmaneuver them. If they remain obstinate, directly acquire shares in their companies, allowing us to expand the Chu family's subsidiaries. Understood, understood, Lu Shucheng replied, nodding in agreement. Chu Tiankuo was satisfied. This project had previously increased the market values of the Shi, Mu, and Xia families by a third. Now, he would consume it all, delivering a significant blow to the Shi family's future growth potential. As Chu Tiankuo indulged in his thoughts, the elevator reached the 21st floor. Upon stepping out, he noticed numerous secretaries and assistants gazing at him, their faces betraying a blend of amusement and restraint, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, fair hands reached from behind, covering his eyes, accompanied by a playful voice. Shally, guess who I am? Chapter 8, Old Friends. Startled by this unexpected term of endearment, Chu Tiankuo did not recognize the voice, yet it seemed the speaker was exceedingly familiar with him. Who are you? He inquired, regaining his composure as he attempted to recall the source of the voice. The hands released their hold, revealing a strikingly beautiful face, adorned with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Shally, it's me, Mu Qingqing. Surprised, are you? The woman looked at Chu Tiankuo with a teasing smile. Gazing at her, Chu Tiankuo acknowledged the resemblance, but discerned she was not the same person he once knew. Nevertheless, he courteously replied, Ah, Miss Mu, what brings you here? Mu Qingqing, observing his formal demeanor, pouted in mild discontent. Shally, why so cold? I came specifically to see you. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Tiankuo thought to himself, the entire island city knows that the second daughter of the Mu family is a wild spirit, unafraid of anything. Just then, Wu Han approached briskly, visibly relieved upon spotting Mu Qingqing. He explained to Chu Tiankuo, Mr. Chu, this is the second daughter of the Mu group, here to discuss a collaboration with you. Qingqing, it has indeed been a while. Chu Tiankuo offered a slight smile, appearing more amiable. Mu Qingqing, encouraged by a smile, chuckled. Yes, it has been too long. I missed you. Chu Tiankuo merely smiled in response, well aware that Mu Qingqing's presence likely bore ulterior motives. As anticipated, her next words confirmed his suspicions. Shally, I've come to discuss a partnership. Nodding, he gestured towards his office, indicating they should continue the conversation there. Once inside, a crowd of curious onlookers began to gather outside the secretary's area, buzzing with chatter. Qin Xiaolan remarked with interest, have you noticed? This stunning beauty has a twin. Wu Jinxian scrutinized Qin Xiaolan thoughtfully before resting her chin on her hand, confidently stating, from my observations, these two beauties are every bit as captivating as Sister Lan. Qin Xiaolan, upon hearing this, raised her brows and playfully pinched Wu Jinxian's chubby cheeks, teasingly scolding her. Little rascal, how dare you jest about your sister? Ow! Sister Lan, I didn't mean it, let go. Wu Jinxian mumbled, her words muffled by the playful grip. After Qin Xiaolan released her, she affectionately ruffled Wu Jinxian's hair, saying now, let us talk about those two beauties. At that moment, Wu Han, puzzled, inquired, wasn't it Miss Mu Qingqing who came to see Mr. Chu this afternoon? Li Ming checked the visitor records and replied, the one who came earlier was named Mu Chanshan, a strikingly elegant lady. Qin Xiaolan, with a hint of mischief, asked, who do you think is the elder sister and who is the younger one? Wu Han raised his hand, stating the earlier visitor, Mu Chanshan, is the eldest daughter of the Mu family, while the one just now, Mu Qingqing, is the second daughter. Upon hearing this, the crowd's excitement dwindled as they returned to their desks to resume their tasks. Wu Han looked around, bewildered, unsure if he had said something amiss. Wu Jinxian, rubbing her cheeks, glared at her brother in discontent and remarked, what was once an amusing guessing game has been unceremoniously interrupted by you. Wu Han shrugged, just as he noticed Chu Tiankuo peek out of the office, calling for him. He hurriedly entered the office. Inside, Mu Qingqing had thoroughly outlined the collaboration details. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo agreed. Seeing his acquiescence, Mu Qingqing beamed with delight, aware she had accomplished her goal. However, Chu Tiankuo, slightly exasperated, asked, for such a trivial matter, why did you, Miss Mu, personally come here? A simple phone call would have sufficed. Approaching him, Mu Qingqing draped her arm around his neck and whispered coyly, how do you know I came to discuss business? Perhaps it's because I've missed you? Feeling the warmth of her breath against his ear, Chu Tiankuo's face flushed crimson, prompting him to step back hastily and summon Wu Han from outside the office. Once Wu Han entered, a wave of relief washed over Chu Tiankuo. With another present, this little imp might temper her demeanor. Observing Wu Han's puzzled expression, Chu Tiankuo instructed, Assistant Wu, please make arrangements. I've just verbally agreed to a contract with Miss Mu. Coordinate with Chu Li Logistics to discuss the details thoroughly. Wu Han nodded, understood, I will arrange it immediately. Watching the two exchange banter, as if she were invisible, Mu Qingqing abruptly stood to leave. Chu Tiankuo quickly rose to escort her out. As they stepped outside the office, Mu Qingqing, glancing at the intrigued secretaries, seized Chu Tiankuo's hand and said, "Shaoli, don't be disheartened. Just know that I've always been waiting for you." Her words struck like a detonating bomb, sending ripples through the secretary pool as they furiously typed away, unaware of how many exchanges had transpired. Meanwhile, Chu Tiankuo's expression darkened, teeth clenched as he pointed towards the elevator, enunciating each syllable. Mu Qing, Qing. Before he could finish, Mu Qingqing had already dashed to the elevator, blowing him a playful kiss as she called back, "I will always be waiting for you." With that, she vanished into the elevator. Chu Tiankuo, casting a glowering gaze at the curious secretaries, barked, "Don't believe her. She is just messing around." With that, he retreated to his office, gazing out at the bustling cityscape, his mind remarkably composed. In the spacious confines of his office, the contrast between the city's vibrancy and the serene atmosphere within was stark. His gaze was profound. Mu Qingqing's sudden appearance had disrupted the tranquility of his life like an unwelcome stone tossed into still waters. He recalled her exquisite visage and the playful glimmer in her eyes, realizing that Miss Mu was no mere ornament. Her personal visit undoubtedly carried deeper intentions. Taking a deep breath, he began to tap his fingers rhythmically on the desk. He picked up the documents before him, scrutinizing them closely. The terms presented by the Mu family seemed rather lenient. His fingers glided gently over the text, each word imbued with significant weight. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the office door. Chu Tiankuo lifted his gaze to see Wu Han standing outside, a hint of curiosity on his face. He gestured for him to enter, then resumed his focus on the documents. "Mr. Chu, regarding Miss Mu's collaboration proposal, I've arranged for the personnel at Chu Li Logistics to connect with the Mu Group," Wu Han reported within the office. Chu Tiankuo nodded, still not looking up. "Good. I trust your judgment. This collaboration presents an opportunity for us. If we secure this deal, Chu Li Logistics could swiftly turn around its fortunes. However, given the Mu Group's prominent status in the island city, we must tread carefully." Wu Han nodded in agreement, hesitating briefly before adding, "Mr. Chu, I sense that Miss Mu may harbor special feelings towards you." Upon hearing the words, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow slightly. He lifted his gaze to meet Wu Hanfei's. "Are you referring to her attitude towards me?" Wu Hanfei nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, she seems particularly attentive to you, and her remarks upon leaving were rather perplexing." Chu Tiankuo inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. He understood that Mu Qingqing's behavior was indeed difficult to comprehend. However, he was acutely aware that Mu Qingqing was not a person to be trifled with. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing out at the urban landscape. Night had descended, and the city was aglow with lights, cloaked in a shimmering veil of brilliance. "Mu Corporation, Freight, Shi Corporation," he murmured, not allowing any detail to escape his mind. Chapter 9, An Encounter. Chu Ting Building. Chu Tiankuo stepped out of his office and observed the secretarial staff still hard at work. Raising his hand to check the time, he realized it was already 8:30 in the evening. Approaching the secretarial area, he clapped his hands, signaling everyone to look his way. "It's time to clock out. Why stay late?" Chu Tiankuo playfully exclaimed. Instantly, the secretarial office erupted in chatter, with one secretary after another chiming in. "President Chu, we noticed you were still here. Our duty is to serve you. If you don't leave, how can we?" Boldly, Wu Jinxian dashed to Chu Tiankuo's side, her face brimming with curiosity as she inquired, "President Chu, which of those two sisters from this afternoon is your girlfriend?" Observing the foolishness of Wu Jinxian, Chun Xiaolan couldn't help but shake her head, pondering how this batch of newcomers at Chu Ting Group were all such troublesome students. As an exemplary administrative secretary, Chun Xiaolan stepped forward to pull Wu Jinxian away, gesturing to Chu Tiankuo that Wu Jinxian was somewhat lacking in judgment. Chu Tiankuo regarded the lively secretarial staff and clapped his hands, declaring, "All right, everyone, I'm new here and still learning the ropes." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "As an apology, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast." "Are you serious, President Chu?" Li Meng asked, somewhat incredulous. As one of the two veterans in the office, she recalled that during her time as Wang Shuhan's secretary, he only took male secretaries out for socializing after hours, let alone treating everyone to a meal. Chu Tiankuo chuckled. "Sisterly, since I'm new, it will be a perfect opportunity for us to get acquainted over dinner, considering we might work together for a long time." Just as the secretarial office buzzed with joy, Wu Hanfei entered, observing the excited secretaries, and addressed Chu Tiankuo. "President Chu, are you planning to leave? Your driver and bodyguard are already waiting for you in the underground parking lot." At this, the previously vibrant atmosphere in the secretarial office suddenly stilled. Wu Hanfei followed up with, "You mustn't show favoritism. It's not just the secretarial office that will be working with you for a long time. Our assistants will too." Chu Tiankuo, Bemused by Wu Hanfei's antics, replied, "All right, let us include everyone and make it a lively gathering." As soon as Chu Tiankuo said this, the atmosphere, which had been tense, instantly brightened. Wu Jinxian, filled with emotion, exclaimed to Wu Hanfei, "Brother, I never expected you could actually speak such refined words." Hearing this, Wu Hanfei's expression darkened. Was this truly his little sister? What did she mean by that? He had merely intended to make a jest with the secretaries. At that moment, Chun Xuan interjected to smooth things over. "Ladies, since President Chu is feeling generous, shall we head to Yan cuisine? Huzzah! Long live President Chu!" The cheers from the secretarial office echoed throughout the 21st floor of Chu Ting building. Island City, Chu residence. The night had deepened, yet the lights in the Chu residence remained brightly lit. Shi Yu sat in Chu Tiankuo's bedroom, feeling listless due to the sudden disconnection of the internet between the Shi and Chu residences, leaving her to idly survey her surroundings. The bedroom was simply yet elegantly arranged, each detail reflecting Chu Tiankuo's personality. However, at that moment, the room appeared somewhat disheveled, with clothes strewn about and books haphazardly placed on the shelf, clearly indicating the owner's hurried departure. Her gaze fell upon a delicate box on the bedside table, within which lay the wedding ring she had previously customized with Chu Tiankuo. Gently picking up the box, she traced the intricate patterns with her fingers, a surge of inexplicable emotions washing over her. "Ah Chu, did you leave in such haste?" Shi Yu murmured, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. "Or perhaps you no longer want me?" Recalling the footage she had obtained from the courtyard, where Chu Tiankuo had departed without a backward glance, her heart ached at the thought. Exiting the bedroom, Shi Yu looked at the vacant hall, where the shards of glass had been cleaned up by the Shi family servants, and the carpet replaced with a new one. As she gazed at the empty walls, she unconsciously ran her fingers down the surface, remembering how their wedding photos used to hang there, now replaced by gaping holes. The recollection of a scene she had witnessed in the kitchen sent a sharp pang of sorrow through her. Wandering aimlessly out of the Chu residence, she fortuitously encountered her close friend Tang Tong, who stood at the entrance of the Shi residence, anxiously waiting. Shi Yu approached to greet Tang Tong, only to have her friend exclaim in an exasperated tone, "Xiao Yuer, look at those shameless women from the Mu family. The entire island city knows you and Chu Tiankuo are betrothed since childhood. Even if you haven't formally engaged yet, you two are still destined to marry. Their actions are utterly disgraceful." Shi Yu regarded her furious friend and quickly tried to soothe her. What happened? Did they make snide remarks again? Tang Tong produced 2 photographs she had printed earlier, handing them to Shi Yu. Upon seeing them, Shi Yu's slender frame trembled slightly, her complexion paling further. Forcing a smile, she said, "Look at this one. Ah Chu is clearly asleep on the sofa. He must have been playing a prank. And as for Ching Ching, who doesn't know her nature, she must be teasing Ah Chu." Tang Tong, observing her friend's futile attempts at justification, responded with exasperation. "Even you don't know where Chu Tiankuo is, and those 2 sisters have already cozied up to him so quickly, claiming it was unplanned?" Just as Shi Yu was about to offer another weak defense, Tang Tong's phone rang. "Hello, what are you doing so late?" Tang Tong answered, puzzled. "Little sister, I've spotted Chu Tiankuo in Linhai City. Second brother, you must intercept him." Tang Tong replied, excitement evident in her voice. After hanging up, she eagerly grabbed Shi Yu's hand. "My brother is on a business trip in Linhai with Xia Rongjie and just happened to run into Chu Tiankuo." Before Tang Tong could finish her sentence, Shi Yu's face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. She understood the catalyst for her conflict with Chu Tiankuo. She knew that if Xia Rongjie met with Chu Tiankuo, it would be a catastrophic clash. Gripping Tang Tong's arm, she implored, "Tong Tong, please call second brother and tell him not to disturb Ah Chu. He's merely trying to unwind in Linhai." Tang Tong, seeing the desperate expression on her friend's face, though bewildered, complied and dialed her brother's number. Listening to the busy signal on the other end, Tang Tong voiced her confusion. Why isn't he answering? Upon hearing this news, Shi Yu felt as though she had been struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Tang Tong, witnessing this, hurriedly supported her, holding her tightly. Shi Yu, please don't scare me. I will call my brother right away." Chapter 10, Confrontation. As night fell, the ambience within the Yin family's private dining establishment was illuminated by flickering lights, enveloped in a fragrant haze. This was a favored gathering spot for the elite of the coastal city. Xia Rongjie and Tang Xian stepped into the antiquated restaurant, guided by a server towards their reserved private room, when suddenly their attention was captured by a lively conversation emanating from one of the compartments. Inside, Chu Tiankuo was engaged in jovial banter with a group of new colleagues, the atmosphere warm and inviting, his face radiating a long-lost sense of ease and joy. Chun Xiaolan, with her delicate features adorned with a subtle blush, lifted her glass in a toast towards Chu Tiankuo, exclaiming, "Mr. Chu, we welcome you to our Chu Ting group family." Chu Tiankuo reciprocated the gesture, raising his glass and downing its contents in one swift motion. The others present followed suit, raising their glasses in tribute to him. Mr. Chu, I am Lu Yutong from the Secretariat. Mr. Chu, I am El Jilan from the Secretariat. The toasts continued, and as the cups clinked one after another, Chu Tiankuo's gaze began to grow hazy, the effects of the alcohol taking hold. He inwardly cursed himself, realizing that he had forgotten this was not a past life, and his current body was yet unaccustomed to copious drinking. Observing Chu Tiankuo's movements slow, Chun Xiaolan revealed a hint of an enigmatic smile as she approached him with her glass. Mr. Chu, we are quite curious about your past experiences. Outside the room, Xia Rongjie wore a knowing smile, tinged with provocation and triumph, as he lightly patted Tang Xian on the back, signaling him to advance. Tang Xian ended his phone call and joined him in the private room. Their strides were assured, each step seemingly proclaiming an air of undeniable authority. Ah, is that not the illustrious young Master Chu? Xia Rongjie's voice pierced through the convivial laughter within the compartment, standing out starkly. He deliberately slowed his pace, halting before Chu Tiankuo, his eyes gleaming with the light of a victor. Chu Tiankuo looked up, his gaze locking with Xia Rongjie's, and in that instant, the air thickened, the surrounding laughter diminishing. Maintaining a rare calm, he smirked slightly at the two who had entered with such bravado, retorting, "Is that not young Master Xia? Pray tell, why are you not in Island City, waiting for handouts? What brings you to our coastal domain?" The term handouts seemed to strike a nerve with Xia Rongjie, prompting him to raise his voice slightly. "Handouts? Mr. Chu, you exaggerate. I am merely curious as to how someone of your former grandeur has now lowered himself to dine with these commoners." Xia Rongjie surveyed the gathered individuals, their attire unremarkable, clearly reflecting their working-class status. Upon catching sight of Chun Xiaolan, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. Before he could finish, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence, the new colleagues of Chu Tiankuo exchanging bewildered glances while he remained unfazed. Gently raising his glass in acknowledgement of Xia Rongjie, a glint of subtle sharpness flickering in his eyes. "Young Master Xia, life is akin to a chess game, where fortunes can shift in an instant. Today, you may perceive me as defeated, yet you seem overly enamored with past victories, neglecting the long and uncertain road ahead." Chu Tiankuo then stepped closer to Xia Rongjie, whispering conspiratorially, "Young Master Xia, I wonder if your Xia Yu holdings has resolved those bad debts in Europe." His words bore both overt and covert implications. The onlookers nodded in agreement, yet Xia Rongjie's expression shifted momentarily, quickly regaining composure. He recognized that their duel of wits here held little significance, merely leaving a parting remark of "we shall see," before attempting to pull Tang Xian away. However, to his surprise, Tang Xian forcefully shrugged off Xia Rongjie's grip, stepping toward Chu Tiankuo and glancing disdainfully at the numerous bottles scattered across the table. "It appears that our young Master Chu has fallen on hard times since leaving the Shi family, resorting to such obscure wines." He glanced around the room, then picked up a bottle, addressing the server who had guided them earlier. "Excuse me, I presume this wine is not from your establishment?" The server, observing the lavishly dressed Tang Xian, replied, "No, sir. I have never seen this bottle before. I am unsure if this gentleman brought it himself. Who would have thought that young Master Chu has fallen to such depths, sneaking in his own wine to this establishment? I wonder if the Yin family's private dining would blacklist him upon discovering this?" Tang Xian paused for effect, then mockingly added, "Of course, having left the Shi family, young Master Chu likely has little opportunity to frequent such upscale venues anymore, so being blacklisted is of little concern, is it?" Tang Xian's words struck like an invisible blade, piercing directly at Chu Tiankuo. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, an unspoken pressure enveloping the air. Chu Tiankuo's gaze flitted between Tang Xian and the empty wine bottles, restraining the urge to rise from his seat as he held Chun Xiaolan back, seemingly unhurried to defend himself. Not necessarily so, a familiar voice drifted in from outside the room. The crowd turned to see Su Ziwen arriving. Upon recognizing Su Ziwen, Tang Xian promptly set down his wine bottle and approached him. "Mr. Su, greetings. I am Tang Xian." Su Ziwen nodded. "Young Master Tang, what a coincidence. I never imagined we would meet in such a setting." It was indeed a stroke of luck, as Su Ziwen had also accepted the invitation extended by Tang Xian and Xia Rongjie to dine at the Yin family's private establishment. The Tang family was a formidable group, and their visit to the coastal city was primarily concerning the logistics of Chuli. Following the cessation of collaboration with the Shi family, Shi Yin Group found itself overwhelmed with orders, prompting major companies from Island City to seek partnerships with the Chu Ting Group. Yet, upon arriving at the private dining room, he had stumbled upon this altercation, and in light of the importance of Chu Tiankuo to their dealings, he quickly interjected. Su Ziwen picked up a wine bottle, sniffed its mouth, and exclaimed to Chu Tiankuo, a century-old rare brew from the Chun family. It seems Mr. Chu commands great respect. Turning to Tang Xian, he continued, "This wine is far from obscure. It is well known that the Yin family's private dining is renowned for its chefs who have served at national banquets. The daughter of Master Yin Zongming, an expert in Huaiyang cuisine, married into the Jiangling Qin family. Since then, the Yin family's private dining has boasted an array of fine wines, with the century-old brew being paramount. Today, Mr. Chu, in this private room, is enjoying that very vintage, not the nameless wine you speak of. Furthermore, Mr. Chu is not merely the executive assistant of our Chu Ting group. He is the president of the Chu family. To insult our president in such a setting, I believe discussions regarding our collaboration are no longer necessary." With that, he exited the room without waiting for Tang Xian to respond. Hearing this, Tang Xian's countenance paled, and he muttered, "How could he, a mere son-in-law of the Shi family, possess such influence?" Chapter 11. Evening Conversations. Yin family private dining. Observing Tang Xian standing there in a daze, Chu Tiankuo approached and whispered in his ear, "Have you forgotten the nickname I was called in our childhood?" After giving Tang Xian's shoulder a reassuring pat, he gestured for him to follow. Xia Rongjie, seeing Tang Xian standing frozen, forcefully pulled him along. The server who had guided them rushed after them, calling out, "Sir, you are headed the wrong way. The private room is inside." "We are not going. We are not going," Xia Rongjie shouted back without looking. Once released from Xia Rongjie's grip, Tang Xian regained his senses and replied, "Let us go. We shall go." As Chun Xiulan exited the private room, she watched the two retreating figures, leaning against the doorframe and greeting the manager of the floor, who promptly rushed over. "Miss Second, do you have any instructions?" Chun Xiulan gestured towards the retreating figure of the waitress and remarked, "Old Huang, assign her to the kitchen. She lacks even the slightest awareness. How could she possibly greet guests at the front desk?" Manager Huang, glancing at the private room where Chun Xiulan leaned, recalled the earlier commotion on this floor, and his expression shifted markedly. He hastily inquired, "May I ask which esteemed guest Miss Second is hosting today?" Observing Huang's demeanor, Chun Xiulan smiled with intrigue and simply replied, "The president of the Chu Corporation," before turning to enter the private room. Inside, Chu Tiankuo was being inundated with drinks by the crowd. Chun Xiulan seized Wu Hanfei's arm and said, "As the personal assistant, why aren't you shielding our President Chu from a few drinks? At this rate, he'll be incapacitated for the entire day tomorrow." Wu Hanfei, somewhat bashful, replied, "When I joined President Chu, General Manager Wang instructed me not to shield him from drinking. Moreover, after President Chu's two rivals were escorted out, he seemed particularly elated." Chu Tiankuo, noticing the two whispering, raised his glass and proclaimed, "You two, stop your chatter. We shall not return until we are intoxicated tonight." The atmosphere in the private room instantly became fervent, with colleagues cheering loudly. In another private room, Tang Xian was drowning his sorrows alongside Xia Rongjie. Observing Xia Rongjie's pretentious demeanor, Tang Xian scoffed, "There's no one else here. You know how you entertained me when I visited Europe last year." After lighting a cigarette, Xia Rongjie exhaled slowly and, with a puzzled expression, asked old Tang, "How did Chu Tiankuo suddenly transform into the president of the Chu Corporation?" Tang Xian, somewhat vexed, set down his glass and scrutinized the charming Xia Rongjie. After careful consideration, he finally spoke, "I had forgotten that you were a latecomer. Your family arrived in the island city too late. Are you aware that the two prominent families in the island city were the Chu and Mu families?" Xia Rongjie extinguished his cigarette, took a sip of his drink, and coughed as he set the glass down, saying, "I remember that my family entered the island city when I was 12. Tang Xian, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, "Well, your timing was impeccable. He had already changed his name. Did you know that Chu Tiankuo's nickname is Chu Li?" Upon hearing this, Xia Rongjie appeared astonished. "Chu Li? Chu Li Logistics?" "Indeed. The year your family arrived in the island city was precisely when Chu Tiankuo changed his name. It was also the year his parents met with misfortune." As he spoke, Tang Xian's tone turned sardonic. Perhaps he spent too long with the Shi family. So long that we all forgot he was the heir of the Chu family. Xia Rongjie, narrowing his eyes, lifted his glass and said ambiguously, "Since he is now the president of the Chu Corporation, it seems collaboration with Chu Li Logistics is out of the question." Tang Xian took a somber sip before he could respond, but upon seeing the arriving waitress with dishes, he promptly sealed his lips. In Chu Tiankuo's private room, the revelry had reached its peak. Chun Xiulan leaned close to Chu Tiankuo's ear and said, "President Chu, it's about time. Everyone is quite inebriated." Chu Tiankuo observed the tipsy Wu Jinxian giggling foolishly, while Wu Hanfei, lost in a drunken stupor, clutched Li Meng's hand, murmuring, "Sisterly, do tell how our old Wu treats you." Meanwhile, other secretaries, seemingly unfazed, clapped and encouraged, "Get together, get together." Witnessing the chaos unfolding in the private room, Chu Tiankuo, Exasperated, queried Secretary Chun, I'm new to Lin Hai. Are there any hotels nearby? He gestured towards a frenzied Wu Hanfei and shrugged. Please arrange our accommodations. I shall cover all expenses. Chun Xiulan, slightly intoxicated, appeared even more alluring, her already exquisite features enhanced by the haze of inebriation. President Chu, there is a supplementary villa behind Yan's private kitchen. Allow me a moment to arrange for them to be taken there. Chu Tiankuo surveyed the chaotic scene in the room and instructed Chun Xiulan, you go make the arrangements. I will keep an eye on them. Pointing towards the now-coupled Wu Hanfei and Li Meng. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Chun Xiulan hurriedly exited the private room to summon Manager Huang. Old Huang, please arrange for their accommodations promptly. She then approached the entangled Li Meng, who was still murmuring, Hey, don't think you can separate me from my husband. Hearing this, Chun Xiulan glanced at Li Meng, who was still clinging to Wu Hanfei, and immediately began snapping pictures with her phone. Chu Tiankuo attempted to pull Wu Hanfei away several times without success, and finally called out, Lu, come quickly and help. The summoned bodyguards chuckled heartily. To them, the usually serious assistant Wu was unexpectedly wild in his drunken state. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chu Tiankuo noticed that he was now the only one left in the private room, and he hastily made his way towards the exit. To his surprise, he collided with Chun Xiulan, who had just finished arranging accommodations. Rubbing her forehead in annoyance, she remarked, President Chu, I was just about to deliver good news, and you collided with me like a thunderbolt. Chu Tiankuo, feeling somewhat awkward, apologized my apologies. I noticed no one was escorting me to the accommodations, and I became anxious. Chun Xiulan seized Chu Tiankuo's sleeve and led him back into the private room, navigating through the winding paths. As they arrived at the villa, Chu Tiankuo, struck by the elegant Huizhou architecture, mused aloud, I never imagined that behind Yan's private kitchen lay such a splendid Huizhou-style building, and within it, this charming villa. Once inside, the atmosphere grew increasingly disconcerting to Chu Tiankuo. It felt less like a guest accommodation and more like the boudoir of a wealthy family's daughter. As they settled down, Chun Xiulan expertly prepared the tea, her movements fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a masterful artisan. With such lavish decor, it is evident that Huizhou merchants have exquisite taste. Chu Tiankuo remarked, Miss Chun, you hardly resemble a competent administrative secretary. You are more akin to a young lady raised in a merchant family. With a playful glint in her eye, Chun Xiulan replied, Why doesn't President Chu simply acknowledge that I am indeed a young lady from a Huizhou merchant family? At this, Chu Tiankuo paused, then erupted into laughter. Chapter 12. The Source of Substantial Funds. Within the Jianghuai villa, Chu Tiankuo scrutinized Chun Xiulan, recognizing a familiar contour in her features, and inquired, Are you the second miss of the Chun family from Jiangling? Chun Xiulan, with a teasing demeanor, countered, Why not the eldest miss? Recalling his childhood interactions with her elder sister, Chu Tiankuo couldn't help but rub his nose and respond. I lived with the eldest Miss Chun for a while during my childhood, and she was nothing like you in terms of mischief. Chun Xiulan examined the young man before her. Upon their initial meeting, he had struck her as a refined gentleman, far removed from the impetuous character her elder sister had described. Over time, it became apparent that he had merely masked his true nature under a faade. When we first met, you hardly appeared to be the impetuous type my elder sister described. You were entirely the product of a noble upbringing. Hearing the phrase, noble upbringing, Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed. From childhood, Xia Zheng had always taken him to various banquets, openly flaunting, Look at how well I've raised the Chu young master. However, after each gathering, Xia Zheng would don a different guise, mocking him mercilessly, convinced that the Chu family had opportunistically seized a significant stake during the Shi family's crisis. In his previous life, after marriage, he had failed to return the 31 shares held by the Chu family to the Shi family, which only intensified Xia Zheng's cruelty towards him. Following his suggestion of divorce, she frequently stormed into his residence, vocally asserting that she had raised him and married him off to her only daughter, now that he possessed the Shi family's shares and felt empowered. He wished to sever ties. Xia Zheng failed to consider the scandalous affair between Shi Yu and Xia Rongjie that had circulated throughout the city. She was neither deaf nor blind and could hardly tolerate such circumstances. Upon this realization, Chu Tiankuo's fists clenched tightly, and his countenance darkened instantly, his words causing the temperature in the courtyard to drop several degrees. I find myself genuinely grateful for the years spent in the Shi family. Without Xia Zheng's guidance, the person I am today would not exist. Chun Xiulan, observing the visibly altered Chu Tiankuo, couldn't help but smirk and remarked, Is Mr. Chu intending to stage a domineering CEO drama in my Jianghuai courtyard? Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo regained his composure and donned a demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze. Inquiring, Might I ask what Miss Chun intends by bringing me to your boudoir? Chun Xiulan, sensing they were delving into the crux of the matter, regarded him with playful intrigue, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Mr. Chu, can you guess who I saw entering Tang Xian's private room?" Feeling her almost leaning against him, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow and subtly shifted back, trying to create distance. Little did he know, Chun Xiulan took the opportunity to close the gap, and as he felt the precariousness of the chair, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace and murmured near her ear, "Miss Chun, you might underestimate your own allure. Do you truly believe that I, a spirited young man, pose no threat to you?" Feeling the warmth near her ear, Chun Xiulan's expression tightened, realizing she had overstepped. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, their bodies were flushed, and noticing the gradual reddening in Chu Tiankuo's eyes, she hurriedly attempted to push him away. However, her efforts were futile, and with a hint of resignation, she stated, "Mr. Chu, my grandfather visits this courtyard daily to feed the fish. If you wish to avoid headlines tomorrow about the Chu and Chun families' impending union, it would be wise to release me." Chu Tiankuo, gazing at the exquisite beauty in his arms, felt his throat dry. Looking into her slightly alarmed eyes, he playfully replied, "I find the idea of a union between the Chu and Chun families quite appealing. After all, the Chun family possesses numerous wineries and farms abroad, providing ample supply for my Chu-Li logistics." Recognizing she had been outmaneuvered, Chun Xiulan effortlessly extricated herself from his grasp, straightened her attire, and composedly seated herself opposite him. Although a union between the Chun and Chu families would signify a formidable alliance, should the Shi and Shao families join forces, it might render all a Mr. Chu's schemes ineffectual. At this, Chu Tiankuo's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired, "Are you referring to the Longling Shao family?" Chun Xiulan nodded. "I just saw Xiao Tian's enter Tang Xian's private room. The Shao family's overseas logistics are not to be underestimated." Upon hearing the name Xiao Tian's, Chu Tiankuo's fingers began to tap rapidly on the tea table. The Shao family owns numerous mines abroad, and their maritime logistics have flourished in recent years. Should the Shao family inject capital and logistics into the Shi family, they might replicate their previous rapid development. After a prolonged silence, Chu Tiankuo finally spoke. "The Longling Shao family indeed possesses substantial cash flow, yet Xiao Tian's is not one to overlook the Shi family's vulnerabilities. He would not hastily invest." Noticing Chu Tiankuo's growing confidence, Chun Xiulan felt compelled to dampen his enthusiasm, saying, "This time, there are murky dealings between the Chu Ting group and the Shao family regarding investments in the Binhai New area. Perhaps the Shao family will consider investing in the Shi family." Hearing Binhai New area, Chu Tiankuo's eyes lit up. Last time, the Binhai New area had met a calamitous end, with only a third of the project completed before the government scrapped its plans in favor of developing coastal and island cities. In his past life, Shi Yu had suffered greatly on the Binhai New area project, ultimately selling off a portion of the Shi family's shares and the Chu family's ancestral home to resolve the situation. When the government later focused on developing the island city, the Shi family seized the opportunity to emerge as one of the first trillion-dollar conglomerates. It was during this time that the scandal surrounding my divorce from Shi Yu gained traction, as she had promised to publicly refute the rumors in exchange for my signing the divorce papers, leading us to maintain the facade of a loving couple for a while. I recall the blogs buzzing for an entire month with headlines like, "From childhood sweethearts to a loving couple. Just how sweet is it?" Remembering the publicity, Chu Tiankuo's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the post-drinking Chun Xiulan, her beauty reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, her skin as smooth as jade. While they often say true beauty lies beneath the surface, this woman exuded an innate elegance, with both her bone structure and facial features being exceptionally refined. Calming himself with a mental mantra, Chu Tiankuo stated coolly, "The planning functions of the Binhai New area overlap too much with those of the island city and coastal areas, rendering it akin to a tasteless morsel, worth little and yet regrettable to discard. It would be far more prudent for the Chu Ting group to abandon the Binhai New area project altogether. Let us join forces to acquire land surrounding the coastal and island cities. I foresee substantial development in these regions." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiulan fell silent. Her sister had also forecasted that the nation's future development focus would rest on the island city and coastal areas. The geographical disadvantages of the Binhai New area would likely deter major maritime logistics companies from establishing a presence there. While Chu Tiankuo's proposal was tempting, Chun Xiulan understood that acquiescing might lead the Chun family to become overly reliant on the Chu family, prompting her to decline, "I appreciate your enticing proposal, but the Chu family has too many adversaries. The Chun family prefers not to become embroiled in such matters." Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed slightly. The Shi family, reliant on the Chu family for its two-pronged approach, seemed to have little to fear from the now irrelevant Xia family. Observing Chu Tiankuo lost in thought, Chun Xiulan realized he possessed a rather superficial understanding of the situation and thus offered a reminder, "Mr. Chu, Have you considered why the Xia family has been incurring losses in Europe while the Shi family relies entirely on Chu logistics for its year-end financial reports? Yet, both families continue to progress steadily? Are you implying that the Shi and Xia families have undisclosed cash flows? Chapter 13, Xiao Tian's Jianghuai Courtyard. The morning sun streamed through the sheer curtains, illuminating Chun Xiulan's boudoir. She gently opened her eyes, resembling a flower at dawn, exuding an enchanting aura. Slowly she stretched, akin to a languid kitten. Her arms reached upwards, fingers curling slightly as if attempting to grasp the warm rays of sunlight. Her delicate skin, bathed in light, appeared as smooth as mutton fat jade. As she extended her stretch, her body unfurled gracefully, her curves reminiscent of willow branches swaying in a gentle breeze. The ribbon at her waist danced lightly, adding an element of liveliness and elegance. Her head tilted back slightly, her long hair cascading like a waterfall onto the pillow, glimmering with a lustrous sheen. A hint of a smile graced her lips, revealing a sense of contentment and ease. Her eyes, half closed, suggested she lingered in the afterglow of a delightful dream. Each movement was executed with such elegance and naturalness, as if a beautiful painting unfolded before the eyes. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, her captivating figure frozen in the sunlight, leaving Chu Tiankuo in awe of Chun Xiulan's charm. Truly a unique allure. Eventually, Chun Xiulan fully awakened, sitting up straight and smoothing her hair as her gaze sharpened with clarity. It was then she noticed Chu Tiankuo standing nearby and could not help but exclaim, "What are you doing here?" Her voice tinged with incredulity. Chu Tiankuo looked at her with a hint of exasperation. Last night, it had been she who insisted on drinking together. "Sister, our attire remains intact. It was you who insisted on sharing drinks." Chun Xiulan's complexion flushed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment as she awkwardly adjusted her clothes, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem. Chu Tiankuo stood nearby, his face revealing a mix of confusion and discomfort. Glancing at the dazed Chu Tiankuo, Chun Xiulan called out, "Get out!" Reluctantly, Chu Tiankuo exited her boudoir. Just as he closed the door, he was confronted by a strikingly handsome man with an icy demeanor glaring at him. Xiao Tian's, who had accepted an invitation from Tang Xian and Xia Rongjie to dine at the Yin family's private restaurant the previous night, had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Thus, he had stayed in the guest house behind to rest, waking early to visit Chun Xiulan, only to unexpectedly see Chu Tiankuo emerging from a room. Instantly, his expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Xiao Tian's footsteps grew heavy, each step seemingly laden with repressed fury, his gaze fixated on Chu Tiankuo as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Chu Tiankuo felt a pang of regret for having engaged in a lengthy conversation with Chun Xiulan the previous night, mistakenly believing the warm beverage on the stove was tea, when in fact it was warm huangjiu. Having already consumed a fair amount of baijiu, he had collapsed onto the table and slept there for the night. Now, confronted with a young man staring at him, he wondered if this was perhaps one of Chun Xiulan's suitors. Thus, he approached Xiao Tian's, seeking clarification. Upon reaching Xiao Tian's, Chu Tiankuo extended his hand in introduction, saying, "Hello, I am Chu Tiankuo." Xiao Tian's scrutinized Chu Tiankuo carefully, shaking his hand while smirking. "Ah, so you're the Chu Tiankuo, whose fiancé you was snatched away?" Upon hearing the unreserved mockery from Xiao Tian's, Chu Tiankuo narrowed his eyes, his expression frosty as he replied, "So you are Xiao, the esteemed gentleman from the Xiao family. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Observing Chu Tiankuo's sudden shift in demeanor, Xiao Tian's chuckled. "It is rumored that Miss Shi has strayed," prompting the young master of the Chu family to storm out of the engagement banquet. "Yet, it seems you've already found a new interest." Chu Tiankuo glared intently at Xiao Tian's, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "What does the Xiao family intend? Are we declaring war? Haven't we already begun?" Xiao Tian's maintained his infuriating smile. In response, Chu Tiankuo straightened his attire, gazing at Xiao Tian's with a sardonic tone. "The Xiao family has been steadily retreating in the Binhai New District project. Do you truly wish to initiate another conflict with our Chu family?" Xiao Tian's chuckled lightly. Now that the Chu family and the Shi family have dissolved their engagement, the outcome in the Binhai New District remains uncertain. "Then let us await the outcome," Chu Tiankuo declared, raising his palm. With a crisp sound, their palms met, and Xiao Tian's turned on his heel, departing without hesitation. Just then, Chun Xiulan emerged from a room, now dressed, and upon seeing Chu Tiankuo standing in the courtyard, inquired curiously, "What are you doing standing there?" Chu Tiankuo looked at Chun Xiulan, his eyes briefly sparkling with admiration. She wore a qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, her hair elegantly styled, revealing her exquisite visage. Teasingly, he remarked, "I just encountered your suitor, Xiao Tian's, and we engaged in a bet I am certain to win." Chun Xiulan observed the confident Chu Tiankuo, a note of admiration in her voice as she asked, What kind of bet could bring our esteemed Chu so much joy? Chu Tiankuo Zeppelin non chalen. I was already planning to relinquish the Binhai New District project, hence my assertion of it being a sure loss. Moreover, the Shi family cannot sustain this project without our financial backing. As Chun Xiulan regarded the self-assured Chu Tiankuo, he truly shone with brilliance. His already handsome features were further enhanced by his confidence. She promptly took his arm and led him outside the guest house, saying, "Enough of this. I do not wish for rumors of us spending the night together to circulate." Chu Tiankuo glanced at his watch, realizing it was only 6 o'clock, and with a hint of resignation stated, "You slept in a bed while I collapsed on the table. Now I'm left with a sore back." Chun Xiulan shot him a reproachful look and murmured, "Someone is enjoying the benefits while pretending to be the victim. If we had lingered any longer, my grandfather would have caught us in the guest house." Looking at Chun Xiulan beside him, Chu Tiankuo couldn't help but comment, "Did you not say Xiao Tian's was an extraordinary person? Why does he seem so ordinary upon our first meeting?" Chun Xiulan bounced ahead, leaving him with a teasing remark. "I won't tell you." Chapter 14, A Farce. In the spacious and brightly lit hall of the Yin family's private restaurant, a group of burly, stern-faced bodyguards sat together, relishing a sumptuous breakfast. Their movements were swift and efficient, as if they were accustomed to this high-intensity lifestyle. At that moment, Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiulan entered the hall side by side. Their arrival immediately captured the bodyguards' attention, causing them to pause in their actions, exchanging glances before breaking into knowing smiles. Chu Tiankuo scanned the hall and noted that two groups of bodyguards occupied distinct areas, clearly delineated. He turned to the bodyguard captain, Lu Meng, and inquired, "Lu, what is going on here?" A fleeting, barely perceptible smirk crossed Lu Meng's normally stoic face, swift enough to make Chu Tiankuo question his own vision. With a chuckle, Lu Meng leaned in and whispered, "Young master, you may be unaware, but while this Yin family restaurant may not rival the top-tier establishments in Linhai, it possesses an impeccable reputation, especially the accompanying hotel, which attracts a significant number of guests every night." Continuing, Lu Meng raised an eyebrow and said, "However, there are always reckless individuals seeking shortcuts for quick profits. They know that the truly wealthy stay in the independent guest houses, so they set their sights on the ordinary guests. Thus, every morning, there are those who attempt to kidnap these patrons before they awaken." Observing yet another group of bodyguards take their seats in silence, Chu Tiankuo frowned and remarked, "So they gather so many bodyguards every morning?" He then turned to Chun Xiulan and asked, "Won't this affect the Yin family's business?" Chun Xiulan replied with a hint of pride, "Thanks to Grandpa Wang, he has introduced us to many retired veterans who ensure our safety. Having bodyguards provides peace of mind." Lu Meng interjected, "And some bring their mistresses to stay. With bodyguards around, they won't get clawed by their legitimate wives." "Lu, you speak nonsense." Chun Xiulan reproached him with a glare. "Ha ha." Chun Xiulan shot a disapproving glance at Chu Tiankuo, questioning, "What is you laughing so merrily?" As she pulled Chu Tiankuo out of the restaurant, they were suddenly besieged by a flurry of flashing cameras. Seeing them surrounded by reporters, Lu Meng muttered a curse under his breath before shouting, "There are reporters outside." The two groups of bodyguards rushed out, encircling the pair, while Wu Hanfei, who had just awakened, gazed at the scene and upon noticing Chun Xiulan in Chu Tiankuo's embrace, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He hurried outside, shouting at the reporters, "Everyone hand over your storage cards and film. If a single photo leaks, prepare for legal action from the Chu Court Group's legal department." As Wu Hanfei emerged, the reporters' attention was instantly captivated. Whispers of excitement and anticipation rippled through the crowd as they realized they had stumbled upon a significant news opportunity. "Look, it's Wu Hanfei, the assistant to the president of the Chu Court Group," one reporter whispered, drawing the attention of those around him. This was certainly going to be a major story. How could he possibly be here? Another journalist donned an expression of confusion, swiftly seizing his camera, poised to immortalize this momentous occurrence. Who could it be that was encircled by them? Could it possibly be the president of the shooting group? Hasn't that individual consistently maintained the image of a noble gentleman? Some of the junior reporters' eyes sparkled with intrigue. Surely not. I have seen the president of shooting group, and he is over 40 years of age, while the two who just emerged appear to be no older than 20. The reporter who unveiled Wu Hanfei's identity speculated, curiosity glimmering in his gaze. The journalists exchanged hushed whispers, eagerly sharing their observations and conjectures. They were fervently eager to unearth further information, for the shooting group was the leading enterprise in Lehigh City, and any revelation would undoubtedly dominate the front page. Could it be the heir of the shooting group? One reporter ventured, prompting the others nearby to turn their attention and begin snapping photographs of the bodyguards. Wu Hanfei observed this scene, his expression tinged with discomfort. These reporters were truly relentless in their pursuit of sensational news, seemingly unafraid of even the legal department of the shooting group. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Hanfei addressed Lu Meng, saying, "Brother Lu, please escort President Chu to the car. I will handle things here." After speaking, he glanced toward the entrance of the private dining establishment, where security personnel stood ready, beckoning them over and whispering, "Not only is our president surrounded by reporters, but so too is your second Mississippi." Hearing this, the security personnel were momentarily taken aback, hastily signaling to their colleagues to take action, exclaiming, "Control them. Ensure not a single photograph escapes." The security team surged forward, forming a barrier to separate the besieged bodyguards from the reporters, gradually creating a protective encirclement. The journalists exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. The fierce-looking security personnel loomed like an imposing wall, emanating a stifling sense of pressure. The reporters gripped their cameras tightly, as if they were their last line of defense, but faced with the intimidation from the legal departments of the shooting, Yin and Chun families, their courage began to wane. Finally, one reporter sighed in resignation, slowly extending his camera forward. The exchange of cameras unfolded like a silent play, devoid of words, only the palpable tension filling the air. Subsequently, other reporters followed suit, one after another surrendering their cameras. Throughout this process, the expressions of the security personnel remained cold and stern, their gazes sharp as hawks, vigilantly observing each journalist. The reporters appeared somewhat despondent and helpless, as though they had lost an essential tool in their right to witness the truth. The entire scene was eerily silent, punctuated only by the faint sound of cameras being handed over, a noise akin to a warning bell resounding in the hearts of all present. Inside the Yin family's private dining area, a beautiful woman stood quietly on the second floor, issuing commands to the manager beside her as she observed the commotion at the entrance. Manager Wu, gazing at this elegant beauty reminiscent of a blooming flower, wiped the sweat from his brow and inwardly cursed. What fool has disturbed the young lady's enjoyment? They deserve their misfortune. Miss Chen's gaze traversed the doorway, landing on the unfolding spectacle outside, her expression tinged with a subtle indifference and detachment. Her arms were gently crossed over her chest, as if to shield herself from external disturbances. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, lightly brushing against her fair skin, exuding a faint fragrance. As a gentle breeze stirred, her hair danced lightly, adding an air of vivacity to her presence. Observing Chun Xiulan and Chu Tiankuo huddled together, encircled by the bodyguards, a faint smile graced her lips, a knowing expression as if she were fully aware of the events transpiring outside. Her beauty was imbued with an ineffable confidence, rendering her utterly captivating. Unbeknownst to her, the audacious young lad sought to encroach upon what was rightfully hers. Chapter 15. The tumultuous fortune of the Shi Group. In the bustling commercial district of Island City, a piece of gossip inexplicably circulated, suggesting that the Shi Group was in negotiations with the Xiao Group regarding logistics matters. In the conference room of the Shi building, Shi Zongming cast a stern gaze upon the executives present, hurling the materials in his hand at them, exclaiming, "We haven't even initiated discussions with the Xiao Group, yet the rumors are rampant. Can't you control your own tongues?" Observing the silence that enveloped the executives, Shi Zongming glanced at his watch, realizing that prolonging the stalemate would yield no benefit. He decided to convene a press conference to quell the rumors. Discuss how to resolve this matter, he instructed before storming out of the conference room with his assistant in tow. Watching him exit, several familiar board members congregated to strategize on how to manage the public relations fallout. Cheng Hua stretched languidly, expressing his concerns to his companion, Si Huaifei, alas. Shi Zongming's daughter is far too adept at stirring trouble. Now we all find ourselves in such an awkward position. Wang Lei chimed in, indeed. It's her issue. Yet she's the one throwing a fit. It's utterly exasperating. Si Huaifei, glancing at the stocks which had plummeted since the market opened, lamented. Since we've made our investment, we must see it through. Cheng Hua, plagued with anxiety, remarked, I hope this incident can be resolved swiftly, for its implications on the group are far too significant. Wang Lei, surveying the now sparsely populated conference room, whispered, this issue ultimately stems from the Shi side. After all, who else could provoke the ire of the Chu Group's president but his good daughter? We must find a way to quell his anger and manage the situation effectively. Si Huaifei, recalling the failed investment, sighed despondently. It's all too late now. We knew from the outset that Shi's logistics were nothing but a house of cards, entirely reliant on Chuli logistics. Changhua seethed. Had it not been for the signals from Shi suggesting that the Chu Group's president was their son-in-law, I would never have made additional investments these past few years. Wing Lei chuckled. We still vividly remember what Lao Ma said just days ago when he made a graceful exit at the peak of the stock price. No one believed him back then. Changhua and Si Huaifei recalled how another investor, Ma Zhongxin, had swiftly severed his ties with Shi at the height of the stock price. funneling all his cash flow into Chu Logistics, leaving them to mock him for his perceived folly. They remembered that long night spent in earnest discussion, where Lao Ma had implored, "Do you know what I witnessed the night Miss Shi got engaged? I saw her enter a hotel with another man." Upon realizing they had entered a hotel under the Shinian brand, he knew the situation was dire, with the Chu Group's stature. Parting ways with Shi would merely be a matter of trimming off a rotten limb, and Shi would soon face disaster without the Chu Group. Chenghua couldn't help but complain. Does Shi truly believe that the marriage with Chu Group is a foregone conclusion? They think they can bully us just because the young master grew up in your household? That's none other than Chu Chen's son. At the mention of Chu Chen's name, the atmosphere grew tense. They'd all lived through the era of Chu Chen. Those who dared to stand in his way were crushed beneath his heel, an unstoppable force. It was precisely because of Chu Chen's investment in Shi that they had chosen to follow suit. Si Huaifei interjected, "Enough complaining. Let us focus on finding a solution." Though the shareholders were discontent in their hearts, they understood the position and power of Shi Zongming within Shi. They could only quietly lament while hoping for a swift resolution to stabilize the stock price. In a spacious and brightly lit conference hall, the press conference for the Shi Group was underway. Journalists settled into their seats, pens and cameras at the ready to document this critical moment. Shi Qiming ascended the podium, clad in a finely tailored suit, his demeanor serious and self-assured. After nodding to the reporters, Shi Qiming began to elucidate the reasons behind the order backlog at Shi Yu Group. He elaborated on the burgeoning market demand and certain challenges within the supply chain, emphasizing that Shi Yu Group has been diligently addressing these issues and has implemented a series of measures to ameliorate the situation. Shi Yu Logistics is a trustworthy partner. Our professional team and efficient operations will robustly support our order processing. We shall endeavor together to ensure timely delivery of orders, meeting our clients' expectations, stated Shi Qiming. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Shooting Group, Chu Tiankuo switched off the projector and, with a smile, addressed his assistant secretaries, saying, "It seems that the Shi family is indeed anxious. Holding a press conference at such a time serves little purpose beyond stabilizing stock prices and does not resolve the underlying issues." Su Ziwen rose and remarked, "Chairman Chu, according to our investigation, Shi Yu Group's monthly outbound volume is merely 17 million tons, while they have received orders totaling 17.9 billion tons recently." Chu Tiankuo drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "What is the status of recent orders for Xiaoshi's ocean logistics?" Su Ziwen was taken aback, as Xiaoshi was not under his purview. A lady seated beside Su Ziwen adjusted her glasses and stood up, saying, "Chairman Chu, I am Lu Yan, the Deputy General Manager of the Marketing Department." Chu Tiankuo gestured for Lu Yan to continue. "Our investigation reveals that Xiaoshi's logistics are currently fully booked and cannot spare any capacity to assist Shi Yu Group. Additionally, due to the surge in foreign trade orders in recent years, both the Hu family in Shanghai and the Bao family in Hong Kong have been unable to allocate any capacity to aid Shi Yu Group in the past 3 months. Chu Tiankuo nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Currently, only 4 major logistics companies could assist Shi Yu in fulfilling its orders, while other ocean logistics firms lack the necessary capacity. The first strike is against ocean logistics, and the second will target the Shi family's real estate, he mused. Chen Xiaolan gazed coldly at the self-satisfied Chu Tiankuo, a hint of derision curling her lips as she scornfully remarked, "Chairman Chu, you are truly heartless to treat a former lover with such cruelty." Chu Tiankuo's expression shifted slightly, but soon regained composure, looking at Chen Xiaolan with a faint smile that held an ambiguous glimmer in his eyes. He subtly reached under the table to grasp Chen Xiaolan's hand, lowering his voice, "I am wholeheartedly devoted to my beloved, without reservation. Just look at the rapid development of the Shi Group in recent years. The Chu family has contributed significantly." Upon hearing this, a flush crept across Chen Xiaolan's cheeks as she forcefully withdrew her hand and softly chastised, "Scoundrel." Observing her blushing face, Chu Tiankuo straightened, stating earnestly, "I have pondered for quite some time, and I have no inkling about the funding sources of the Xia family and the Shi family." Chapter 16, Grandfather. The conference room was filled with a tense atmosphere as Chu Tiankuo and Chen Xiaolan were playfully bickering when suddenly 2 coughs pierced through the commotion like thunder. Silencing them instantly, they exchanged glances, their faces tinged with embarrassment. A hint of panic flickered in Chen Xiaolan's eyes as she seemed to realize the impropriety of her behavior. The owner of the cough stood at the entrance of the conference room, tall and imposing, with a serious demeanor, his piercing gaze fixed on the two, conveying a silent warning. Upon recognizing the figure, Chu Tiankuo exclaimed excitedly, "Grandfather." Chu Zhe entered the room with a grave expression. Now only Chu Tiankuo and Chen Xiaolan remained. The secretaries and supervisors had left while the two were engaged in their covert antics. Glancing at the flushed Qin Xiulan and the awkward Chu Tiankuo, Chu Zhe sternly remarked, "Having just parted ways with the granddaughter of Shi Meng, you have swiftly found a new target? It seems you are truly unwilling to remain lonely." Hearing this, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow, sensing that his grandfather's tone was more accusatory than comforting. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he respectfully inquired, "Grandfather, what brings you here so suddenly? Your health has been frail, and such long journeys are not conducive to your recuperation." Observing the robust and spirited elder before him, one would hardly suspect that he had been ravaged by illness. Chu Tiankuo vividly recalled that in his previous life, his grandfather fell ill shortly after his wedding, and upon learning of Shi Yu's situation, the old man had grasped his hand and expressed remorse. This memory flooded him with a sense of sorrow and guilt. Chu Shi, regarding the grandson before him with satisfaction, felt pride in having such a descendant, often lauded as the jade tree of the Chu family. Yet, he knew to mask his pleasure, instead stating, "What discord did you have with Shi Meng's granddaughter that led to the cancellation of your engagement?" When Chu Tiankuo heard his grandfather mention Shi Yu, a pang of bitterness struck him. He paused for a moment before slowly replying, "Grandfather, my engagement with Shi Yao has long been nominal. She has always harbored feelings for another, and I cannot accept such a marriage." Chu Zhe's brows knitted together at this response, clearly displeased. He scrutinized Chu Tiankuo for a moment before solemnly stating, "As a descendant of the Chu family, you cannot treat marriage lightly. Moreover, the Shi family has a profound friendship with us. Your actions could lead both families into an awkward predicament." Chu Tiankuo remained silent, assisting Chu Zhe to a chair and standing respectfully at his side. Sensing his grandson's feelings, Chu Zhe sighed deeply and inquired, "Have you truly made your decision?" Chu Tiankuo nodded firmly, replying, "Yes, grandfather. I have made my decision." After a moment of silence, Chu Zhe slowly articulated, "Very well, since you have resolved this, I shall not press further. However, remember that whatever choice you make, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities." Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Chu Tiankuo looked at him in surprise. Realizing the genuine concern in his grandfather's gaze, Chu Zhe cleared his throat gently and advised, "Your prolonged absence from business has led to a rather crude approach in dealing with the Shi family. Though Xia Huai's character may be soft, his backers are formidable." Chu Tiankuo's surprise deepened at his grandfather's words. Previously, Qin Xiulan had warned him about the influential figures behind the Shi family and Xia family, and he had been unaware that his grandfather might enlighten him on this matter. Noticing the look of astonishment on his grandson's face, Chu Zhe frowned, aware that as the helm of the Chu family, displaying emotions was a grave error. He admonished, "If you only wish to hear such words, I will not reveal to you what you are about to face. I fear that you may suffer greatly as a result." Afterward, he turned to Qin Xiulan, who resembled a quail, playfully teasing, "I assentee this the granddaughter of Chun Jiangling. Would you not agree with what your Chu grandfather has said?" Before Qin Xiulan could respond, the conference room door swung open, and a portly man burst in, shouting at Chu Tiankuo, "Cousin, I heard you called off your engagement with that woman. Let me tell you, she is not a good person. I have been informed that she has been flirting with other men in Shanghai." Upon concluding his words and observing the serene expression of Chu Tiankuo, Hu Tingshan felt discontented with his cousin's reaction and, with genuine concern, inquired, "Cousin, what troubles you?" Chu Tiankuo glanced at his impetuous cousin and gestured towards a nearby chair. Hu Tingshan squinted, noticing an elderly figure seated beside him. Without further contemplation, he approached and pointed at Chu Zhe, exclaiming, "Is that you, grandfather?" With a dramatic flair, Hu Tingshan's knees buckled, and he knelt before Chu Zhe. Chu Zhe, regarding the rotund figure before him with mild disapproval, remarked, "Is this how Ko Haoqi and Hu Mingwei have instructed you?" Hu Tingshan, wearing a broad smile, clung to Chu Zhe's arm, playfully saying, "Grandfather, upon receiving the news from Shanghai, I rushed to Island City, and upon confronting Shi Yu, I gave him a piece of my mind. I heard that cousin was in Linhai, and I couldn't contain my urgency." At that moment, Hu Tingshan's twin brother, Hu Tingyu, entered, observing his brother on the floor, and calmly addressed, "Grandfather." Looking at the two plump figures, Chu Zhe patted his bald head and admonished, "Speak your business directly. There's no need for all this pretense. You two are clever enough. This old man won't be deceived." Hu Tingyu helped his brother to his feet and turned to Chu Tiankuo, stating, "Cousin, we have received word that Xia Rongjie seems quite interested in ocean shipping. We intend to make a move at customs." With a confident demeanor, the two hefty grandsons appeared self-assured, prompting Chu Zhe to caution, "Years ago, Xia Huaichu was notorious as the smuggling king. If it weren't for your uncle consolidating the ocean transport industry in Island City, we might now be facing a fifth giant in domestic logistics." Realizing he had spoken too much, Chu Zhe stood to stretch and signaled to Qin Xiulan to accompany him outside, granting the three brothers some privacy. Chapter 17. an opponent without weaknesses. Zhao's building. Xiao Tian's perused the documents in his hands and asked his secretary, "Are you saying that the Chu family's bid has decreased by another billion?" The secretary affirmed, "Indeed. President Xiao, originally invited, both the Chun and Ko families have withdrawn from the competition." Upon hearing this news, Xiao Tian's inhaled deeply. He waved his hand, signaling the secretary to leave, and reclined in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. The Ko family and the Chu family are related by marriage. And as the secretary pondered this, Xiao Tian's recalled the sight of Chu Tiankuo emerging from Chun Xiulan's quarters that morning. His hands tightened slightly as he calculated the implications. For the project in Binhai area, a loss of 1 billion could be manageable. This was merely a preliminary exploration, far from the time for attracting investment. Reflecting on the Ko family's extensive construction team and the Chu family's substantial financial resources, Xiao Tian's felt a twinge of discomfort. In recent years, the Chu family had merged with the Wang family to form the shooting group, with Wang Shuhan establishing a formidable presence. Seated in his spacious office, Xiao Tian's focused intently on the documents before him. Suddenly, a gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. He lifted his head, irritation evident in his voice. "Come in." The secretary gently opened the door and entered the office, respectfully informing Xiao Tian's, "President, a guest has arrived." Xiao Tian's nodded, indicating for the secretary to usher the visitor in. Moments later, a figure entered the office. Xiao Tian's set the documents aside and looked up to see none other than Xia Rongjie. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Xia Rongjie approached Xiao Tian's with steady steps, a charming smile gracing his face. Xiao Tian's rose from his seat, took a couple of steps forward, and extended his hand, warmly greeting Mr. Xia. "It's been a while." "Welcome," Xia Rongjie responded. "President Xiao, it's a pleasure to see you again." After exchanging pleasantries in the office and observing the secretary closing the door, Xiao Tian's regarded Xia Rongjie with disdain, asking, "Young Master Xia, I have made my refusal quite clear. What further insights do you wish to share?" Xia Rongjie smiled deviously, producing a pre-prepared document from his briefcase and handing it to Xiao Tian's. Upon examining the contents, Xiao Tian's furrowed his brow. The quoted figures were indeed tantalizing, albeit the ceiling appeared unimpressive. Gently closing the document and pushing it back towards Xia Rongjie, he stated, "Young Master Xia, while everyone is aware of the Xia family's dealings, we must decline." Xia Rongjie's confident demeanor faltered, and he forced a smile. "President Xiao, will you not reconsider? This is a multi-billion order." Xiao Tian's retorted without mercy, "Young Master Xia, instead of visiting various companies, you would be better off returning to your superiors to plead your case." At this, Xia Rongjie's expression darkened, his voice stiffening as he said, "I recall that Zhao's logistics primarily operates in Europe." Xiao Tian's, observing Xia Rongjie's facade, chuckled. "Zhao's boasts the largest luxury goods company in the world. While we may lose Europe, Europe cannot afford to lose us. Young Master Xia, please take your leave." With that, he gestured towards the door, clearly indicating the end of the conversation. Xia Rongjie rose dejectedly, but not before delivering a parting shot. "There are other ocean logistics companies in the country. Young Master Xia, not only the Chu family, but also the Su family will not take on your orders. As for the remaining parties, your superiors would fare no better," Xiao Tian's replied, causing Xia Rongjie to retreat in haste. The front desk clerk observed Xia Rongjie's departing figure and whispered to her colleague, "He resembles a beaten dog." "Just a stray," Xiao Tian's voice interjected from nearby, prompting both clerks to glance up as he appeared on the first floor. Meanwhile, at the shooting group, in the conference room, Chu Tiankuo examined the data brought by Hu Tingyu, his expression one of bewilderment as he questioned, how did Shi Yu Holdings acquire control over so many biotechnology companies? Hu Tingyu, grinning, produced a document for Chu Tiankuo, who, upon inspection, noted it was indeed another biotechnology firm. "Cousin, we initially thought the Xia family in Island City was merely a branch of the Jiangsu Xia family. Little did we know they continued this strategy abroad," Hu Tingshan remarked, casting a dismissive glance at his brother's findings. Hu Tingyu replied cheerfully, "The Jiangsu Xia family owns several ocean logistics companies, collectively rivaling any of the 4 major logistics firms. However, we noticed that Xia Rongjie has recently been courting ocean logistics, indicating they're no longer in contact." As Chu Tiankuo scrutinized the numerous biotechnology companies under the Shi Yu Holdings umbrella and examined their locations, he murmured, "Each of these companies is operating at a loss in research and development. Why doesn't Shi Yu Holdings cut its losses?" Upon further reflection, he recalled that the Xia family headquarters had never returned to the domestic market. And with so many biotechnology firms under their control, none of which had domestic pharmaceutical agents, this presented an intriguing predicament. Xia Huaichu initially operated large aircraft, and in the 1990s, he was overthrown by my father's junior, who would not leave anyone without a way out. Otherwise, Island City would have been divided between the Mu and Chu families. As he pieced together the threads in his mind, Chu Tiankuo's eyes brightened. Noticing that Shi Yu group cargo ship was scheduled to dock that evening with cargo explicitly labeled as belonging to the Xia family, he hurried to the secretary's office and instructed the duty officer, Lu Jilan, Sister Lu, please inform Uncle Wang Shuwen to ensure that all cargo ships arriving today from Shi Yu group are accounted for. Though Lu Jilan was somewhat puzzled, she complied and dialed Wang Shuwen's number. On the other end, Wang Shuwen's voice was muffled, as though he were in the company of others. Chu Tiankuo observed the hesitant LV Jilan and gestured for her to hand over the phone. He spoke Uncle Chaoli. Earlier, Sister Lan felt too embarrassed to mention that our Chuli Logistics has connections at the Haicheng Customs. We should ask them to meticulously examine the cargo arriving today from Shenyun Group. What? Wang Shuwen, surprised by Chu Tiankuo's arrangement, quickly replied, I'll go notify them right away. After hanging up, Chu Tiankuo, somewhat puzzled, held the receiver. He had heard that Wang Shuwen was at a gathering with at least 34 people around him. As he passed the receiver to LV Jilan, the phone rang again. She answered curiously and then stood to stop Chu Tiankuo, who was about to return to his office. Mr. Chu, the front desk says there is a visitor. Did they provide a name? Chu Tiankuo inquired. They said he is called Xia Tiankuo. Please let him up. Chu Tiankuo chuckled self-deprecatingly, gazing at the sun, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Have you noticed? He truly is an adversary without shortcomings. Chapter 18. The thunder resounded. Xia Tiankuo surveyed the bustling individuals on the 21st floor, exclaiming, damn it, which family has an assistant with 50 people to help him manage his work? Isn't that just nurturing a giant baby? Wu Hanfei, leading the way, nearly stumbled, instinctively leaning backward, but quickly regained his composure. Thinking to himself, these second-generation heirs are definitely peculiar. Their exterior is glamorous, yet they're all topsy-turvy inside. Both Chu Tiankuo and Xia Tiankuo appear to be so. Wu Hanfei mused, entertained by the notion that these two might indeed become good friends. Standing at the office door, Chu Tiankuo gazed toward the elevator, his heart filled with confusion and vigilance. Recalling his earlier encounter with Xia Tiankuo, he couldn't help but sigh. That man exuded an aura of pressure. Chun Xiaolan spoke highly of Xia Tiankuo and this unexpected visit. Had he uncovered something? Chu Tiankuo pondered the myriad possibilities. Did Xia Tiankuo have new plans and strategies? Had he identified Chu Tiankuo's oversights and weaknesses? Or did he harbor other motives? His thoughts raced, seeking answers from past experiences, yet the more he contemplated, the heavier his doubts became. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Chu Tiankuo resolved to remain calm and vigilant, regardless of Xia Tiankuo's intentions. He chose to respond to the unpredictable with steadfastness, ready to face any potential challenges or changes. As the elevator doors opened, Chu Tiankuo noticed Wu Hanfei's suddenly peculiar expression, leaving him baffled. Nevertheless, he hurried to grasp Xia Tiankuo's hand, saying, Mr. Xiao, it's been a while. Xia Tiankuo, wearing a cheerful smile, replied, Mr. Chu, our previous parting has lingered in my thoughts. Chu Tiankuo, however, did not engage in small talk and gestured toward the office, please. Upon entering Chu Tiankuo's office, Wu Hanfei intended to follow, but was met with a closed door. Gazing at the locked entrance, he couldn't help but rub his nose, heading toward the secretary's area. He had just confirmed his relationship with Li Meng and was eager to spend some quality time with her. Inside the office, Xia Tiankuo reclined comfortably on the sofa, while Chu Tiankuo, observing his nonchalant demeanor, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Hey you, this is my office. Xia Tiankuo, in an easygoing manner, replied. The host, don't even offer hospitality. I've been busy all morning and finally found a moment to rest. Chu Tiankuo, sitting across from him, scrutinized his counterpart, realizing that this man was as handsome as himself, fitting the description of a debonair rogue. He cut straight to the chase, asking, You came to see me within half a day. Do you have something to report? Xia Tiankuo nodded, acknowledging their shared demeanor, and stated, Xia Rongjie approached me earlier, but I turned him down. Oh, Chu Tiankuo retorted, slightly disdainful. Is Mr. Xiao here to assert dominance? Noting Chu Tiankuo's striking pose, Xia Tiankuo teased, they say Mr. Chu is a pampered nobleman, but to me, you appear to be a thick-skinned, cunning politician. In response, Chu Tiankuo shifted the topic. As for the Binhainu district, the Chu family, shall grant you this one concession. Xia Tiankuo chuckled nonchalantly. Even if Mr. Chu does not concede, the Binhainu district would still fall within our grasp, particularly the Xia family's goods. Chu Tiankuo, dismissive, replied, regarding the Xia family's goods, I doubt that, even without my insistence, Mr. Xiao would allow their entry. Xia Tiankuo nodded sagely and began to wander around Chu Tiankuo's office, observing the money tree with a mischievous glint in his eye, commenting, I must say, Mr. Chu, your horticultural skills are commendable. Unexpectedly, Chu Tiankuo regarded him with suspicion, as if to say, you're not planning to water my plants with boiling water, are you? With a shrug, Xiao Tian's responded, does Mr. Chu truly see me as that kind of person? To his surprise, Chu Tiankuo nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, you resemble such a character quite closely. I knew at the moment you walked in. You are indeed a debonair rogue. Xiao Tian's, undeterred, shot back, likewise, Mr. Chu, no matter how you conceal it, that whiff of scoundrel cannot be hidden. Chu Tiankuo glanced at the sky, amusedly suggesting, since the arrangement for the Benhainu district is set, how about granting me a plot of land? The brazen and cunningly charming Xiao Tian's eyes glinted with a ruthless light as he gripped a wooden stick tightly, as if to unleash all his pent-up fury upon the money tree. His movements were swift and decisive. Each swing of the stick sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. He raised the stick high and, in a flash, struck down upon the trunk of the money tree, producing a resounding thud. The leaves of the tree fluttered as though mourning its suffering. Yet, the handsome man did not cease his assault. He kicked the flower pot with force, sending it teetering precariously. The soil scattered, and the money tree trembled beneath his feet, seemingly bereft of life. Ha ha! How could the likes of Chu Tiankuo ever stand as my rival? Enveloped in his delusions, Xiao Tian's laughed maniacally, completely oblivious to the stunned onlookers beside him. Ultimately, it was Chu Tiankuo who could no longer tolerate the spectacle. He cleared his throat twice, interrupting Xiao Tian's reverie. As if awakening from a dream, Xiao Tian's turned to face the people in the office, coughed to alleviate the awkwardness, quickly adjusted his attire, and asked seriously, Mr. Chu, wouldn't you invite me to lunch on such a fine afternoon? Chu Tiankuo, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, with so many people here, that was precisely my intention, to take you out for a meal. At the Haichang Customs, the deputy general of Shenyang Group stared at the ships lining up for inspection, growing increasingly weak as one bad piece of news after another arrived. He ultimately collapsed to the ground. Although he was unaware of the source of the information stating that all ships from Shenyang Group arriving today would be subjected to customs inspection, he did not anticipate the magnitude of the consequences. An accompanying employee rushed over, saying, Chi General, most of the ships entering port today for our group have declared grain. Yet after inspection, they predominantly contained contraband drugs, along with a significant amount of gold and foreign currency. Chi Mingyuan, trembling, pointed at the vessels coming into port. Whose orders are these? The junior staff member checked the documents, quivering as he replied, General Chi, these orders were all placed under the name of the young lady. Having jumped the queue to return. Upon hearing this, Chi Mingyuan promptly exclaimed, quickly informed the president to engage in discussions with customs. Chapter 19. The Shi Yu Group in the Shi building. Shi Zongming stared blankly at his phone, lost in thought, when Chi Mingyuan rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety. President Shi, he implored, what was your purpose in summoning me to customs today? All the vessels that arrived at the port have been seized by customs. Shi Zongming's countenance shifted dramatically, astonishment etched across his features. What? How could this occur? Is there an issue with the cargo being transported? He had received news earlier that the Chu family intended to take action against them. However, he believed that despite Shi Yu Group's financial report discrepancies, the cargo itself was undoubtedly legitimate. Furrowing his brow, Chi Mingyuan replied, President Shi, the situation is dire. The ships that arrived today are laden with goods belonging to the young lady, yet they are mixed with a substantial amount of contraband. A wave of despair washed over Shi Zongming. The Shi Yu Group was already precariously balancing following the termination of their collaboration with the Chu family. If this incident were to be publicly disclosed, it would spell utter catastrophe for the company. Chi Mingyuan helplessly raised his hands, indicating his inability to rectify matters. President Shi, I truly cannot manage the situation with customs. It is imperative that you personally intervene to negotiate. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Shi Zongming decisively responded, very well. I shall immediately commence arrangements for the relevant matters. Furthermore, you must exhaust every means to contain this information. It must not spread. As long as the external world remains unaware of this incident, we still have a chance to rise again. Chi Mingyuan nodded in understanding, vowing to maintain robust communication with customs. He then suggested, President Shi, perhaps you should inquire with the young lady to ascertain whether there was a misstep on her part, as these goods originated from her. Shi Zongming furrowed his brow, resting his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. His gaze drifted, as if pondering something of great significance. After a moment, he slowly remarked, I will inquire shortly. You go and handle the customs matters. With that, he fell into silence, remaining seated. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chi Mingyuan refrained from further discussion, nodding before departing with his assistant team towards Haiguan. In the office, Shi Zongming sighed heavily. What a cunning maneuver to undermine us. He then picked up his phone to call the old residence. Upon hearing Su Bo's voice on the line, Shi Zongming cheerfully requested, "Uncle Su, could you please pass the phone to the young lady?" "Hello, father. What is the matter? Have you received news from Chu?" Came the voice of Shi Yu from the other end. Suppressing his rising frustration, Shi Zongming inquired, "Little fish, who did you assist in checking the cargo of the vessels returning to Shi Yu Group recently?" After a moment of thought, Shi Yu replied, "I recently encountered Xia Rongjie in Shanghai. He asked for my help, so I arranged for him a dozen ships." Remembering how the Shi family's resources were slipping from his grasp, Shi Zongming's anger erupted. "Shi Yu, what on earth were you thinking? For the sake of Xia Rongjie, you severed the collaboration between the Chu family and us, and now the ships of Shi Yu Group have been detained. Do you realize the magnitude of the loss this incurs for the company?" Hearing her father's increasingly frantic tone and recalling the recent silence from Chu Tiankuo, Shi Yu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. "Father, I didn't know. Xia Rongjie mentioned it was related to the Xia family's plantation in Africa, and I was just helping out. Moreover, it was my mother who arranged for me to meet him, which made Chu angry with me." Interrupting her, Shi Zongming, now visibly upset, retorted, "Daughter, stop thinking about Chu. The Chu family has been relentlessly targeting us lately. They aim to drive our family to ruin." Shi Yu's voice trembled with emotion. "Father, I truly had no knowledge that Xia Rongjie's cargo was problematic. It was all arranged by my mother." Understanding his daughter's honesty, Shi Zongming recalled his wife and felt overwhelmed. "Little fish, please rest at home." With a heavy heart, he set down his phone just as his secretary knocked and stammered. "President Shi, customs officials are here." The customs officers stood at the door, their expressions grave and uncertain, presenting a united front. Shi Zongming, perplexed, scrutinized them, speculating on their purpose. The team leader approached, politely nodding to Shi Zongming before they shook hands. Taking a deep breath, Shi Zongming welcomed him warmly. "Captain Shi, what brings you here?" Captain Shi remained impassive, stating coolly, "We kindly request that President Shi accompany us." In the conference room of the Customs General Administration, Captain Shi took a seat at a long table while Shi Zongming faced him. Clearing his throat, Captain Shi initiated the conversation. "I believe President Shi understands our intentions." Shi Zongming nodded, hesitantly responding, "Is it concerning the seized goods?" Captain Shi affirmed with a nod, fixing his gaze on Shi Zongming to exert pressure. "President Shi, do you know what we discovered aboard the vessels belonging to Shi Yu Group?" Shi Zongming hesitated briefly before falling into silence. Observing his reticence, Captain Shi leaned forward, fixing him with a penetrating stare. "President Shi, it would be prudent for you to come clean. These goods were declared by Shi Yu Group. If clarified, there may still be a path forward for the company." Unmoved by the suggestion, Shi Zongming remained silent, fully aware that his knowledge was scant. Speaking too much could jeopardize his position. The atmosphere in the conference room thickened with tension. Captain Shi, seeing Shi Zongming's demeanor, shook his head and exited the conference room. At the door, he turned to Shi Zongming and advised, "President Shi, I sincerely hope you will reconsider your stance. If you continue to resist, it will not bode well for either of us." With that, he closed the door behind him, turning to find the director waiting. Seeing the director present, Captain Shi quickly reported, "Sir, he hasn't said a word." The director chuckled. "It's rather unusual for him to speak at all. Do you know who provided us with the information for this customs inspection?" Captain Shi, taken aback, replied, "The 4 major logistics groups in the country notified us almost simultaneously. They are well aware of what is being transported on Shi Yu Group's vessels." Captain Shi gasped. "What?" "That amounts to thousands of tons of contraband, several tons of gold, and substantial amounts of cash. If they know, how can Shi Yu Group still dare to operate?" The director, appearing somewhat defeated, remarked, "Has Shi Yu Group not faced enough turmoil recently? First, there were discrepancies in their financial reports, followed by millions of tons of cargo piling up at the port, and now they are implicated in smuggling such a volume of contraband. Xiao Shi, we have received orders from above to seize Shi Yu Group. You will lead the operation. Let your subordinates take the credit." With that, the director turned and left. Chapter 20. Shi Meng's call in Island City. A sudden announcement sent shockwaves through the business community. The second-ranking logistics group in the country, Shi Yu Group, had been seized by customs, along with 1 million tons of cargo, in a mere half hour before the market closed. Shi Yu Group's market value evaporated by over 4 billion. At the Shi family villa, Shi Meng set down his phone, fixing a stern gaze on Xia Zhang, and admonished, "Explain to me what exactly was being transported on that vessel." Xia Zhang's complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes brimming with despair and regret. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she yearned to utter something, yet found herself powerless to speak. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and dripping onto the documents clutched in her hands. Her fingers were tightly clenched, nails digging deep into her palms. as though this physical pain could alleviate the torment within. Xia Zhang's body trembled subtly, resembling someone on the verge of collapse. Her heart was a tumult of remorse and self-reproach, a silent struggle to articulate her feelings. Observing her distress, Shi Meng refrained from berating her, but instructed the butler beside him to take the documents from her grasp, his anger flaring instantly. You, what foolishness is this? Why did Xia Huaichu flee from Dao City in disgrace? It was because your father discovered something of great consequence, and he conspired with others to expel him from the country. How dare you accept an order from his family? After uttering these words, Shi Meng's face contorted, his expression hardening, his eyes momentarily losing focus, and the wrinkles on his forehead deepening. His lips trembled, as if he wished to speak, yet no sound emerged. Then, his body began to sway slightly, as though he too might topple at any moment. With the passage of time, his pallor intensified, and his breath quickened. Xia Zhang, witnessing her father's condition, rushed forward in alarm, imploring, "Dad, please don't frighten me." The medical team, which had been standing by, swiftly initiated emergency measures for Shi Meng. Only when the ventilator began to function did his condition stabilize. As he removed the ventilator, exhaling several deep, labored breaths, the vitality that once characterized him seemed to age him in an instant. Back then, your father, Chu Tiankuo, and I entrusted our lives to each other on the battlefield. Who would have thought that Xia Dingbei would fail in raising his children? Shi Meng pointed at Xia Zhang, exasperated. How could you be so naive, gambling the future of the Shi family for a mere pittance? At this juncture, Shi Meng felt a wave of despondency wash over him. While Xia Dingbei may have faltered in raising his daughter, he too had erred in raising his son, for his excessive affection for the younger child led him to entrust the Shi family to him. Little did he know that within just a few years, Shi Yu Group had concealed financial discrepancies, slashing the research and development budget of the Shi family. Did they not comprehend that the very foundation of the Shi family lay in heavy industry and advanced technology? Xia Zhang, observing the elderly man before her, recognized the profound impact this incident had on him. Yet she still ventured to suggest, "Dad, perhaps I should call my father and see if he has any solutions." Upon hearing this, Shi Meng nodded, for he too felt utterly lost regarding these matters. The recent dissolution of the engagement between Chu Tiankuo and Shi Yu had already shattered this elderly man's heart, and now an even greater calamity had beset him, leaving him utterly exhausted. Xia Zhang, witnessing her father's acquiescence, promptly dialed Xia Dingbei's number. As she listened to the authoritative voice on the other end, tears streamed down her face. "Hello, Dad, it's Xia Zhang." Hearing his daughter weep, Xia Dingbei quickly inquired, "Zheng, why are you crying? Did that little brat, Shi Zoming, wrong you?" "Dad, I caused Shi Yu Group to be seized by the Customs General Administration." Upon hearing Xia Zhang's words, Xia Dingbei fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is Shi Meng with you? Have him take the phone." Xia Zhang hurriedly handed the phone to Shi Meng, saying, "Dad, my father wants to speak with you." Shi Meng took the phone and said, "Dingbei, Xia Zhang has caused a grave disaster this time. What exactly has Zheng done? I heard that Chu Zhe's grandson called off the engagement with Xia Yu recently. Was this also Zheng's doing?" Shi Meng replied, somewhat indignant, "Dingbei, you failed in raising your daughter, for Xia Zheng, driven by trivial interests, allowed Xia Yu to be with Xia Huaichu's grandson, and even permitted Shi Yu Group to transport goods for the Xia family." The moment he finished speaking, there was silence on the other end, followed by Xia Dingbei's furious voice. "What? You mean Xia Yu was absent on the night of the engagement because she was with Xia Huaichu's grandson? Moreover, Shi Yu Group helped transport a batch of goods for the Xia family? How dare she?" Hearing the frantic tone of Xia Dingbei, Shi Meng lamented. "Over 1,000 tons of contraband drugs and materials. No one can assist us now." After regaining his composure, Xia Dingbei continued, "Old Shi, tell me, how many times has Shi Yu Group transported goods for the Xia family?" Shi Meng quickly glanced at Xia Zhang, who truthfully replied, "This is the first time, Dad. I assure you this is the first shipment." Upon hearing this, Xia Dingbei took a moment to compose himself before stating, "Old Shi, you contact that Chu family's brat, while I will reach out to the two old ghosts, Xiao and Su. We must ensure they let the Shi family off this time. As for Shi Yu Group, you can hand it over to the Chu family." After concluding the call, Xia Zhang was left wanting to ask why Shi Yu Group needed to be handed over to the Chu family, but Shi Meng seemed to anticipate her thoughts. Looking at the anxious Xia Zhang, he asked somberly, "Are you wondering why we must relinquish Shi Yu Group to the Chu family? To be frank, if we do not hand over Shi Yu Group, what leverage do we possess to rescue the Shi family?" With that, Shi Meng dialed Chu Tiankuo. At Yan's private kitchen, Chu Tiankuo was hosting Xiao Tian's, and upon seeing the familiar number on his phone, his expression became somewhat complex as he answered, "Hello, Mr. Shi. Xiao Li. Can I still call you that?" Shi Meng's voice resonated from the other end. Hearing the elderly man's tentative tone, Chu Tiankuo resignedly replied, Mr. Shi, please speak plainly. Shaoli, I discussed with your grandfather about handing over Shi Yu Group to the Chu family. Do you think your side could spare your uncle this time? Chu Tiankuo was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the old gentleman's decisiveness. It had not been long since the Shi family had encountered misfortune, and now it was coming to his doorstep. Mr. Shi, let us not beat around the bush. We all know what the Xia family's goods entail. This time, out of respect for you, I will let the Shi family off the hook, but as for Shi Yu Group, we will not be needing it. Shaoli, I will ensure that all shares of Shi Yu Group are reclaimed and handed over to your Chu family. This matter is settled. Without waiting for Chu Tiankuo's response, Shi Meng hung up the phone. At the dining table, as Chu Tiankuo sat in stunned silence, Xiao Tian's mocked. Could it be an old flames call that has you so contemplative? It was the old master of the Shi family. This time, we have prevailed, Xiao. Let us spare the Shi family. They no longer have the capacity to contend with you for the Bohai New Area project. Chapter 21, The Young Presidents. At Yan's private kitchen, Xiao Tian vehemently ridiculed Chu Tiankuo, feeling that despite his immense efforts, the ultimate beneficiaries were the Chu family. However, Chu Tiankuo merely smiled faintly and replied, even without your interference, the Shi family would still be unable to escape from my grasp. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his phone suddenly rang. With a hint of confusion, he answered, Hello? A voice with a strong Hong Kong accent responded. Ollie, it's Bao Haochen. Long time no see. The moment Chu Tiankuo recognized that familiar voice, his expression shifted to one of profound sorrow. He and Bao Haochen had been childhood friends, having spent many years together in their youth. It was during this time that the Chu and Bao families had allied to force Xia Chu's influence to retreat, with their boats reporting to the Coast Guard whenever they spotted the Xia family's vessels. Thus, the heirs of both families had lived together for quite some time. Bao Ge, ever since you went abroad for your studies, we haven't seen each other. Why have you suddenly found the time to call me today? Chu Tiankuo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Hey, little brother, I'm just calling to share some news. I want to let you know that I am now the executive president of the Bao Group. Bao Haochen's voice echoed with excitement and pride. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, and he helplessly remarked, Bao Ge, you didn't happen to make a good friend from the Northeast while studying abroad, did you? Bao Haochen, taken aback, expressed his confusion. Oh, how did you know? With a slight smile, Chu Tiankuo replied, Haha, it's simply because you used to speak with a hint of a Hong Kong accent, and now you're brimming with that thick Northeast dialect. Brother, your transformation is rather striking. Bao Haochen chuckled lightly before continuing. Well, I just wanted to keep you in the loop. Jiangnan Xia family has already reached out, so I can't help you take revenge this time. Amused, Chu Tiankuo responded. Bao Ge sure also called me. I'll let him off the hook this time. When you come to Linhai, I'll host a banquet in your honor. All right then. Little brother, let us seize the opportunity to gather again in the future. Bao Haochen nodded in agreement. As the call ended with a familiar busy tone, Chu Tiankuo sighed in relief. However, before he could fully relax, Hu Tingshan's phone rang promptly beside him. Glancing at the screen, Hu Tingshan quickly answered, Su Ge. It's been a long time. What brings you to me today? Oh, you're looking for my cousin. Just as he finished speaking, he handed the phone to Chu Tiankuo and announced, Go, Su Huanshan is looking for you. With a puzzled expression, Chu Tiankuo took the phone, his mind racing. Isn't Su Huanshan the heir of the Su Group? Why would he suddenly reach out to me? Hello, this is Chu Tiankuo, he responded, a hint of hesitation in his tone. I am Su Huanshan. I have some news for you. Today I officially assumed the role of president of the Su Group. So I wanted to inform you personally. Su Huanshan's voice carried clearly from the other end, further deepening Chu Tiankuo's confusion. What on earth is happening today? One after another, people are being appointed as presidents, and they're all notifying me. Chu Tiankuo mused silently. After hanging up, he found Chun Xiulan looking at him in astonishment. Pulling him closer to show him her phone, which displayed a headline reading, Breaking News. Today, all 4 major ocean logistics giants in the country have simultaneously changed their leadership. The most eye-catching among them was the Chu Group, as this afternoon, the former president, Chu Tiankuo, successfully took up the mantle of president of the Chu Court Group, becoming the new leader of this industry titan. Concurrently, Hong Kong's largest shipping company welcomed a new president, with Bao Haochen, the eldest son and grandson of the Bao family, stepping up to take the reins from his father. On another front, the acting president of the Xiao Group, Xiao Tian, also formalized his position this afternoon, assuming full control over the company's operations. Meanwhile, the largest ocean shipping company in Shanghai, the Su Group, witnessed a power transition with the original president's second son, Su Zilin, stepping back to allow the more youthful and capable third-generation heir, Su Huanshan, to take charge. The question remains whether this new president can lead the Su Group to new heights. Additionally, a hot rumor surfaced. According to reliable sources, the shares of the third-largest ocean logistics enterprise in Island City, the Shi Group, were officially transferred to the Chu Group today, indicating that the Shi family would completely withdraw from the ocean logistics sector, with their future trajectory now under scrutiny. After reading the news, a smirk appeared on Chu Tiankuo's lips as he keenly regarded Xiao Tian's, gradually speaking, "Congratulations, President Xiao. You've taken over the Xiao Group with such ease." In response, Xiao Tian's eyes flashed with disdain as he coldly retorted, "Even if I am merely the acting president, I still steer the direction of the Xiao Group's development. Besides, wasn't it you, President Chu, who managed the Chu Court Group as an assistant to the president?" Chu Tiankuo gently shook his head, replying in a calm tone, "This situation is quite different. The media now craves to witness the fierce competition among the four of us, a battle of titans." Xiao Tian's burst into laughter, a hint of scorn on his face, as he remarked, "To me, this situation is merely a repeat of the encirclement of Xia Yu Holdings and Xia Transport from over a decade ago. It's a pity that those unscrupulous media outlets only know how to follow the trends and fail to delve into the intricate relationships among the four logistics giants." A sudden thought crossed Chu Tiankuo's mind, recalling the list handed to him by the Island City Customs, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. He furrowed his brow and advised Xiao Tian's, "President Xiao, you must ensure to travel with a formidable security team in the future. Otherwise, given the Xia family's history, retaliation could come swiftly." Reflecting on the Xia family's previous misdeeds, even Xiao Tian's frowned. Their underhanded tactics had led to a concerted effort by major domestic groups to suppress them. Now, with the Xia family attempting a comeback, they surely wouldn't rest until they achieved their goals. Although fear lingered in his heart, Xiao Tian's stubbornly asserted, "The Xia family is nothing but a rat in the gutter. Just look at Xia Huaichu. Does he dare return to the country? If not, let us contact higher-ups to eliminate his protection." As dusk approached, the private room of the Yin family restaurant was filled with merriment. Chu Tiankuo and Xiao Tian's engaged in a spirited drinking contest. When the atmosphere grew more intense, Xiao Tian's bluntly asked, "Old Chu, from the moment I first met you, I knew you were a dandy. I just can't fathom how you managed to trip over someone like Shi Yu." Chu Tiankuo froze for a moment, staring at his glass, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. Perhaps childhood sweethearts cannot compete with fate. Xiao Tian's glanced at Chun Xiulan, seated beside Chu Tiankuo, and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you must treat Xiaolan well in the future." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo paused, then with a victorious expression replied, "I appreciate President Zhao's good wishes." Just then, a sharp pain shot through his side, and he noticed a delicate hand firmly pressed against his shirt. Just as he attempted to break free, the door to the private room swung open. A young man strode in, exuding an aura as cold as ice, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Tall and clad in a meticulously tailored suit, he radiated a domineering presence. His features were chiseled like a sculpture, with deep-set eyes reflecting indifference and disdain. His lips were pressed tightly together, and his slightly raised chin bore a smirk of derision. His hair was meticulously arranged, each strand seemingly narrating his meticulousness and arrogance. He swept into the room like a gust of wind, bypassing all pleasantries as he lunged towards Chu Tiankuo, seizing his collar with hostility. After casting a scornful glance at Chen Xiulan, he spat, "Chu Tiankuo, are you so audacious as to defy your engagement to my sister because of this woman?" Caught off guard by the sudden confrontation, Chu Tiankuo initially froze, but upon recognizing the intruder, he angrily shouted, "Xia Linsong." In that moment, Chu Tiankuo's gaze locked on the man before him, Shi Yu's elder cousin, Xia Linsong. More importantly, Xia Linsong was the first among their generation to successfully take over the family business. Reflecting on the lucrative ventures monopolized by the Shi Group in my previous life, many of these were merely opportunities that the illustrious young Master Xia deemed beneath his notice. At that moment, the previously silent Xiao Tian's finally rose to his feet. With a swift motion, he pried open Xia Linchong's hand, which was tightly gripping Chu Tiankuo's collar, and with an air of dignified composure, articulated his response word by word. "Mr. Xia, I implore you to be mindful of your conduct. We are in Linhai, not Jiangnan." Xia Linchong's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze playfully sweeping over Xiao Tian's, before he delicately wiped his palm, which had been touched by Xiao, and with a smirk, remarked, "Ah, it is Mr. Xiao. I wonder why Mr. Su and Mr. Bao are absent." At this juncture, Chu Tiankuo, having regained his composure, fixed his piercing gaze upon Xia Linchong. His expression darkened with intensity. He inhaled deeply and inquired in a low, resonant tone, "Mr. Xia, do you truly disregard the bond we once shared?" Xia Linchong slightly tilted his head, leaning closer to Chu Tiankuo's ear, and in a hushed tone, replied, "Were it not for my sister, I would scarcely deign to cast even a glance in your direction." He then straightened his posture, his eyes unwavering and sharp as he declared solemnly, I have traveled all the way from Jiangnan today solely to witness firsthand how you have systematically driven the Shi Group to the brink of ruin over the years. Yet, it appears that all you rely upon is power, with your endeavors dictated by mere luck, riddled with opportunistic schemes. It will not be long before I assume control of the Xia enterprise, at which point I shall eagerly learn from your esteemed tactics. Until then, I shall patiently observe. With that, Xiao Linchong turned and departed. Observing his retreating figure, Chen Xiaolan voiced her confusion. If he merely came to issue threats, it hardly aligns with Xiao Linchong's character. Chu Tiankuo, straightening his attire, replied, "It is likely that the Xia breeding base has successfully revived some ancient formulations. Otherwise, he would not confront us without absolute certainty." Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the assembly, for not only was the Xia family a millennium-old medicinal dynasty, but they also held the distinction of being one of the world's most renowned pharmaceutical companies, with deep-rooted connections. Noticing the silence among them, Chu Tiankuo interjected, "As long as Grandpa Xia does not consent, Xiao Linchong cannot interfere with the Xia Pharmaceutical Company. At most, he will only take action in logistics." Yet Xiao Tiankuo regarded Chu Tiankuo with suspicion. Something felt amiss. Previously, he had been on high alert when Xiao Linchong barged in, but now, after Xiao's departure, he appeared considerably more relaxed. Just as Xiao Tiankuo was about to inquire further, Xiao Linchong re-entered the private room, handing his phone to Chu Tiankuo, and stated, "You withdrew from the engagement without a word. Xia Yu has been struggling during this time. I hope you can clarify matters with her." Slowly, Chu Tiankuo extended his hand to tightly grasp the phone, listening intently to the hesitant voice on the other end. "Hello? Is this Chu?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he responded calmly, "It is I." The other party seemed to hesitate before continuing. "Chu, ever since you withdrew from the engagement, I have been reflecting deeply. I realized that at that time." However, Chu Tiankuo decisively interrupted, not allowing further explanation. There is no need for explanations. What is missed is missed. His tone was resolute and final, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet the other party wished to say more. But Chu Tiankuo was no longer willing to listen. Shaking his head gently, he spoke softly. "Shi Yu, we are no longer children. We must understand that there are no remedies for regrets in this world. Let the past remain in the past. We must look forward." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tiankuo unhesitatingly ended the call, providing no opportunity for a response. He then turned to face Xiao Linchong, who had been waiting patiently, his eyes gleaming with determination as he stated earnestly, "I comprehend your intentions. Let us settle this in the Binhai New District project." Xiao Linchong fixed a penetrating stare at Chu Tiankuo, seemingly incensed by his dismissive demeanor, yet his cultivated composure restrained him from resorting to expletives. He merely remarked coolly, "We shall see the outcome at the bidding conference." Chapter 23. The Tactics of Xia Rongjie. In Shanghai, amidst the vibrant nightlife, Xia Rongjie was sharing drinks with a middle-aged man, observing as the latter imbibed while vociferously denouncing Su Huanshan. A confident smile graced Xia Rongjie's devilish visage. He patted Su Ziling's shoulder and said, "Old Su, allow me to introduce someone." Su Ziling, with bleary eyes, brushed Xia Rongjie's hand aside, muttering, "Who is it? I only wish to drink now. Why does the old man not believe in me, preferring to bestow the presidency upon that frivolous Su Huanshan instead?" Xia Rongjie, perceptibly understanding, replied, "Mr. Su has been away from the business world for too long. He has forgotten that it is now the realm of the youth. What does that renowned playboy, Su Huanshan, know?" Upon hearing Xia Rongjie's words, Su Ziling felt as though he had found a confidant and began to confide. "Do you know how long I've been the deputy general manager? A full 7 years. Ever since my elder brother's incident, the old man has insisted I remain as deputy general manager of the Su family." As if seeking catharsis, Su Ziling downed another hefty drink before continuing, "I have finally earned the recognition of the company's veterans. Why should that Su Huanshan waltz in and reclaim the position of president without a word?" Xia Rongjie smiled subtly, remaining silent, and instead rose to open the door of the private room, ushering in a newcomer. Su Ziling's inebriation dissipated upon seeing that the visitor was none other than the illegitimate son of the Su family patriarch, Su Minghua. Su Ziling, wearing a complex expression, remarked, "Third brother, I did not expect you to be here." Su Minghua, lounging casually beside Su Ziling, lit a cigarette and said, "Second brother," upon hearing that Su Huanshan, "That little brat, has inherited the Su family. I flew back from Hong Kong. The old man truly is something. When we were young, he reserved all the good things for the elder brother. Now that the elder brother is gone, he hands the Su family over to that little brat." Su Ziling, perhaps taken aback by his younger brother's transformation after years apart, was momentarily speechless at such audacity. Su Minghua, observing his brother's reaction, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. The patriarch favored his legitimate sons, and the elder and second brothers had always enjoyed a better upbringing, eventually joining the Su family business. Were it not for the second brother's lack of capability, the patriarch would never have replaced him with the younger Su Huanshan. As for Su Minghua, he was merely a product of a liaison with a concubine from Hong Kong, receiving only a modest stipend each year, with no involvement in the family business. Reflecting on this, Su Minghua extinguished his cigarette and enticed Su Zilin. Second brother, I have recently discovered a lucrative avenue. With young Master Xia's assistance, it is steadily taking off. Though it may not rival the Su family, it is on an upward trajectory. Su Zilin, astonished, regarded Su Minghua. In his memory, his younger brother had always been an inept fool, perpetually lamenting, yet now he seemed to have established his own enterprise. He quickly inquired, "What business is it?" Recognizing his brother's eagerness, Su Minghua was aware of his thoughts. Wasn't it simply about taking over the business and sidelining him? Thus, he continued, "I have partnered with young Master Xia to establish an ocean logistics company. We have already secured a deal with Amazon in Europe, consistently shipping goods. And on our return trips, we will transport some of young Master Xia's merchandise. It is a guaranteed profit." Upon hearing about the transportation of goods for the Xia family, Su Zilin hesitated momentarily. In recent years, with the rise of e-commerce, he, being a logistics professional, was acutely aware of the substantial profits involved. He had previously contemplated entering the fray himself, but was swiftly ousted by the old patriarch before he could take any action. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zilin cautiously remarked, "The 4 major logistics companies have issued a warning. Anyone daring to transport Xia family goods will face severe consequences." Yet, Xia Rongjie responded with a cheerful demeanor. "Although the collaboration of these 4 giants is formidable, if we operate discreetly, who would know the goods belong to the Xia family? Besides, the Jiangnan Xia Biological Company has extensive raw material plantations overseas." After pondering this for a while, Su Zilin ultimately succumbed to the allure of profit and whispered fervently, "Very well, I agree. Coincidentally, some senior members of the Xia family are also aligned with my interests. We will proceed with our plans together." Just as the 3 were solidifying their alliance, the door to the private room swung open, and Su Huanshan, flanked by bodyguards, strode in. He approached Su Minghua directly, stating, "Third uncle, grandfather wishes to see you." Upon hearing that his father sought him, Su Minghua rose somewhat unsteadily, following Su Huanshan out. Feeling slighted by Su Huanshan's disregard, Xia Rongjie rose with indignation, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, you are perhaps being excessively dismissive. Although Vice President Su has stepped down from his presidential role, he remains your uncle. This behavior is rather disrespectful." Su Huanshan, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of mockery on his otherwise indifferent face as he retorted, "Ah, I had not realized there were others present. May I inquire as to your name?" "Xia Rongjie," came a reply. With a smirk, Su Huanshan quipped, "So you're the esteemed Xia Rongjie. I wonder how you feel knowing that with so much cargo being scrutinized, your esteemed elder may very well lose a few more years off his life." Recalling the shipment handled by Shi Yu Group, which had been closely tied to Chu Li Logistics, he initially intended to declare the goods under Chu Li's name. However, in a twist of fate, the overly cautious subordinate of Chu Tiankuo discovered his involvement, leading Chu Li Logistics to sever ties with Shi Yu Group. Xia Rongjie felt an overwhelming urge to berate himself, yet he maintained his composure in front of his peer, retorting, "Mr. Su, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs rather than concern yourself with others. The Su family's maritime logistics primarily operates in Europe. Are you not concerned that your ships may not dock there?" Su Huanshan sauntered over to Xia Rongjie, his handsome face adorned with a mocking smile. Leaning in, he whispered conspiratorially, "It seems you've become quite adept, Xia Rongjie, even undertaking tasks on behalf of your master. Perhaps you should test whether my family's vessels can indeed dock." With that, Su Huanshan turned and exited, completely indifferent to the clenched fists of Xia Rongjie behind him. Meanwhile, in Island City, Shi Yu had just emerged from the emergency room. Upon seeing the pale complexion of Shi Yu, Xia Zheng's body went limp. Just then, Shi Zhongming, having exited the General Administration of Customs, arrived at the hospital and was met with this distressing scene, causing him to faint from sheer exhaustion. Xia Zheng, witnessing her unconscious daughter and her husband collapsed on the floor, too, succumbed to the chaos. In an instant, pandemonium erupted outside the emergency room, with the Shi family steward, Su Bo, urgently grasping the arm of Dr. inquiring Director Su, "How is the young lady's condition?" Su Huanjie pinched the bridge of his nose, glancing at the anxious Su Bo, and reassured him, "Miss Shi is merely experiencing a bout of anxiety from excessive worry. There is no significant issue. A period of rest will suffice." Chapter 24. The unsettling condition of Shi Yu. Pain, the kind that nearly rendered her breathless. Shi Yu wished fervently to awaken from this nightmare. She could not comprehend why, Upon returning home, she was confronted with Chu's lifeless body. Nor did she grasp that Chu had previously mentioned the divorce proceedings numerous times. All she remembered was her cousin warning her about the grave issues plaguing the Xia family, that several clans in Island City were collaborating with the Xia family overseas. And her cousin had urged her to lower her guard against Xia Rongjie, planning to dismantle the Xia family in one fell swoop. After successfully uprooting the few families in Island City that had ties with the Xia family, she returned home only to find the Mu sisters tidying her apartment. The sight of the stacked liquor bottles and the multitude of printed divorce agreements made her feel as if the world were collapsing around her. Suddenly, Shi Yu jolted awake, sweat soaking her forehead, her heart gripped by an invisible force, making it difficult to breathe. She unsteadily sat up, surveying her surroundings, only to find herself in an unfamiliar environment. Struggling to rise, she was met with the concerned face of Su Bo, prompting her to question, "Su Bo, weren't you with grandfather? Why are you here? I need to get up. Chu needs me." Su Bo, with a look of deep concern, replied, "Young miss, Master Chu has returned to Lin Hai and will not be back for the time being. You must rest and recuperate." However, upon hearing that Chu Tiankuo had returned to Lin Hai, Shi Yu's struggles intensified, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. "Su Bo, please don't deceive me. Chu is clearly. Yet, Shi Yu could not bring herself to utter the finality of death, while Su Bo gazed in confusion at his young mistress, reaching for the television remote. The television was replaying the evening news, announcing the reshuffling of leadership among many major domestic corporations, with Chu Tiankuo prominently featured. Shi Yu, in disbelief, scrutinized the date on the screen. Wasn't today the day when Chuli Logistics encountered its catastrophe? A vast quantity of contraband had been discovered aboard the Chuli vessels returning to port, forcing Chuli Logistics into bankruptcy, with the Shi family taking over their fleet, usurping the Chu family's former position among the four major logistics families. Yet, why was the news reporting that a significant haul of contraband had been found aboard Shi Logistics ships, resulting in its bankruptcy and the Shi family seizing control of the fleet? Moreover, when did Chu become the heir to the Chu Ting group? Wasn't Wang Yu the successor? As Shi Yu grappled with a multitude of bewildering questions, her mother rushed over, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her, crying, "My poor daughter, how could you be so heartless as to leave me and your father behind?" Confused, Shi Yu attempted to wipe her mother's tears, struggling to understand why this noblewoman was weeping so openly in public. Slightly bewildered, she gently pushed her mother, signaling that she was all right, softly saying, "Mom, I'm fine. Please don't worry." Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Xia Zheng released her grip, though her gaze remained fixed on Shi Yu. After closely examining her daughter's slightly pale face, Xia Zheng inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure before turning to Su Bo, instructing, "Su Bo, please check on Zhong Ming's condition and inform him that our precious daughter is safe and sound. At this moment, she and I have some heartfelt words to exchange. I hope you can excuse us for a while." Xia Zheng's piercing gaze remained locked on Shi Yu's face, as if seeking to unveil the secrets hidden within that delicate visage. Shi Yu, under her mother's intense scrutiny, felt increasingly uneasy, instinctively touching her cheek and asking, "Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something strange on my face?" In response to her daughter's inquiry, Xia Zheng did not provide a direct answer, but pressed on, "Little Yu, what did Lin Song say to you earlier? Why were you already unconscious when we arrived?" Her tone carried a hint of urgency and concern. Shi Yu, hearing this, gently tapped her forehead, striving to recall the events that had transpired. Gradually, the scene of her phone conversation with Chu surfaced in her mind, the resolute tone of the other party tightening her heart. Yet, the thought of Chu being safe and sound brought a flicker of relief to Shi Yu's heart. Remembering that Chu was alive, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her voice involuntarily rose a few notches. "Mom, I just spoke with Chu." However, Xia Zheng's expression darkened, her brows knitting together, revealing a trace of bitterness in her gaze. She parted her lips slightly and muttered, "What? You have been in contact with that brat, Chu Tiankuo? His breaking off the engagement must have embarrassed you greatly." Upon hearing her mother's words, Shi Yu's smile froze instantly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Xia Zheng. Her lips quivered slightly, yearning to articulate something, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, how could it be that in this world, Chu had severed their engagement, reminiscing about the blissful moments that had begun after their marriage in her previous life? A wave of melancholy washed over Shi Yu. Then, considering her own circumstances, she began to harbor a perplexing suspicion. Could it be that Chu also at that moment? At the dining table, Chu Tiankuo was sneezing repeatedly. Xiao Tian's looked at him with distaste and mockingly remarked, "I wonder what debts of passion young Master Chu has incurred this time to warrant such a lecture from the ladies." Chu Tiankuo retorted, I am a person of integrity, unlike certain individuals. Hearing this, Xia Tiankuo, in frustration, raised his wine glass and inquired, what exactly are your plans? It is evident to any discerning eye that the real estate market is lucrative. With such a vast opportunity in the Binhai New District, why do you choose to compete for land with those small-scale real estate companies instead? Chu Tiankuo fell silent for a moment. He could not disclose to Xia Tiankuo that he was a reincarnated individual, privy to which plots of land would appreciate significantly. Instead, he raised his glass and drank it down, then said, the Binhai New District holds little significance for the development of the Chu family. It would be more prudent to undertake a few minor contracts to keep our construction teams occupied. Xia Tiankuo scrutinized Chu Tiankuo's face, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression, but Chu Tiankuo remained composed, as steady as a deep abyss. In the reception room of the Chu Ting Group, Xia Linsong sat on the black sofa, his striking features adorned with an imposing seriousness. What exactly do you want? He asked directly, cutting through any pleasantries as Chu Tiankuo entered the room. Chu Tiankuo, seated on the sofa, regarded Xia Linsong with a solemn expression. Yesterday you came to threaten me, and today you inquire about my intentions. Does young Master Xia have so much free time? Xia Linsong snorted disdainfully and retorted, what? If I hadn't shown up yesterday, would you have made a move against our Jiangnan Xia family? Chu Tiankuo pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Observing Chu Tiankuo's demeanor, Xia Linsong sighed. He understood the reasons behind Chu Tiankuo's behavior, yet he had not even been afforded the opportunity to explain himself to Shi Yu. With a hint of pleading in his expression, Xia Linsong addressed Chu Tiankuo. Shaoli, we grew up together. I hope you can consider my feelings and have a proper discussion with Xia Yu. You have known her since childhood. Uncle Chu always held her in high regard. Now, you have unilaterally annulled the engagement without even giving her a chance to understand, and I fear you may come to regret it. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Linsong's phone rang. Upon glancing at the message, he clenched his fist, the knuckles turning pale under the strain. Young master, the young lady fainted again in the ICU this morning. The accompanying photo depicted Shi Yu being wheeled into the emergency room. The digital clock on the wall indicating it was just past 8 in the morning. A self-deprecating smile crossed Chu Tiankuo's face as he recalled his past life. A poignant realization of how tragic it was. His family's decades of toil had merely become sustenance for the Shi family. Why should I regret? Chu Tiankuo opened his eyes, casting a cold gaze at Xia Linsong. Noticing Chu Tiankuo's icy demeanor, Xia Linsong furrowed his brow. Having grown up alongside him, he knew of Chu Tiankuo's stubborn nature, yet he had not anticipated it would manifest so resolutely. Young Master Xia, sure you did not attend my meticulously arranged engagement banquet. What do you expect me to regret? Xia Linsong leaned back in despair, tossing his phone onto the table, and shouted at Chu Tiankuo. Just because she had matters to attend to and couldn't be there, you treat her this way? After talking with you yesterday, Xia Yu fainted, and now she is in the emergency room. What do you want? Do you wish to drive her to her death? Chu Tiankuo was taken aback by Xia Linsong's words. He had only engaged the Shi family through the transportation of goods, and his other strategies had yet to reach a critical point. At that moment, Wu Hanfei rushed into the conference room, clutching a laptop. Chuzo, it's bad. Your situation with Miss Shi and Sister Chun has been leaked, and it's causing a commotion. Chu Tiankuo snatched the laptop, glanced at it, and then smashed it in frustration, prompting a panicked Wu Hanfei to hurriedly retrieve another one. The blog displayed a flurry of shocking headlines, akin to thunderclaps. Southern Weekly. According to insider information, during last month's engagement banquet between the young master of Chu Ting Group and the young lady of Shi Group, the Chu family's heir unexpectedly annulled their engagement on spot. Accompanying the article was a video of Chu Tiankuo confronting the Shi couple, clearly captured by the banquet's photographer. Urban Daily. Sources reveal that on the night of the engagement banquet, the young lady of Shi Group was seen clandestinely meeting her former lover. The article included photos of Shi Yu drinking with Xia Rongjie in a hotel, captured from multiple angles. Southern Weekly. Insiders reveal that the reason the shipping fleet under Shi Yu Group was taken over by the Chu family is that after the annulment, Chu's company allied with several large logistics firms to suppress Shi Yu Group, leading to the young lady's attempted suicide, complete with images of Shi Yu being rushed into the emergency room. Southern Entertainment News. Reporters have revealed that after canceling the engagement, the young master of Chu was seen spending an entire night at a high-end club with a beautiful woman, emerging hand in hand the next day. The photograph showed Chu Tiankuo being surrounded by reporters outside a private restaurant, clearly holding hands with Chun Xiulan, guarded by bodyguards. Southern Entertainment News. Insiders disclosed that the reason the young master of Chu was able to successfully engage with the young lady of Shi was due to coercive tactics employed to wrest her away from someone else. Outrageous! How dare they fabricate such lies about me? Chu Tiankuo exclaimed in anger upon reading the last headline. Before Wu Hanfei could respond, Chu Tiankuo's phone rang again. It was a call from Su Huanshan. Hello, Su Zong, do you have any advice? Su Huanshan's indifferent voice came through, yet there was an unmistakable intrigue underlying his words. Chu Zong, you have dominated the headlines today. Our company's employees are all abuzz discussing your entanglement with the young lady of Shi. Chu Tiankuo paused, realizing that Shanghai was indeed the stronghold of southern newspapers, and Su Huanshan would certainly be aware of the news. In this report, there is also mention of General Su. Were it not for his collaboration in suppressing the Xia family, how could the Shi Yu group have been handed over to us, the Chu family, by the Shi family? Su Huanshan, with a hint of intrigue, inquired, Tell me, have you discovered who is scheming against you? Chu Tiankuo, with a touch of disdain, replied, Who else could it be? It's merely a petty trick by Xia Rongjie. The masters behind those newspapers are of the same lineage as the Xia family. Su Huanshan expressed mild surprise, saying, I never anticipated that you would awaken to this. I thought you were entirely oblivious. Chu Tiankuo scoffed. Such tactics could only be conjured by Xia Rongjie. Shi Yu was staying at a hotel owned by the Shi family, which is under Shi Nian's domain. How could anyone have gathered dirt on Shi Yu without prior preparation? What are you planning for retaliation? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo suggested, My soap factory in Africa incurs excessive costs. Would it not be prudent to procure a batch of free materials and produce high-quality soap for our workers of the mines? Chapter 26. The Resentful Young Masters. In the spacious and bright conference room, Xia Linsong wore a smile, keenly observing Chu Tiankuo, who had just hung up the phone, his beautiful eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. However, before Xia Linsong could voice his thoughts, Chu Tiankuo's phone rang once more. He glanced at the number displayed on the screen, and a subtle smile of profound significance graced his lips. Hello, Li Zai. Do you know who is behind the scenes stirring trouble? Came Bao Haochen's somewhat anxious voice from the other end. Yes, I do. What, Brother Bao, are you planning to take action? Chu Tiankuo replied nonchalantly. Of course. Just as I took over the family business as president, they dare to act so recklessly. If we do not show them a lesson, do they truly believe the Bao family is easy to bully? Bao Haochen's voice brimmed with indignation. Chu Tiankuo feigned indifference, saying, As for Xia Rongjie and his backer, does Brother Bao have any interest in opening a soap factory? Upon hearing this, Bao Haochen was evidently taken aback, and after a moment of silence, he slowly responded, Isn't that a bit too harsh? Just because they slandered us a bit, we should send them to a soap factory? This is a matter of life and death. My friend, Chu Tiankuo emphasized gravely. Bao Haochen cautioned, but their influence in the international arena is formidable. I fear it could escalate into a deadly confrontation. Brother Bao, this isn't our retaliation. It's the Five Peaks Pirate Group's coercion. Chu Tiankuo said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Bao Haochen immediately responded with excitement. I understand now. It's all the Five Peaks Pirate Group. Chu Tiankuo glanced at the phone after the call ended, turning to Xia Linsong beside him, asking, I wonder if Brother Xia is interested in participating. Xia Linsong rose, looked at the feigning profundity of Chu Tiankuo, and patted his shoulder, saying, If you promise to have a good talk with Xiao Yu, I will give you 1,000 sets of soap materials. Without waiting for Chu Tiankuo's reaction, Xia Linsong exited. After his departure, Xia Linsong shook his head and chuckled, marveling at the audacity of youth. When Chun Xiulan re-entered the conference room, she found Chu Tiankuo sitting in silence, the slanting sun casting its glow upon him as if he were deep in thought. Chun Xiulan naturally took a seat beside him, observing him intently. The man was undeniably captivating when he pondered deeply. Perhaps he'd been lost in thought for too long, as Chu Tiankuo stretched his numb body, only to turn back and find Chun Xiulan staring at him. Instinctively, he took a step back, looking at her somewhat awkwardly. What brings you here? Chun Xiulan, beaming, stood up and handed him a document. An invitation to Jiuzhou Dupu? What does Xiao Tian's intend? Chu Tiankuo asked, puzzled, as he examined the invitation tucked within the document. Chun Xiulan playfully corrected him. You guessed wrong. This invitation was issued by Su Huanshan. Jiuzhou Dupu is a premier venue established by Chu Tiankuo's elder cousin, Chu Tianqing. After the company underwent a transformation, specifically designed to host the elite of the logistics industry. Initially, Chu Tianqing intended to provide for the laid-off employees of the enterprise. But after several technological innovations, he unexpectedly established numerous ecological farms. The finest materials from these farms were sent to Jiuzhou Hotel, and over time, what began as a chain hotel evolved into a top-tier venue within the logistics industry, Jiuzhou Dupu. Though Jiuzhou Dupu caters to all, those who receive invitations are certainly involved in significant events within the logistics sector. As night fell, the airport lights appeared particularly hazy under the rain. Raindrops pelted the ground and the waiting hall windows, creating streaks of water. On the tarmac, the outline of an aircraft flickered in and out of visibility amidst the rain. The downpour washed the plane's exterior, making it gleam even more brightly. Water pooled on the runway, reflecting the lights in vibrant halos. In the distance, an aircraft was accelerating down the runway, the thunderous roar piercing through the rain, soaring into the inky night sky. On a private jet, Chu Tiankuo was engaged in a discussion with Xiao Tiankuo regarding Su Huanshan's intentions. Xiao Tiankuo set down the documents in his hand and looked up at Chu Tiankuo, asking, "Are you truly uninterested in the qualifications for the coastal new district?" Chu Tiankuo shifted his gaze from the window and affirmatively replied, "A gentleman's word is his bond." Observing Chu Tiankuo's clear stance, Xiao Tiankuo couldn't help but click his tongue. This was a financial allocation of hundreds of billions, and he was simply surrendering it. Through recent observations, Xiao Tiankuo found that although Chu Tiankuo was a man of pretentiousness, he was never one to break his word. He casually handed over the bid documents from the Xiao family to Chu Tiankuo. After receiving the documents and glancing at the figures, Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed involuntarily. He looked up at the earnest Xiao Tiankuo and tossed the document back. "Spare me the act of innocence. I am curious why, without the Chu and Shi families to contend with, you still submitted such a low bid. I have calculated it thoroughly. This price is simply a loss leader." Xiao Tiankuo chuckled, retrieving another document from his briefcase and handing it to Chu Tiankuo. Upon examining it, Chu Tiankuo noted it was the bidding announcement for the coastal new district, prominently featuring the Tang Construction Company from Island City. Tang Construction is merely a construction company worth a few billion. Can they possibly handle such a substantial project as the coastal new district? Chu Tiankuo questioned. Xiao Tiankuo, however, straightened his demeanor and stated earnestly, "I concede that Tang Construction is indeed insignificant, but they have formidable backing." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you suggesting that Xia Rongjie orchestrates Tang Construction's participation in the bidding?" Xiao Tiankuo nodded, saying, "Tang Construction is merely a small firm. Even if they were to operate freely, their market share would be limited. Yet this time, they have come out strong, indicating that there is support behind them. The coastal new district is a tax-free zone established by the upper echelons, serving as a window for foreign imports. Should Tang Construction secure it, the window would be left unguarded for the Xia family in Europe." As he spoke, Xiao Tiankuo couldn't help but express his doubts. Xia Huaichu would never return to the country in his lifetime. He never anticipated that his grandson would also be so troublesome. Chu Tiankuo felt a headache coming on at the thought of his rival. Recalling the information at home, Xiao Tiankuo disdainfully remarked. Xia Huaichu saw that the esteemed elder of the Hu family had stepped down and sent his grandson to the forefront. If Xia Rongjie were to gain a foothold, it would be a most unfavorable situation. Indeed, we are a nation of over 1 billion people. Should the forces behind the Xia family manage to exploit a vulnerability, we might find ourselves repeating past mistakes. Chu Tiankuo lamented. Let us interrupt his outstretched hand, making it clear that the Dragon Kingdom is no place akin to Daqing. Chapter 27. Convergence in the midst of the Jiuzhou Ferry. Pavilions and towers are arranged in delightful disorder, with artificial mountains and water pools reflecting each other in a playful harmony. Guests, clad in resplendent attire, gather in clusters of 3 or 5. The ancient, elegant architecture encircles a tranquil lake, where a gentle breeze causes the lotus leaves to sway gracefully. On the island at the heart of the lake, musicians are playing melodious ancient tunes in the pavilion. The garden is suffused with a delicate aroma of tea and flowers as guests stroll along winding paths, admiring the beauty that surrounds them. As night falls, lights illuminate the entire garden. In this radiant glow, Chu Tiankuo, Xiao Tiankuo, Bao Haochen, Su Huanshan, and Xia Linchong arrive together. The assembled guests gaze in astonishment at the 5 prominent figures, their whispers erupting into a flurry of speculation. After all, these individuals are titans of the shipping industry. Before the banquet commenced, the 5 had convened briefly to confirm that Su Huanshan would take the lead today. Stepping to the forefront, Su Huanshan offered a slight bow to the guests present and began, "Esteemed colleagues and venerable seniors, I humbly seize this opportunity on behalf of General Chu to announce a matter today, and I hope for your understanding. Oh, it is indeed an honor for us to be invited by General Su." The crowd exchanged glances, their minds racing. From the current situation, it seems these 5 companies have long since conspired in private. This gathering is likely more than a mere social event. Perhaps it conceals some unspeakable scheme. Someone chimed in. Indeed, it remains unclear what crucial decisions Su's company intends to unveil, considering they have summoned logistics groups from across the nation. Speculations and discussions erupted, with another voice questioning, could this be connected to the recent leadership changes among the major groups? Is today's assembly merely a show of force? As this statement reverberated, the banquet hall erupted into a cacophony, with attendees whispering amongst themselves, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Su Huanshan's words, akin to a stone cast into still waters, stirred a tempest of reactions. Observing the tumultuous scene, Su Huanshan tapped the microphone, his voice low but commanding. Silence. At his command, the hall fell into an abrupt hush. To the leaders of these groups, Su Huanshan's stature placed him far above their reach, an untouchable figure. Gazing at the varied expressions of the group leaders, Su Huanshan intoned gravely, in the coming 3 months, we request that none of your vessels transport goods from the biological companies under the aegis of Xia Yu Holdings on their return from Europe. The moment these words left his lips, the leaders below exchanged bewildered looks. Previously, transporting materials for Xia Yu Holdings had provided many small logistics companies with an excellent opportunity for profit. Now, to be told they could no longer do so left them questioning how their businesses would survive. At this juncture, an elder from a logistics group rose, a perplexed expression on his face, and queried, General Su, your demand seems rather unreasonable. The quotes provided by the Xia family are hardly insignificant. How can one simply abandon them? His words ignited a powder keg, prompting other executives to join in. Indeed, the orders from Xia Yu Holdings are the lifeblood of our operations. Without them, how shall we sustain our companies? The large volume of goods transported on the return journey had already been monopolized by Su's group. Now, with the cessation of Xia's goods, where would they turn for revenue? Some even lamented, some individuals are born with a golden key, utterly oblivious to the struggles we, the smaller logistics companies, endure. It appeared that the assistants of several companies had anticipated this scenario, discreetly noting those who had spoken, indicating they were the ones most deeply entwined with Xia Yu Holdings. Wu Hanfei whispered a few words to Chu Tiankuo, whose brow furrowed in response. He promptly rose, moving to the front, taking the microphone from Su Huanshan's hands, and addressed the first dissenting elder. Are you not Mr. Sun from Linxia Logistics? The elder's countenance shifted, but he feigned composure, replying, Yes, I am. What guidance do you have, General Chu? With a knowing smile. Chu Tiankuo fixed his gaze on Mr. Sun, questioning, according to our investigations, the financial reports of Linxia Logistics from the past few years have been rather dismal. Why then? Did Linxia suddenly expand its scale 2 years ago? Caught off guard, Mr. Sun stammered, I took out a mortgage loan from the bank to facilitate the expansion. Oh, is that so? May I inquire from which bank you secured this loan? Chu Tiankuo pressed, observing Mr. Sun's growing discomfort. From Mr. Sun glanced around at the numerous local bank managers now present in the hall, rendering him speechless. Understanding Mr. Sun's predicament, Chu Tiankuo smiled and elucidated Mr. Sun's logistics group has, since 2 years ago, received investments from several small financial consortiums from the Star-Spangled Nation. These consortiums are backed by numerous shareholders, yet ultimately, most of their shares are held by subsidiaries of Xia Yu Holdings. As Chu Tiankuo's words echoed through the hall, an uproar ensued. Many executives who had just stood beside Mr. Sun exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The notorious history of Shi Yu Holdings was well known, even to them. They recalled the violent turmoil that had ensued after a crackdown in the past and the tempestuous growth of assets that followed. Was it not the case that the granddaughter of the Linxiao, Hu clan, had been slain in Island City by the son of the Xia family? Had it not been the pressure from the elder Hu that had prevented a widespread backlash against the Xia family? As they recalled the past few years' turbulent events, the executives instinctively distanced themselves from Mr. Sun, as if he were a harbinger of calamity. The atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense, as the previously united circle of executives dispersed upon receiving an unspoken signal. Meanwhile, a group of men clad in suits approached Mr. Sun, but before they could speak, a contingent of police officers burst onto the scene. The men in black suits addressed Mr. Sun. Are you Sun Qiming? We received a report alleging that you are guilty of treason. Please accompany us. The officers who rushed in promptly added, We are from the narcotics division. Sun Qiming, we have received allegations that you're involved in drug trafficking. You must come with us. The leading man in black, witnessing the arrival of the narcotics squad, felt his head spin and hurriedly conferred with the narcotics team leader, who then retracted their presence from the banquet. Sun Qiming stared blankly at the guards, his pallor a testament to his fear and despair. As he attempted to resist, the guards, seasoned in their craft, swiftly subdued him, rendering him unconscious. The remaining team members swiftly coordinated to carry Sun Qiming out of the venue. The entire process was executed with precision and efficiency, devoid of chaos. The onlookers silently bore witness to this astonishing spectacle, their shock rendering them mute. Chu Tiankuo surveyed the now quiet hall, recognizing that it was time to proceed to the next phase. Chapter 28. The Five Peaks Pirate Gang amidst the tranquility of Jiuzhou Ferry. The invited executives gazed at Sun Zhongming being escorted away by the guards, momentarily rendered speechless. All this for having dared to challenge Su Huanshan with a single remark. The show of force was unmistakable. Su Huanshan gently tapped the microphone and resumed speaking, We are fully aware of the challenges faced by each of you, esteemed presidents. Should the logistics group find itself in dire straits, our 5 companies are prepared to jointly invest or consider acquisition, ensuring that none of you suffer losses. Upon hearing this, the presidents in the hall erupted into a frenzy. What was initially perceived as a warning now felt like a brazen act of aggression. Investment? Such words flowed more melodiously than a song. It is essential to recognize that these are 5 colossal groups, their size staggering. A slight misstep, and the question of who will ultimately command this company remains a perplexing mystery. Su Huanshan surveyed the tumultuous assembly, internally lamenting his youth and inexperience. Had his grandfather been present, those unscrupulous individuals would likely not have dared to utter a single word. If the purpose of today's gathering is merely to annex us, why not state it plainly? Someone shouted. Indeed, we are all prominent figures in our respective fields, respected individuals in this locality. So, your ambiguous statements suggest you do not regard us seriously, another echoed. Exactly. Even Su's uncle would extend some courtesy to us. Yet here we stand, without a single inquiry. As decisions are made unilaterally, another voice chimed in, brimming with indignation. This banquet is evidently ill-intentioned. Rather than endure this humiliation, it will be better for us to leave and see what they can do without us, someone proposed. In an instant, the presidents began to whisper among themselves, their murmurs spreading like wildfire, leaving the majority of attendees agitated and restless. Observing the uproar, Su Huanshan stepped back. His overly assertive demeanor might jeopardize the proceedings. Meanwhile, the other 4 men exchanged glances, contemplating the unfolding scene. Xiao Tianqi, from his vantage point, surveyed the agitated crowd and inquired of his secretary, "What is happening? Have we not yet uncovered the individuals behind their group?" The secretary's delicate features twisted in frustration. The gathering had been organized too hastily, and they had only compiled a rudimentary list of attendees. It's not that our office lacks diligence, but the complexities surrounding their affiliations are quite intricate, she admitted, disheartened. Xiao Tianqi retorted. Then what purpose does it serve for our Xiao family to expend such resources on you all if you cannot even match the acumen of the elderly woman selling ice pops outside our building? The secretary, feeling chastised, murmured under her breath, "Who doesn't know that the lady selling ice pops is our second largest shareholder?" Perhaps her voice was too soft, for Xiao Tianqi failed to catch her words and glared at her, demanding, "What did you say?" "All right, old Xiao, calm down," interjected Chu Tiankuo, rising to mediate. After ushering Xiao Tianqi to a sofa, he reassured him, the earlier mention of Sun Zongming was merely bait. The rest are the real fish. It is understandable that we cannot clarify everything at once. Xiao Linchong added with a hint of sarcasm, "As a competent president, one should cherish loyal subordinates. This young lady has been diligently performing her duties. You ought to show some understanding." Chu Tiankuo gestured toward the adjacent lounge, saying to Xiao Tianqi, "There are over 100 analysts in there. If they haven't provided answers, why place undue pressure on the secretary? Old Su is on the verge of losing control of the situation. I will step in for him." With that, Chu Tiankuo exited the lounge, coincidentally encountering Bao Haochen, who emerged from the adjoining room with a grim expression, handing over a document to Chu Tiankuo. Confused, Chu Tiankuo quickly perused the document, realizing that the raucous individuals were merely subsidiaries of several larger firms. Enlightened by this revelation, he made his way to the banquet hall, seizing the microphone from Su Huanshan as he began to call out names from the document. "Is Jiang Li, president of Gialisi Logistics under Wangwushan Holdings, present?" A gaunt man with a pallid complexion stepped forth from the crowd. "Is Ms. Su Meiling, president of Miao Miao Freight Group under Lanqiao Holdings, here?" As her name echoed, the crowd turned their gaze forward, realizing that Miao Miao Freight was indeed a leading logistics company under the 4 major groups, unexpectedly a subsidiary of Lanqiao Holdings. Lanqiao Holdings ranked among the top subsidiaries of the Su family, and now, one of its representatives stood at the forefront of defiance against President Su. Su Meiling appeared visibly uncomfortable, her makeup drenched in perspiration, likely due to the crowd's density and the insufficient airflow of the banquet hall's central air conditioning. Observing the 2 who had stepped forward, Chu Tiankuo took a deep breath and continued, "May I now call forth Mr. Li Qingdu, president of Dontai Logistics under Shooting Holdings, and Mr. Shang Jinjin, president of Qian Logistics under Jiuzhou Holdings?" Gasps filled the hall as the 2 young presidents emerged. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Both Shooting and Jiuzhou Holdings were part of the Chu family-esque conglomerate. What could be the intention behind Chu Tiankuo's summons? Was it a mere display of power? Also, Mr. Bao Yulin from the Bao family, please step forward. As Bao Yulin joined the ranks, the atmosphere in the banquet hall reached its zenith. The 4 major logistics firms were about to undergo significant changes. Gazing at the 5 emerging figures, Chu Tiankuo quipped, Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. After you return home tonight, you will each receive a parting gift from your respective company's presidents. I hope you will find them to your liking. At his words, Jiangli clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, while Su Miling exhaled in relief. Bao Yulin, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, while the two young presidents from the Chu family wore expressions of defiance. Are we being dismissed simply for opposing Su Huanshan's proposal? What does this signify? A tyrannical regime? Li Qingdu questioned, glaring at Chu Tiankuo from the stage. In contrast, Sheng Jinjin, maintaining his composure, remarked, as the president of Jiuzhou Holdings, Chu, you ought not to interfere in our personnel matters. Who says he lacks the authority? I believe he speaks most wisely. A voice resonated from the entrance of the banquet hall, prompting the gathered presidents to turn in surprise and recognize the newcomer as Chu Tianqing, the president of Jiuzhou Group. At the sight of Chu Tianqing, Sheng Jinjin could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and fainted, joining Bao Yulin on the floor. Chu Tianqing strode confidently to the stage, accepting the microphone from Chu Tiankuo. He declared, as the host of today's gathering, I am here to announce that the 5 logistics subsidiaries under the 4 major groups will officially merge to form Wufeng Logistics Group. Chapter 29, The Hidden Enemy. In the opulent banquet hall, following Chu Tianqing's announcement regarding the establishment of Wufeng Logistics, the atmosphere momentarily stagnated before erupting into fervor once more. Having navigated the business world for 2 decades, Chu Tianqing possessed a gravitas that the other 5 young heirs lacked. Now, through his words, the inception of Wufeng Logistics was proclaimed, igniting enthusiastic participation from the numerous presidents present. Observing the suddenly invigorated crowd, Chu Tianqing remained impassive and stated, though I am a master of Jiuzhou, I am not the focus of today's event. I now invite President Su to the stage to share a few words. As his words concluded, the banquet hall erupted into resounding applause, with the logistics company presidents seemingly viewing Chu Tianqing as their savior. Su Huanshan, witnessing the transformation of the crowd's sentiment, furrowed his brow, pondering how someone outside the logistics industry could command such respect among these presidents. However, the time had come for him to take the stage. After tidying up his attire, he stepped onto the platform and began to elucidate. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that the offer from Xia Yu Holdings is indeed enticing, yet I urge you all to maintain a broader perspective. The shipping market is currently fraught with uncertainty, and we must proceed with utmost caution. While the profits from Shi Yu Holdings cargo are substantial, the inherent risks cannot be overlooked. At this moment, the president of a logistics group interjected, inquiring, are you suggesting that, Mr. Su? Su Huanshan responded with a faint smile, just as the recently apprehended Mr. Sun. What was his charge? The utterance of Su Huanshan prompted a collective gasp, contributing to the discourse on global warming, seemingly sensing that a singular answer would not suffice. Chu Tiankuo seized the microphone, stating, do you all recall the Shi Yu Group, which has recently changed ownership? The president who had interrupted earlier chimed in again. Could it be that the Shi Yu Group's closure is somehow linked to the Xia family? Observing this president, it was evident that he was a leader among the smaller logistics firms. Chu Tiankuo briefly recollected and then smiled. If I'm not mistaken, this is Mr. Cui Jinggang, the president of Weihang Shipping. Cui Jinggang nodded. As a contemporary of Chu Chun, he did not view Chu Chen's son as a mere facade. Rather, he harbored greater apprehension towards Chu Tiankuo than Chu Tianqing. While Chu Tianqing may have been steeped in traditional methods of business warfare, Cui had heard of the previous farce between the Chu and Shi families, and he found Chu Tiankuo's approach to be particularly lethal. With a sigh, Chu Tiankuo began, I trust everyone is aware that our Chu Li Logistics has taken over the fleet of the Shi Yu Group. Cui Jinggang slowly replied, we have indeed heard whispers about that. But isn't that merely an act of appeasement from the Shi family towards the Chu family? Chu Tiankuo chuckled, gazing intently at the middle-aged president before him, who appeared to possess a certain poise rather than the swagger one might expect of a fisherman battling foes. Recognizing the challenge presented by the man before him, Chu Tiankuo compassionately remarked, the Customs General Administration of Island City discovered over 1,000 tons of contraband materials aboard the vessels of the Shi Yu Group, while the cargo declared by the Xia family in Europe was purportedly grain. Due to this incident, major logistics firms have begun dispatching personnel to investigate the true nature of Xia Yu Holdings' business in Europe. I believe Mr. Su may have some insights to share. After a brief pause, Su Huanshan nodded and solemnly stated, recently, through some channels in Europe, we at Su's have uncovered that the biological company of Xia Yu Holdings is transporting goods that are not merely ordinary medical supplies, but rather contraband. The proclamation sent a shockwave through the banquet hall. Contraband? This was monumental news. If the authorities caught wind of this, the implications would extend far beyond mere fines. The very licenses of those companies could be jeopardized. Cui Jinggang quickly asked, Mr. Su, is that truly the case? If this news were to spread, Would not the logistics companies handling shipments for Xia Yu Holdings find themselves in dire straits? Su Huanshan, his expression resolute, nodded and replied, "Perhaps some of you may perceive me as too young to be trusted, but I assure you, Su Huanshan would never deceive you, nor would I falsely accuse someone over trivial disputes." At that moment, the previously light-hearted atmosphere of the banquet hall transformed into one of solemnity and gravity, with every attendee immersed in contemplation, pondering the potential ramifications of this incident. Meanwhile, Su Huanshan and Chu Tiankuo stood silently on stage, patiently awaiting the audience's response. Ultimately, faced with the pressures of reality, the leaders of numerous logistics groups began to declare their positions. From this day forth, we shall refuse to transport goods for the Xia family enterprises. Mr. Chu, might you consider investing in our company? We are relatively small, and without a significant client like the Xia family, we may struggle to sustain our operations, several other presidents echoed. Indeed, our company is in a similar predicament. Suddenly, the banquet hall erupted in a cacophony of voices as presidents clamored for clarity and assurance. Chu Tiankuo and Su Huanshan exchanged relieved smiles, both understanding the necessity of effectively consolidating the hundreds of logistics groups, as failing to do so would leave them vulnerable to exploitation by the Xia family. Chu Tiankuo cheerfully remarked, "This must be President Huang from Minport Express, right? As for the investment, that can certainly be arranged. We cannot allow our shipping compatriots to flounder without support." The moment he spoke, laughter erupted among the presidents in the banquet hall, their spirits seemingly unaffected by the recent dismissals of 6 other presidents. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Xiao Tiankuo and his cohorts emerged, sensing the tide had turned, and approached the logistics company executives for discussions. At an intercontinental hotel in Shanghai, where the Xia family held significant influence, Xia Rongjie was hosting Tang Xian and Su Minghua. Observing Su Minghua's overly cordial demeanor, Tang Xian exhibited a clear disdain, appearing unimpressed. Xia Rongjie, noticing Tang Xian's attitude, understood that success often necessitates sacrificing the comfort of one's subordinates. With a light chuckle, he addressed Tang Xian, "Are you aware that your perceived greatest rival, Xiao Tiankuo, has recently left the bidding site in Binhai New District?" Tang Xian was taken aback, quickly explaining, "I've been coordinating the integration of the construction teams you provided, but their varying levels of competency make it challenging to compete with the Xiao family." Xia Rongjie scoffed, "I already possess knowledge of Xiao Tiankuo's bid. How could we possibly lose?" Chapter 30, Binhai New District. In a private room, Tang Xian gazed in awe at Xia Rongjie. The Xiao family was a leading conglomerate among private enterprises. Knowing their bid would require connections to Xiao Tiankuo's inner circle. Surprised that Xia Rongjie had managed to secure such intel, Tang Xian gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Old Xia, you truly have a knack for this. Even Xiao Tiankuo's bid is within your grasp." Recalling Xiao Tiankuo's pricing, Xia Rongjie dismissed it. Xiao Tiankuo is simply too greedy. Aside from a few major buildings in Binhai New District, altering the materials slightly will still yield significant profit. Being in the construction industry, Tang Xian quickly grasped the implications of Xia Rongjie's words, but a note of concern crept into his voice. If the higher-ups catch wind of this, the Tang family. Xia Rongjie, sensing Tang Xian's reticence, regarded him with a hint of disdain, yet reassured him, "Once the Tang family secures the bid, you merely need to oversee the construction of the main buildings and the port. The remaining work can be outsourced to those willing to take the risks. But that project is worth over 100 billion. I've heard there will be subsequent local government funding, and companies of similar scale wouldn't be interested in the leftovers. Where will we even find subcontractors?" Despite Xia Rongjie's assurances, Tang Xian remained uneasy. The Tang family lacked the extensive network of subsidiaries that the Chu family possessed, and all of their subsidiaries were reliant on the construction industry. If scrutiny were to arise, the Tang family would undoubtedly face grave consequences. Observing Tang Xian's indecision, Xia Rongjie began to regret his choice of partner. Yet, he too failed to recognize that other large construction firms would be reluctant to collaborate with the Xia family. As Xia Rongjie was lost in thought, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a dejected Su Zilin. Upon seeing Su Zilin enter, Xia Rongjie's eyes lit up. After all, Su Zilin held stakes in a construction company that rivaled the Tang family's enterprise. With this realization, Xia Rongjie promptly stood to greet Su Zilin, inquiring, "Brother Su, what misfortune has befallen you to cast such a shadow over your mood?" Beside them, Su Minghua chimed in, "Indeed, second brother. It was merely a reprimand from the old man. Do not take it to heart." After taking his seat, Su Zilin downed a glass of liquor with fervor and expressed his discontent. "Third, do you think our father has truly disregarded us? Why should that brat Su Huanshan dictate my involvement in the Binhai New area?" Su Minghua, noticing Xia Rongjie signaling him, quickly grasped the implication and added fuel to the fire. That little rascal Su Huanshan is in cahoots with the likes of Xiao Tiankuo, Bao Haochen, and Chu Tiankuo. Surely, he.s. making concessions for the Xiao family. Xia Rongjie interjected. Not long ago, the Chu Ko and Shi families were all vying for projects in the Binhainu area, and now all have retreated at the mere word of Chu Tiankuo, undoubtedly out of respect for Xiao Tiankuo. Su Zilin raised his glass with a self-deprecating smile and remarked, so, according to young Master Xia, the Binhainu area is indeed a treasure trove for the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xia Rongjie hastily signaled Su Minghua, who immediately understood the cue and responded. That is not necessarily the case. Just before you arrived, we were discussing this matter. Young Master Xia intends to assist young Master Tang in the competition. Tang Suan, aware that Su Zilin was Xia Rongjie's chosen ally, also wore a troubled expression as he stated, although our Tang family is confident in securing the bid. Our size is too modest, which may jeopardize the scheduled timeline. Should we win the bid, we could delegate most of the residential projects to your Su family. Su Zilin's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again, and with a touch of irony, he said, even if Brother Tang entrusted the project to me, without our father's endorsement, our construction company would not dare proceed. Realizing that Su Zilin was intrigued yet apprehensive of their father, Su Minghua urged, second brother. The old man suppresses you precisely because he fears that your successes might overshadow that little brat, Su Huanshan. Su Zilin, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table, shattering the glass he held. Grasping fragments of glass, blood trickled from his clenched fists as he trembled uncontrollably, clearly consumed by rage. Observing Su Zilin's reaction, Xia Rongjie was taken aback and shouted, call a doctor. Minghua, hurry to the next room and summon the medical team. As Xia Rongjie orchestrated the response, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Minghua, who, having followed Xia Rongjie for so long, comprehended his intent and strode out to fetch the medical team. Turning to Tang Xian, Xia Rongjie expressed his concerns, signaling and complaining. Since President Su is unwilling to involve himself, young Master Tang, please do not press him further. Tang Xian, being an experienced individual, quickly understood Xia Rongjie's implication and raised his glass, addressing Su Minghua with a hint of remorse. President Su, I spoke out of turn. I shall self-punish with 3 drinks, whether it was the provocation of anger or the pain from the glass shards. Su Zilin gritted his teeth and replied, young Master Tang, there is no need for self-punishment. I was merely overthinking. Should you secure the Binhainu area project, Zilin Construction will certainly lend its full support. A mischievous smile danced across Xia Rongjie's face as he poured a glass of liquor and handed it to Su Zilin, proclaiming, to our collaboration, cheers. Cheers, echoed the room. In the conference room prepared for guests, Chu Tiankuo, Chu Tianxing, Xiao Tiankuo, Xiao Linsong, Su Huanshan, and Bao Haochen sat on opposite sides. Unable to bear the sight of Su Huanshan gazing out the window, Xiao Tiankuo remarked, Old Su, we have achieved our objective. There are no outsiders present, so why persist in this pretense of profundity? Su Huanshan, however, replied with a somber tone, I can't shake the feeling that we must not underestimate our adversaries. Previously, I was delayed by the heavy rain, and while we discussed our goals, I failed to clarify the purpose of gathering everyone here. Xiao Tiankuo, perplexed by Su Huanshan's demeanor, noted that among the 6 executives present, he and Chu Tianxing were the busiest, yet the other 4 seemed burdened with worry. Observing the somber atmosphere, Xiao Tiankuo jested, Haven't we already achieved our goal? Why do you all still appear so discontent? We are pondering who the ghost lurking among us might be, came the reply. In the conference room, Chu Tiankuo's words stirred a tempest of speculation. Xiao Tiankuo furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion as he scanned the faces of his colleagues, silently questioning why they spoke of a ghost among them. Chu Tianxing stroked his chin thoughtfully, assessing the others' expressions, conjecturing that perhaps an unusual sign or feeling had led them to this misconception. But what could it be? His gaze swept across the room, seemingly in search of an answer. Perceiving Xiao Tiankuo's bewilderment, Su Huanshan added, I suspect that, aside from President Bao, none of you are aware that I have a little uncle. The confusion deepened in Xiao Tiankuo's expression as he inquired, Old Su, you only have a second uncle. Where did this little uncle come from? I happen to know about the illegitimate son of the Su family patriarch, Bao Haochen interjected, casting a sympathetic glance at the puzzled Xiao Tiankuo. Rising to stand beside him, Bao Haochen remarked with a hint of envy, You should consider yourself fortunate, Xiao Tiankuo, to be the sole male descendant of a Xiao family's 3rd generation. Otherwise, someone else would be sitting here with us today. When it comes to family rivalries, Bao Haochen possessed the most insight. The Chu brothers were well established, their assets substantial and well prepared. Xia Linsong, with his exceptional acumen, overshadowed his peers. While the Su family patriarch placed a strong emphasis on propriety, making Su Huanshan the rightful heir. Although Bao Haochen was also a firstborn grandson, it was evident that his grandfather held a preference for his father, making his ascent to the presidency of the Bao family a challenging endeavor. Unlike the relatively straightforward transition for Xiao Tiankuo. Noting the gravity of the discussion, Xiao Tiankuo curiously asked, "Are you suggesting that Xia Huaichu has dispatched a corporate spy to infiltrate our ranks? If that were the case, I would have already identified the culprit." His words dropped like a stone into still waters, provoking ripples of inquiry among the gathered executives, who now turned their questioning gazes toward Xiao Tiankuo, eager for a coherent explanation. Sensing their skepticism, Xiao Tiankuo confidently stated, "After I declined Xia Rongjie's proposal for collaboration, several of our Xiao family's subsidiary projects were targeted by some obscure companies. It was then that I initiated an investigation. Do you know what I discovered?" He paused for effect, then continued with a twinkle of excitement in his eyes. "I reviewed our company's surveillance footage and noticed a certain secretary behaving suspiciously. Thus, he revealed that he had sent inquiries regarding this secretary, who had disclosed that a supervisor from their Xiao family had been particularly attentive to the operations of their subsidiary." As he spoke, Xiao Tiankuo cast a knowing look around the room, implying that he felt somewhat set apart from the rest. Chu Tiankuo interrupted the deliberately mysterious Xiao Tiankuo, saying, "Enough of the theatrics. A supervisor from the headquarters undoubtedly lacks access to the confidential matters of the subsidiaries. There must be someone behind him." Observing that the crowd remained unmoved, Xiao Tiankuo continued, "Thus, we focused our scrutiny on this supervisor, and through careful investigation, we managed to apprehend one of our vice presidents from the Shi Corporation." Reflecting on the vice president, Xiao Tiankuo expressed with a hint of nostalgia. "When I first joined the Shi Corporation, it was this vice president who guided me into the industry. I never anticipated that I would end up exposing him." "How'd you deal with him?" Su Huanshan inquired in a low voice. "Deal with him? Why should we? Wouldn't it be better to provide Xia Rongjie with some false information?" Xiao Tiankuo questioned, somewhat perplexed. Xiao Linchang scoffed, "Such leniency. It must have taken you many years to reach the position of vice president in your company. With such significant threats looming, why wait for his associates to detonate the situation?" Chu Tiankuo attempted to mediate, stating, "Although Summer's words may not be pleasant to hear, old Xiao, you indeed should have been more proactive in mitigating risks. You must understand that once your proposal was presented to me, it swiftly found its way onto Xia Rongjie's desk. The executives dealt with tonight were also our long-standing employees. So what now?" At this remark, Xiao Tiankuo fell into silence, then explained, "If I were to deal with him now, it would jeopardize the Binhai New District project." The assembled individuals realized that the conversation was veering towards business rather than the mentor-disciple sentiment they had initially perceived. The topic soon shifted as Bao Haochen interjected. "Although Xia Huaichu was once a defeated dog expelled from the Big Circle gang, his wife is quite formidable." Chu Tianxing interrupted, "That can't be right. I recall Deng Lily was merely a third-tier star, and her father was just the chairman of a small company." Bao Haochen clarified, "But her grandfather is quite influential. The underworld of Hong Kong is filled with his pride. G.S. Even the 4 chief inspectors held a degree of respect for Deng Lily's father." Chu Tiankuo asked, "Are you suggesting that Xia Huaichu's initial foray into smuggling in Hong Kong was aided by Deng Lily's connections?" Bao Haochen snapped his fingers in affirmation, replying, "Precisely. He relied on the backing of powerful allies and financial supporters. However, when he attempted to act recklessly, his influence was swiftly dismantled from above. Despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, Xiao Tiankuo, being from a prestigious family, inquired, "Are you referring to the raw materials and the short selling of the Hong Kong dollar?" Chu Tiankuo continued, "It was during that period that my father took action against Xia Huaichu's smuggling operations." Bao Haochen nodded, turning to Su Huanshan, "Your uncle's affairs, though orchestrated discreetly by old Su, couldn't escape the notice of the astute in Hong Kong. Furthermore, those rats in the underbelly remain unchanged, still adhering to their old tricks. The recent apprehensions of several executives might just be an appetizer. We must proceed with utmost caution." Su Huanshan nodded solemnly, stating, "Today's logistics meeting, though somewhat rushed, will likely lead Xia Rongjie to believe we established Wufing Logistics merely to prevent his goods from docking." Chu Tianxing cheerfully reminded, "Elder who signed a document before his retirement. It is likely Xia Huaichu is aware of it, which is why he is desperately rallying support from the logistics sector." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow. For at the level of Elder who, the implications of a mere signature could be monumental. Contemplating this, Chu Tiankuo turned to his elder brother and earnestly asked, "Brother, what do you mean?" Chu Tianxing chuckled lightly, replying, "If the Xia family wishes for their goods to reach Longhua, they must create an opening at the port." Binhai New District, Chapter 32, severing the outstretched tentacles. Within the conference room of Jiuzhou Dupu, Chu Tiankuo elaborated. The Binhai District is a project initiated by the state 3 years ago. Its delay until this year is merely a reflection of the divergences between the Hu and Li factions. As the president most invested in the Binhai District, Xiao Tiankuo remarked, we, at the Shi Corporation, have been monitoring the Binhai District since the year prior. Yet the planning has languished, with little progress from above until recently, when funding for its construction was finally secured. Chu Tiankuo added, this time, the public tender includes local government buildings, ports, and several large agency complexes, while the Tang family appears to be sharpening their knives, likely aiming for the port. Xiao Tiankuo candidly stated, our intent to undertake the construction of the Binhai District is also driven by the port situation. Our bid is not predicated on profit. We merely hope to recoup our investment through subsequent projects. Chu Tiankuo nodded thoughtfully, analyzing. The Shi Corporation's construction operations encompass a range of upstream projects, with all raw material supplies essentially sourced from our subsidiaries. In such a scenario, if costs align with the bid, the Tang family will only be able to compromise on materials. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linchong scoffed. Not long ago, Tang's construction mishandled a high-end community project in Hangzhou, failing to meet standards during inspection, and ultimately, it was Kua's construction that had to clean up the mess. Chu Tiankuo interrupted Xiao Linchong, asserting, while it is currently Elder whose disciple overseeing the Binhai District project, based on my long-standing relationship with him, I find him untrustworthy. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow in disbelief, asking, are you implying that he may have been bribed by the Xia family? Chu Tiankuo nodded, stating, Liu Xinjie was a student of Elder who during his tenure at Qi University, for many years, he has lived modestly. However, he has recently been seen repeatedly at the Jiuzhou Dupu Villa in Beijing. Had I not returned to the capital, I would not have discovered this. Chu Tiankuo's expression tightened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhang Xinjie, long suppressed under Elder whose mentorship, finally in a position of authority, had succumbed to the Xia family's allure. As the group continued to ponder, Xiao Linchong derisively remarked, why dwell on the distant past? If you truly wish to secure 100% acquisition, why not directly contact Elder Hu and replace Liu Xinjie? However, Liu Xinjie is a regional authority, without concrete evidence of his corruption. How can we easily displace him? Chu Tiankuo countered. Xiao Tiankuo nodded in agreement, affirming, Liu Xinjie is not someone who can be so easily dismissed. However, seeking a replacement would be prudent. Very well. Let us proceed with that course of action. After succinctly concluding this matter, Chu Tiankuo and Chu Tiankuo exited the conference room and took their seats in Chu Tiankuo's office. I've heard you're set to become engaged to the second daughter of the Chun family from Jiangling. Is it true? Chu Tiankuo, still sipping his tea, was caught off guard by Chu Tiankuo's sudden inquiry, causing him to splutter the liquid everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Tiankuo struggled to regain his composure, taking quite some time to recover. Brother, who told you that? He asked, bewildered. Chu Tiankuo, observing his brother's flustered state, casually remarked, while dining with Miss Chen yesterday. She mentioned that the pigs of the Chu family are about to root in the cabbages of the Chen family. Chu Tiankuo's lips twitched. He and Chen Xiulan had only appeared close in a photo that had recently gone viral, but anyone with discernment could see that he had maintained a distance from her. Realizing he may have acted impulsively, Chu Tiankuo noted the change in his brother's demeanor. Ever since his brother's broken engagement, he had been troubled, knowing that finding a suitable match without assistance would not be easy. Gazing at the fragrant tea on the table, Chu Tiankuo lost all interest. He placed his cup down forcefully and rose to leave. Chu Tiankuo hastily grabbed the departing Chu Tiankuo, exclaiming, brother, is it not a tad inconsiderate to leave without uttering a word upon arriving here? With a hint of resignation, Chu Tiankuo replied, eldest brother, do not allow the whispers of the outside world to sway your judgment. Observing his brother's somewhat somber expression, Chu Tiankuo realized the depth of his anger and quickly added, I merely wish to inquire how you intend to deal with those two individuals. Recalling the hidden threat posed by Xia Huaichu within the Chu family, Chu Tiankuo coldly stated, I will arrange for someone to investigate Li Qingdu. Once the truth is unveiled, he shall be duly dealt with. Nodding in agreement, Chu Tiankuo remarked, then let us handle Xingzi town similarly. After being supported by the Jiuzhou group for so long, it is utterly contemptible for him to betray us over a trifling sum of money, rendering all those years of investment by Jiuzhou a complete waste. His indignation palpable. He spat in disdain. Since its inception, the Jiuzhou group had embarked on domestic poverty alleviation efforts, with Xingzi town being one of its beneficiaries. Recognizing the potential in a seemingly ordinary individual, Chu Tiankuo had facilitated his ascent within the Jiuzhou subsidiary, only to be met with treachery in return. Noting Chu Tiankuo's ire, Chu Tiankuo understood that while Xingzi town was once favored, such deep affection could swiftly turn to bitter hatred, and this traitor would soon face the most severe retribution from both families. Exiting the office and entering the lavishly adorned banquet hall below, he spotted Xia Rongjie sitting alone, drinking. What's the matter with President Xia? He appears markedly different from just an hour ago, he mused, sensing an aura of coldness that rendered him almost unapproachable. Several CEOs from Jiangsu and Zhejiang whispered among themselves, hesitant to approach Xia Rongjie. Seizing the moment, Chu Tiankuo plopped down beside him, raising his glass in invitation, and inquired, "What has transpired, President Xia? In such a brief span, your demeanor has shifted to that of a domineering CEO." Xia Rongjie tilted his head back, the burning liquor coursing down his throat, leaving a sharp pain in its wake. Beside him, Su Huanshan leaned in, whispering urgently, "I've just received word that shareholders from the Xia and Shi families have sold their stakes to the Tang family." Taken aback, Chu Tiankuo realized the gravity of the situation. Shareholders from the Xia and Shi families, aside from their immediate relatives, held minimal shares, and such reckless actions suggested a dire consequence of being devoured by the two families. Sensing Chu Tiankuo's confusion, Su Huanshan empathetically remarked, "The Xia family may have to forfeit half of their logistics company, and the Shi family's construction group faces similar prospects. The onslaught is fierce and appears to be for a singular purpose. It seems there is a significant fish within our ranks. Those who dare to reach out should have their claws severed." Xia Rongjie responded coldly. Chapter 33. Reunion with Shi Yu. The Zhuzhou banquet hall was ablaze with lights, overflowing with exquisite dishes and fine wines. The CEOs, clad in their finest attire, laughed and mingled, the atmosphere buoyant, as if the recent sanctions against 6 CEOs had never occurred. Nearby, a group of young executives clinked their glasses, the sound ringing merrily as they indulged in drink after drink, the enticing liquid sparkling in their cups. However, amidst the revelry, Chu Tiankuo suddenly spotted an unexpected presence, someone who should not have been there. Stumbling to his feet, he approached, and upon hearing a soft "Chu," he confirmed his eyes did not deceive him. She was indeed inopportunely present. "Shi Yu, how dare you?" Chu Tiankuo rasped. "How dare you stand before me?" After a long separation, Shi Yu was overjoyed to see Chu Tiankuo alive and well, but unexpectedly, she was met with a chilling indifference that pushed her away. Observing his frosty demeanor, Shi Yu felt a sharp pain in her chest, realizing that perhaps Chu Tiankuo had felt similarly when he saw her with Xia Rongjie. "Chu, please let me explain. I was with Xia Rongjie." "Enough," Chu Tiankuo interjected, his sudden rise in volume drawing the attention of the other CEOs, who paused to watch the unfolding drama. Not wishing to expose his vulnerability to onlookers, Chu Tiankuo seized Shi Yu's hand and led her upstairs, leaving behind a cacophony of whispers. "Was that person beside President Chu the young lady from the Shi family?" Someone gasped. "Absolutely." Another replied with certainty. "I once witnessed President Shi escorting her to an event in Island City. There is no mistaking it. She is undoubtedly the Shi family's heiress." What sensational news! Former fiancé's meeting here is nothing short of a monumental story, someone else exclaimed excitedly. Yet another voice cautioned, "Hey, are you trying to get us killed?" You know the uproar caused by the last blog post about the young heirs of the 4 logistics groups. Of course, we're aware. The blog faced a united front from the 4 companies, causing their stock prices to plummet. And now, the Chen family has launched a new terminal Weibo product, aiming to seize the market share from the blog. Another chimed in worriedly. "Let me enlighten you. Earlier today, the blog's president was arrested for treason." A cold voice cut through the chatter. As the chilling news settled in, the banquet hall fell into a stunned silence, the previously animated discussions abruptly ceasing. Just then, Cui Jinggang approached, observing the hushed crowd. With a derisive snort, he remarked, "As the saying goes, what the Su family and the Shao family say cannot be ignored. The blog's recent lesson serves as a reminder. I advise everyone to be mindful of their words." Meanwhile, on the upper floor's lounge, Chu Tiankuo and Shi Yu sat at opposite ends. Shi Yu attempted to approach Chu Tiankuo, but was met with his icy retort. "If you truly wish to discuss matters, refrain from those petty antics." Ignoring his warning, Shi Yu lunged towards him, only to be forcefully pushed back onto the sofa. This scene did not escape the notice of the entering Xia Rongjie, who seethed, "Chu Tiankuo, have you lost your mind?" Calmly adjusting his attire, Chu Tiankuo replied, coolly, "Perhaps you should ask your sister whom she was with during our engagement and where that was." Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's breath caught in her throat, her face paling as she hastily implored, "Chu, please let me explain." Chu Tiankuo interrupted, "Enough, your explanations are excessive. We can engage as ordinary partners, but anything beyond that is out of the question." Though his tone remained composed, the tension in his clenched fists betrayed his tumultuous emotions. Just then, several other CEOs entered, and a lively shout-tiance broke the tension, saying, Oh, I didn't realize President Chu was so greedy. Eyeing both the dish on the table and the one in the pot. Not only did you steal my beloved Miss Chen Air, but you're also flirting with your ex-fiancée, E. Perhaps Shi Yu believed that Chu Tiankuo would temper his anger out of respect, but for Xiao Tian's, she felt no such obligation. Frustrated by Chu Tiankuo's coldness, she seized the opportunity to vent her anger, standing up to scold him. You're nothing but a pest. Who do you think you are? Just because a Chu and I have called off our engagement, we are not yet broken up. Do not attempt to associate Miss Chen Air or Miss Chen San with Ah Chu. Do not overstep your bounds. The frigid voice of Chu Tiankuo emanated from behind Shi Yu. Startled, Shi Yu quickly retorted, yes, Ah Chu is right. You mustn't go too far. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was brusquely interrupted by Chu Tiankuo. I'm speaking of you, Shi Yu. Xiao is my friend. What position do you hold here? A jolt of shock coursed through Shi Yu, and trembling, she turned to face him, only to find his expression devoid of warmth. Her complexion paled to an almost ghostly hue, her lips quivering as she attempted to force a smile that appeared painfully rigid and unnatural. Stammering, she replied, Ah Chu, aren't we in a relationship? A fleeting glimpse of disappointment flickered in Chu Tiankuo's eyes as he coldly stated, a relationship? Everything between us ended that fateful evening you failed to show up. I would rather we had never crossed paths. Shi Yu felt as though she had been dealt a crushing blow, her entire being trembling as if devoid of support. Suddenly, her legs weakened, and she swayed dangerously, on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Xia Linchong, quick to react, reached out and steadied her, averting the embarrassment of her falling onto the coffee table in the lounge. At that moment, Shi Yu appeared exceedingly fragile and helpless, as if every ounce of her strength had abandoned her. Observing his fainting sister, Xia Linchong bellowed at Chu Tiankuo. What do you want, Chu? My sister merely wishes to talk to you. How can you hurt her so? Yet Chu Tiankuo remained seated, exuding an aura of icy indifference as he furrowed his brow. In their previous life, their love had endured 3 years, and their marriage another 3. Enough to extinguish many things. Though he could not fathom Shi Yu's thoughts, she certainly was not as weak as she appeared in that moment. Chapter 34, An Unpleasant Parting. The atmosphere in the spacious, well-lit lounge was rife with tension. Xia Linchong, his expression dark as storm clouds, gripped Chu Tiankuo's neck tightly, his eyes blazing with fury as if he intended to devour him whole. Chu Tiankuo exerted all his strength to pry Xia Linchong's iron grip from around his neck, lowering his voice to a menacing whisper. If Mr. Xiao wishes to see me destroyed, why dirty your hands personally? Who is unaware of your esteemed company's notorious slave capture squad making waves in the New World? At that moment, Xia Linchong's eyes were veined with crimson, his voice hoarse with rage. If anything were to happen to my sister, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and ensure you pay for it. Just then a faint voice, nearly inaudible, emerged from behind Xia Linchong, capturing the attention of everyone present. Brother, please let go of Ah Chu. It was Shi Yu, her face as pale as a sheet, her body swaying precariously, clearly in a state of extreme weakness. Upon hearing her voice, Chu Tiankuo turned to look at Shi Yu, a tumult of indescribable emotions surging within him. This woman, who once made him feel inadequate, now appeared so foreign. What had transpired to render such a proud woman so humble and desolate? Expressions that had once been inconceivable on Shi Yu's face were now painfully evident. Chu Tiankuo's heart tightened, but he swiftly suppressed the feeling. Recollections of the prior life flooded his mind, an overwhelming sense of desolation he no longer wished to endure. Shi Yu, it is too late. The die is cast, he rasped. As if anticipating this outcome, Shi Yu forced a bitter smile, her already pallid complexion losing even more vibrancy. Brother, let us go. Prompted by her words, Xia Linchong swiftly scooped her up and exited the lounge with haste. Watching Xia Linchong's retreating figure, Chu Tiankuo clenched his fists, reflecting on how he had allowed himself to waver regarding Shi Yu, fearing he had forgotten the pain of past wounds. After their marriage in the previous life, a life of turmoil accompanied him for 3 years. For 3 years, through countless days and nights, he had turned to alcohol, his heart long since dead, cold and foul. He was no longer the defeated man who had suffered failures in both love and career. He had transformed into the president of the Chu family conglomerate, the esteemed leader of Chu Ting Group, and the honorary president of Woofing Logistics. His current identity was manifold, so numerous that he no longer needed to look back at the failures of his past life. Chu Tiankuo quickly reoriented his mindset, glancing at the trio who had entered, and inquired, "Why are you all not enjoying the festivities downstairs? Have you come to witness my misfortune?" Xiao Tian's regarded the composed Chu Tiankuo with a smirk. "President Chu, there are no outsiders present, so who are you attempting to impress? Let your tears flow if you must." Chu Tiankuo, maintaining his facade, approached Xiao Tian's. tugging at his tie and murmuring, "Do not push me to eliminate you at the peak of my joy." With that, he stormed out, observing Chu Tiankuo's departing figure. Xiao Tian's stared blankly at the duo leaning against the sofa and wall, Bao Han and Su Huanshan, muttering to himself, "Did he just threaten me?" Bao Han approached Chu Tiankuo with a sympathetic expression and patted his shoulder, saying, "Take heart. You should be grateful he restrained himself. Otherwise, based on my understanding of him, he could truly act against you." Su Huanshan, shedding his previous icy demeanor, chuckled and remarked, "I commend your bravery for daring to provoke a tiger when it is enraged." After sharing their banter, the two linked arms and exited, laughter echoing as if they had witnessed something particularly ludicrous. Left alone in the vast lounge, Xiao Tian's spread his hands in confusion, wondering what had he done to deserve this. At the summit of Jiuzhou Dupu, in the office of Chu Tianqing, he was entertaining a mysterious visitor. She was clad in a perfectly tailored professional suit, the classic black and white palette accentuating her noble yet elegant demeanor. The collar of her exquisite blouse was slightly open, revealing alabaster skin and the delicate outline of her collarbone. Her figure was gracefully curvaceous, the hem of her skirt swaying gently with each confident stride. Her eyes sparkled with the depths of autumn waters, radiating wisdom and insight. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, naturally draping over her shoulders, occasionally styled in a pragmatic bun that further emphasized her astute professionalism. Her lips were perpetually adorned with a gentle, warm smile, exuding a blend of approachability and distance. Her demeanor reflected profound depth and refinement, embodying both the soft essence of femininity and the resolute decisiveness of a leader. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him, Chu Tianqing's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Miss Chun, your rightful place is in the capital, not here." Chun Xiaomei stretched languidly, her alluring curves subtly highlighted as she chuckled softly. "My sister's rumored boyfriend is downstairs. I fear he may be unable to resist and take advantage of our family's interests." Chu Tianqing frowned, his tone serious as he replied, "I trust you are aware of the character of the Chu family. While we may not claim to be entirely unflappable, we certainly uphold our propriety." Chun Xiaomei nodded lazily, her ruby lips parting. "The Chu family is indeed respectable and upright. I trust Xiao Li, but I remain unconvinced of Xiao Lan's resolve." Speaking of her sister, a hint of helplessness crossed Chun Xiaomei's face. Her sister was quite the aesthetic admirer, and with Chu Tiankuo being the epitome of temptation, she feared her sister might falter and become entangled with him. Chu Tianqing regarded Chun Xiaomei with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. "I recall that in our childhood, you once mentioned marrying Xiao Li. Why have you changed your stance as you grew older?" A faint blush flickered across Chun Xiaomei's exquisite visage, yet she quickly adopted a serious demeanor and addressed Chu Tianqing. "Although Xiao Li possesses a discerning eye, the opponent he has chosen is a formidable giant. With all due respect, the Chu family stands little chance of victory. Our Chen family is simply too insignificant, destined to be overwhelmed in the face of such a tempest." Chu Tianqing took a sip of tea, his expression inscrutable, and replied nonchalantly, "If the Jiangling Chun family, a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, claims to be small, then tomorrow we may witness a procession of desperate business owners leaping into the Yangtze River." Chun Xiaomei retorted without hesitation, "One must first secure their own territory before waging war abroad. How can one conquer the world when they cannot even manage their own home? With so many cunning foxes and treacherous rats within, I fail to see any possibility for the Chu family to triumph." Previously, I might have pessimistically remarked that perhaps success would be unattainable for a decade, or that a century would yield no results. However, now I can confidently tell those skeptics to observe. In this modern era, the dynamics of offense and defense have shifted dramatically. Chapter 35, Severance. In the office, Chun Xiaomei and Chu Tianqing sat opposite each other, the atmosphere thick with tension and confrontation. Chun Xiaomei's demeanor was resolute and composed, her gaze piercing and unyielding. Chu Tianqing, in contrast, exuded confidence and ease, a subtle smile playing on his lips, as if he were entirely assured of the outcome. "You are merely apprehensive about those individuals leveraging their capital to besiege the Chun group, potentially severing our financial lifeline," he stated in a calm and candid tone. Chun Xiaomei furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly regained her composure, asserting, "I believe now is not the opportune moment to strike. Xiao Li is simply too hasty." Her voice was clear and powerful. Chu Tianqing smiled gently. "I understand your concerns, yet the battle has already commenced. There is a precipice behind us, and no one will retreat at this juncture." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaomei's elegant brows knitted together. From Chu Tianqing's words, it was evident that the most formidable backing for those people had likely fallen under his influence. "I am unaware of the basis for your confidence, but do not underestimate your adversaries," she cautioned. Chu Tianqing exhaled slowly. He had believed that, as the heiress of the Chen family, Chen Xiaomei managed the family affairs with precision and was never lacking in adventurous spirit. Yet now it appeared that her delicate sensibilities led her to hesitate in entrusting the family's future to the uncertain realm of commercial warfare. Recognizing that dry facts would not sway Chen Xiaolon, he took a sip from his teacup and revealed a significant piece of information. While Lu Xinjie is the top leader of Binhai City, the district chief of Binhai New Area is another individual, surnamed Ma, hailing from Steel City. He set down a cup and fixed his determined gaze on Chen Xiaolon. Chen Xiaomei's eyes brightened at this revelation, seemingly intrigued, and she leaned forward, cautiously inquiring, "Are 800,000 dockworkers relying on this?" Chu Tianqing nodded with an air of calm assurance. He then inhaled deeply and declared, "This operation aims to make it abundantly clear that this is not a place for them. They should retreat as far as possible." His voice brimmed with confidence and resolve, as if he could already envision the dawn of victory. Chen Xiaomei scrutinized Chu Tianqing, her eyes reflecting an unmistakable curiosity. She warned, "Do not underestimate them. They are not ordinary adversaries. Even our Chun family has suffered significant losses at their hands." Chu Tianqing, intrigued by her words, pondered that while the Zhuzhou group had only captured Qingzi town, which was relatively inconsequential, it appeared that the Chun family had endured considerable setbacks. What transpired? The Zhang and Xia family was compelled to sever half of their logistics company, and the Shi family had to cut off half of their construction company. Their objectives are evidently clear. I cannot fathom what they see in the Chen family. Chen Xiaomei shot him a glance and replied, "Although our Chen family's construction capabilities may not rival the Shi family, many high-end communities are constructed by our Chen construction group. The enemy's target is unmistakably directed at our construction endeavors." Chu Tianqing nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to offer Chen Xiaomei some comforting words to bolster her confidence when Chu Tiankuo burst in urgently. "Brother, I recall that before a father passed away, he entrusted a portion of his shares in the Shi family to be held by the Zhuzhou group. Are those shares still intact?" Chu Tianxing, observing his younger brother's anxious expression, realized that this inquiry was of utmost importance. He promptly dialed his assistant. "Hello, Lao Wu. I recall that our group holds a 37% stake in the Shi family. Chairman Chu, that's stake." Wu's voice faltered on the other end of the line. Hearing the hesitation from his most trusted subordinate, Chu Tianqing immediately sensed something amiss and pressed for clarity. "What is going on? Speak plainly." That stake was lost by the young master during gambling and ouching. Wu's voice conveyed a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing felt as if all his strength had been drained. Slumping into his chair as he uttered, "Very well, have Chu Shiping wait for me at home." After hanging up, disregarding the presence of others, he looked up at Chu Tiankuo and said, "Tiankuo, I failed to safeguard the shares entrusted to me by our uncle." Witnessing his brother's sudden despondency, Chu Tiankuo, surprisingly, did not react with anger. Instead, having confirmed his own thoughts, he said, "This was to be expected. Shi Nian called me," stating that Shi Zoming had no interest in the shares in her possession. "I realized then that there must be some oversight regarding the shares held by the Chu family." As he spoke, Chu Tiankuo moved forward, sitting beside Chen Xiaomei. Lighting a cigarette, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and continued, "At that time, the Shi family needed development, and the Chu family invested to acquire a 39.72% stake. Now, that 37 has been taken from you. I suspect the stake held by Chuli Logistics has diminished by 24.1. I have yet to investigate the other subsidiaries, but there will likely be discrepancies." At this point, he could not help but smirk sarcastically. It is a pity that Shi Zoming, clever for a moment, has fallen victim to other schemes. He gazes enviously at the shares held by the Chu family, only to have others seize the fruits of our labor. Chen Xiaomei observed the eloquent Chu Tiankuo, his handsome features shrouded in smoke, and playfully twisted at his waist, remarking, "Shao Li, how did you become such a troublemaker so soon?" Chu Tiankuo felt a delicate hand exploring his waist. Turning to see another person beside him, he suddenly winced in pain and pleaded, "Miss, have mercy." Chen Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with amusement, evidently entertained by Chu Tiankuo's grimacing expression. After withdrawing her hand, she covered her mouth and giggled. Chu Tianqing, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "The individuals targeting the Shi and Xia families are the financial backers behind Xia Huaichu. I understand their purpose for severing the construction teams from various groups. But why target the Xia family's logistics?" Chu Tiankuo rubbed his waist and replied casually, "Earlier, Su Huanshan left something unsaid, and I will clarify it for you. Su Huanshan's uncle is a ne'er-do-well, a notorious playboy who once offended the wrong people and was sent to Hong Kong by old Su. However, he has recently been spotted in Shanghai with Xia Rongjie. Having navigated the complexities of the industry for years, Chu Tianqing quickly grasped the implications. Are you suggesting that the newly established logistics group in Hong Kong, Shi Corporation, is a strategic move by Xia Huaichu? Bingo, precisely. In the dimly lit room, Tang Xian was quietly speaking on the phone, his words barely audible. Chapter 36, Retribution. In the shadowy chamber, Tang Xian ended the call, lit a cigarette, and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Such a grand gesture, yet the Tang family truly cannot stomach it. Before Tang Xian could extinguish his cigarette, Xia Rongjie burst into the room. Observing the hazy atmosphere enveloped in smoke, he couldn't help but frown, waving his hand to disperse the fog before him. Xia Rongjie took a seat across from Tang Xian. Young Master Tang, the Binhai New District will soon be firmly in your family's grasp. Why then indulge in such excessive smoking? After extinguishing his cigarette, Tang Xian knitted his brows and replied, Young Master Xia has noble aspirations. Yet how do we prepare for the retaliation from the Shi family? Xia Rongjie, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. The victor writes history. Shi Zoming ought to comprehend this principle. Moreover, the mere division of a struggling real estate company into a few construction teams does not touch the very foundation of the Shi family. Why would he lower himself to seek revenge? Shi Zoming might not, but young Master Xia has ruthlessly carved a significant piece from the Xia family's logistics company. Tang Xian remarked, acknowledging Xia Rongjie's recent audacity. Reflecting on the fleet he had reluctantly relinquished, Xia Rongjie smugly asserted, Xia Linsong is ambitious yet incompetent. He doesn't even qualify as a watchdog. You need not fear his vengeance. Our pharmaceutical endeavors abroad have been thoroughly undermined. Tang Xian paused, momentarily taken aback, recalling the staggering quantities of medication used overseas, and he suddenly understood why the Jiangnan Xia family lagged behind their European counterparts. These are mere castles in the air. While young Master Xia may remain unperturbed, we, the Tang family, cannot afford to be reckless. Rising, Xia Rongjie patted Tang Xian on the shoulder, saying, Rest assured, young Master Tang, once the Tang family completes the Binhai New District project, we shall undoubtedly ascend among the top real estate companies in the nation. At that point, the Xia, Shao, and Shi families will be no more than insignificant hounds. Little did he know, Tang Xian stood up, disdainfully retorting, If young Master Xia's most formidable ally is Secretary Liu of Binhai City, then I fear his support is rather meager. Without the Binhai New District project, the Tang family has no need to offend the Shao or Shi families. With that, Tang Xian pointed toward the television, where news was being broadcast. Xia Rongjie turned to see the host announcing, This afternoon, Deputy Mayor Ma Fuchong of Gangcheng has been appointed as the district chief of Binhai New District. This outstanding official, hailing from a working-class background, will oversee the district's development. Staring incredulously at the rotund face on the screen, Xia Rongjie asked, How could someone like him hold office in Longhua? Tang Xian chuckled disdainfully and leaned closer to Xia Rongjie, saying, Young Master Xia may have been overly influenced by Western education, failing to grasp the historical context of this ancient land. If he understood the saying, 100,000 laborers depend on their livelihoods, he wouldn't be surprised by how swiftly this man has risen through the ranks. Defeated, Xia Rongjie slumped onto the sofa, coldly stating, The Xia family will unconditionally inject 2 billion euros into the Tang family. You must secure the Binhai New District. Tang Xian halted, a smile creeping onto his face as he turned away from Xia Rongjie. His sudden shift from sarcasm was merely to extract greater benefits from the Xia family. I believe we could invite several other parties to form an alliance, aiming to counteract those monopolizing the market. Encouraged by Tang Xian's suggestion, Xia Rongjie felt a spark of interest, though he realized his connections in the domestic realm were limited to those in Island City. However, in Island City, only the Tang family was willing to collaborate. The Shi family had already threatened that any collaboration with the Xia family would provoke their ire. Reflecting on this, Xia Rongjie dejectedly admitted, But I have no contacts with them. Tang Xian stepped forward to offer reassurance. We can host a banquet, and I will introduce you to them. Very well. However, before Tang Xian could organize the banquet, the retaliation from several families arrived swiftly. In the afternoon, while Tang Xian was in his bedroom watching the news, he stumbled upon a report from Island City that left him in shock. We have received explosive news. The Tang Construction Company's project in Hangzhou has unexpectedly encountered a setback, failing multiple inspections and ultimately having to relinquish the project to Ko's Haoki Construction for reconstruction. Earlier that morning, startling news from the Hong Kong Island Customs emerged. Allegations surfaced that the Su Logistics Company in Island City had repeatedly violated regulations, smuggling weapons and contraband under the guise of e-commerce. Such audacity is utterly reprehensible. Following a search of the Su Manor in Hong Kong Island, the manor was swiftly sealed by the police, who uncovered a substantial cache of weapons and drugs, providing irrefutable evidence of Su Logistics' illicit activities. By midday, the police in the capital issued a statement announcing the swift arrest of Sun Qiming, president of Linxiao Logistics, on charges of smuggling and drug trafficking. During interrogation, the suspect, Sun Zhongming confessed to his crimes and has since been detained in accordance with the law. The Sun Qiming case triggered a chain reaction, with several domestic mid-sized logistics firms swiftly overhauling their leadership, likely in response to the fallout from the Sun Qiming incident. Finally, a bombshell report surfaced. Su Minghua, the illegitimate son of the Su family in Shanghai, has been cast out by the family. Does this signify that internal strife within the Su family has reached a boiling point? The situation remains murky and thought-provoking. Trembling, Tang Xian switched off the television, recalling the shocking evidence presented in the Sun Qiming case, each detail more alarming than the last. Just as he picked up his phone to call Xia Rongjie, an incoming call from Tang Tong interrupted him. Puzzled, he answered, only to hear Tang Tong urgently say, "Second brother, did you see the message I sent you on the terminal? Is that person the one you were drinking with before?" Confused, Tang Xian hung up and opened the terminal. Clicking on Tang Tong's message, the terminal's Weibo app displayed a wanted notice, and Tang Xian's brow furrowed as he realized the Chun family had reached this level of notoriety. After the app finished downloading, he saw a wanted poster featuring Su Minghua. Su Minghua, male, wanted for charges of weapon smuggling, rape, and drug trafficking, it read. The sight of this notice chilled Tang Xian to the bone. Before any collaboration had even begun, a crucial pawn was already lost. He had not anticipated such swift and ruthless retaliation from those five families. Within the confines of Jiuzhou Dupu, Su Huanshan was enjoying lunch in the lounge. Having partied late into the night yesterday, they all struggled to adjust their biological clocks, rising only by noon. Observing Chu Tiankuo, who had been incessantly devouring his meal since entering, Su Huanshan helplessly remarked, "You've already had 8 bowls. Don't you care about controlling your figure?" Unfazed, Chu Tiankuo replied, "I'm not the president of a celebrity company. I don't need a pretty exterior to attract fans." Su Huanshan frowned, seemingly sensitive to the term internet celebrity. Chapter 37, The Bias of Perception. In his previous life, as the internet industry flourished, the economy of internet celebrities gradually emerged. Chu Tiankuo and Shi Yu were carefully crafted by the Shi Group as a celebrity couple during that time. The striking contrast of a child raised in the Shi family marrying the family's heiress ignited a market frenzy, causing the Shi Group's stock prices to soar. Subsequently, the Shi Group cleverly leveraged their childhood friendship, portraying them as a loving couple, and through a series of promotional strategies, they reaped substantial benefits from the burgeoning economy of internet celebrities. At this moment, Chu Tiankuo gazed at the 5 young presidents seated at the table, each one handsome and possessing a unique aura. Compared to the others, Chu Tiankuo appeared as a noble scion meticulously nurtured by an illustrious family. Su Huanshan seemed to embody the archetype of a domineering CEO straight from a romance novel. Bao Haochen looked like a vibrant and ambitious young elite. Xiao Tian's resembled a peacock proudly displaying its plumage, and Xia Linsong exuded the air of an untouchable aristocrat of high standing. At this moment, Chu Tiankuo proposed, "Why don't the 5 of us take a photograph together and post it on the terminal's Weibo? This could assist the Chun Group in attracting some traffic." As soon as his words fell, it was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, instantly stirring ripples in the calm surface. However, unexpectedly, the usually amicable and agreeable Bao Haochen stood up in opposition, declaring emphatically, "No, absolutely not. Although our names have been circulated widely outside, very few photos of us have actually made it out. Only you, Li Zai, have been exposed by that fellow, Xia Rongjie, which is why there's a photo of you online." His tone was resolute and unyielding, leaving no room for debate. Faced with Bao Haochen's inscrutable expression, Chu Tiankuo couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity and pressed, "Brother Bao, we are in an age of information explosion. It is perfectly normal to seek fame or visibility. There's no need to be so secretive, is there?" At this juncture, Xiao Tian's leaned in with a teasing smile. Addressing Chu Tiankuo, "Old Chu, I wonder if Brother Bao is concerned about being overshadowed by us? After all, we are all prominent figures." With that, he playfully winked at Bao Haochen. Su Huanshan interjected, "As scions of wealthy families, it would be wise for us to remain low profile at this juncture. We should avoid exposing ourselves too readily. If we were to be too ostentatious and Xia Huaichu were to obtain our photos, it could lead to considerable trouble for us." Xia Linsong chimed in, "I concur with Xiao Su. This is a precarious time, and it is not suitable for us to seek the limelight. Xia Rongjie is currently busy navigating between various small groups. Should we extinguish his ambitions, he may resort to extreme measures." Xia Linsong's words brought an abrupt stillness to the previously lively atmosphere, as everyone fell silent. Yesterday, Bao Haochen had already mentioned that Xia Huaichu had emerged from the underworld, employing methods so unscrupulous that they left people appalled. Seeing that no one, except for Xiao Tian's, supported his idea, Chu Tiankuo was left with no choice but to take a selfie, register a terminal Weibo account, and post the photo online. In his previous life, many company presidents had thrived on the internet, offering their fans immense satisfaction and ultimately garnering a genuine following. Although Chu Tiankuo had no desire to embark on that path, the rapid development of the country made the internet an exceedingly cost-effective means of promotion. Chu Lily, just having a simple breakfast. Photo, JPG. Recalling the wildly flourishing influencer economy from his past life, Chu Tiankuo stroked his chin, seemingly remembering that the Chu Ting Group had a subsidiary dedicated to live streaming platforms. Without further ado, he took out his phone and called Chun Xiaolong. Hello, Secretary Chun. Who is it? You're disturbing my sweet dreams. A slightly groggy voice came through the phone, and Chu Tiankuo glanced at his watch, confirming it was indeed 2:37 p.m. How could she still be asleep? Chu Tiankuo. Who is Chu Tiankuo? Let it go to hell. Chun Xiaolong replied, still half awake. The lounge was not particularly spacious, and the presidents, all from influential families, have been taught various etiquette since childhood, maintaining an absolute silence during meals. Chun Xiaolong's outburst resonated throughout the lounge. Ha ha ha. Sorry, old Chu, I couldn't help it. Xiao Tian's laughed heartily, slapping the table. The others also covered their mouths, chuckling softly. Watching as his companions let go of their pretenses and indulged in laughter at his expense, Chu Tiankuo felt a wave of embarrassment. Listening to Chun Xiaolong's drowsy mumbling on the other end, he quickly hung up. Realizing that taking shortcuts was futile, he decided to call Chun Xiaomei instead. Mei Jia, it's me, Xiaoli. What brings the president of the Chu family to seek me out? Chun Xiaomei's lazy voice came through the phone, her tone laced with playful teasing, prompting an involuntary wry smile from Chu Tiankuo. Mei Jia, I've registered on your Chun Group's terminal Weibo, and I would like to obtain personal verification. Chun Xiaomei seemed surprised, as if unsure what Chu Tiankuo meant by verification. What verification? Our terminal just finished developing Weibo. We don't have that many features yet. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo inwardly lamented. The current version of Weibo was far from the well-developed platform of his previous life. Initial versions hardly offered any verification features. Mei Jia, what I mean is, if we presidents were to register, could our accounts authenticate our real positions? Upon understanding Chu Tiankuo's intent, Chun Xiaomei grew excited and exclaimed, all right, I'll have the project team add that feature. Xiaoli, that's a splendid idea. There are far too many scammers online. Having this feature could prevent some netizens from being deceived. Great, great. Thank you. Mei Jia, Chu Tiankuo hastily replied, but before he could finish, the call was disconnected. After setting down his phone, Chu Tiankuo looked up to find the other four staring at him with curiosity. Do I have something on my face? Why are you all looking at me? Xiao Tian's exclaimed in surprise. Old Chu, we all thought you were joking. We never expected you to actually do this. Summer Linsong nodded in agreement. Xiaoli, I didn't expect you to follow through on your words. Feeling somewhat bashful, Chu Tiankuo admitted, in this era of rampant online growth, perhaps it would be prudent for us to set aside our previous notions and closely observe the internet. Chapter 38, The Obvious Effect. In the past, communication was not as advanced, but with the advent of the telephone, even distances as vast as the sky could be bridged in an instant. Moreover, online shopping is encroaching upon traditional sales models, with many individuals in various cities preferring to shop online. You all, as logistics company owners, should be well aware of the surge in online shopping orders over the past 2 years. Additionally, have you noticed that the Chun Group's communication terminal boasts over 200 million registered users in the country, all of whom have undergone real name verification? What a substantial figure. If the Chun Group were to transfer half of these registered users to the terminal Weibo, that would amount to 100 million people. Our myriad subsidiaries comprise a vast network, and among these 100 million users, at least 1/5 are potential customers. If the president of a product manufacturing company were to engage with them online, would that not spark their desire to purchase? As the saying goes, in the past, travel was slow and letters took far too long. One could only love one person in a lifetime. Now, the internet is swift, the world is small, love is easy, but commitment is difficult. With the evolution of communication methods to such a degree, consider this. Previously, a single piece of negative news could be confined to one locality. But now, in this era of unfiltered information, even a minor negative report could cause our group's stock price to fluctuate, as evidenced by the Timing Group's misfortune. Chu Tiankuo's words resonated like a clarion call, striking a chord with the four individuals present, who were suddenly enveloped in silence, each displaying a unique expression. Xiao Tian's furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a contemplative demeanor, seemingly pondering the deeper implications of Chu Tiankuo's statements. Su Huanshan remained tight-lipped, his expression grave, perhaps weighing the pros and cons within his mind. Meanwhile, Bao Haochen, seated in the corner, crossed his arms, his gaze inscrutable, lost in his thoughts. Summer Linsong appeared utterly astonished, clearly taken aback by Chu Tiankuo's assertions, possibly questioning their veracity in his mind. At that moment, a torrent of thoughts surged within them. Some pondered whether Chu Tiankuo had overstated his claims, others worried about future developments, while yet others silently contemplated the suggestions he had presented. The entire atmosphere seemed draped in a heavy blanket of tension, with no one daring to speak, leaving only silence to permeate the air. In the private room, each individual harbored their own thoughts, silently consuming the meals before them. Yet, a seemingly innocuous tweet from Chu Tiankuo on Weibo sent ripples through the digital realm, particularly after the Weibo project team hastily conferred upon him a verification badge. Chu Lily, president of the Chu Group, president of the Chu Court Group, honorary president of Woofing Logistics, Chu Tiankuo, unmoved as a mountain, Li Tianxia. I must admit, this is indeed our company as president. Verification, supervisor of the Chu Court Group. Veiled in dusk, Chu Tiankuo. Is that not my beloved little Li? Verification, executive president of the Mu Group. Wang Shuhan. My nephew, forgive his awkwardness. Verification, president of the Wang Group, former president of the Chu Court Group. May, do invite me for a meal when you have time. Verification, president of the Chun Group. One by one, figures who could only be glimpsed in the news materialized before them, providing a platform for interaction, which sent Weibo users into a frenzy. Chu Tiankuo, too, appeared almost unreal, diligently responding to a multitude of comments from netizens. Xiaoxiang Night Rain. President Chu. Will the Chu Group continue to vigorously develop the logistics industry? Chu Lily. We are currently negotiating with major e-commerce platforms to enhance domestic logistics efficiency. Happy little whirlwind. President Chu. Will I ever have the chance to taste the meal you are currently enjoying? Chu Lily. This is a business meal from Jiuzhou Dumeng. Available for a mere 688 per person. Jiuzhou Dumeng is a nationwide chain. With hard work, you can sample their offerings during breaks. A little tip. Jiuzhou Dumeng provides opportunities for free tastings of 4 dishes. Flying Laser. President Chu, as a construction industry professional, is your construction team hiring? My experience working with the Chu Group 2 years ago was the most carefree period of my life. Chu Lily. Currently, we are not hiring, but you could submit your resume to Chu Court Real Estate. You never know what might happen. Dynamic Future. President Chu, as a graduate of Blue Xiong and New Oriental. Do you have any advice for promising career paths? Chu Lily. Perhaps consider live streaming excavator cooking on Weibo. As Chu Tiankuo continued to respond to the curious comments of netizens, an increasing number of users flocked to his Weibo, leaving messages. Faced with hundreds of thousands of comments, he found himself at a loss, contemplating why he had committed to replying to them all. However, having made a bold promise, he persevered through the barrage of comments, feeling as though he might be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information had it not been for the experimental phone gifted by Mu Chunshin. An idea suddenly sparked in Chu Tiankuo's mind, prompting him to call Chen Xiumei. Hello, Mei Jia. Are you currently with the Chun Group S Weibo project team? Hearing the weary tone in Chu Tiankuo's voice, Chen Xiumei teased. Oh, our President Chu is not busy charming your little fans. What brings you to engage with us old-timers? Realizing that Chen Xiumei was teasing him for bypassing her comments to reply to others, he responded, Mei Jia, I would like to treat you to dinner at Jiuzhou Dumeng tonight. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiumei's eyes sparkled with amusement, chiding him, You little rascal. Why didn't you mention this when we were at Jiuzhou Dumeng last night? Mei Jia, I must admit it slipped my mind at that moment. Understanding Chu Tiankuo's intent, Chen Xiumei inquired, So, what is it that you wish to request? Given your penchant for making inquiries, I suspect you have something on your mind. Embarrassed, Chu Tiankuo confessed, I hope you can arrange for the project team to add a lottery platform. I simply cannot keep up with the comments. All right, I understand your request. Interestingly, your suggestion is quite timely. Just this afternoon, dozens of billion-dollar group presidents reached out to me via various channels seeking Weibo verification. Chen Xiumei recalled the afternoon's calls with a hint of surprise. In less than a month since its inception, the terminal Weibo had just launched, and the blog owner had already been entangled in their web, simultaneously shutting down the blog. While it had remained relatively dormant for days, today, a single tweet from Chu Tiankuo had revitalized the terminal Weibo. Presently, Chun Group's assistant team calculated that if they were to develop a subsidiary for terminal Weibo, its market value would swiftly ascend to the 100 billion level, nearing $1 trillion. Moreover, the Chu Court Group was also soaring in the stock market, achieving a remarkable surge as Chu Tiankuo began replying to netizen comments, propelling the group and its subsidiaries to a well-deserved halt in trading. Chapter 39. The Soaring Chu Group. Before the screen, Chu Tiankuo gazed at the flood of messages on Weibo, a wry smile etched on his face. He knew full well that even if he were to respond until dawn, he could not possibly reply to all the comments. Gently tapping his phone screen, he scrolled through the previous tweet's comment section, his gaze flitting over each message. Each comment embodied a netizen's anticipation and support, and he could feel their fervor and sincerity. Beside him, his phone chimed, and as he answered, Chen Xiumei's voice resonated through the receiver. Little Li, I have completed the function you requested. You can now utilize the terminal assistant. Chu Tiankuo responded with palpable excitement. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mei Jie. After hanging up, he looked at the ever-increasing numbers on the screen, then glanced at the time, already 8 in the evening. The count had soared to millions, prompting an exasperated sigh from him. Chu Lily, I am genuinely touched by everyone's enthusiasm. However, there are limits to human capacity, and I can no longer respond to each comment individually. To express my apologies, I will select a lucky fan from this post to receive a suite from our Chu Group's development of single apartments. Terminal Assistant. With his announcement of the apartment giveaway, the already bustling Weibo surged to new heights, igniting excitement among netizens. Wow, this is exhilarating. President Chu is truly remarkable. I must win this. Messages flooded in like a tidal wave as users articulated their anticipation and exhilaration. Some even began to speculate on the surprises this apartment might hold for them. I am ready. I must win. This is the closest I've ever been to my dream. Please, please. Chu Tiankuo truly understands us. This time, I must win. The entire Weibo platform was enveloped in the fervent emotions of netizens, who eagerly awaited the moment of a lottery, hoping to be the fortunate winner. The next day, as Chu Tiankuo emerged from the side courtyard, rubbing his eyes, he found several other presidents staring intently at him. Puzzled, he wondered what could have drawn their attention. He had checked his reflection before leaving and saw nothing particularly captivating about himself. Xia Rongjie approached Chu Tiankuo, fixing him with a serious gaze as he inquired, "How did you manage this?" Chu Tiankuo, bewildered, replied, "Manage what? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Your Chu Group's stock price has skyrocketed, hitting the limit up right after opening. In just 2 days, your group's market value has inexplicably surged by $100 billion. Xiao Tiankuo interjected to clarify. Embarrassed, Chu Tiankuo scratched his head shyly, admitting, "I'm merely engaged in conversation with the netizens, fostering a connection with the grassroots." Witnessing Chu Tiankuo's innocent demeanor, the other 4 exchanged exasperated glances. In a mercilessly sardonic tone, Xia Rongjie remarked, if the fans of President Chu were to witness him in such a state, they would undoubtedly flock to others. Speaking of fans, Chu Tiankuo, with a hint of pride, declared, "Hey, you may not believe it, but even if the 5 of us were to present ourselves together, I would still be the most captivating to the ladies." Su Huanshan interrupted Chu Tiankuo's daydreams, stating, "Were it not for the numerous halos surrounding you, how could you possibly attract such a multitude of superficial women?" Recalling the barrage of husband comments on Chu Tiankuo's Weibo from the previous night, they were left questioning the sanity of the world. Hadn't the people of Longhua always been renowned for their restraint? Why then did these young women behave so frantically online? Bao Haochen offered analysis, saying, "Take someone like Xiao Li, a young master, who perfectly embodies the standards some women seek in a partner. It is only natural for him to attract female fans." Meanwhile, Xiao Tiankuo chuckled, "When it comes to meeting women's criteria for a partner, it would be more accurate to say he fits the image of a scion of a prestigious family, a stereotype that has faced considerable scrutiny online in recent years. Now that old Chu has emerged, those individuals are clamoring to pursue him." Xiao Tiankuo's words seemed to resonate, as all 5, including Chu Tiankuo, nodded in agreement. In the current domestic climate, the leaders of various conglomerates are predominantly middle-aged, and amidst social interactions, well-preserved executives are indeed a rarity. With Chu Tiankuo's sudden rise to prominence, coupled with his appealing image, the Chu Corporation has garnered a significant fan base, which has consequently driven the stock market to soar. Observing the agreement from his companions, Chu Tiankuo revisited an old suggestion, proposing, "How about we take a group photo to promote each other?" Xiao Tiankuo, chuckling, refused. "Old Chu, you've gained over 1 million fans in just 1 day. Aren't you afraid they might turn their affections towards us and abandon you?" Chu Tiankuo shook his head, stating, "Today's netizens can have countless infatuations. We are the stewards of multi-billion-dollar conglomerates and must tread carefully. The Chu Corporation could either rise to unprecedented heights or plummet due to a minor negative report. In our position, prudence is paramount. As the tides of the times rise, those who adapt will thrive, while those who resist will perish. Our duty is to excel in even the smallest of matters, such as ensuring fair wages and benefits, which can enhance our public goodwill as we ultimately serve the populace." Chu Tiankuo's words left Xiao Tiankuo in contemplation. After a moment, he suggested, "Since we kept the news of the Jojo Dupu gathering under wraps, let us 5 establish a Weibo presence to ignite interest in this collaboration." The others nodded in agreement. And Chu Tiankuo proposed, "Let's arrange for a dedicated photographer to capture our moments when we head to the lounge for a meal." "Agreed," came the response. In Shanghai, Xia Rongjie, upon glancing at the trending topics on Weibo and the soaring stock value of the Chu Corporation, furiously smashed his cup against the computer screen. Originally, the blog had served as a clandestine voice for their group, their mouthpiece, but unexpectedly, after leaking a few tidbits about the Chu family. Chu Tiankuo and his associates retaliated against the blog. Moreover, the Chun family swiftly launched their own terminal Weibo, filling the void left by the blog. While Chu Tiankuo and his group boldly established their presence on Weibo, further fueling its popularity. Today, the photos of the five were prominently displayed online, and to Xia Rongjie, this felt like a provocation, challenging the Xia family's control over new media. After venting his frustration, he began contemplating countermeasures. On the Binhai New area front, the Xia family had invested substantial resources, yet the situation had devolved into chaos, while the Chu family continued to make bold moves, compelling him to diminish their audacity. Lost in thought, Xia Rongjie was suddenly struck by a burnt smell. Looking down, he noticed that the damaged computer had begun to smoke and was on fire. Chapter 40, Counteraction. Once the raging flames in Xia Rongjie's room were extinguished by the hastily summoned staff, the once disheveled and dusty man now had eyes that sparkled with a bright and resolute light. Since learning that the Chun family had seized the reins of new media, the market value of the Chu Corporation had skyrocketed by over 100 billion in a mere 2 days. This revelation led Xia Rongjie to realize that if his Xia family could replicate this strategy, it might very well alter their fate on the mainland. With thoughts surging like a tempest, Xia Rongjie unhesitatingly dialed an overseas number. "Hello, grandfather." The voice on the other end was low and hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against glass, jarring to the ears. "Jia, why are you calling your grandfather so late?" The elder's voice revealed a hint of fatigue. "Grandfather, may I inquire if the development team for the blog is still operational?" Xia Rongjie asked respectfully. "Oh, that project team is still active. They're all top talents. But regrettably, we must make some sacrifices to preserve the more critical parts," Xia Huaichu sighed in response. "Then, grandfather, could you arrange for the person in charge of the blog project to get in touch with me?" Xia Rongjie pressed eagerly. "Just wait a moment. I will arrange it shortly. Your approach has been rather naive this time. That young man from the Chu family chose not to breach the rules, which is why he let you off lightly. Remember this," Xia Huaichu advised, analyzing Xia Rongjie's recent dilemmas. "Yes, grandfather, I understand. Next time, I will not be defeated by him again," Xia Rongjie replied firmly. After hanging up, a hint of shame flickered across Xia Rongjie's devilish face, seemingly unable to accept his defeat to Chu Tiankuo. Upon entering a new private room, Xia Rongjie picked up his phone and muttered, "If it weren't for the inappropriateness of appearing on a platform controlled by the Chun family, you wouldn't have had the upper hand this time." Soon his phone rang, and Xia Rongjie answered it. "Hello, this is Xia Rongjie. Mr. Xia, I'm the supervisor of the blog. My name is Wu Gaofei," came a young voice from the other end. Xia Rongjie got straight to the point. "How long would it take for you to recreate a platform similar to the blog?" After a brief silence, Wu Gaofei replied, "The initial version of the blog is still on our computers. It only requires minor modifications. A few days should suffice." "Satisfied?" Xia Rongjie inquired. "In that case, how much funding would you need?" Wu Gaofei calculated quickly and reported, "Mr. Xia, we would need 50 million. We could complete it in 2 days. However, due to the blog situation, we lack the arrangements for launching the program." Xia Rongjie swiftly sent a message to the finance department and stated, "All right, I will arrange for the funds immediately. I expect to see the new blog's product in 2 days." Upon hearing Xia Rongjie's agreement, Wu Gaofei responded eagerly, "Great. I will arrange for the team to start working on it right away." After ending the call, Xia Rongjie approached the window, gazing at the bustling traffic outside, and confidently asserted, "Even if you manage to eliminate the blog, I can still create a new one. What are the elders to the will of the people?" Had Chu Tiankuo been aware of Xia Rongjie's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly have advised him, "Do not be foolish. Public opinion is but a fleeting notion, easily overshadowed by the words of the elders." Meanwhile, Chu Tiankuo, having reaped the benefits of the new media wave, was already contemplating further avenues for profit. With the advent of 4G next year, internet speeds would soar, transforming many smartphones into miniature computers. In his previous life, those new media apps that integrated short videos and live streaming became instant hits upon release, attracting investments at an astonishing rate, proving to be a remarkably lucrative venture. Behind oneself lies several formidable conglomerates, accompanied by robust project teams and an impressive cash flow. Given the explosive momentum at that time, it was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. With several groups backing him, it was entirely feasible to have each group hold shares, thus averting any external capital from undermining his influence once the project expanded. Without hesitation, Chu Tiankuo grasped his phone and dialed Wu Hanfeng's number. "Hello, is this Assistant Wu?" Chu Tiankuo inquired straightforwardly. "How many technology companies does our group actually possess?" Wu Hanfeng, caught off guard by the abrupt question, quickly regained his composure thanks to years of experience in the workplace, and promptly provided an accurate response. "President Chu, we currently have full control over 8 technology companies, in addition to a few others where we hold minor stakes. After absorbing the report, Chu Tiankuo fell into a brief silence, seemingly contemplating a matter of significance. Moments later, he decisively issued an instruction: arrange for the project teams and core members of those companies to be notified. Upon my return to Linhai, they shall gather at Chu Ting Building for a meeting. Understood, President Chu, Wu Hanfeng replied succinctly. Once the call ended, Chu Tiankuo leisurely lit a cigarette and reclined on the sofa, becoming lost in reflection about the market trends of recent years. In a spacious and well-lit office, Chen Xiaomei leaned back slightly in her comfortable chair, attentively listening to her subordinate's report on the latest developments of the blog project team. A confident smile crept onto her lips, for she had always taken a keen interest in this project team. It is worth noting that the blog project team comprised the industry's elite talents. From the inception of the Terminal Weibo project, Chen Xiaomei had immediately recognized this exceptional group and attempted to recruit the entire team under her wing. However, it was perplexing that these individuals seemed largely indifferent to monetary gain. As time progressed, and with the blog's owner apprehended, she finally understood that there are indeed people in the world who are truly indifferent to wealth. Ultimately, it stemmed from their backing by powerful allies and substantial financial backers, allowing them to stand firm in their positions more than the average person. Today, upon hearing her subordinates report that a substantial influx of funds had suddenly entered the project team, they resumed their work with renewed vigor. Thus, it became clear to Chen Xiaomei that Xia Rongjie still sought to seize a piece of the pie from the Chen family. However, times have changed in the past. The number of registered users for the blog barely surpassed 10 million. Presently, the Terminal Weibo under her own company boasts over 50 million active users. It is safe to say that the current market environment can no longer accommodate any similar social platforms. Chapter 41. The Chu Family Dilemma. In the conference room of Chu Ting Building, Chu Tiankuo convened a meeting with the general managers of subsidiaries under the Chu family. Observing the seated managers, he wore a grave expression. It was a shocking discovery. Upon returning from Jiuzhou, he began investigating the shares held by the Chu family in Shi Yu, only to uncover that several subsidiaries had collateralized their stakes under the guise of a betting agreement, and inexplicably, the Chu family had lost the bet. Addressing the gathered individuals directly, Chu Tiankuo stated, "You are all trusted confidants of my father. I have summoned you today for two reasons. First, to introduce myself as the newly appointed president of the Chu family. Second, the reason for my summons is evident." Upon hearing this, the managers exchanged glances, quickly grasping the implications of Chu Tiankuo's words. They were all managers of subsidiaries that held shares in Shi Yu. Fang Buqian, from Chu Heavy Industries and a veteran who had witnessed the presidencies of both Chu Zhe and Chu Chun, understood that today's gathering was an inquiry into their actions. He stood up without hesitation and remarked, "We understand President Chu's intentions. However, it is common in commercial competition to have betting agreements. If President Chu were to hold us accountable for a minor contractual dispute, would any general manager dare to compete with foreign investments thereafter?" Chu Tiankuo regarded Fang Buqian's preemptive response with a hint of derision and exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Hanfeng, who nodded in comprehension. As Wu Hanfeng began preparations, Chu Tiankuo approached Fang Buqian with a congenial demeanor and said, "If memory serves me correctly, you were among the earliest employees when the Chu family was established, weren't you?" A self-satisfied smile spread across Fang Buqian's face as he replied, "I began working under the old president when he founded Chu Zhe Transportation back in 1982. It has been 30 years since then." Chu Tiankuo nodded knowingly and remarked, 30 years. One would assume that after nurturing a creature for that long, it would learn to protect its master. Who would have imagined that we have supported you for 30 years, only to raise a treacherous wolf, one that has forgotten its roots?" Upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's unrelenting insult, even Fang Buqian, no stranger to maintaining composure, could not contain his anger. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Tiankuo and retorted, "I joined Chu Zhe Transportation in 1982, and throughout the 30 years, I have worked diligently, even foregoing my father's funeral. Not even the old president would dare to insult me so mercilessly. Yet you, a mere wastrel, have the audacity to humiliate me like this. I resign. Whoever wishes to remain in the Chu family can stay. I will not." With that, Fang Buqian exhaled sharply and made to leave, only to find that Chu Tiankuo's bodyguards had blocked the exit. Observing the situation, Fang Buqian turned back to Chu Tiankuo, who remained unfazed, and mockingly said, "Little President, Chu hasn't been under the old president's guidance for years. Have you learned the tricks of the trade from Shi Yu? Do you intend to imprison me?" Chu Tiankuo shook his head in disbelief at Fang Buqian's ignorance, wondering how these individuals failed to recognize their own reality. Did they truly believe he couldn't discern their actions? A mere inquiry revealed shocking truths. It was astonishing how brazenly they operated without any attempt at concealment. Chu Tiankuo signaled to Wu Hanfeng, who adjusted his glasses and approached Fong Buqian, saying, Mr. Fong, do you truly think you can walk away so easily? Do you believe President Chu is unaware of your actions? Here, take a look at this document. Fong Buqian took the document from Wu Hanfeng, retrieving his glasses to examine it closely. His face paled instantly, and he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Wu Hanfeng's cold and unyielding voice echoed above him. Mr. Fong, in 2008, why did we at Chu Heavy Industries transfer all orders to Mikasa Heavy Industries after August as per your betting agreement? I expect an explanation. One crucial inquiry remained. The shares of Shi held by Chu Heavy Industries were valued at $2.5 billion. Why was the collateral for the betting agreement merely a dilapidated building owned by Mikasa Heavy Industries in the domestic market? We await your clarification, Mr. Fong. Additionally, in the winter of 2007, why did your son suddenly receive numerous transfers totaling tens of millions of dollars from Citibank, with the sender being Mikasa Heavy Industries? Furthermore, during the subprime mortgage crisis, how did you handle the over $100 million your son lost in the United States? In the year 82-89, when the annual salary was 36,000 yuan, by 1998 it had escalated to 180,000 yuan, and by 1903 it reached a staggering 500,000 yuan. Yet, from 2004 to the present, your salary and bonuses have failed to alleviate the debts incurred by your son in the land of the stars and stripes. Regarding these matters, I implore you to provide us with a plausible explanation. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to escort you into confinement. Upon hearing Wu Hanfei's words, Fong Buqian offered a bitter smile, his voice tinged with helplessness as he replied, What further explanation could I possibly offer? It is precisely due to my son's debts that I found myself entangled with Mikasa Heavy Industries. Witnessing Fong Buqian's indifference to the gravity of the situation, Wu Hanfei continued, As for the substantial remittances in euros that your ex-wife has been receiving since 2004, could you elucidate the source of these funds? Moreover, over the past 2 years, you have procured numerous trusts in Europe for your grandson. I am intrigued, Mr. Fong. With an annual salary of 80 million plus 40 million in bonuses, how is it that your annual investments in European trusts exceed 1 billion? Fong Buqian stared blankly at Wu Hanfei, who spoke with such assurance. He had contemplated alternative methods of collaboration with Mikasa Heavy Industries, but had always succumbed to a sense of false hope, never anticipating that it would lead to his demise. However, with the Chu family's capabilities, they were yet to extend their reach into Europe or the United States. Observing the dazed figure of Fong Buqian, Chu Tiankuo's eyes glinted with a hint of malevolence as he remarked, Earlier, Mr. Fong, you questioned me, and I shall return the favor. You did not return home to mourn your father's passing, not due to a lack of time, but because you could not bear to face him. Your father was indeed a man of valor. Were he to learn that you, his son, relinquished our interests for a mere pittance from the invaders he once expelled, I fear he would expunge you from the family lineage. Seeing that Fong Buqian remained unfazed by his words, Chu Tiankuo gestured to Wu Hanfei, who immediately grasped his intent. He summoned the guards from the entrance, instructing them to notify the internal security. Once the internal security arrived, they lifted the incapacitated Fong Buqian, dragging him toward the exit. As they passed by Wu Hanfei, a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes as he whispered to Fong Buqian, What a coincidence, Mr. Fong. Your son's vessel heading to Europe has been besieged by a band of pirates, and both your ex-wife and son have mysteriously vanished. Chapter 42, A Lesson to Others. Upon hearing Wu Hanfei's words, Fong Buqian desperately attempted to break free from the guard's grip, intent on attacking Wu Hanfei. However, the internal security personnel, as steadfast as iron clamps, restrained him effortlessly, rendering his struggles futile. Realizing his movements were severely restricted, Fong Buqian shouted towards Chu Tiankuo, Mr. Chu, spare my wife and child. Inquire of me anything, and I shall comply. It is Xia Rongjie. Mikasa Heavy Industries is backed by Xia Rongjie. Spare my wife and child. My grandson is only 2 years old. He knows nothing. Witnessing Fong Buqian's frantic pleas, Chu Tiankuo's face twisted with disdain as he signaled to Wu Hanfei. Wu Hanfei, understanding the cue, swiftly struck Fong Buqian's jaw, offering an apologetic smile to the head of internal security. Captain Hu, this man is far too loquacious, oblivious to the fact that death is imminent, and has chosen the path of self-destruction. Captain Hu, with a smile, replied, No worries, no worries. We encounter many such individuals, often those guilty of treason, yet seeking to evade justice. Observing Fong Buqian's continued resistance, Captain Hu's eyes darkened with contempt as he commanded the guards, Take him away. Place him in custody first. With that, they departed the conference room, leaving behind a chilling silence. The remaining executives exchanged glances, none daring to break the silence. Addressing the uneasy silence, Chu Tiankuo expressed his irritation. Gentlemen, are you still unwilling to confess your transgressions? Among them, the general manager of Chur Machinery, Hai Ningning, stood and declared, Mr. Chu, our company does not hold shares in Shi, nor have we engaged in any bets detrimental to the company's interests. Why am I being summoned here? Looking at the seemingly innocent figure before him, Chu Tiankuo turned to Wu Hanfei in bewilderment. Wu Hanfei accessed his computer and responded, Mr. Chu, this is Hai Ningning, the general manager of Chur Machinery. She has misappropriated company assets through the abuse of power, causing harm to the company's interests. Alongside her are Li Xiao, general manager of Chu Xiao Refrigeration, and Zhang Xiong, general manager of Chu Yuan Steel. As he pointed out each individual, the other two maintained their composure. While Hai Ningning, visibly impatient, retorted, Mr. Chu, if you aim to assert your authority, the previous Mr. Fong would serve as an exemplary example. However, you cannot malign us with baseless accusations. If we obstructed someone, you may act against us now, but we shall not confess to actions we have not committed. The other two chimed in, indeed, Hai is correct. We will not acknowledge actions we did not partake in. We certainly have not engaged in the misconduct alleged by Assistant Wu. Chu Tiankuo rose and scrutinized their unperturbed expressions, stating, You all presume that I am oblivious to your schemes, do you? You believe that since I have only recently assumed control of the shooting group, I lack the time to cleanse the remnants of the Chu family, do you? You genuinely believe I am unaware of your collusion with external factories? Or do you truly think I am a fool? The reason I summoned only the three of you is that you have been utterly transparent, targeting the same illicit endeavors. As he spoke, Chu Tiankuo approached Hai Ningning and posed, Pray tell, Ms. Hai, why did your husband resign from Chur Machinery, where he was seemingly thriving? Why? Upon his resignation, did he depart from Island City with an entire sales department, heading to Ludong Province? In response, Hai Ningning remained unflinching, asserting, Mr. Chu, we are discussing my affairs, not my husband's. Chu Tiankuo, visibly exasperated by Hai Ningning's brazen defiance, replied, You truly believe I am unaware of where the downstream market for kitchen machinery lies? You genuinely think I am oblivious to your collusion with your husband, selling your own manufactured kitchenware under the guise of Chur Machinery? You presume I am unaware of your operation under the Chu name in Xinfeng, seeking out contract manufacturers? Had it not been for a comment from a Xinfeng-based owner on my Weibo post, I would have remained ignorant. Upon further investigation, to his astonishment, he discovered that it was not merely one subsidiary engaging in such practices. All subsidiaries related to kitchenware and steel coils were implicated. After taking control of the shooting group, Xinfeng's manufacturing industry became a pivotal chess piece, alleviating the supply-demand imbalance faced by the Chu family's subsidiaries. Yet, it appeared that the subsidiaries' greedy rodents had anticipated this move. Observing the assembly of schemers before him, Chu Tiankuo felt a surge of rage coursing through his veins. If they had merely operated under the company's banner while utilizing the company's accounts, it would have been one matter. However, the funds, once deposited into the company's accounts, were swiftly siphoned away, leaving only the tax obligations for the company. What a travesty! They appropriated the name and channels of the company, relegating the tax issues to the corporation while pocketing the remainder. Such disgraceful conduct was intolerable to Chu Tiankuo. Witnessing the three still clinging to their denial, he sighed, Since you insist on remaining tight-lipped, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. With that, he gestured for Wu Hanfei to proceed. Wu Hanfei activated the conference room's projector, displaying a series of incriminating evidence collected by their team over the past few days. As the damning evidence unfolded on the screen, the faces of the three executives turned ashen. Observing the three individuals trembling involuntarily, Wu Hanfei scoffed. Originally, President Chu intended to show mercy, planning to let you all part amicably if you return the embezzled funds. Yet, to my surprise, your resolve is so unyielding. President Chu has laid everything bare, but you refuse to acknowledge it. As he spoke, Wu Hanfei feigned an expression of helplessness and called out to the bodyguard at the door, Brother Wang, please allow Captain Wang and his team to enter. Shortly thereafter, the bodyguard ushered in a contingent of police officers. The leading officer, upon noticing the three frozen in place, turned to Wu Hanfei and inquired, Assistant Wu, are these the three suspected of embezzlement? Seeing Wu Hanfei nod, Captain Wang gestured decisively, take them away. Several officers promptly placed handcuffs on the trio, escorting them out of the conference room. Chu Tiankuo, casting a glance at the individuals who still gritted their teeth in defiance, allowed a cold snort and exited the room as well. Wu Hanfei shook his head at the distraught expressions of the trio. Today, Chu Tiankuo's objective was to eradicate this issue entirely, but their obstinacy necessitated employing more assertive measures. Do you truly believe that maintaining your silence will absolve you of guilt? Every misdeed you have committed has been meticulously uncovered by the Chu Corporation as assistant team. If you doubt this, please Please look at the large screen. In the conference room of the Chu Ting building, Wu Hanfei was presenting the misdeeds of the remaining 3, item by item. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention here. Wu Hanfei pointed at the projection screen, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. This is the record of Director Wang from Chuanhan Logistics, who misappropriated company funds using his position. Manager Li from Qingli Logistics, you abuse your power to accept bribes and secretly leak company secrets. As for Director Zhao from the Chu headquarters, your audacity knows no bounds, conspiring with external forces to usurp company assets. Noticing the increasingly dark expressions on the faces of the 3, Wu Hanfei chuckled derisively. You should be grateful to President Fang. Had he not been so brazen, we would never have pursued this angle. Truly shocking, utterly shocking indeed. Qi Guangting, sitting nearby, slowly rose, pointing at the 3 individuals with a face full of indignation, shaking his head in dismay. Wu Hanfei's gaze fixated on the standing general manager, a flicker of respect in his eyes. He bowed slightly and addressed him, Old Qi. At that moment, Qi Guangting's expression was one of profound grief. He extended a trembling finger toward the seated trio, exclaiming, how can you ungratefully forget the support this company has provided? After all the effort put into nurturing you, you have committed such heinous acts. Wu Hanfei watched silently as Qi Guangting unleashed his fury upon the 3, berating them mercilessly. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Qi Guangting and whispered, Old Qi, I must inform you that your own indiscretions have also been exposed. Upon hearing this, Qi Guangting's face paled dramatically, though he quickly regained his composure. Forcing a smile as he replied to Wu Hanfei, Assistant Wu, you mustn't speak carelessly. Qi, I've always been upright and alone. How could I ever act against the company's interests? You are not alone. You have quite a few illegitimate children from over the years. A frail voice interjected. Qi Guangting turned pale at the sound, recognizing Xia Lucien as she entered the conference room. Trembling, he stammered, Lucien, what brings you here? Xia Lucien regarded Qi Guangting with contempt, saying, Earlier, Xiao Wu informed me of your misdeeds against the company, and though I was skeptical, the documents that landed before me left no room for doubt. Wu Hanfei seized the moment to interject, Please, Old Xia, temper your anger. President Chu is equally powerless against these cunning individuals, and, as you can see, the internal security has been summoned. Xia Lucien smirked, stroking his beard as he replied, I never imagined that after our departure, these people would become so lawless. Wu Hanfei nodded, surveying the room before settling his gaze on the visibly pale Qi Guangting. Slowly articulating, Old Qi, your contributions to the company over the years are etched in our memories. However, what has transpired today is truly disheartening. Your actions have not only harmed the company's interests but also betrayed the trust President Chu placed in you. Now drenched in sweat, Qi Guangting trembled as he pleaded, Assistant Wu, do I still have a chance? With a sigh, Wu Hanfei shook his head, Old Qi, your actions have been laid bare. Nevertheless, out of consideration for your past, President Chu is willing to offer you a chance. If you cooperate with us to atone for your sins, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. A flicker of hope ignited in Qi Guangting's eyes as he nodded vigorously. I am willing. I will cooperate. As Qi Guangting and the others were escorted away by the police, Wu Hanfei offered a slight bow of gratitude to Xia Lucien, saying, Thank you, Old Xia. These old rogues would never have confessed without a firm hand. Xia Lucien chuckled heartily. These rats have been plotting for some time. The former president refrained from acting against them, but I never expected them to be so brazen. As their conversation continued, Xia Lucien mused, with the Chu Corporation capturing the heads of 8 companies in one day, might this affect our stock prices? Wu Hanfei shook his head resolutely. Old Xia, President Chu has already made arrangements. The internal issues at the Chu Corporation are too substantial, and this outcome is the best we could hope for. On the top floor of the Chu Ting building, Chu Tiankuo gazed at Su Huanshan in astonishment, remarking, What winds have blown our president Su all the way here? Su Huanshan, seated across from Chu Tiankuo with a solemn expression, took a sip from his glass and replied, My uncle was rescued from our Su family estate by someone else. Chu Tiankuo, taken aback, questioned surely, There is no one in Shanghai capable of rescuing someone from your family's ancestral hall? With a serious tone, Su Huanshan responded, I came to Linhai today to evade trouble. Shanghai is the stronghold of those people. Breaking ties with our family and rescuing someone from our estate is only to be expected. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo was momentarily stunned. The Su family, a prominent force in Shanghai, was now facing setbacks on their own turf. Doesn't the Su family have its own security company? How is your grandfather? Su Huanshan's expression darkened. My grandfather is unharmed, but the elite from our security company are all involved in the selection process. They merely fell victim to an oversight this time. Chu Tiankuo, placing a reassuring hand on Su Huanshan's shoulder, said, "Our Chu Ting group has numerous subsidiaries. Allow me to arrange for a selection of elite security personnel from Wang's company to protect you." Hearing this, Su Huanshan snorted derisively, stating, "We simply did not expect them to be so shameless, with someone in a high position personally taking action. If they dare to strike at our Su family, they should forget about their goods reaching Europe." Su Huanshan's face was etched with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and declared each word with intensity. Chu Tiankuo, observing calmly, gently patted his shoulder and spoke in a soothing tone. "Old Su, remain calm. Establishing Woofing Logistics marks a new beginning for us. Once our fleet sets sail, we will be able to sever their transport routes overseas, and then they will reap what they have sown." Upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's words, Su Huanshan's expression gradually softened, though traces of resentment lingered in his gaze. He inhaled deeply, nodding slightly, and resolutely stated, "You are right. We must not act impulsively. I will endure this momentary frustration and await the departure of our fleet before taking further action." Observing the now placated Su Huanshan, Chu Tiankuo soothingly remarked, "Who among you, the Su family, has taken action against us? Let's first collect some interest." The paper media, Southern Holiday. Chapter 44, Making a Move. The Chu Ting building soared into the heavens, its pinnacles seemingly touching the clouds, offering a breathtaking view of the city's bustling panorama. Upon hearing the name Southern Holiday, a smile of intrigue flickered at the corner of Chu Tiankuo's mouth as he mused, without the support of new media platforms. Can they still remain so audaciously active? Beside him, Su Huanshan sullenly took a sip of his drink, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain and contempt. In those years, the lack of efficient information dissemination allowed those fools to succeed by mere chance, amassing a bit of wealth. Now, they merely continue to deceive the ignorant populace, vainly attempting to encroach upon our Su family estate. Chu Tiankuo was momentarily taken aback by Su's words. He had not anticipated that Southern Holiday would resort to such despicable tactics, rallying readers through their magazines to target the Su ancestral home. Such behavior was truly beneath contempt. For matters such as this, one should simply report it to the authorities. Why allow oneself to be consumed by anger? Chu Tiankuo advice. However, Su Huanshan began to ponder the situation in Shanghai, letting out a cold snort. It is said that the esteemed Li Gulao in Shanghai is the puppet master behind Southern Holiday. Chu Tiankuo, who initially found this matter rather absurd, felt an even deeper incredulity wash over him. Li Gulao is the successor to Hu Gulao. I never imagined his stance would be so biased. Su Huanshan dismissed it with a sneer. One who is shallow cannot fathom the depths. The foolish cannot devise wisdom. A frog in a well cannot comprehend the joys of the Eastern Sea. Chu Tiankuo leisurely replied, "It is natural for humans to have desires. It is inherent to our nature to seek gain. However, one must be clear about what is permissible and what is not." Upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's words, a fleeting smile broke through Su Huanshan's otherwise stern demeanor, indicating that the Chu family had indeed begun to grow dissatisfied with Li Gulao. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo elaborated, "However, due to the recent incident involving Xiao Tian's, we have already consulted with Hu Gulao. Moreover, Li Gulao holds significant power. We cannot recklessly take action against him." Su Huanshan sighed at this, recognizing that a man of such stature as Li Gulao indeed wielded considerable influence. Chu Tiankuo, contemplating the complexities of human nature, understood that individuals are inherently multifaceted beings, not to be simplified into one-dimensional labels. A notorious tyrant may also be a devoted husband and father. Reflecting on the information regarding Li Gulao, Chu's interactions with him had been scant. They had never been closely aligned. Yet, when it came to Southern Holiday, Chu had ample justification to take action against them. With this in mind, Chu Tiankuo picked up his phone and dialed Chen Xiumei. "Hello, Mei Jia. What's the matter? Do you have some brilliant ideas you'd like to share?" Chen Xiumei's languid voice came through the line. Chu Tiankuo chuckled softly. In his previous life, he had seldom paid attention to the internet. These functionalities had been developed later by Chen's project team, and he had merely stumbled upon them. "Mei Jia, I'm not a software developer. I can only offer a few suggestions. So what does our great genius propose?" Chen Xiumei teased. Chu Tiankuo replied helplessly, "Nothing much. I just hope you can provide me with a few training topics." "All right, I'll arrange that right away." Chen Xiumei's eyes lit up at this. Previously, the blog had already possessed a trending feature, but it had never been actively controlled before. Chu Tiankuo contemplated a profound analysis of the past and present of the deceptive media known as Southern Holiday. 1. The power outage at Star Spangled Nation's supermarket. Southern Holiday reported that after a power outage, the supermarket was plunged into darkness, only to have the owner's voice broadcasted, offering customers their items for free. Yet, When power was restored, the owner discovered the cash register filled with bills ranging from a few to several $100s. I recall a Southern Holiday reporter tearfully exclaiming, "What an honest, polite, and friendly society this is." However, this presents a paradox. Perhaps the editor of Southern Holiday had never operated a supermarket. Why would a broadcast still be audible during a power outage? Moreover, most large supermarkets possess generators, making the scenario described by Southern Holiday implausible. Even in Star-Spangled Nation, with power and surveillance in place, instances of $0 purchases occur, and if there was cash at the register, it would likely not remain. 2. Power outage for life. In Star-Spangled Nation, a sparrow once became entangled and exposed 50 kilovolt high-voltage wires. Enough. I truly have no interest in sharing this nauseating article on my Weibo. Interested followers can search for themselves, but I must remark that this sparrow endured half an hour under high voltage before any rescue attempt were made. Is such a creature merely an ordinary sparrow? I would believe it to be a demon. Chu Tiankuo's blog post thrust Southern Holiday into the eye of the storm, employing simple dialectics to unveil the servility behind their articles. Netizens awakened as if from a dream, suddenly perceiving a ray of light in the darkness. They gaped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. The initial trust and admiration they held for Southern Holiday's articles swiftly transformed into respect and agreement with Chu Tiankuo's remarks. So that is how it is. One netizen broke the silence. "I couldn't see it before. The logic of this article is utterly absurd." Others chimed in, expressing, "I can't believe I was deceived." Thankfully, we have Mr. Chu's reminder. It seems we must not blindly trust these so-called authorities any longer. We need our own discernment and should not simply follow the crowd. Some users who had already been attentive to such matters began to contribute beneath Chu Tiankuo's Weibo post, layer by layer stripping away Southern Holiday's fade. Enlightened netizens engaged in fervent discussions, and in an instant, a great debate about truth and lies erupted online, drawing Southern Holiday into a maelstrom of public opinion. In the Southern Holiday building, the editor-in-chief glared at the trending topics on Weibo, asking, "Who knows why the Chu family is targeting us? Chief, there are rumors outside that the leaders of the 4 major logistics families are all intertwined." Perhaps one of our editors hesitantly began to speak. Recalling his previous actions, the editor-in-chief sighed in resignation. "In that case, you may leave for now. Let us ponder a solution." After dismissing the editor, he shut the door with a scowl. Within the office, looking at the person cowering in the corner, the editor-in-chief darkly remarked, "Is this the minor issue you mentioned?" Chapter 45, A Call from Shanghai. In a quaint courtyard nestled within the coastal village, secluded and surrounded by single-story homes, the local villagers were aware that a certain elderly gentleman had recently moved into the charming abode by the sea. The old man was of amiable disposition, likely of some standing, as many villagers had come to congratulate him on his arrival. Consequently, the local children were seldom permitted to disturb the elderly occupant of the small courtyard. Though the villagers lacked grand knowledge, they possessed the scrupulousness typical of small-town folk. While they recognized that if the elderly man took an interest in their children, it could facilitate their futures, they were equally wary of uttering a single wrong word that could invite misfortune. However, perhaps due to his solitary existence, the old man relished the company of village children, bringing life and vibrancy to the otherwise quiet courtyard. To the seasoned elder, humanity was a complex organism, capable of both malice and kindness. Perhaps a person who is consistently benevolent may one day reveal a hidden blade and stab you twice. However, children are different. They rise like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning, warm and pure, evoking an entirely different sentiment. In the eyes of the children frolicking in the small courtyard, the elderly gentleman before them appears to be a kind and benevolent figure. The only peculiarity is that the old man never allows the children to play with his pets. Xiao Wei, it's time to come home for dinner." A middle-aged woman called out as she entered the courtyard, directing her attention toward Xiao Wei, who was captivated by the little panda in its cage. Noticing the old man relaxing in the shade, the woman approached him with a smile, respectfully inquiring, "Li Leioi, are you enjoying the cool here? My child often visits you. I truly hope we are not being a nuisance." Li Leioi squinted slightly, gazing at the beaming mother of Xiao Wei, and replied cheerfully, "Not at all, not at all. With these children around, I feel rejuvenated." Perhaps the old man's demeanor influenced Xiao Wei's mother, as she could not help but murmur, "At your age, how can you be comfortable living alone here without your family?" Upon hearing this, Li Leioi's previously relaxed expression tightened momentarily, yet he maintained his calm tone, saying, "The children are all busy. I am not yet at the stage where I cannot take care of myself, nor do I require their assistance." Seeing the old man's demeanor shift from earlier, Xiao Wei's mother felt a pang of guilt and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my mouth just one tea stay shut." As she offered her apologies, Xiao Wei wandered over, pointing to the dog kennel with curiosity, asking, "Grandpa Li, is that a husky? I thought they were supposed to be quite silly. How come it's so well-behaved here?" Li Leoi chuckled as he rose, affectionately ruffling Xiao Wei's hair and responding, "The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in our capacity to suppress our desires. If animals learn to restrain their instincts, even a wolf can transform into a dog." Xiao Wei blinked his large eyes, seemingly striving to comprehend the old man's words, ultimately nodding, albeit half understanding, yet sensing the profound wisdom contained within. Observing this, a gentle light flickered in Li Leoi's eyes as he softly imparted to Xiao Wei, "Both humans and animals require understanding and respect." With a gesture towards the dog kennel, he continued, "Take this husky, for instance. While it resides with me, I provide it with what it craves, suppressing its nature. Over time, it learns that only by being docile will it receive sustenance. It teaches itself to restrain its instincts, thus evolving from wolf to dog. As for your notion of it being silly, that is merely its natural camouflage. There are no inherently foolish beings, only those lacking understanding and guidance." Xiao Wei's mother, listening intently, felt a wave of admiration wash over her, recognizing that Li Leoi's wisdom extended far beyond the treatment of animals. Encapsulated a philosophy for human interactions as well. Gratefully, she turned to Li Leoi and said softly, "Your words are truly enlightening, Li Leoi. As parents, we must learn to do better, not only to manage our children, but also to teach them understanding and respect." Li Leoi smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy in his gaze, and remarked wistfully, "Indeed, educating children is a profound endeavor, but ultimately, it is about instilling in them the ability to suppress their desires. In doing so, wherever they may wander in the future, they will be able to discern their true selves and traverse their paths further." Perhaps sensing the conversation veering off course, Li Leoi noted Xiao Wei's expression of partial understanding and realized that the child had begun to grasp his message. Reflecting on his life, he recalled having weathered numerous storms. Yet when it came to raising his own children, he had made significant errors. With a sigh, he said, "It's getting late, Xiao Wei. Hurry and return home for dinner with your mother. Come back to play when you have the time, and remember to heed your mother's words." "All right, Grandpa Li, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come back to visit when I can," Xiao Wei replied, nodding vigorously as he waved goodbye to the old man and followed his mother out. Li Leoi watched Xiao Wei's retreating figure with a smile, and as the mother and son exited the small courtyard, he couldn't help but think to himself, "I'm getting old. Yet I find myself yearning to take on a disciple." Shaking his head to dispel his scattered thoughts, he approached his lounge chair, just as his phone buzzed in his pocket. Gazing at the number displayed on his phone, Li Leoi frowned, seemingly displeased by the caller. "Hello, father, it's me, Li Chun." Upon hearing this name, Li Leoi's expression shifted to one of complexity. He remained silent for a moment before responding slowly, "What is it, father? I heard that you recently moved to a remote village. How are you doing?" Li Chun's voice on the other end sounded somewhat cautious. "I'm quite well. It's peaceful here, suitable for retirement," Li Leoi replied flatly, striving to keep his tone neutral. "Father, I know you've never liked me, but as your son, you cannot turn a blind eye in my time of need." Li Chun's voice conveyed a note of urgency. Li Leoi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to calm his emotions. "Li Chun, do you know what the gravest mistake of my life was? It was bringing you into this world and failing to educate you properly." He spoke slowly, his tone tinged with fatigue and resignation. "What trouble have you found yourself in now, to be calling me? Father, it seems that the Chu family is planning to take action against me. Uncle who has already warned me." Li Chun's voice quivered with regret and pain. "Father, I realize my mistakes. I truly do. Please, could you have a word with Uncle Hu for me?" "Li Chun, this is the last time." Li Leoi interrupted. "You are now an adult. It is time you take responsibility for your choices. I only hope that you can genuinely acknowledge your mistakes from the depths of your heart and strive to correct them." "Father, I will. I truly will," Li Chun's eager voice echoed back. "Very well, let this be the end of it." Li Leoi hung up the phone and placed it back in his pocket. He closed his eyes and leaned back in the lounge chair, seemingly lost in contemplation. At the Chu Ting building, Chu Tiankuo was watching the morning news alongside Su Huanshan. Observing the arrest of the editor-in-chief of Southern Holiday for illegal assembly, Chu Tiankuo chuckled. "I didn't expect Li Gu to be so decisive." Su Huanshan, with a shadowed expression, managed a slight smile, commenting on the individual being escorted away on screen. In Shanghai, this was undoubtedly a strategic move by Li Chun, and the Su family is the leading private enterprise here. It seems likely that Old Hu has intervened. Chu Tiankuo exhaled deeply, observing Su Huanshan's renewed vigor, and jested, "The Su family isn't exclusively tied to Shanghai. Why establish your headquarters there?" Su Huanshan, fixated on Li Chun, who was addressing a press conference on television, snorted and replied, "My great-grandfather was among the first to govern Shanghai. his grave lies here, and we must tend to it regularly. Observing Su Huanshan's spirited demeanor, Chu Tiankuo remarked softly, given the current situation. It seems old who intends to keep Li Chun suppressed in Shanghai for an extended period. Your Su family may not fare well. However, Su Huanshan responded cryptically, let us refrain from discussing national affairs. Noting the sudden shift in Su Huanshan's demeanor, Chu Tiankuo felt puzzled. Although their families were allies, competition and numerous undisclosed matters existed between them. Su Huanshan would undoubtedly withhold certain information from him. As Chu Tiankuo prepared to head downstairs for a meeting, his phone unexpectedly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered, hello, Grandpa. Xiaoli, please wait for me to come and pick me up. We need to go somewhere. The voice of Chu Zhe resonated through the phone. Yet Chu Tiankuo sensed an undercurrent of displeasure from his grandfather. Despite his confusion, he acquiesced, saying, all right, Grandpa. I'll come to pick you up shortly. With the sound of the dial tone echoing in his ears, Chu Tiankuo realized that his grandfather had hung up. A look of perplexity crossed his face as he tucked away his phone and made his way to the secretary's office, calling out for Chen Xiulan. Chen Xiulan appeared with an ethereal grace, her movements light and fluid, akin to a celestial being gliding towards Chu Tiankuo. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and a gentle smile graced her lips, exuding an aura of tranquility and elegance. Observing Chen Xiulan's attire today, she resembled Mi Fei, a figure from mythology stepping forth from a painting. Chu Tiankuo found himself momentarily entranced by her charm, lost in a reverie. What's the matter, spellbound? Chen Xiulan teased, noticing him standing there in a daze. Startled by her sudden question, Chu Tiankuo shook himself back to reality, rubbing his nose and exclaiming, no. As the ancient said, graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a gliding dragon. Seeing you today truly makes it feel as though Mi Fei has graced this world. As he spoke, Chen Xiulan playfully linked her arm with his, saying, come on, I think Grandpa Chu is probably waiting with bated breath. Chu Tiankuo paused, taken aback by her knowledge of their destination, wondering how she had discerned his intentions without him saying a word. Sensing his confusion, Chen Xiulan smiled mischievously. Grandpa Wang informed me that their S8 gathering today at the Wang family estate and asked me to be your companion. Chu Tiankuo cleared his throat awkwardly, somewhat perplexed. The Wang family estate? I wasn't aware of that. Just follow me. There is no need for so many questions, she replied, leading him into the elevator. As the pair entered the elevator, the secretaries in the office flocked around Li Meng's desk, buzzing with speculation. Sister Meng, do you think Sister Lan and President Chu are a couple? Wu Jinxian inquired with wide, curious eyes. President Chu and Sister Lan truly are a match made in heaven. It's like a real-life tale of a domineering CEO falling in love with me. Lu Jilan added, her face aglow with excitement. Wu Jinxian, however, raised a brow in doubt, but aren't they mismatched in social standing? I think I overheard my brother referring to Sister Lan as Miss Chenair. Ah, so this plot thickens. Another voice chimed in. Speaking of domineering CEOs, that Mr. Su who just entered President Chu's office truly embodies that role. Indeed, the Su family enterprise is not a penny less than our Chu court group, everyone agreed. Sensing the conversation veering into gossip, Li Meng realized that if she didn't intervene, the next day would surely bring a whirlwind of rumors about Chu Tiankuo and Chen Xiulan. With the authority of an elder sister, she silenced Wu Jinxian and said, President Chu had to attend a banquet on short notice and had no female companion, so he brought Xiao Chen along. With that, she jokingly addressed the group of beauties. As for me, with my jealous partner Wu Hanfei, I certainly can't accompany President Chu. But you all still have your opportunities. As her words faded, the secretaries promptly returned to their desks, disappointment evident in their demeanor. Meanwhile, as Chu Tiankuo met up with Chu Zhe, he watched the convoy gradually exit the urban sprawl, glancing at the serene figure of his grandfather, burying his doubts deep within. The convoy glided away from the bustling city, the roads narrowing as towering buildings faded into the distance, replaced by verdant scenery. It felt as though they were traversing through a green tunnel. As they approached the village, the road began to wind, becoming more serpentine. The drivers navigated expertly, steering the vehicles smoothly around each bend. The landscape transformed from the clamor of city streets to the tranquil charm of the countryside. In the orchards lining the road, diligent farmers toiled, creating an atmosphere of serene harmony. Finally, the convoy arrived at their destination. As Chu Tiankuo gazed out at the village, he was greeted by a peaceful ambience, devoid of urban clamor, only the gentle lapping of waves against the shore and the cries of seagulls filling the air. The arrival of the convoy brought a ripple of excitement to the village, as curious villagers emerged from their homes to observe the unfamiliar vehicles. Spotting the convoy halting in front of Old Master Li's courtyard, Xiao Wei's wife peeked out, observing the bodyguards disembarking, and remarked to her neighbor, Hey, second sister-in-law. I told you, old Master Li is not an ordinary person. Just look at this convoy. It's unmistakably affluent. Second sister-in-law nodded in agreement, pointing at Chu Tiankuo's vehicle. I recognize that car. It's a Bentley worth several million. Their conversation went unnoticed by the convoy. Inside the car, however, Chu Tiankuo turned to Chu Zhe, watching the gathering crowd outside, and asked, Grandpa, why have we come here? Chu Zhe exhaled slowly, a hint of frustration in his voice. Li Jinhua wishes to speak with us. I initially didn't plan to come, but today I wanted you to gauge his intentions. Understanding dawned on Chu Tiankuo as he realized his grandfather's motive. Connections are like threads. When used sparingly, they grow weaker. Today's visit was likely an attempt by old Master Li to plead for something, and Chu Zhe, not wishing to sever familial ties, was bringing him along as a mere instrument. In the tranquil courtyard, old Master Li sat comfortably on the fishing platform he had crafted himself, rod in hand, patiently awaiting a catch. Suddenly, a resounding voice shattered the serenity. Old Li, I have arrived. Let us see what you have to say today, old man. It was none other than Chu Zhe, who had arrived at the entrance. Li Jinhua, preparing to savor a cup of fragrant tea, was caught off guard by Chu Zhe's outburst, causing him to choke and cough for several moments before regaining his composure. Chu Zhe entered just in time to witness this amusing scene and could not help but exclaim, Ah, the esteemed figure of Tongfeng Pavilion, the Grand Commander of Africa, reduced to such a state. Li Jinhua set down his teacup, taking a few deep breaths to steady himself. Upon spotting Chu Tiankuo following closely behind Chu Zhe, he quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that Chu Zhe had no intention of severing ties today. Little Chu, it has been years. Have you grown so rude that you cannot speak respectfully to an old man? Li Jinhua remarked with a smile, his tone gentle. Chu Zhe chuckled awkwardly and pointed toward Shanghai, expressing his displeasure. Humph. If it weren't for your esteemed household governor acting so carelessly, how could that old fox Su, being one of your former subordinates, have suffered such indignities? You should assess the situation and see what your son has been up to. Li Jinhua furrowed his brow, sensing that there was more to his son's actions than he had initially understood. Curious, he asked Little Chu, I only know he angered old Hu. What else has he done? With a mixture of indignation and disbelief, Chu Zhe recounted, Well, it seems that even you are unaware of what your son has been up to, considering that Su is the leader of a private enterprise in Shanghai. He merely sought to discipline your wayward son, yet your son's words incited a multitude of confused individuals to storm Su's estate. What? Li Jinhua slammed the table and stood up, questioning, did he truly act in such a manner? Chu Shen nodded vigorously, responding, absolutely. The entire Shanghai Bund is currently abuzz with this matter. Otherwise, President Hu would not have personally intervened to inquire. Upon hearing this, Li Jinhua fell into a contemplative silence. Although these four major logistics conglomerates are privately owned, a portion of their operations is intricately linked to the state. Forcing the Su family out of Shanghai would undoubtedly pose significant obstacles to future plans. At this moment, Chu Tiankuo interjected, Old Li, had it not been for the Su family's swift response, we might have been on the brink of a monumental scandal. Li Jinhua gazed at the elderly pair before him, recognizing that they, too, felt a sense of sorrow for the plight of others. After all, these four logistics giants have always been diligent in cooperating with the directives from above, yet now, there are those inciting the public to clash with them, nearly resulting in tragedy. The four logistics companies have consistently devoted themselves to serving their superiors. Should the higher-ups remain indifferent now, it would likely lead to disillusionment and fragmentation among them in the future. I will find a way to transfer him out of Shanghai. Chu Zhe, I assure you. This will be the last time, Li Jinhua uttered with a tinge of anguish. Observing the pain etched on Li Jinhua's face, Chu Zhe understood the depth of his distress. After all, the elder had dedicated his life to the nation, only to find his hard-won reputation nearly tarnished by his own son in his twilight years. Old Senior, our purpose here today is not merely to discuss this. We seek a guarantee. Li Zhenhua, siga deeply. For individuals of their stature, external goodwill is always welcome. Yet the incessant and bewildering actions of Li Chun in recent years have left him utterly exhausted. Very well. Tell me, what sort of guarantee does Su Yinzhou truly desire? Chu Zhe smiled slightly and replied, Old Senior, Mr. Su simply hopes that your son will adhere to the rules. After all, it is unbecoming for such trivial matters to require direct intervention. Li Jinhua furrowed his brow tightly, retorting, logically, such matters ought to be addressed directly by Su Yinzhou himself, rather than delegating you to make decisions on his behalf. With a smile plastered on his face, Chu Zhe explained, You are aware that Mr. Su's health is currently poor, and mobility is a challenge. Therefore, as long as you can ensure that your son refrains from reckless behavior, this matter can be resolved amicably. After uttering these words, Chu Zhe bowed an apology to Li Jinhua, then led the bewildered Chu Tiankuo away from the courtyard. Once in the car, Chu Zai's expression turned somber, his gaze cold and piercing as he sternly queried, "Do you not realize that when conversing with these old foxes, one must refrain from excessive chatter?" Startled by Chu Zai's sudden reprimand, Chu Tiankuo gazed at him in confusion, stammering, "Grandfather, I merely felt at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate my thoughts." Seeing the innocence on Chu Tiankuo's face, Chu Zai's anger simmered down slightly, yet he maintained a stern demeanor, asking, "Are you wondering why? Despite Li Jinhua coming to plead for Li Chun, we were the ones to concede first?" Chu Tiankuo, puzzled, replied, "Grandfather, elder who intends to suppress Li Chun in Shanghai, which is detrimental to our plans. Even Elder Li suggested transferring him. Why did you not voice this?" With a resigned sigh, Chu Zai responded, "Do you think I do not wish to remove Li Chun? However, we are currently in a struggle against Xia Huaichu, and we cannot afford to create unnecessary enemies. Shanghai is the stronghold of the Xia family and their affiliated consortium. Your future battleground will undoubtedly be in this city. Originally, Li Chun's alignment with them would have posed a disadvantage for you, yet now his actions against Mr. Su have ensnared him in a web of his own making. Although Li Jinhua may be deemed ineffective in educating his offspring, his integrity is commendable, since he has firmly stated that Li Chun should not act rashly. It is likely that the latter will refrain from causing further disturbances for the time being. What remains now is to navigate the intricacies of the business world. This is what you ought to focus on." Having conveyed this, Chu Zai slowly closed his eyes, lapsing into silence, while Chu Tiankuo pondered deeply, lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the Lin International Hotel in Shanghai, the grand lobby was ablaze with lights, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and fervor. Xia Rongjie stood tall and poised in a meticulously tailored suit, his charming visage seemingly frozen in anticipation for the arrival of a distinguished guest from afar. In the opulent hall of the Lin International Hotel, Xia Rongjie fawned over a man with an exaggerated display of servitude. He bent slightly at the waist, fidgeting with his hands, his tone dripping with sycophancy. The man stood rigidly, arms crossed, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Xia Rongjie. The latter, with his head bowed, continued to flatter, his smile bordering on obsequiousness. Lin Xiao, grant me one more opportunity," Xia Rongjie pleaded, his voice sharp and ingratiating, as if to capture Lin Xiao's attention. However, Lin Xiao appeared disinterested in Xia Rongjie's flattery, offering only the occasional nod in a perfunctory manner. Undeterred, Xia Rongjie intensified his efforts, striving for even a morsel of recognition from Lin Xiao, as though his very salvation hinged upon it. Observing the now empty hall, with the hotel manager lingering nearby, Lin Xiao's demeanor darkened slightly. Although they were all employees of the Lin family, the nature of his meeting with Xia Rongjie was highly confidential. With so many present, the risk of loose tongues could lead to disastrous outcomes. As he watched Xia Rongjie grovel before him, Lin Xiao felt a flicker of disdain, prompting him to call over the butler beside him before striding directly into the hotel. As Lin Xiao departed, Xia Rongjie contemplated pursuing him, but the butler blocked his path. Expressionless as he stated, "Young Master Xia, our young master has just endured a lengthy flight of over 10 hours and is currently fatigued. He will summon you for a meeting after he has rested." With that, the butler led Lin Xiao's assistant and security team into the hotel. Upon reaching the hotel manager, the butler gestured towards Xia Rongjie, instructing, "Arrange for him a suite. Our young master will require his services after waking." The manager nodded respectfully, seeing the butler to the elevator, assuring Lin Lao, "I will ensure young Master Xia is well accommodated." The butler acknowledged with a nod before shutting the elevator doors. As the doors slowly closed, the manager, with a sycophantic demeanor, approached Xia Rongjie, eagerly suggesting, "Young Master Xia, our young master is on the 22nd floor. Would you like me to arrange for you to stay in a suite on the 21st floor?" Xia Rongjie regarded the overly eager manager, recalling the haughty attitude of Lin's butler towards him, and clenched his teeth in frustration. The Lin family stature abroad was not significantly greater than that of the Xia family. Yet domestically, the Xia family had to rely on the Lin family's goodwill for survival. Recalling the butler's condescending gaze, Xia Rongjie tightened his fists, thinking that had it not been for the butler's esteemed position in the Lin family, he would have shown him the true meaning of the Xia family's authority. Noticing Xia Rongjie's glum expression, the manager discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved he had not offended this individual. With no one to shield him from the Xia family's potential retaliation, he could hardly afford to take such a risk. With this in mind, the manager urgently commanded the nearby waitstaff, "What are you all standing around for? Don't you see their luggage beside young Master Xia? Hurry and assist him." The waitstaff, as if awakening from a dream, rushed over to push a luggage cart alongside Xia Rongjie, while the manager led the way into the elevator. As he observed the two parties settled in their positions, The manager couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Collapsing onto the sofa, as if he had just exhaled a sigh of relief, he murmured, "Please do not seek me out for such matters in the future. It is truly terrifying." At the entrance of the Wang family estate, vehicles flowed incessantly, and the air was thick with chatter. Chu Zhe and Chu Tiankuo had just returned from the small courtyard to the city, and their convoy headed directly to this location. The once tranquil and serene courtyard had transformed into a cacophony of noise, with Chun Xiulan standing at the door, warmly greeting guests. Upon spotting Chu Tiankuo, she hastily pulled him to the entrance, leaning in close to whisper fiercely in his ear, "Had I known it would come to this, I should have followed you and Grandpa Chu to the countryside." Who could have anticipated that after arriving at Grandpa Wang's house, Sister Wang Yue and Brother Wang Yue would be absent? Consequently, Grandpa Wang tasked me with entertaining the guests, and my smile is nearly frozen in place. Chu Tiankuo looked at Chun Xiulan, whose forehead glistened with tiny beads of sweat, and a wave of compassion surged within him. He instinctively reached out to gently wipe the perspiration from her brow. Yet, Chun Xiulan seemed oblivious to his gesture, continuing to smile and gaze toward the entrance. Just as Chu Tiankuo contemplated taking further action, he suddenly heard Chun Xiulan's lowered voice. "If you do not wish to be engaged to me on the next auspicious day, it would be prudent for you to behave yourself." Chu Tiankuo's hand froze midair, and he awkwardly withdrew it. Looking at Chun Xiulan's serious expression that bore a hint of warning, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Reflecting on their recent interactions, it seemed that the two had grown increasingly familiar with each other. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Tiankuo shook his head, pondering how he could not restrain himself. With a hint of pride, Chun Xiulan cast a glance at Chu Tiankuo before gracefully stepping into the side courtyard, leaving him behind to greet the guests with a smile. Inside the old residence, several elderly gentlemen gathered around a chessboard, sipping tea. However, the moment Chu Zhe arrived, the previously serene and elegant atmosphere was disrupted. Observing Chu Zhe's exuberance, Wang Jianga remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Old Chu, after all these years, couldn't you at least temper your exuberance in front of the younger generation? Why must you still be so vigorous in our presence?" Chu Zhe raised his teacup and took a hearty sip, retorting to Wang Jianga, "In-law, you must properly educate Xiao Li. That lad nearly jeopardized our grand undertaking just because he felt pity for Li Jinhua." At this, Su Yinzhou, who had been resting his eyes, opened them and fixed his gaze on Chu Zhe, asking, "How is old Li's health?" Chu Zhe looked at Su Yinzhou, who appeared frail and aged, and scoffed. "From a close distance, he looks at least a decade younger than you. It's a shame you were so close to Xia Dingbei, yet failed to take better care of yourself." Su Yinzhou managed a wry smile, acknowledging, "Though I may appear aged, under the care of Xia Dingbei, the national medical sage, my health is quite well." Wang Jianga chuckled lightly, adding, "Old Chu, do not be deceived by old Su's appearance. Have you heard of the longevity of tortoises?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zhe seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, continuing, "Li Jinhua just mentioned he wanted to transfer that brat Li Chun away from Shanghai, but I refused. We will proceed as we previously discussed, ensuring Li Chun cannot step onto the field." Wang Jianga set down his teacup with a sigh, saying, "It is indeed old Chu's wisdom. If we were to intervene, we would be unable to refuse old Li's demands. If old Li arranges to have Li Chun transferred, it could easily lead to another situation akin to Fenga Yingtai, and in a few years, it may become difficult for us to maneuver." Su Yinzhou, unfazed, leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "If that is the case, it seems that Xia Huaichu's plans may falter. My informants have indicated that Xia Huaichu's grandson's associates have already arrived in Shanghai." Chapter 49, The Wang Family Banquet. Chu Zhe's gaze fixed on the enigmatic Su Yinzhou, exclaiming, "You Shanghai folks truly possess dirty hearts. That fool Li Chun, does he not possess the wit to realize? Shanghai is the stronghold of your Su family. What power does he think he has to touch a single hair on you?" Yet, Su Yinzhou merely smiled faintly, his lips curling upwards as he lightly tapped his head with his finger. He spoke slowly, "I'm not like you, Chu Zhe. I did not carve my path through brute force. There are times when one must adhere to rules. By following protocol and proceeding methodically, one can often secure victory and remain invulnerable." At that moment, Wang Jianga shook his head, reflecting, "Children will find their own fortunes. Old Chu, times have changed. Our relationship with those above has transformed significantly. Old Su's approach may seem like a concession, but it is, in fact, a wise choice to minimize losses." Chu Zhe pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, the times had shifted, and in the face of such unexpected circumstances, this was undoubtedly the best resolution. Who would have anticipated that Li Chun would act so recklessly, disregarding his own status, and openly confronting Su Yinzhou, quietly calculating that if they did not rein in Li Chun this time, allowing him to abuse his power would be a chilling prospect. With a deep sigh, Chu Zhe lamented, All we can do now is create a relatively stable environment for our descendants. Wang Jianga furrowed his brow, pondering aloud, Old Chu. There is something I have long wished to inquire about. I have not seen that fellow Shi Meng in quite some time, but recently, the assistant department of the Chu Tian group reported that after the Shi family separated the Shi Yu group, a substantial amount of unidentified funds has flowed into the real estate industry. What is the meaning of this? Upon hearing this, Chu Zhe's expression instantly turned grave. Though he and Shi Meng had shared a bond forged in the fires of conflict, Chu Zhe was comparatively more familiar with Shi Meng. The Chu and Shi families had neighboring ancestral homes in the island city, and no one understood Shi Meng better than Chu Zhe. Recalling his last encounter with Shi Meng, who had appeared carefree and unburdened, Chu Zhe hesitated, stating, I cannot be certain if Shi Meng is aware of this matter. But it is undoubtedly not the doing of the other two Shi children. Su Yanzhou pondered for a moment before responding. Those two children are in Shanghai. I know them well. The eldest is entrenched in his official career, and Shi Nian is currently seeking investment in the market, lacking the cash flow to support the Shi family. You mean to say that Shi Meng has compromised with those scoundrels? Chu Zhe asked bitterly. However, neither of the other two offered a response, and the atmosphere in the room became palpably heavy. The silence enveloped them, and Chu Zhe felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, enduring immense pain. He could not comprehend how a once loyal comrade had transformed into the shadow of himself. The days of mutual support on the battlefield during their youth seemed vividly close. Yet reality proved cruel, evoking profound heartache. The atmosphere among the elderly gentlemen in the tea room felt somewhat somber, yet the younger generation in the Wang family estate was filled with laughter and joy. Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiulan stood side by side, resembling a pair of celestial beings, captivating the attention of all. Though tonight's banquet was a spontaneous affair hosted by Wang Jianga, the attendees were all illustrious aristocrats from Lehigh City. Despite the Chu Tian group's prominence and exceptional strength, Chu Tiankuo felt compelled to extend the appropriate courtesies to these heirs of noble families. As the numerous guests beheld the striking couple entering hand in hand, whispers of admiration filled the air. A female guest, holding a wine glass, gazed curiously at Chu Tiankuo and remarked, That must be the new president of the Chu Ting group. I never anticipated he would be so exceptionally handsome. Beside her, another guest exclaimed in agreement, Indeed, President Wang is renowned for his striking looks. They say nephews resemble their uncles, but it seems young President Chu surpasses even that. A young man, observing the two women fawning over Chu Tiankuo, interjected, Hey, do not underestimate this president. From what I understand, the Chu Corporation has recently initiated a rigorous internal audit, resulting in the downfall of several presidents and general managers of its subsidiaries. A young girl, covering her mouth, whispered, I've heard the same. A significant number of individuals were taken from the Chu Ting building by the internal security and police. The young man, seizing the moment, pointed out, The beautiful lady standing beside President Chu is equally enigmatic. In my opinion, she is likely the second miss of the Chen family. The woman, puzzled, asked, Which Chen family do you mean? Seeing her confusion, the young man sighed, realizing that despite being from the same social stratum, there was a gap in their knowledge. Which other Chen family could it be? Naturally, it is the Chun family of Jiangling. How many families in the country can stand on equal footing with the Chu family? The Jiangling Chen family? That's quite a formidable entity. The woman exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the young man's statement. She glanced at Qin Xiulan once more, her eyes now filled with a mixture of awe and curiosity. At that moment, Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiulan stepped into the heart of the crowd. Observing the two women frozen in place, Chu Tiankuo chuckled lightly and extended his hand, introducing himself, I am Chu Tiankuo. The young man eagerly shook Chu Tiankuo's hand and said, President Chu, I am Su Zhe, the president of Su Shipping from Linhai. We met at the Jojo Dupu gathering last time. Chu Tiankuo studied the young man's face, and, after a moment, smiled and said, Su Zhe, right? That day, we met in the evening, and under the dim lights, your features were somewhat obscured. I did not expect you to have started from scratch at such a young age. In response, Su Zhe bashfully scratched his head and replied, Oh no, I am merely riding on the coattails of my predecessors. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Noticing Su Zhe nervously clutching his clothing, Chu Tiankuo glanced at the lady beside him and playfully remarked, This must be your esteemed wife, correct? Good to meet you. The lady, looking a bit flustered, quickly clasped her hands tightly and responded, Hello, President Chu. I am Xian Shuangqing from Linhai Chemical, not his partner. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo mused, Ah, Linhai Chemical, and you share the surname Xian, so you must be a young lady from the Xian family. Welcome to the Wang family banquet. As Xian Shuangqing was about to say something further, a wave of guests surged toward the entrance, shouting, The president of the Wang family has arrived. Chapter 50, First Clip Their Wings. Following the commotion, Chu Tiankuo observed a young man being welcomed into the gathering. Upon seeing him, Chu Tiankuo's face brightened, and he approached the young man, embracing him warmly. "Cousin, it has been too long." As the two brothers shared a heartfelt reunion, the guests instinctively parted to grant them some privacy. After releasing Wang Yu, Chu Tiankuo quickly inquired, "Didn't Ti Xiulan mention you wouldn't be coming back? What is this surprise visit about?" Wang Yu, grinning, playfully punched Chu Tiankuo and whispered, "Is it not due to the trouble you've stirred? You always want to confront the Xia family head-on in Shanghai, and as your older brother, I must clean up after you." Hearing this, Chu Tiankuo felt a flush of embarrassment. While he was capable of managing corporate affairs and steering the direction, he was less adept in the fierce battle of survival. "I thought if our families united, we could directly squeeze out the subsidiaries related to the Xia family in Shanghai." Wang Yu interrupted him without hesitation. Aware of the crowd's presence and the risk of being overheard, he then led Chu Tiankuo into a private room, continuing, "What were you saying? Acquisition? You are oversimplifying things. In a mere financial showdown, no one can compete with them. What you should focus on now is understanding their objectives, preventing them from turning the situation to their advantage." Once inside, Wang Yu closed the door and, seeing Chu Tiankuo deep in thought, nodded in satisfaction, knowing his cousin was absorbing his advice. "Cousin, we have already cut off the Xia family's logistics route into the country, but we are not adept in finance, so we might suffer losses in that area." In response, Wang Yu questioned nonchalantly, "Have you truly severed the Xia family's logistics route?" Chu Tiankuo, raising his head slightly, asked with uncertainty, "Are you referring to the Binhai area? From my perspective, there are already sufficient ports within the country. The success of the Binhai area is not guaranteed." Wang Yu frowned upon hearing this, chastising Chu Tiankuo. "How could you think a project that has been prepared for 3 years would be halted? Countless people have invested their thoughts into the construction of the Binhai area." Chu Tiankuo intended to cite the failures of Shi family from his previous life, but abruptly recalled that he was no longer at that level. He quickly questioned, "Cousin, we estimate that a slight expansion of the ports in Linhai and Island City would suffice to replace the Binhai area. I hold little optimism for this project." Wang Yu, hearing this, stood up in exasperation, pointing at Chu Tiankuo's head and demanding, "Tell me, which companies control the ports in Linhai and Island City?" The ports in Island City are mainly controlled by Chuli Logistics, Mu Shipping, and Shi Yu Group, while Linhai is dominated by Zhao's Ocean Logistics and Su's 2 companies. Chu Tiankuo answered. Upon hearing his response, Wang Yu recognized that his cousin was not foolish, so he continued to probe if the ports in both cities were to expand. What would the logistics landscape look like in the country? Chu Tiankuo, pondering for a moment, tentatively replied, "If both cities were to expand their ports, Zhao's would likely absorb Su's market share, rising to the top tier of the 4 major logistics groups, while Chu's would merge with Shi Yu Group and Mu's fleet, swiftly surpassing the other 3 and controlling at least half of the domestic logistics volume, standing out prominently." "Good, since you can envision the prospects for the 2 cities. If you were in charge, would you allow a single logistics group to monopolize half of the national ocean freight share?" Wang Yu applauded, acknowledging that while Chu Tiankuo was naive, he was not completely oblivious. The higher-ups would never allow a single conglomerate to dominate half of the logistics throughput. Currently, the 4 major logistics groups control only 60% of the domestic ocean freight share, and the construction of the Binhai area serves as a balancing mechanism from above. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo fell into deep contemplation, striving to recall the issues he had overlooked in his previous life. After the troubles faced by Chuli Logistics, the Shi and Mu families had acquired it, taking over its market share. Subsequently, when the Shi family secured the Binhai area project, it was unclear what had been discovered that led to the project suspension. The Shi family suffered significant losses due to this, with the Mu family acquiring a substantial portion of Shi Yu Group's shares. Had it not been for the expansion of a new district in both Linhai and Island City, the Shi family might have struggled to survive during those years. Suddenly, Chu Tiankuo was enlightened, comprehending his cousin's point. In his previous life, a portion of Chuli Logistics had been consumed by the Shi family, which had essentially acted as the Xia family's proxy in the country. Thus, when the Shi family secured the Binhai area project, it was likely that the higher-ups discovered the collaboration between the Shi and Xia families and intervened, pressuring the Shi family to relinquish their logistics quotas. Thus, it serves as a cogent explanation for the mysterious influx of funds that Shi subsequently utilized for the expansion project in Island City. This was, in fact, compensation for the Shi family's withdrawal from the Shi Yu Group. Following this line of reasoning, even if the Tang family were to secure the Binhai area project, it could very well be abruptly halted by higher authorities, allowing another entity to assume control over it. Consequently, their focus would shift away from the Tang family, seeking instead opportunities to undermine the Xia family's influence. The haze clouding Chu Tiankuo's mind gradually dissipated, prompting him to rise and take a deep breath. His gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Wang Yu and declared, "Cousin, I comprehend now. I shall reach out to the Xiao family. Our Chu Ting group will assist them in securing the Binhai New Area project." However, Wang Yu shook his head and responded, "There is no need for such complications. The Xiao family's construction firm ranks among the best in the nation. Given their scale, they will monopolize the Binhai New Area, leaving other real estate companies with nothing but scraps." With that, Wang Yu retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Chu Tiankuo, saying, "The contents herein should suffice for your needs during this period. Peruse it at your leisure. I must confer with grandfather." As Chu Tiankuo accepted the document, he scrutinized his cousin closely, noting that Wang Yu appeared excessively fatigued. His eyes seemed devoid of their customary brilliance, and his eyelids drooped slightly, revealing more pronounced furrows on his forehead. Wang Yu's complexion was pallid, lacking any hint of color, as if all vitality had been drained from him. He blinked intermittently, seemingly striving to maintain alertness, yet his gaze betrayed an undeniable weariness. "Cousin, what troubles you?" Chu Tiankuo inquired, rising promptly. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, assuring him of his well-being. Before gesturing towards the document, "I returned immediately after investigating these matters, only to find a family gathering in progress. Please examine it thoroughly." With that, he straightened his attire and exited the room. Chu Tiankuo, intrigued by the document that Wang Yu had insisted upon, opened it and was taken aback. It contained a photograph of none other than Tang Qing. Chapter 51. A surprising revelation. Within the confines of the room, Chu Tiankuo gazed in astonishment at the photograph in his hand, realizing that while he had perceived Tang Qing as a mere trifler, he had been engaging in far more extravagant pursuits in private. Noticing the timestamp inscribed on the photo, it became evident that the source of this information was undoubtedly someone in Tang Qing's inner circle. Chu Tiankuo couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens! An unrestrained gala, a wild horse show. Each event could severely impact the Tang family stock prices. Tang Qing has never been particularly well regarded, and this time, he may very well distance himself from the Tang family's core." After scrutinizing the photograph, Chu Tiankuo turned his attention to the accompanying documents. Upon careful reading, he discovered evidence of financial malfeasance at Material International. This company, a major player in Shanghai's real estate sector, was even larger than several of the Chu family's enterprises. Could it be that Material International had ties to Xia Rongjie? With this thought in mind, Chu Tiankuo reached for his phone and called Wu Hanfan, Assistant Wu. "Do we have any records pertaining to Material International?" "Yes, Director Chu, we possess a comprehensive file on Material International. Do you have a computer on hand? I can send it over to you." "I have access to one. Please send it directly to my terminal so I can download it," Chu Tiankuo replied. "Certainly, Director Chu. Please watch for the incoming transmission." With that, Chu Tiankuo ended the call. Once he powered up his computer and logged into the terminal, he was met with a compilation of Material International's records, which caused him to furrow his brow. It appeared that the financial reports were prepared by the Youyu Consortium, suggesting that Material International might be a mere pawn of Youyu. Realization dawned upon Chu Tiankuo. It was no wonder that while the Tang family was under siege, they remained composed and unhurried. There were indeed countermeasures in play. Holding the file in his hands, Chu Tiankuo felt the weight of those few sheets as if they were laden with the gravity of 1,000 burdens. Knowing that Wang Yu had been tirelessly laboring to provide him with this information, observing the meticulous annotations and dates, he recognized that this was the culmination of Wang Yu's diligent efforts, and a warm wave of gratitude surged through him. Carefully storing the documents away, Chu Tiankuo let out a sigh. He understood that the nascent battle had already begun to reveal glimmers of hope. At the Lin International Hotel in Shanghai, in a conference room, Xia Rongjie sat across from Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, observing the disheveled appearance of Xia Rongjie, could not resist a jibe. "Young Master Xia, has the gentle breeze of Jiangnan softened your resolve? You couldn't even secure a modest logistics company." Xia Rongjie snorted disdainfully, somewhat vexed. "Lin Yuqing, it seems you have been abroad for too long, completely oblivious to the realities of our homeland." Lin Yuqing chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with condescension. "Every crow in the world is equally black. I refuse to believe there exists a fish that does not stray. Just like the esteemed Li Gu in Shanghai, despite his stature, bows before the might of our financial prowess in Europe." Upon hearing Li Ji's name, Xia Rongjie's expression darkened instantly, and he spoke in a low, ominous tone. "Was it your directive for Li Gu to act against the Su family?" Lin Yuqing nodded with a self-satisfied grin. "Indeed. What do you think? The results speak for themselves. The Su family, who has been a thorn in your side, has retreated in disgrace from Shanghai, haven't they?" Xia Rongjie, upon hearing this, resembled an enraged lion, roaring at Lin Yuqing. "Damn you, Lin Yuqing! I have borne the brunt of your miscalculations. Because you sought Li Ji's intervention. He now resembles a clay idol in a temple, utterly ineffective. Lin Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, is there truly someone capable of restraining Li Ge? A man of such high standing? Xia Rongjie responded with a cold, sardonic smile. You clearly do not understand the realities of our nation. Power cannot simply be swayed by capital. An arbitrary attack on the Su family by someone of Li Ji's stature would inevitably draw scrutiny from above. And now he finds himself confined to Shanghai, unable to act. How can this be? Aren't they supposed to be tyrants? Why would they be restrained? Lin Yuqing's expression was one of disbelief, as if he had just swallowed something vile, which contradicted the beliefs instilled in him by his family. Xia Rongjie regarded him with derision, remarking coldly, Lin Yuqing, open your eyes to the world beyond. Do not naively equate this place with those tiny territories. If they were truly tyrants and despots, unchecked power would spell the end of this nation. However, the world has shifted eastward over the past 4 years. With that, Xia Rongjie rose, approached Lin Yuqing, and patted him on the shoulder, advising, you must understand your adversary. While abroad, you may bribe politicians to serve your interests. But this country operates differently. Do not become so enamored with your theological texts. This land boasts a rich history and millennia of governance experience, which has effectively curtailed unchecked authority. Lin Yuqing slumped back in his chair, murmuring, this country is nothing like the one my parents described. I have been led astray by my own family. Observing Lin Yuqing's vacant expression, Xia Rongjie leaned in and whispered, surprised, are you? After merely a few hours of rest, the tides have turned. Young Master Lin, consider how you will explain this to your superiors upon your return to Europe. With that, Xia Rongjie erupted into laughter as he exited, leaving Lin Yuqing wishing he could shrink beneath the table in the conference room. From the other side of the screen came a voice, Yuqing, return to the homeland. I will instruct the steward to coordinate with the Xia family in their endeavors. Lin Yuqing turned towards the screen, desperately pleading, esteemed chairman, grant me another chance. I will mitigate the repercussions of Li Ji's restrictions. The response from the screen was a light-hearted chuckle, seemingly mocking Lin Yuqing's audacity. Lin Yuqing dared not raise his head, for he knew that countless mocking gazes were directed at him from the other side of the screen. If he were to meet those derisive eyes, he would be overwhelmed with shame. You, come back and accept your punishment quickly. You are aware that without the assistance of Li Ge, many companies would suffer setbacks in Shanghai. A sharp voice emanated from the screen. At that moment, Lin Yuqing, hunched over, felt as if his handsome face was a canvas, shifting through hues of green, blue, and purple, changing multiple times in a matter of moments. Finally, the chairman decisively declared, all right, this time you shall remain in Shanghai to broaden your horizons. This operation will be led by Xia Rongjie, with you as his assistant. Hearing this, Lin Yuqing was overjoyed and quickly responded, thank you, chairman. The chairman, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, I hope you learn well from Xia Rongjie. As for everything else, take care of yourself. As the chairman's words faded, the screen in the conference room went dark. Lin Yuqing straightened up, intending to relax, but unexpectedly, Xia Rongjie stormed in, his eyes red and holding a newspaper, shouting at Lin Yuqing, you bastard, look at the mess you've created. Chapter 52. The knife. Lin Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the agitated Xia Rongjie, whose bloodshot eyes reflected his intense emotions. Lin Yuqing was perplexed. The chairman's orders had only just been issued and had not yet reached him. So why was Xia Rongjie confronting him now? However, Xia Rongjie did not grant him the luxury of contemplation. He grabbed Lin Yuqing by the collar and lifted him off the ground, choking him. As Xia Rongjie's grip tightened, Lin Yuqing felt his breath quicken, his chest begin to ache, and the struggle for air intensify. With a forceful shove, he managed to push Xia Rongjie aside. After gasping for breath and filling his lungs, he rubbed his neck and bellowed at Xia Rongjie. What on earth do you want? This roar seemed to unleash all the grievances and frustrations he had endured during the General Assembly. Xia Rongjie, startled by Lin Yuqing's furious outburst, quickly regained his composure. His face turned ashen, and he angrily threw the newspaper at Lin Yuqing before collapsing onto the sofa, panting heavily. Lin Yuqing hastily picked up the newspaper and immediately spotted the glaring headline. Wuchan International accused of financial fraud exceeding 100 billion. Central investigation team has arrived. Upon reading this astonishing news, Lin Yuqing felt the world spin, his legs weakened, and he slumped to the ground. Wuchan International had always been Lin's firm in the domestic market, continuously funneling funds to the Lin family. The vast assets of the Lin family in Longwo were almost entirely reliant on the support of Wuchan International. Now, if the investigation team uncovered any issues at Wuchan International, the Lin family's enterprises in Longwo would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions, potentially facing catastrophic consequences. As Lin Yuqin lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, Xia Rongjie's ashen face transformed back to normal, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his lips. Xia Rongjie slowly lifted a glass, took a delicate sip, and then set it down, reproachfully stating, "With Wuchan International under investigation, all our contingency plans have vanished." Having said that, Xia Rongjie leisurely stood up, gracefully gliding over to Lin Yuqin's side, and observed the reverse dynamics between the two. He extended a hand to help Lin Yuqin up from the floor and earnestly suggested, "The only viable option now is to detach the construction teams under Wuchan International's real estate division and hand them over to the Tang family. We must proceed in this manner." Upon hearing this recommendation, Lin Yuqin's expression darkened instantly, as if ink were dripping from his face. The recent decision from Europe, where the chairman had assigned him to be Xia Rongjie's assistant, had already left him feeling disheartened. Being Xia Rongjie's assistant was not a problem. After all, Wuchan International was the primary player in this contest, one that was entirely under the Lin family's control, with executives who adhered to his directives. Once the competition commenced, it would still be uncertain to whom Wuchan International would be loyal. However, if the construction teams were surrendered to the Tang family, Wuchan International would truly become a pawn, an outcome the Lin family could never accept. With a somber contemplation, Lin Yuqin fixed his sharp gaze upon Xia Rongjie, his conflicted expression betraying the struggle and resentment within him. He understood that Xia Rongjie's intentions were blatant, yet for him, it felt akin to sacrificing flesh for survival, relinquishing the Lin family's most crucial piece in this contest. To detach the construction teams from Wuchan International, Lin Yuqin's voice was slow and deep, as if each word was meticulously weighed. This would sacrifice all of our interests. Once the Tang family takes over, we, the Lin family, must retain a portion of their shares. Yet Xia Rongjie merely shook his head, a light laugh escaping him. Lin Yuqin, the situation is stronger than any individual. This is not the time to quibble over losses. You must consider the bigger picture. Lin Yuqin, in response, hoarsely shouted at Xia Rongjie, "What bigger picture? This is merely the Lin family sacrificing for the benefit of your Xia family." Xia Rongjie, with a wicked smile, recognized that Lin Yuqin was not the type to be a useless second-generation heir. The current impasse was simply a matter of price. If your Lin family is unwilling to let go, then all our preparations will be in vain. You are aware that the Shao family has already begun to withdraw from the real estate sector. If we do not make sacrifices, how can we compete with the Shao family? I refuse to accept this. Lin Yuqin's internal fury blazed like wildfire, his chest burning with pain as he screamed in indignation. Xia Rongjie, cold and direct, replied, "What does it matter if you refuse? There are only two choices now. Either both sides are left empty-handed, or we strike at the Shao family." Lin Yuqin fell silent, shutting his eyes as he calculated the validity of Xia Rongjie's words in his mind. Yet, his fists were tightly clenched, the veins bulging on his hands, and his slightly trembling body revealed his inner turmoil. "Fine, I agree to your plan, but there is one condition you must meet." Lin Yuqin's voice sounded weary yet resolute. "After securing the project in Binhai area, the profits from the construction teams belonging to us, the Lin family, must be ours. Furthermore, once this project is completed, the construction teams from the Tang family must be returned to us." Upon hearing this, Xia Rongjie pondered for a moment, then smiled enigmatically. "Deal. I can agree to this arrangement." With that, Xia Rongjie raised a hand, and Lin Yuqin mirrored the gesture. Their hands met with a clap, solidifying the agreement. Yet within the room, one slumped like a heap of mud on the sofa, while the other sat drinking heavily, both reflecting the arduous nature of the compromise between their families. At the Wang family's old residence, Chu Tiankuo and Wang Yu were accompanying several elders in their morning exercises. After the exercise concluded, they sat in the garden of the Wang family estate, where Wang Yu praised Wang Jianga, saying, "Although my cousin's actions are somewhat immature, the results are still commendable." After Wang Jianga made his move, he chuckled and replied, "Your cousin has been raised by the Shi family since childhood, and they never taught him how to conduct business. You should assist him more." Chu Tiankuo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Grandfather, my cousin has already helped me a lot." Chu Zhe set down the newspaper in his hand and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "We are all aware of the materials Wang Yu brought back, but we cannot fathom why you chose to target Wuchan International. Given its massive scale, we old fellows had anticipated you would go after the Tang family." Chu Tiankuo sat upright, responding with meticulous precision. "Currently, the Xia family has made it abundantly clear that they intend to engage us in a contest regarding our project in the Binhai area. However, the recent maneuvers of the Tang family appear excessively frequent, suggesting they are merely a smokescreen." He then added, with a hint of somberness, "If the Tang family is indeed a diversion, then their ally, the Agricultural International, must be their main force. Consequently, I escalated the information regarding Agricultural International's fraudulent financial statements. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. So when do you plan to take action against the Tang family? Chapter 53. The Landscape. With a single remark, Chu's left Chu Tiankuo momentarily speechless. His actions against Agricultural International were entirely justified, given that Agricultural International was a formidable conglomerate on par with the Chu family. Moreover, it was actively participating in the bidding for the Binhai New Area project, making it a powerful adversary. With irrefutable evidence at hand to dismantle this large corporation, he was undoubtedly eager to act swiftly. However, the Tang family was a different matter altogether, smaller in scale and poorer in resources. The information provided by Wang Yu was merely about Tang Qing, that flamboyant playboy, which would only serve to diminish the Tang family's reputation rather than deliver a fatal blow. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo turned to Chu's and stated, "Grandfather, the Tang family is but a trifling ailment. I wish to gather more information before I proceed against them." Chu sighed and gestured towards Wang Jianga, saying, "I find it difficult to convey this to the lad. Perhaps you should take over." Wang Jianga chuckled and praised. "Little Li is correct. The Tang family is merely a trifling ailment. We can afford to delay our actions. But can you really believe that the colossal Agricultural International, spanning numerous market sectors, could be so easily subdued by you?" Recalling the extensive data on Agricultural International, Chu Tiankuo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Agricultural International's primary sectors were finance, real estate, and contract manufacturing. His actions had only reported the financial misconduct within the finance and real estate divisions. He had not yet targeted their contract manufacturing arm. While it is often said that the fall of a whale brings life to countless others, the bankruptcy and delisting of Agricultural International would indeed be a feast for domestic conglomerates. But was it really that straightforward? This morning, Chu Tiankuo learned that the investigating team, following the intelligence provided by the Chu family, had uncovered extensive information about Agricultural International, which had not even attempted to conceal its affairs. The investigation team had managed to reveal even more in the shortest time possible. However, once the evidence was collected, it was sealed, and negotiations with the conglomerate backing Agricultural International were ongoing. It was now clear that the real estate and financial sectors of Agricultural International were to be confiscated, leaving a void in the market that would ultimately be filled by someone else. "Grandfather, I understand why the higher-ups are reluctant to touch Agricultural International's contract manufacturing facilities. There are hundreds of thousands of jobs across several electronic manufacturing parks. However, the real estate and finance sectors have already been thoroughly swept away, haven't they?" Wang Yu interjected. "You exhibit good judgment, which is commendable, but you tend to focus too much on the surface." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo pondered deeply, realizing that this morning's dialogue was a test orchestrated by his cousin and several elders. Reflecting on the recent operations of the Tang family, a light bulb went off in Chu Tiankuo's mind, and he spoke up. "Cousin, are you implying that the only ones penalized by the upper echelons are the executives of Agricultural International? The middle management remains unscathed. And if the Lin family sends in higher-ups for consolidation, Agricultural International will merely be stripped of its facade without suffering substantial losses." Wang Yu, noticing the expression on Chu Tiankuo's face, spoke directly. "Are you only fixated on that narrow perspective? Do you know why grandfather inquired about the Tang family? The Tang family has already consolidated a significant number of construction teams. If they were to absorb Agricultural International's construction teams, they would become a formidable entity, challenging the Shao family construction firm directly." It was as if Chu Tiankuo had been struck by a lightning bolt, and he suddenly understood. He leaped from his chair, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I comprehend now, cousin. To eradicate the root, I shall immediately rally our forces to consume the lucrative asset that is Agricultural International." Wang Yu observed the eager Chu Tiankuo and nodded approvingly, speaking with a weighty tone. "Cousin, remember that the business realm is akin to a battlefield. As the president of a large corporation, you bear the responsibility for the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands within the Chu group. Every decision you make must be executed with the utmost caution. Each move requires meticulous consideration and thorough deliberation." Wang Jianga chuckled softly, a hint of pride evident on his face as he added, "Little Li, heed your cousin's counsel. A true master not only sees his territory, but also understands how to strategize for the future, preventing potential pitfalls and preparing for storms ahead. Although the Tang family may seem like an inconsequential company at present, they are backed by numerous powerful conglomerates. Underestimating them could lead to dire consequences." Listening intently to their earnest advice, Chu Tiankuo nodded in comprehension. At the Lin International Hotel in Shanghai, Tang Xian sat across from Xia Rongjie. Observing the seemingly relaxed Xia Rongjie, Tang Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Xia, what about the construction teams you promised me? Why have they not yet arrived?" Xia Rongjie casually rubbed his wrist and replied, "Young Master Tang, there's no need to rush. Those subpar workers can be disregarded. I have a much better option for you. Are you interested?" At this, Tang Xian's eyes brightened. Although Xia Rongjie was notoriously unreliable, the immense financial backing of the Xia family allowed the Tang family to benefit significantly from their collaboration. Previously, when Xia Rongjie had aimed to use the Tang family as a distraction to draw the attention of the Shao family, his family had eagerly acquired small real estate companies, handing over their construction teams to the Tang family and significantly bolstering their strength. At that time, Tang Xian had been incensed upon seeing the workers offered to him, as the Tang family was in dire need of mid to senior level designers and project managers, not a haphazard collection of workers. Nonetheless, Tang Xian proved to be quite resourceful, managing to streamline that mismatched team into a skilled and proficient workforce, thereby enhancing the Tang family's soft power without incurring any costs. With this in mind, Tang Xian eagerly leaned in and said, "Young Master Xia, if you have something valuable, do remember to keep me in the loop." Noticing Tang Xian's sudden shift in demeanor, Xia Rongjie smirked disdainfully, gesturing towards the Lin International Hotel's emblem, and said, "Haven't you seen the news? Agricultural International has been sealed by the authorities, and we are prepared to offer you their construction teams and project departments, enabling the Tang family to compete directly and fairly with the Shao family." Tang Xian, awakened from his reverie, incredulously asked, "Is it really possible for the Lin family to agree to this?" "We, the Lin family, have indeed consented." Upon turning around, Tang Xian found Lin Yuchen standing there with a stern expression. Xia Rongjie quickly stood up and introduced, "This is Mr. Lin Yuchen, the young vice president of the Lin family." At the Chu Tian building, Chu Tiankuo convened a video conference with Shao Tianzi. Observing the stark contrast in Shao Tianzi's demeanor compared to his usual self, Chu Tiankuo chuckled softly and inquired, "If I assist you in securing the Binhai New area, will you be willing to part with that subsidiary you promised me?" Chapter 54. Reaching an Agreement. On the screen, Shao Tianzi presented a polished image, clad in a well-tailored suit, every detail impeccably attended to. His gaze was sharp and profound, as if he could peer into the depths of one's soul. A faint smile graced his lips, yet it concealed an undeniable authority. Had Chu Tiankuo not encountered this side of Shao Tianzi before at Qinshuan's villa, he might have suspected that Shao Tianzi had an identical twin. As Shao Tianzi sat across the screen, he furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's conditions. After a moment of contemplation, he wearily remarked, "The construction team from Wuchan International is not an essential asset for our Shao family. Your terms are excessively steep." In response, Chu Tiankuo reclined in his office chair, casually stating, "Old Shao, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Tang Xian from the Tang family has already begun negotiations with that second-generation heir from the Lin family." Shao Tianzi pinched the bridge of his nose, attempting to alleviate the fatigue brought on by his recent grueling overtime. Among the 4 logistics companies, Zhao's ranked at the bottom, with the Bao family previously holding the largest share. However, following Chuli Logistics' acquisition of Shi Yu Group, they had now ascended to the top. As the nation's development flourished, overseas logistics became a foolproof investment, prompting the Shao family to strive diligently to enhance their capabilities in this domain. At this juncture, the project in the Binhai New area presented a glimmer of hope for the Shao family. Securing this project would grant them an additional port, thereby amplifying their significance in overseas logistics. Yet, they were not the only ones eyeing the Binhai New area. Chu Tiankuo, owing Shao Tianzi a favor, had dissuaded all relatives from the Chu family, relinquishing the project to the Shao family. Following their return from the Zhuzhou gathering, the Shao family had been fervently preparing for this opportunity, even recalling part of the construction team they had dispatched to Italy for military airport repairs, a decision that had required several days of negotiation with the board. To his surprise, just as he managed to appease the board, Chu Tiankuo presented him with a substantial gift. While Shao Tianzi was aware that Wuchan International intended to bid for the Binhai New area project, he was certain that such a pivotal project would not be entrusted to foreign entities. Chu Tiankuo's naivety was evident, as he failed to grasp the intentions of the higher-ups. Although the Shao family had no intention of relinquishing the Binhai New area project, Wuchan International did not rank among their competitors. Who could have anticipated that? In an act of loyalty, Chu Tiankuo would endorse Wuchan International, transforming its construction team into a coveted asset pursued by all parties? Logically, the construction team would be taken over by Wuchan International after a rebranding. But as the bidding for the Binhai New area project drew near, it was certain that Xia Rongjie would offer some compensation to the Lin family, subsequently transitioning the construction team to the Tang family, with the bolstered Tang family potentially emerging as a significant rival to the Shao family if they secured this project. Shao Tianzi understood that it would likely face an abrupt halt. The higher-ups would dangle a few incentives for competition, ultimately assigning the project to a company of their choosing, leaving the Xiao family to scrape by with mere scraps in the aftermath. If anyone had reason to fear the Tang family's acquisition of the Lin family's construction team, it was undoubtedly the Xiao family. At this moment, when Chu Tiankuo personally approached him with a proposition to wrest the Lin family's construction team from the Tang family, it was clear he must possess some leverage over them. It was now evident that the Tang family could not absorb the Lin family's construction team, and Xiao Tiankuo recognized that the timing and price were the pressing issues at hand. Observing Chu Tiankuo don a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, Xiao Tiankuo realized he was prepared for a serious discussion. Thus, Chu Tiankuo took the initiative, asking, "Old Xiao, have you made a decision? Will you accept the construction team or not?" To this, Xiao Tiankuo, shedding his previous cold demeanor, flashed a grin and somewhat ambiguously replied, "Old Chu, let's not beat around the bush. Your offer is simply too high." Chu Tiankuo frowned, his face betraying his discomfort as he said, "Do you understand that this involves not just hundreds or thousands of people? The construction teams of Lin's domestic real estate companies total over 1 million. Do you have any idea how much human and material resources it takes for our Chu family to negotiate with them? Asking you for a subsidiary is hardly unreasonable. Moreover, once the Xiao family acquires this construction team, they would transform into the largest real estate company in the country, gaining far more than they would invest." Listening to Chu Tiankuo's somewhat enticing words, Xiao Tiankuo remained composed, stating, "As you know, we are currently in an era of explosive growth in the digital realm. Are you suggesting that it is so simple to take a subsidiary from our Xiao family? Old Xiao, you must understand that in this era filled with opportunities, those who control the channels can reap greater rewards. If the Xiao family does not require it, I will reach out to the Ko family. I believe they would be quite interested," Chu Tiankuo declared, feigning an intent to end the call. Seeing Chu Tiankuo's actions, Xiao Tiankuo became somewhat anxious, exclaiming, "Don't hang up." "Not yet. Why are you in such a rush?" Chu Tiankuo pretended to be distressed, responding, "Every minute of delay costs us millions. How could I not be anxious?" Xiao Tiankuo let out a slow breath, realizing that negotiating the price was futile and that the Xiao family was in dire need of this opportunity. He could only relent, stating, "We are both CEOs of our respective groups. You know I cannot afford to casually abandon a subsidiary. Please put forth your offer." Understanding that Xiao Tiankuo had compromised, Chu Tiankuo got straight to the point. "As I said, our Chu family wants that subsidiary. Let's speak plainly. A continuously unprofitable subsidiary is a small price to pay for the Xiao family to exchange for several real estate companies. You give me half a day. I will discuss it with the board," Xiao Tiankuo replied wearily, removing his glasses and rubbing his temples. Noticing Xiao Tiankuo's poor condition, Chu Tiankuo decided to take a step back, knowing that once the major direction was confirmed, everything else would fall into place. Currently, the Chu family's team had already begun negotiations with the construction team's workers. It was merely a matter of time before both sides reached an agreement. After terminating the video conference, Chu Tiankuo clasped his hands under his chin, staring blankly as if deep in thought, until a sudden phone call disrupted the silence of the office. Picking up the phone, he noticed the name Lu Shuqing flashing on the screen, and he smacked his forehead, recalling that he had forgotten to follow up on the land acquisition his real estate company was pursuing in Daoqing. "Hello, Manager Lu, how is the acquisition progressing?" he inquired. "Chu General, it's not good. Many of the plots we were negotiating for have been snatched up by others." Chapter 55. A growing sense of unease. Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed at Lu Shuqing's words, his dissatisfaction palpable. The decision to acquire land had been made early, with conditions and conveniences provided. How could there be an issue now? "Manager Lu, I need an explanation for this situation," he demanded, his tone devoid of warmth, each word resembling an ice shard carved from a glacier, causing Lu Shuqing on the other end to break into a cold sweat amidst the sweltering heat. Realizing Chu Tiankuo was displeased with his performance, Lu Shuqing hurriedly defended himself. "Chu General, please let me explain. I don't know why, but several small real estate companies we had just negotiated with suddenly changed their minds. Knowing that the real estate companies in Daoqing were the type to bully the weak, he concluded that they would hardly dare to deceive Chu's real estate company. The current actions clearly indicated that someone was backing them from behind." Chu Tiankuo's long, bony fingers drummed rhythmically on the documents, his brow tightly knitted as he pondered the situation. After a long pause, he wearily instructed, "Manager Lu, I expect you to thoroughly investigate this matter." With that, Chu Tiankuo hung up the phone and moved to the window, observing the bustling traffic below. Deep down, he understood that for those companies in Daoqing to change their stance, they must be backed by someone of equal stature to the Chu family. In Daoqing, only a few families could rival the Chu family. Was it the Xia family, or the Mu family, or perhaps the Shi family? Upon returning to the company, Chun Xiulan found the secretaries of the office huddled together, chattering away about something unknown. Stealthily, she approached and enveloped Wu Jinxian in an embrace. Resting her chin on Wu Jinshuan's shoulder as she inquired, "What are you all discussing so mysteriously?" Chun Xiulan's sudden appearance sent ripples through the calm atmosphere, startling the secretaries who promptly dispersed. Casting a disapproving glance at her, Li Meng pointed towards Chu Tiankuo's office and whispered, "Xiao Chun, we were discussing President Chu. Ever since he entered his office this morning, he hasn't emerged." "Oh," Zhun interjected. "Earlier, when you asked me to deliver documents to President Chu, I knocked on the door, but there was no response." No sooner had El Jilan spoken than Chun Xiulan's anxious voice interrupted. "And the documents? Did you deliver them?" Noting Chun Xiulan's evident urgency, El Jilan replied softly, "Sister Chun, when Assistant Wu came by earlier, I asked him to take the documents in." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiulan sighed in relief and glanced at her watch, realizing it was nearly noon. Had Chu Tiankuo truly spent the entire morning locked away in his office? Understanding that the secretaries were wary of incurring Chu Tiankuo's displeasure, she set her bag down and quietly opened the office door, only to find Chu Tiankuo frowning as he scrutinized the document. Observing his deep concentration, Chun Xiulan gently closed the door behind her and turned to the secretaries, whispering, "President Chu is simply deep in thought. There is nothing else at play." With her reassurance, the secretaries collectively exhaled in relief. After all, aside from the initial days of joining the company, it was rare to see Chu Tiankuo sequestered alone in his office. Wu Jinxian rubbed her wrist in apprehension, remarking, "When my brother went in to deliver the documents, he must have received a scolding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have emerged looking so glum." Chun Xiulan paused, taken aback. Chu Tiankuo was not the type to berate his subordinates, especially not Wu Hanfan, who was one of his most trusted aides. There must be something the secretaries were unaware of. Recalling the sight of Chu Tiankuo furrowing his brow over a document, could that be the source of the trouble? Chun Xiulan's mind raced with questions, eager to uncover the details, yet the scant information left her at a loss. In the Shi Tower of Island City, the seat once occupied by Shi Zongming had now been claimed by a new figure. Shi Yu sat in the president's office, listening intently as the president of Shi Real Estate reported to her. "Miss, regarding the tasks you previously assigned to us, I have convened discussions with the presidents of several real estate firms, and they have consented to our project requirements." Listening to Su Yunong's report, Shi Yu wore a slight smile, as if everything was under her meticulous control. However, as she perused the documents organized by Su Yunong, her expression darkened. She was acutely aware of the size of the land in question. It was the first major project she successfully completed in her previous life. Yet the figures noted on the documents only represented 2/3 of what Shi possessed back then. Raising her gaze, Shi Yu fixed Su Yunong with a piercing stare, demanding, "Su, why do the numbers reported only reflect 2/3 of my planned figures?" With a bitter smile, Su Yunong explained, "Miss, we were late to the game. Prior to our intervention, other companies had been aggressively acquiring parcels in that area, essentially leaving us with only the fragmented bits." Shi Yu frowned, pressing further, "If that is the case, we are left with many parcels that we cannot effectively utilize. If they are leveraging the land against us, our company's substantial investment could be squandered. Is this the work ethic you uphold, Su?" Su Yunong's face paled at Shi Yu's relentless questioning and reprimand. The land acquisitions from these smaller firms had only been secured at inflated prices due to the company's desperation, which had arisen for being cornered by another firm vying for land. Considering the scale of those smaller companies made it evident that any company daring to engage them would not be insignificant, certainly not less than Shi Real Estate. Negotiations with similarly scaled companies would necessitate referencing the communications between their parent companies, a matter that lay outside Su Yunong's jurisdiction. Sensing Su Yunong's silence, Shi Yu quickly discerned his thoughts. He was evidently contemplating seeking support from the headquarters, uncertain of the rival's capabilities. "Su, immediately investigate the identity of that company and report back with your findings. We shall reach out to them once we have clarity. Now, you may return to your duties," Shi Yu stated decisively. As soon as her words fell, Su Yunong nodded vigorously, as if granted a reprieve, and swiftly exited Shi Yu's office. Upon stepping outside, he gently patted his chest, striving to calm his racing heart. He mused inwardly, "This young lady, now wielding the reins of power, exhibits a composure and shrewdness that even surpasses that of President Shi." Chapter 56. Under currents in the Chu Ting building, the secretaries moved with hurried steps, their expressions tense. As if sensing an impending storm, the air was thick with anxiety, making it difficult to breathe. Since noon, after Chun Xiulan witnessed Chu Tiankuo's prolonged absence, she had ordered a meal to be delivered, and he had yet to emerge. The secretaries harbored a palpable concern and fear regarding the stark contrast in Chu Tiankuo's demeanor today compared to his usual self. Meanwhile, in the office, Chun Xiulan lounged languidly on the sofa, turning the pages of a book with slow, graceful motions the afternoon sun casting a golden glow upon her, as if draping her in a shimmering veil, freezing time in her presence. In stark contrast, Chu Tiankuo stood by the window, glass in hand, gazing at the bustling traffic below, sipping intermittently, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. The two were like parallel lines, existing in the same space, yet maintaining an unspoken understanding that kept them apart. Ultimately, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Chen Xiaolan closed her book and looked at the pensive Chu Tiankuo, asking, "I wonder what kind of document could possibly trouble a man of your stature?" Recalling the document previously passed to him by Lu Shusheng, Chu Tiankuo's gaze darkened as he stared out the window, an aura of coldness enveloping him. "It's nothing. Merely a list of competitors," he replied flatly, his tone devoid of warmth, like a frigid breeze that sent shivers across Chen Xiaolan's skin. Observing the once amiable gentleman now transformed into an imposing iceberg, beautiful yet daunting, Chen Xiaolan felt a compelling urge to approach, though the chill emanating from him was enough to deter anyone from getting too close. "Is this version of you more intriguing?" Chen Xiaolan's lips curled slightly, a subtle smile dancing on her face, as if a gentle spring breeze had stirred the surface of a lake, creating delicate ripples. "Are you attempting to capture my attention, President Chu?" she teased. Perhaps the warmth of spring could not thaw the millennia-old frost, for Chu Tiankuo maintained his stoic facade, unmoved by Chen Xiaolan's words. "Leave?" Yet, perhaps even he was unaware of the brief flicker of thawing that crossed his countenance, quickly suppressed once more. Chen Xiaolan let out a light chuckle, her face adorned with a meaningful expression. After tidying up the disordered coffee table, she rose gracefully from the office. As she closed the door, her gaze lingered on the man who suppressed all his emotions, her lips curving upwards, as if she had discerned the source of his distress. Once the door clicked shut, Chu Tiankuo picked up his phone and dialed, staring at the familiar number on the screen. Several times, he hesitated to press the call button, forcibly restraining himself. If he were to call, how would he even inquire? Would he dare to question her about her audacity to appear before him? It was truly laughable. Having resolved to distance himself from her, she continuously emerged in his life, as if she believed he lacked the courage to confront the Shi family. Weakly, he placed the cup on the table, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at the documents Wuhan Fan had delivered earlier, a flicker of malice flashing in his gaze. He decisively dialed, "Cousin, I need," the Lin International Hotel in Shanghai. Lin Yuchen was engaged in a drinking contest with Xia Rongjie, the two of them exchanging volleys, seemingly attempting to drown their emotions in alcohol. Soon, Lin Yuchen found himself at a disadvantage, wiping away the alcohol that had splattered onto him. Glancing at the smug Xia Rongjie, a hint of sarcasm crossed Lin Yuchen's features. Tang Xian, however, wore a grim expression, observing the two as they drank, as if suppressing something within. The bizarre atmosphere among the trio rendered the other patrons in the private room silent, fearful of inciting their wrath. Ultimately, it was Tang Xian who could no longer endure the stifling tension, breaking the silence. "Xia, when will you begin to address the matters you promised me?" Yet, Xia Rongjie appeared oblivious, continuing to drink alone, glass after glass. Lin Yuchen, with a mocking tone, interjected, "You haven't even grasped your opponent's moves. His subordinates have already begun negotiations with our company's manager. The price has changed significantly since then." With a crash, Xia Rongjie smashed his glass, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Yuchen, exclaiming, "Isn't it because of you, the second-generation heir? If it weren't for your instigation of Elder Li, we wouldn't be in such a passive position." Lin Yuchen, displaying an air of indifference, retorted, "Shouldn't Xia reflect on the intentions behind my summoning of Elder Li? Being a second-generation heir myself?" Like an infuriated lion, Xia Rongjie shot back, "If it weren't for your Lin family hesitating over this blue ocean, would you have even returned home? If it weren't for your indecisiveness regarding the Binhai New area, would you have sought Elder Li's assistance? If it weren't for your family, would I face so many restrictions in my domestic endeavors?" Lin Yuchen, unperturbed, took a large sip from his glass before mockingly stating, "Indeed, everything is the fault of our Lin family. What? Are you suggesting that your Xia family's sale of psychotropic agents is also a result of our interference?" Tang Xian slowly lit a cigarette, observing the two as they volleyed barbs back and forth, feeling utterly powerless about the current situation. He had initially thought that aligning with the Xia family would ensure his security, yet wherever he followed Xia Rongjie, he encountered obstacles. Since the recent series of setbacks faced by Tang Real Estate, they had expended considerable effort to placate the homeowners. Originally, by peacefully taking over the construction team from the Lin family, Tang hoped to reverse their declining fortunes, but they had encountered yet another predicament. As Tang Xian smoked quietly, the tension between the two men escalated, with Xia Rongjie now disregarding his own image and tugging at Lin Yuchen's hair. Just as Tang Xian contemplated intervening, He noticed the Lin family's butler stepping in to halt Xia Rongjie's actions. Unbeknownst to Tang Xian, the old butler whispered something into Xia Rongjie's ear, causing Xia's face to drain of color. He slumped against the sofa, sullenly drinking. Sensing the situation had calmed, Tang Xian was about to rise and leave. The recent handling of Tang real estate scandals had left him utterly drained, with no desire to engage in farcical antics with the two second-generation heirs. However, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the number, he answered in confusion, only to hear Chu Tiankuo's cold voice on the line. This is retaliation for Xia Rongjie's breach of protocol. Chapter 57. Underhanded Tactics. Tang Xian hung up, his face a mask of skepticism as he stared at his phone, seemingly lost in thought. Standing nearby, Xia Rongjie had intended to pull him away, but unexpectedly. After receiving the call, Tang Xian abruptly turned and slammed Xia Rongjie down onto the table. The surrounding onlookers rushed forward, attempting to separate them. Xia Rongjie rubbed his sore wrist, about to inquire what was happening, when he caught sight of Tang Xian, whose eyes were now bloodshot and filled with a desperate fury. What the hell have you done? Your Xia family is thriving, yet the repercussions have fallen upon our Tang family. Tang Xian's words left everyone in the room bewildered. At that moment, the Lin family's old butler leaned in to whisper something to Lin Yuchen, who suddenly appeared enlightened. Observing Tang Xian's fury, Lin Yuchen stepped forward and seductively suggested, Tang, you must be aware of your brother's situation. As long as he travels to a country without an extradition treaty with Longhua, everything will be fine. Coincidentally, I'm flying back to Europe on a private plane today. I can take your brother along. With that, he patted Tang Xian on the shoulder and departed the private room with the butler. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's expression darkened, plunging him into silence. The Tang family had only 3 male heirs. The eldest, Tang Yuan, engaged in politics. The second, Tang Xian, immersed in business. Both were the pride of the Tang family. However, the youngest, Tang Qing, was merely a scoundrel. In truth, resolving the debacle surrounding Tang Qing's promiscuous gathering would not be challenging for Tang Yuan, but unfortunately, one of the attendees was the granddaughter of a local elder. This girl was merely 14, and it was certain that her grandfather would pursue the Tang family for accountability. It seemed that, while the situation was still contained and the news had not spread, arranging for Tang Qing to accompany Lin Yuchen abroad was undoubtedly the best course of action. After a few years in hiding, they could reinvent him upon his return. Contemplating this, Tang Xian felt a slight sense of relief as he exhaled softly. He then approached Xia Rongjie and candidly remarked, Xia, your actions in this matter have been somewhat excessive. The Chu family has launched a series of retaliatory strikes against us, and our Tang family, being relatively small, is struggling to withstand such pressure. Given the circumstances, I fear we are unable to continue participating in the bidding for the Binhai New Area project. I ask for your understanding and hope you can seek other capable partners. With his words concluded, Tang Xian promptly turned to follow Lin Yuchen out. As he watched the two retreating figures, a sinister smile crept across Xia Rongjie's face. Ha! Short-sighted fools. Half an hour earlier, the sun illuminated the vibrant city of Linhai, with the imposing Chu Court building at its center exuding grandeur. Suddenly, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz S-Class slowly emerged from the parking lot of the Chu Group, closely followed by a discreet business vehicle. The two cars flowed seamlessly onto the city streets. However, as soon as they hit the road, they found themselves ensnared in a sea of traffic. Today seems somewhat peculiar. The peak hour has yet to arrive, yet the traffic conditions have deteriorated alarmingly. Chu Tiankuo sits quietly within the vehicle, engrossed in a crucial document. His demeanor both focused and composed. Meanwhile, Lu Meng, the driver, anxiously fixates on the congested vehicles ahead and cannot refrain from turning back to suggest to Chu Tiankuo, Young master, should we consider an alternate route? It appears we may be ensnared for quite some time. Chu Tiankuo slightly furrows his brow, seemingly unimpressed by Lu Meng's suggestion. He replies coolly, no need, let us proceed on this path. With that, he resumes his attention to the document at hand. Observing the inexplicable congestion, Lu Meng clicks his tongue and picks up the walkie-talkie. Calling President Wu, could you please check on the traffic situation at Lehigh 5th Road? At the intersection of Lehigh 5th Road and Jiangling Road, there's been an accident, and the traffic police have yet to clear it up. That may be the cause of the blockage. Wu Hanfei's voice comes through the walkie-talkie. Lu Meng glances back at the unruffled Chu Tiankuo, concern etching his features, and asks, Young master, what do you think about this? Lu Ge, just stick to this route. Do not complicate matters. Chu Tiankuo remains steadfast. Faced with Chu Tiankuo's unwavering resolve, Lu Meng can only turn back to concentrate on driving. Today, the young master is acting unusually. The secretaries have mentioned that he has not left his office since arriving in the morning. It is said that when Miss Chun entered to bring him lunch, she was promptly dismissed. As Lu Meng contemplates this, the traffic begins to inch forward, yet the drivers seem oddly obstinate. with vehicle after vehicle squeezing in front of Chu Tiankuo's car. Each time Lu Meng attempts to accelerate, another car cuts him off, effectively relegating Chu Tiankuo's vehicle to a veritable island. Watching this predicament unfold, Lu Meng grows increasingly anxious, hoping to leverage his exceptional driving skills to break free from the encroaching vehicles. However, they cling to him like a stubborn adhesive, and feigning calm, Lu Meng says, "Young master, please fasten your seatbelt and hold onto the handrail." Chu Tiankuo merely chuckles lightly, responding with an air of nonchalance, "Lu Go, let us follow them. I am curious to see how they will fare in Lehigh territory." Recognizing the determined look on Chu Tiankuo's face, Lu Meng feels a surge of urgency and advises, "Young master, as a scion of wealth, you should not take unnecessary risks." Before Lu Meng can finish his sentence, he is cut off by Chu Tiankuo, who reassures him, "There is no cause for concern. I have everything prepared on my end." Faced with Chu Tiankuo's insistence, Lu Meng reluctantly resumes his focus on driving. As they veer further off course, he ultimately cannot help but call for reinforcements. Chu Tiankuo gazes out at several sleek black business vehicles, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes as he lightly brushes his fingers over the document, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The Mercedes-Benz is sandwiched between the business cars as they enter a warehouse, and as black-clad figures begin to disembark, Lu Meng instinctively grows wary. Yet, the relaxed Chu Tiankuo says, "Lu Ge, let us disembark." In the dimly lit warehouse, Chu Tiankuo strides confidently from the vehicle, and Lu Meng swiftly steps forward to shield him. Unexpectedly, the black-clad figures who emerge from the business cars greet Chu Tiankuo in unison, "Young master." Their synchronized voices echo in the empty warehouse, and Lu Meng, astonished, realizes these are Chu Tiankuo's reinforcements. Observing Chu Tiankuo's unwavering countenance, Lu Meng cannot help but inwardly criticize. The young master truly has a penchant for dark humor. Oblivious to Lu Meng's silent commentary, Chu Tiankuo addresses the black-clad figures. "So, have you captured them?" The leader among them responds, "We have apprehended them, but they have yet to be interrogated." Chu Tiankuo nods and strides into the warehouse, the black-clad figures hesitating momentarily before stepping aside. As he walks further in, Chu Tiankuo surveys the abandoned factory and finds Wu Hanfei waiting there. He cuts straight to the chase, inquiring, "What is the situation with this factory? Have you determined its ownership?" Taken aback, Wu Hanfei hesitates. Shouldn't they first inquire about the origins of the thugs? Perplexed, he offers an explanation. "President Xu, this factory was once a toy manufacturing facility owned by the Wei family. A few years ago, they were besieged by foreign competitors and were compelled to abandon their toy production. This factory has remained abandoned since." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo's brow furrows slightly, and he muses, "I recall that the Wei family has relocated overseas. Is there any connection to them?" Wu Hanfei chuckles awkwardly, lowering his voice to respond. "After leaving the country, the Wei family's private jet crashed, and all direct descendants perished in that disaster. Although the factory still bears the Wei name, it has effectively become ownerless." After speaking, Wu Hanfei awkwardly gestures for Chu Tiankuo to follow and is about to clarify the situation regarding the thugs when he notices the absence of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he sees Chu Tiankuo furrowing his brow, surveying the factory. After a thorough examination, Chu Tiankuo turns to Wu Hanfei and declares, "Notify the Wei group that I intend to acquire this factory." Wu Hanfei stands frozen, shocked. While the factory's location is advantageous, its size is decidedly inadequate. Though not far from the city center, the traffic is rather inconvenient. He had just observed that the roads leading from the city center were nearly deserted. Contemplating this, Wu Hanfei is about to explain when he feels a gust of wind rush past him, raising his gaze to find Chu Tiankuo striding deeper into the factory. Momentarily stunned, Wu Hanfei hastily follows him inside. Upon entering the factory, Chu Tiankuo hears muffled thuds and looks up to see several youths suspended upside down from the overhead crane, being beaten by a group of black-clad figures. The sound of whips cracking against the skin of these rough-looking youths fills the air, leaving behind crimson welts with each stroke. Frowning, Chu Tiankuo approaches the interrogating black-clad figure and asks, "Is this necessary? You needn't be so excessive." The black-clad man, taken aback by Chu Tiankuo's similar height, is about to retort when another figure beside him tugs at his sleeve, whispering in his ear, "This is our young master." "Young master, I am Chen Wei Wang, the leader of the Wang Security Action Team. This is our team member, Su Erling." He gestures towards the man wielding the whip. Chu Tiankuo nods and inquires, "What have you done to them?" Su Erling scratches his head, somewhat sheepishly replying, "Young master, these fellows are simply too obstinate. We had no saline solution in the vehicle, so I just poured out a bucket of alcohol to heighten their discomfort." As Su Erling's words linger in the air, an awkward silence descends. leaving only the muffled groans of the youths. After a moment, Chu Tiankuo's voice breaks the stillness. That is clever. It saves you the trouble of having Uncle Hat handle their injuries afterward. At this, Chen Weiguang stifles a laugh, while Su Erling nods in agreement. Young master, how did you know that was precisely my intention? Chu Tiankuo nearly loses his composure, but manages to turn his gaze back to the groaning figures and asks Chen Weiguang. Their refusal to confess may not solely be due to stubbornness. It could also be because you have effectively silenced them. Chen Weiguang turned his head to look, just as Chu Tiankuo had described. The mouths of those several young men were stuffed to the brim, leaving no room for even a sliver of air. They had initially thought their faces had been swollen from the earlier capture, only to discover that their mouths had been silenced. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, Chen Weiguang inquired, who silenced their mouths? Why was this not reported earlier? Su Erling poked him, and Chen Weiguang brushed aside Su Erling's hand, impatiently retorting, Erlong, stop fooling around. I'm looking for the one who silenced them. Su Erling quietly confessed, Chunge, it was me who stuffed their mouths. Taken aback, Chen Weiguang turned to Su Erling, eyeing his simple face with a dry inquiry. Then why did you not mention it? You were quite vigorous during the interrogation. A fleeting look of awkwardness crossed Su Erling's otherwise innocent face as he sheepishly explained. I was chatting happily with Xiao Mei in the car earlier and forgot all about it. Chen Weiguang, observing this simpleton, murmured to himself, do not lose your temper with a fool. Do not lose your temper with a fool. Glancing at the lively group before him and then at the youths suspended, he realized that they would soon yield information, prompting Chu Tiankuo to lead Wu Hanfei out of the factory. Upon reaching the car, Chu Tiankuo noticed Lu Meng, who was still curiously waiting by the vehicle, and gestured for Wu Hanfei to provide an explanation. Wu Hanfei immediately smiled at Lu Meng, saying, Hey Lu Ge, didn't you notice two identical cars in our company's parking lot when you were driving in the underground garage? Lu Meng pondered for a moment before slapping his thigh in excitement. Ah, now that you mention it, when I went to grab something for my car this afternoon, there was a Mercedes that I couldn't unlock no matter what. I thought the key was broken, but it turns out it was a fake plate car. After speaking, seemingly still puzzled, he turned to Wu Hanfei and asked, Wu Zong, who could be so foolish as to provoke Chu Zong with such a crude tactic? As he finished, he gestured toward Chu Tiankuo, who was already seated in the car. Wu Hanfei shrugged and replied, We'll find out shortly. Just then, Wu Hanfei caught sight of Chen Weiguang jogging towards them and pointed, saying, Look, speak of the devil, he should have results now. Chapter 59. Questioning the intelligence of Xia Rongjie. Chen Weiguang dashed up to Lu Meng, eager to report, but was abruptly halted by Lu Meng's hand. Liu Ye, don't be silly. I need to report to the young master. Chen Weiguang struggled free from Lu Meng's grip while whispering. Lu Meng, with a cheerful demeanor, held on to Chen Weiguang, gesturing toward the now dismounted Chu Tiankuo, and whispered in his ear, Old Chen, relax, your Lu Ge would never ruin your good fortune. Chen Weiguang exhaled, reporting to the now approaching Chu Tiankuo, Young master, those ruffians have confessed, saying a person named Xia Xiao paid them 30,000 to beat you up. Chu Tiankuo's head snapped up in astonishment, gazing at Chen Weiguang. It was known that earlier that morning, Chen Xiaolan had asked Wu Hanfei to deliver a document stating that there was a bounty on his life in the black market, amounting to an astounding $5 million. Chen Xiaolan had intended to remove the bounty, but shortly after it was posted, someone had taken the order. Hence, he had summoned the Wang family security team, preparing 2 identical vehicles and creating a man-made traffic jam, only to end up with this outcome. Chu Tiankuo frowned and continued, What about the Wei family? Is there any connection between them and the assailants? Chen Weiguang, somewhat perplexed, explained, This place has been abandoned for a long time. It was originally a gathering spot for idle youths. They thought they could ambush you here since it was desolate. Chu Tiankuo nodded in silence, instructing, Investigate thoroughly. Before turning to head back to the car, Lu Meng, reveling in the situation, patted Chen Weiguang on the shoulder and hurriedly followed, driving the convoy back. As Chen Weiguang watched the departing vehicles, he felt a sense of helplessness and looked towards Wu Hanfei. Wu Hanfei sighed and, with a hint of resignation, stated, Let us investigate. Chu Zong initially wanted this factory from the Wei family. Chen Weiguang gazed at Wu Hanfei's retreating figure with a mix of despair and lamented silently. Why must I endure such misfortune? After wallowing in self-pity for a moment, Chen Weiguang turned to re-enter the factory for further inquiries, only to spot Su Erling's robust figure rushing towards him. Just as he was about to ask if there was any news, he noticed Su Erling's increasingly rapid approach, sending a chill down his spine. He shouted, Stop, brake quickly. However, the momentum of Su Erling's swift run left him no time to halt, resulting in a collision that sent them both tumbling to the ground. Wu Hanfei had just entered the vehicle when he witnessed the comical duo sprawled on the pavement and urgently called to the driver, Hurry, let's go. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, Xia Rongjie was on the phone reporting to Xia Huaichu, who chastised him mercilessly. What were you thinking? Have the years in Europe scrambled your brain? Xia Rongjie stammered. Grandfather, I didn't intend for it to be this way. It's that Chu Tiankuo who is truly overstepping. Xia Huaichu, hearing this, was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, a scion from a prominent family had his fiancée whisked away on the day of their engagement, and after the annulment, he no longer wished to see her. Yet, this foolish child still sought to insert himself into the situation, questioning why he was being targeted. Furthermore, there were deep-seated grievances. The Xia family had been driven out of Island City by the Chu family and others. At this juncture, to still naively ask why he was being bullied, had it not been for the fact that Xia Huaichu had only this one grandson, he might have considered ending his lineage. Recalling how Xia Rongjie almost exposed their plans, Xia Huaichu expressed his frustration. Behind him stand numerous prominent families from across the nation. How could you be so foolish as to confront him directly? Xia Rongjie, feeling defiant, replied, I just can't stand it. Why should it be like this? Without giving Xia Rongjie a chance to defend himself, Xia Huaichu retorted, and look at what you've done. You've publicly recruited henchmen online. Do you think you can manipulate the internal networks of Longhua? Grandfather, don't call me grandfather. I have no grandson like you. Xia Huaichu was so exasperated that he could barely articulate his thoughts. On the other end of the line, Xia Huaichu was genuinely alarmed. As the first to breach their unwritten rules, he was well aware of the methods employed by those prominent families. Had he not decisively aligned himself with outsiders, they would have long since faced annihilation. How could there still be room for Xia Rongjie to stir up trouble domestically? Reflecting on the absence of parental guidance for Xia Rongjie, Xia Huaichu softened his tone slightly and said, Rongjie, you must understand that in that ancient land, the prominent families adhere strictly to their rules. Once the Binhai New District project is secured, you should return as soon as possible. Xia Rongjie, upon hearing this, responded with reluctance, Grandfather, I cannot rest easy until the Chu family is dismantled. They have caused us tremendous losses. Listening to Xia Rongjie's obstinacy, Xia Huaichu could no longer contain his anger and shouted, the losses they've inflicted on us were anticipated. But do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused during your time here? Just in cleaning up after you, our connections have been adversely affected to varying degrees. Moreover, you were the first to break the rules. Do you not realize this invites retaliation from the Longhua prominent families? Do you understand the magnitude of the losses this could incur? Grandfather, in the Longhui villa, Chu Tiankuo sat opposite Wang Yu, who noticed the dejection etched on Chu's face. With a teasing tone, Wang Yu inquired, what troubles you? Are you dissatisfied with the progression of events? Chu Tiankuo nodded gloomily, leaning slightly against the jade railing, his hand dipping into the cool waters of the stream, relishing its refreshing touch. Cousin, I initially perceived Xia Rongjie as a formidable adversary, yet I find him rather feeble. If it were not for the protection he currently enjoys, I would have retaliated long ago, he lamented softly. Wang Yu poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and chuckled lightly. You misjudge your opponent. I have heard whispers about his reputation. They say he was known abroad as the cold-faced judge. As Chu Tiankuo's hand rummaged through the stream, he retrieved a bottle of beer, wiped it dry with a towel, and drank deeply, the icy liquid somewhat tempering the ire within him. That was abroad, a different realm entirely. Now he brazenly confronts me, standing against all the noble families. It's astonishing that he would undertake such a thankless endeavor, he mused. People I know are questioning whether your bold alliances are merely a jest at the expense of fools. Chapter 60, Settling the Tang Family. Chu Tiankuo fell into a contemplative silence. Although raised by the Shi family, he frequently attended gatherings of the aristocracy in Island City and was well aware of the taboos that governed them. His bounty was now publicly posted online, and the noble families across the country surely had received the news. Their silence was merely a result of the Chu family's lack of response. Xia Rongjie had overstepped, and not only he, but also the illustrious Tang family, represented by Tang Xian, would find themselves entangled in the repercussions. After a moment's thought, Chu Tiankuo dialed Chu Tianqing. The call connected swiftly, and his brother's voice resonated through the line. How do you intend to handle this situation? Chu Tianqing asked directly. Brother, I would like your assistance in warning Tang Yuan. Chu Tiankuo replied calmly, as if Tang Yuan were a mere triviality. A light chuckle escaped Chu Tianqing's lips. Are you planning to ensnare the 3 young masters of the Tang family? You were the one who leaked their gathering, weren't you? Indeed, I was the one who informed them, Chu Tiankuo admitted candidly, then scoffed. Those southern media outlets are merely mercenaries. Let them engage in their own petty squabbles. Chu Tianqing's laughter echoed through the phone, infused with a sense of satisfaction, using their own weapon against them. Little Li, you've matured recently. One must grow, brother. They have transgressed, and while I initially intended to hold back against the Tang family, Xia Rongjie has handed me the leverage I need. How could I not seize this opportunity to strike at the Tang family? Chu Tiankuo replied with newfound confidence. If that is your plan, I shall impede Tang Yuan's ascent, put a halt to his promotions. Chu Tianqing stated casually. Yes, let us proceed thus. I appreciate your assistance, brother. Of course, came the reply before the call ended. Observing the disconnected phone, Chu Tiankuo shook his head in resignation, then took another hearty swig from the beer bottle on the table. Wang Yu, seated nearby, noted the triumphant expression on Chu Tiankuo's face and furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "From what I gather from Tianqing's earlier conversation, is Tang Yuan about to receive a promotion?" Chu Tiankuo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Tang Yuan is quite remarkable. At just 33 years of age, he has ascended to level 15 in administration without any patronage. However, with my brother intervening, he will be unable to rise this year. Wang Yu expressed a hint of regret, understanding the dedication and effort Tang Yuan had invested over the years to achieve his position. Yet now, due to a mere word from Chu Tianqing, Tang Yuan's years of hard work appear to be in vain. He would have to wait at least another year to reach level 14. This can be seen as a consequence of his own actions, Chu Tiankuo remarked. Presently, the Tang family has rapidly expanded after acquiring numerous resources. It is only fitting to teach them a lesson about the rules of the aristocracy, he added. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes. There are numerous issues with the Tang family's construction projects. We cannot handle them alone. The Tang family's project in Jiangnan took the Ko family 6 months to manage. Chu Tiankuo stretched lazily, stating, "We are not short of allies. While the Tang family has a multitude of problems, we stand to gain from the winds of fortune." As he spoke, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, Chu Tiankuo lifted the phone and quipped, "Brother, it seems we were just discussing him. And here he is." "Hello, Lao Su, what is the matter?" Chu Tiankuo answered with a playful tone. On the other end, Su Huanshan chuckled. It's common knowledge now that the president of the Chu Ting group is worth a mere 30,000. Chu Tiankuo's expression darkened instantly, and he retorted coldly, "I wonder who was driven from their ancestral home by a throng of misinformed citizens." Su Huanshan, caught off guard, protested, "Come on, Lao Chu, that is uncalled for. You shouldn't air out dirty laundry while hurling insults." Chu Tiankuo offered a forced laugh in response. "Wasn't that initiated by you?" Su Huanshan was momentarily speechless, but then attempted to flatter, "Honestly, Lao Chu, that brat Xia Rongjie has committed a taboo for the second time. Last time, he had the backing of Li Lao. This time, he has cornered. How do you wish to deal with him?" With a cold chuckle, Chu Tiankuo replied, "Since he enjoys so many friends in the country, let's clip his wings. The Tang family has recently expanded their operations quite significantly. We can conveniently lighten their load by disposing of their negative assets." Upon hearing this, Su Huanshan fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Chu Tiankuo was evidently serious. The cornerstone of the Tang family's business was real estate, and the prospect of losing all their current projects would be catastrophic for them. "Our Su family South real estate scale is too small. We can only absorb the Tang family's projects in Shanghai at most," Su Huanshan stated dryly. "That suffices. I will reach out to a few more allies, and we shall make our move against the Tang family," Chu Tiankuo decisively concluded, reassuring Su Huanshan. On the other end, Su Huanshan intended to seek confirmation, but was met with a busy tone, realizing that Chu Tiankuo had already taken another call. Looking out at the bustling crowd, Su Huanshan smiled softly, feeling that he might finally avenge past grievances. Meanwhile, Chu Tiankuo was engaged in a verbal sparring match with Xiao Tiankuo, each refusing to yield ground. "What is this? The subsidiary you promised me hasn't materialized, and now you want the Tang family's project? Do you think I'm wishing well?" In contrast to his demeanor with others, Chu Tiankuo spoke to Xiao Tiankuo with a hint of scorn. On the other end, Xiao Tiankuo's response was curt, "We're negotiating. Once President Chu's terms are met, I will immediately arrange for the transfer of the subsidiary." Chu Tiankuo, grinning like a sly fox, replied with barely concealed delight. "How delightful!" Gazing at the quirky cousin before him, Wang Yu was so astonished that he could hardly keep his teacup steady. He never anticipated that his cousin, who typically presented himself as a refined gentleman, possessed such a mischievous sense of humor. A gentleman's word is his bond. I shall swiftly reach out to several others and take action against the Tang family. Chapter 61. Arrival at Island City. At the airport of Island City, a fleet of opulent private jets was landing one after another. The engines roared in unison on the runway, resembling a grand aerial gathering. At the VIP reception area, an impressive convoy of luxury vehicles awaited, as numerous individuals filled with anticipation prepared to welcome the esteemed guests. They were either impeccably dressed business elites or prominent social figures, each radiating an extraordinary vitality. To the outsiders passing by, the scene before them was perplexing. They curiously observed the seemingly endless convoy of luxury cars, pondering the identities and statuses of the passengers aboard the jets. The reception area was bustling with people, their gazes fixed on the airport exit, eagerly awaiting the arrival of distinguished guests. One by one, youths and elders emerged from the airport, surrounded by throngs of admirers. Dressed in exquisite attire, they exuded an air of elegance, their every gesture revealing their noble upbringing. Behind each individual trailed a competent entourage, subtly forming a barrier that shielded them from prying eyes. As the crowd at the reception area noticed this, many stepped forward, some smilingly extending their hands for a handshake, while others engaged in low, respectful exchanges, conveying their admiration and welcome. Simultaneously, some figures emerging from the VIP passage recognized several of the arriving individuals, exchanging glances with familiar acquaintances, collectively inhaling sharply. Isn't that the head of the Min Fan Wu family? I had previously accompanied our manager to pay him a visit. I never expected this elder to arrive in Island City as well. Moreover, there S. Moore, the fourth son of the logistics industry, the twin stars of the pharmaceutical world. These are truly the hottest figures of the moment. It seems that Island City is undergoing a transformation, with so many heirs and family heads arriving quietly. Who knows? To us, these individuals are like celestial beings, unreachable. We can merely sit back and enjoy the spectacle, ignoring the commotion from outsiders. The convoys slowly departed after gathering their passengers, resembling a series of black dragons leaving Island City Airport. Meanwhile, within the Shi family villa, Shi Meng was furrowing his brow, listening to Shi Zhongming's report. Upon hearing that numerous prominent families had arrived in Island City that day, Shi Meng's brow slightly furrowed, as if contemplating their intentions. Observing his father lost in thought, Shi Zhongming ventured quietly, "Dad, could it be related to the bounty placed on that Chu family's young master? You know that a bounty on a family heir is a grave taboo among noble families." Startled, Shi Meng furrowed his brow and inquired, "What? Is Xiaoli under a bounty?" Shi Zhongming nodded earnestly, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. That young man lacks discretion in his actions. Now that he is under a bounty, he must be troubled by this predicament. Seeing Shi Zhongming's visibly gleeful expression, Shi Meng coldly scoffed and admonished. "Xiaoli has been under our care for these years. The previous matters were due to your and your spouse's failure to discipline him. At such a time, his ability to not hold resentment towards you is a testament to his magnanimity." Shi Zhongming's expression turned somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing this. Over the years, the Shi family had thrived under his leadership, significantly draining the Chu family's resources. However, after the annulment of the engagement with Chu Tiankuo, the Shi family's fortunes had steadily declined. First, the highly profitable Shi Yu group was ceded to the Chu family, and then he himself was ousted from the presidency by a board vote. Although his daughter had taken over, the thought of that rebellious girl made his chest tighten. After Shi Yu ascended to her position, all his prior plans had been overturned, as if erasing his legacy within the Shi family. Just as Shi Zhongming was about to retort, he noticed the butler approaching with an invitation. Before he could inquire, the butler had already placed the invitation in Shi Meng's hands. With furrowed brows, Shi Meng glanced over the contents of the invitation, surprised. He lifted his gaze to the butler and asked, "Old Su, who sent this invitation?" "It is from the butler of the Min Fan Wu family," the butler respectfully replied. Shi Zhongming, noting his father's astonishment, cautiously asked, "Dad, is there a problem with this invitation?" Shi Meng handed the invitation to Shi Zhongming, who opened it and exclaimed in shock, "This is an invitation signed by the local families, inviting us to a banquet." Weary, Shi Meng closed his eyes, sighed, and replied, "The Chu family is one of the leading families among the locals. Now that their heir is under a bounty, the local families will certainly take action. I just didn't expect their first strike to be aimed at the families of Island City." Shi Zhongming, his expression grim, asked, "Dad, should we attend?" "Attends. Have the butler make the preparations. You shall accompany me tonight." "Understood." At the landmark of Island City, within the Night Rain Pavilion, guests were gathering. In the conference room, as the heads of families took their seats one after another, the head of the Min Fan Wu family gently cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. "I trust everyone is aware of the purpose of our gathering today." Hu Tingshan chuckled mischievously, speaking rather irreverently. "Old Wu, why do you personally attend such a trivial matter? This is something us youngsters can handle." The Wu family head chuckled at Hu Tingshan, playfully responding, "You little fox, your grandfather isn't keen on showing his face. So he summoned me to ensure you handle things with care." Chu Tiankuo rose and approached Hu Tingshan, halting his impending remarks, and, with an apologetic tone, addressed the Wu family head. "Old Wu, I must apologize. I have not been strict in my guidance." "Not at all, not at all. It's delightful to see you young ones so lively in my presence," the Wu family head replied with a warm smile. The room fell silent as the guests pondered. Although the Min Fan Wu family had maintained its prestige over the years, the behavior of old Wu's grandson was quite erratic. A couple of years ago, he had refused to associate with a poor girl, effectively ousting himself from the family. Since then, old Wu had been exceedingly lenient with his descendants, often uttering that each generation has its own blessings. Now, his personal appearance was to prevent these young men from acting recklessly. Although the Tang family's current main branch was quite weak, their collateral branches still made substantial contributions to the nation. If they truly extinguished the Tang family, it would be a moment of sorrow for friends and delight for enemies. Observing the poised Chu Tiankuo, old Wu sighed lightly, knowing he had come to support the assembly. He then smiled and remarked, "Since Tiankuo is here, I shall refrain from taking the lead tonight and instead engage in conversation with old Mu and old Shi. Thank you, Elder. We have already resolved the matter concerning the Tang family and will not harm its foundation." Chapter 62, A Banquet Without Joy. At Night Rain Pavilion. As the lights began to illuminate, the banquet hall was filled with guests. The hall, adorned with ancient decor, sparkled under the brilliant lights, creating an ethereal ambience. Dressed in formal attire, the attendees moved gracefully, as if transported back to an era of grandeur. On the ancient walls hung exquisite calligraphy and paintings, showcasing a rich historical heritage. Red lanterns hung high, casting a warm glow that added festive cheer to the entire banquet hall. In the center of the hall, an array of elegant redwood tables and chairs were set up, laden with an abundance of delectable dishes. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Several local miner families from Island City formed a circle, enjoying the exquisite cuisine while discussing the purpose of today's banquet. The head of a miner clan gestured towards the second floor and remarked, "Today, the airport in Island City is bustling with activity. At least half of the local clan heirs have arrived and are currently on the second floor." "Heh, old Huang, can you guess the purpose of their collective arrival?" A neighboring clan leader chuckled as he inquired. Master Huang, with a hint of disdain, replied, "What else could it be but to bolster the Chu family's young master?" How would you not know this by now? Upon hearing this, Master Lian's face betrayed a moment of embarrassment as he chuckled awkwardly. Hee, I just returned from abroad. If it weren't for... At that moment, a young member of the Mu family approached from behind, raising a glass in jest. "TSK, TSK. If it weren't for the steward of the Minfan Wu family personally visiting, would you still be reluctant to attend a banquet?" "Young Master Mu, what does this banquet signify?" Master Lien inquired with palpable concern. Young Master Mu smirked with a hint of derision. "Isn't it simply that someone has the audacity to post a bounty on the Chu family's young master on the internal network?" The other clan leaders gasped in shock. The internal network was now the stronghold of the local factions. Following the blog incident, the foreign factions had been thoroughly suppressed and were unable to make any inroads. Moreover, the last time a clan heir was placed under a bounty was over a decade ago, back when the person who issued the bounty had their entire lineage still foraging in the mountains. It is crucial to note that although the local clans engage in commerce and politics, they possess a tacit understanding of limits. There's an unspoken code that prohibits any harm to heirs. The last individual who violated this taboo, though not from a local clan, belonged to a family that had been established in this land for centuries. As a result of the previous debacle, the clan elder had personally ordered the exile of the entire lineage. The elder typically refrains from meddling in the affairs of lesser clans, as long as they maintain a degree of decorum that does not disrupt governance. Thus, for the elder to intervene, it signifies an exceedingly grave situation. Master Huang, trembling, asked, "Young Master Mu, does this mean we are to witness a repeat of events from over a decade ago?" Young Master Mu regarded them with evident scorn, seemingly mocking their lack of courage while claiming to be leaders of their clans. "That won't happen. Among those who have come to Island City are the eldest son of the Chu family and the head of the Minfan Wu family, who will ensure this matter remains contained." Upon hearing this, the clan leaders exchanged relieved glances, and Master Lien sighed. A banquet without joy indeed. The clan heads fell silent, gazing at the lavish spread before them, knowing that even the finest delicacies would taste like sawdust in their mouths. They turned to observe the prominent families outside, engaging in laughter and merriment, and felt a twinge of envy. Sometimes, ignorance can indeed be bliss. Just as young Master Mu had indicated, in the lounge on the second floor of the Night Rain Pavilion, an intense negotiation was underway. Hu Tingshan, with an air of nonchalance, was berating Tang Hao. "The head of the Tang family, your second young master, behaves like a fool, trailing behind that scoundrel Xia Rongjie, barking like a dog. And your third young master? If you inquire around Island City, from the oldest to the youngest, who doesn't know that the Tang family's third young master is a beast, even preying on young girls barely in their teens? If you were in Jiangnan, I would personally take his head." Tang Hao sat silently across from Hu Tingshan, his expression dark as ink, a palpable tension hanging in the air. With at least 7 or 8 clan heirs surrounding them, he fought to contain his ire, fixating his gaze on Hu Tingshan. Noticing the intensity of Tang Hao's stare, Hu Tingshan took a sip of water and continued to taunt. What s with that look, Tang? Your eyes are bulging like light bulbs. Do you want to settle this between our families and see whether the Tang family or the combined might of the Hu and Ko clans is superior? Tang Hao, gritting his teeth, managed to inquire, what exactly do you want, Hu family's young master? Observing the veins popping on Tang Hao's forehead, Chu Tiankuo interjected nonchalantly, Master Tang, you must understand that while the elder has stated that clans cannot arbitrarily target prominent families, he has not mentioned that clans must continue to endure in silence under these circumstances. Consider the hardships your eldest son has faced in recent years. Chu Tianqing's words fell like a bucket of icy water on Tang Hao, chilling him to the core. He clenched his fists, fully aware of the trials his eldest son had endured. Although the Tang family was a prominent clan, they were merely a hair's breadth away from being classified as a true elite family. Since childhood, Tang Yuan, as the eldest son, had borne the weight of the family's expectations. He recalled how his son, once pampered, had toiled in impoverished regions over the years to reach this point. Realizing that a moment of impulsiveness could lead to Chu Tianqing dismantling everything his son had built with just a few words, Tang Hao tightened his grip beneath the table. Inhaling deeply to calm himself. Chu family's young master, what is your intention? Tang Hao turned his gaze towards Chu Tianqing, but Hu Tingshan interjected, Master Tang, when one errs, they must face the consequences. We're not asking for much. Recently, the Tang family's unfinished projects have been numerous, and we are merely extending a charitable hand to take on those projects. You are carving into the flesh of our Tang family, Tang Hao replied, his voice strained. Master Tang, you must ponder this. Do you desire the projects, or do you wish to preserve the Tang family? After making his point, Hu Tingshan returned to his seat. Listening intently for a while, Chu Tiankuo also spoke up. The Tang family has grown too ambitious lately. You must understand that what we seek does not undermine the very foundation of the Tang family. Rather, there are certain matters you simply cannot touch. Chapter 63. I have warned you, this fellow is quite formidable. At that moment, Tang Qing, who had been eavesdropping at the door, felt his vision turn crimson as he clenched his fists tightly. Listening to Chu Tiankuo's condescending tone resonating from the conference room, Tang Qing ground his teeth in fury. His bloodshot eyes filled with a murderous intent. He was inherently a rogue, having gone to great lengths to organize a lavish gathering, hoping to indulge himself and forge closer ties with those from elite families. However, if the Tang family was considered a first-tier clan, then those attending the gathering were merely third-tier, mostly local dignitaries. Recalling the embarrassing revelations made by Chu Tiankuo and hearing his father begging for mercy within, Tang Qing's fists tightened as he contemplated bursting in to demand an explanation from Chu Tiankuo for his relentless targeting of him. He had never despised anyone as much as he did now. This individual had merely to lift a finger to shove his previously exalted self into the dirt. Through the slightly ajar door, Tang Qing fixed his gaze on Chu Tiankuo. If looks could kill, Chu Tiankuo would have perished countless times by now. Watching his father nearly bow his head to the table in humiliation, Tang Qing could no longer restrain himself. He could not bear to see his father endure such indignity. With a resounding bang, Tang Qing flung open the door. Instantly, all eyes in the conference room turned toward him, an array of scrutinizing gazes laden with pressure, skepticism, and curiosity, making Tang Qing's scalp tingle. Yet, as he raised his head to meet the bewildered expression of Tang Hao, fury surged within him once more, his eyes turning a fierce red, breath coming in ragged gasps. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Tang Qing steeled himself and walked toward Master Wu. As Tang Qing approached with a determined stride, the head of the Wu family inquired, "Who are you?" Stunned by the question, Tang Qing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The venerable Wu elder observed the bewildered Tang Qing and couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that even after his recovery, the boy still drooled. The two parties stood at an impasse, enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. It remained unclear whether it was Tang Qing's delayed reaction or simply a momentary mental lapse. Who am I? Tang Qing nearly burst into laughter from frustration. He pointed at himself and then at Tang Hao, who was gazing down at the ground. Addressing the Wu patriarch with a sharp tone, he asserted, "I am his father. No, wait, he is my father, and I am his son. How dare you insult my father, you old fool?" However, before Tang Qing could finish his retort, Tang Hao rose abruptly. He delivered a flying kick to Tang Qing, then followed up with several punishing stomps on his fallen form. Witnessing Tang Qing collapse to the ground, frothing at the mouth, Tang Hao forced a smile as he turned to the venerable Wu elder, saying, "Old Wu, you have no idea. My third brother has some issues upstairs. It's my failure in discipline, truly." With a cold snort, old Wu reprimanded, "If he has issues, he should not be brought out to cause a nuisance. I was initially concerned that those youngsters might impose excessive punishment on you Tang family. But it seems that you lack the authority to stand firm. Hearing this, Tang Hao felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that old Wu was serious. Just as he had pleaded for leniency, the door that had just been closed was kicked open once more. Tang Xian entered alongside Lin Yuchen, surveying the assembly in the conference room. Lin Yuchen smirked disdainfully. Uncle Tang, is it really worth bowing down to such a motley crew? Before he could finish, Tang Xian swiftly covered his mouth, having realized that the individuals present were the scions of prominent families. Pulling Tang Xian's hand away, Lin Yuchen spat a few times, perplexed. Why did you stop me from speaking, Tang Xiao? Tang Xian awkwardly chuckled and whispered in Lin Yuchen's ear, Young Master Lin, aren't you eager to witness the local aristocracy? These are the heirs of the indigenous families. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchen was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that Tang Qing lying on the floor was merely a member of the rural faction caught in a scuffle, not realizing it was a confrontation involving the elite. This revelation left him feeling uneasy. Their hushed exchange was interrupted by Hu Tingshan, who could no longer contain himself. Pointing at Lin Yuchen, he scoffed, You over there, stop burrowing into your man's arms in public. Do you have no shame? Hu Tingshan's remark elicited a wave of laughter from the young lords in the conference room. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchen, feeling the weight of scornful gazes upon him, lowered his head, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Tang Xian hurried to help Tang Qing to his feet and took Lin Yuchen's hand, leading him toward the exit. What is this? Are you sneaking away with your brother while dragging along your lover? Hu Tingshan exclaimed. Tang Xian shot him a pained look and asked, What more do you want? Ask Tang Yuan what he can offer on behalf of the Tang family. Came the voice of Chu Tiankuo from the side. Tang Xian fell silent upon hearing this. The Tang family had invested significantly in their ascent from the wealthy to the aristocratic class. Yet given the current circumstances, it seemed that not only the Tang family would have to make sacrifices, Tang Yuan would also have to contribute. With a grim expression, Tang Xian, under the scrutiny of the crowd, picked up his phone and called Tang Yuan. As the call connected, he spoke urgently, Brother, it's me. Xiao Xian, is CEO Chu by your side? Tang Yuan's voice crackled with urgency on the other end. Yes, he is here. What do you need? Tang Xian asked, puzzled. Xiao Xian, tell CEO Chu that I will choose to go to Yunnan. Please let them spare our Tang family. Tang Yuan's voice sounded weary before the call abruptly ended. Setting down the phone, Tang Xian turned to face Chu Tiankuo, stating, CEO Chu, my brother has agreed. He will immediately hand over his responsibilities and then head to Yunnan. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Tiankuo replied, This matter is settled for now. The Tang family should expedite the transition with everyone. I understand, CEO Chu. Tang Xian replied reluctantly. Observing Tang Xian's reluctance, Hu Tingshan's eyes gleamed mischievously as he quipped, Brother, let's give the Tang family this opportunity. As for the other one, shall we send him to Africa to mine? Hu Tingshan's comment prompted a round of coughs throughout the room, with many wanting to voice their thoughts but refraining. After all, he was the scion of a prominent family abroad, no less significant than the young lords present, and such threats could easily be taken seriously. Chapter 64, Suppression. Lin Yuchen glared fiercely at Hu Tingshan, his eyes filled with barely contained rage. How dare he? Why was he targeting him without provocation? Lin Yuchen intended to confront Hu Tingshan directly, but suddenly recalled he didn't even know the man's name, leading to a vague inquiry instead. Noticing the amused expressions around him, Tang Xian whispered to Lin Yuchen, This is Hu Tingshan, the eldest scion of the Ko family from Jiangnan. Beside him are Chu Tiankuo, Chu Tiankuo, Zhao Xian, Xiao Linchong, and Su Huanshan. Lin Yuchen's glare could have pierced through steel as he fixed his furious gaze on Hu Tingshan, suppressing his rage to say, As the eldest scion of the Ko family, I expect you to apologize. Hu Tingshan laughed mockingly and turned to the Chu brothers, saying, Cousins, this fellow wants me to apologize. Chu Tianqing merely nodded with a smile, while Chu Tiankuo regarded Lin Yuchen with a serious expression, remarking, You know, even if your father himself came to Longhua, he wouldn't dare demand an apology from us. What gives you the audacity, young Master Lin? As he spoke, Chu Tiankuo stepped closer to Lin Yuchen, towering over him, and continued, Young Master Lin, are you deluded? Do you really think this is Europe? Assuming your connections can reach so far? I'm not deluded. Lin Yuchen shouted, his eyes burning with fury, startling everyone in the room. Recalling Chu Tiankuo's identity, Lin Yuchen found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. This very man had undermined his support even before he had landed in this world. Moreover, it was this man who had single-handedly dismantled the construction department of the International Property Group, selling it off for a handsome sum and uprooting the very foundation of the Lin family's prosperity. As memories of the recent international meeting flooded back, where he had been relentlessly held accountable, Lin Yuchen could no longer hold back his anger. ignoring Tang Xian's attempts to calm him. He swung a fist toward Chu Tiankuo's face. The punch was swift and direct, almost grazing Chu Tiankuo's nose. Unfazed, Chu Tiankuo calmly extended his hand, effortlessly deflecting Lin Yuqian's blow and sending him crashing to the ground. From behind Chu Tiankuo, Hu Tingshan taunted, "Young Master Lin, your impotent rage is truly a sight to behold." "Enough," Chu Tiankuo interjected coldly, turning to Lin Yuqian and stating, "Your family must present a satisfactory offer, or this matter will not resolve so easily." At this very moment, Lin Yuqian lay sprawled on the ground, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as his mind replayed the horrifying display of strength exhibited by Chu Tiankuo when he nonchalantly hurled him to the floor. Inwardly, he could not help but ponder, surely such force cannot be genuine. Just then, Tang Xian, noticing Lin Yuqian's dazed state, hurriedly approached and helped him to his feet, whispering into his ear, "Young Master Lin, a wise man knows when to endure. Let us bide our time for now." As Lin Yuqian rubbed his painfully sore backside, he gradually rose, his complexion as pale as a sheet as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Tiankuo, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he questioned, "Is this truly how President Chu treats his guests?" However, perhaps due to Lin Yuqian's ill fortune or lack of awareness, as he sought to deliver a scathing retort and storm off, he did not anticipate that his legs would become entangled, causing him to stumble forward unceremoniously. The conference room fell into an exceedingly strange silence. The onlookers observing the scene as though it were a silent film, their expressions a tapestry of reactions. After being assisted by Tang Xian, Lin Yuqian's visage resembled a spilled palette of colors, shifting from green to red and then to purple as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Chu Tiankuo, you have already taken so much from the International Property Group. What more do you desire from the Lin family?" Observing the facade of bravado from Lin Yuqian, Chu Tiankuo recognized that his mental defenses had reached their breaking point. With his eyelids lowered, he appeared to be contemplating something profound. Moments later, he spoke with gravitas. "I require all of Lin's projects in Linhai, as well as a commitment from your family." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqian's expression darkened immediately. To relinquish the Linhai projects would be a significant loss, and to demand a commitment from the Lin family would equate to a grievous sacrifice. "Young Master Chu, you must understand that such decisions are beyond the authority of a mere heir like myself. It is clear to everyone that there are matters I need not elucidate." Chu Tiankuo, observing Lin Yuqian's shifting demeanor, let out a light chuckle, seemingly unfazed. "The Lin family has been scheming in Linhai for far too long. Did you truly believe your intentions went unnoticed?" As he finished, his words struck Lin Yuqian like a blast of frigid air, causing him to shiver involuntarily. President Chu is indeed impeccable in his observations. Despite our efforts to remain inconspicuous, he has discerned our plans, Lin Yuqian thought, painfully closing his eyes at the recollection of his prior preparations. He recalled how the Chu group had thoroughly scoured Linhai, uncovering numerous plots tied to the Lin family, which still sent a chill down his spine. "Young Master Lin, have you reached a decision?" Tang Xian inquired. Lin Yuqian, eyes tightly shut and fatigue etched across his features, hoarsely replied, "I am keen to know how you intend to deal with Xia Rongjie." After surveying the surroundings, Chu Tiankuo spoke with solemnity. "We are all present here to resolve the chaos instigated by Xia Rongjie. Be assured that our patriarch is involved." He added, "Believe me, the Xia family will pay a far greater price than your Lin family." Upon hearing this, the heavy burden in Lin Yuqian's heart finally began to lift. Although he still mustered a semblance of resolve as he responded, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, young Master Chu, I hope you will remember that victory or defeat in the short term does not signify the end. The Lin family shall inevitably rise again." With that, Lin Yuqian decisively turned on his heel and strode out of the conference room with determination. Meanwhile, Tang Xian cast a contemplative glance at Tang Hao before silently following Lin Yuqian, accompanied by Tang Qing. As for Tang Hao, he rose with a hint of dejection, clasping his hands towards Chu Tiankuo before hastily exiting the room. Watching as the outsiders departed, Chu Tiankuo exhaled slowly, initially intending to deal a harsh blow to the Tang family, only to find the Lin family had inadvertently collided with him. Chapter 65, Conversations. "Gentlemen, we must deliberate on how to confront the Xia family," Chu Tiankuo remarked as he surveyed the room. "The Xia family's movements are glaringly apparent, even without our intervention. You have successfully thwarted their objectives, have you not?" At this, Shi Meng furrowed his brow slightly, his words ringing hollow and causing discomfort. Chu Tiankuo regarded Shi Meng thoughtfully, arms crossed over his chest, and replied candidly, "Grandfather Shi, should the Shi family wish to abstain from this matter, we will not impede you." With that, he gestured towards the door, inviting the others to leave. Shi Zoming slammed his palm on the table, rising to point an accusatory finger at Chu Tiankuo. You scoundrel! Do you truly honor the teachings the old man imparted to you? Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing, who had remained silent until now, fixed a fierce glare at Shi Meng and challenged, Old Master Shi, is your son's statement true? As Chu Tianqing's relentless questioning bore down on him, Shi Meng sighed, a hint of nostalgia coloring his voice as he replied, Tianqing, I can assure you that my guidance to Tiankuo has been unwavering and sincere. Yet, Chu Tianqing regarded Shi Meng with skepticism, his eyes narrowing. How much of your statement is genuine is uncertain. Anyone can speak sweetly. You, Shi Zoming, frustrated by Chu Tianqing's disregard for him, attempted to interject but felt Shi Meng's hand tugging at his sleeve beneath the table, compelling him to withdraw. Seated beside Shi Meng, the elder of the Mu family stroked his beard and smiled at Chu Tiankuo. Young man of the Chu family, share your thoughts. I suspect that the absence of the young men from the Shao and Hu families indicates they have other plans. Indeed, the cunning Jiang had meticulously prepared for this gathering, including drawing attention away from Hu Tingshan to keep the number of attendees uncertain. This plan had been devised on the fly, as the international airport in Island City was not under the control of the local factions, and they had not concealed their arrival. However, after Shao Tiance and Hu Tingyu exited the airport, they swiftly retraced their steps, boarding a private jet to depart Island City. A move that had been meticulously hidden, yet somehow caught the attention of the elder Mu. Chu Tiankuo let out a bitter smile and addressed the elder Mu. You truly possess an exceptional eye, old master. Our purpose for being here today is straightforward, to address the Tang family. However, you may be surprised that, facing your relentless pressure, the Tang family has reluctantly acquiesced. Have they not? How could a young man harbor such murderous intent? Observing Chu Tiankuo's uncomfortable demeanor, the elder Mu analyzed his motives with a hint of disdain. Yet, Chu Tiankuo unexpectedly refuted this possibility, speaking with newfound confidence. No, our current objective is to engage in dialogue with the local aristocratic families, elevating our collaboration to new heights. As soon as his words left his lips, the atmosphere in the conference room turned grave. The Chu family, as the leading local aristocratic faction, now had its heir seeking dialogue with them, aiming to enhance cooperation among the local elite, thus complicating what had initially seemed a straightforward situation. The elder Mu's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he scrutinized Chu Tiankuo, seemingly attempting to glean some insight from his expression. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Partnering with local aristocratic families to venture abroad and challenge them on their own turf is no simple feat, unless there is the patriarch's endorsement. His words trailed off, but Chu Tiankuo understood his implication. However, since the confrontation began, they had been on the defensive against Xia Rongjie's offensive, and now he was unwilling to remain passive any longer. This is, after all, no trivial matter, and we, the Shi family, do not consent. As soon as Chu Tiankuo's words fell, Shi Meng gestured for Shi Zoming to speak. Once Shi Zoming began to articulate his thoughts, an immediate silence enveloped the room. The representatives of the aristocratic families in Island City, namely the Shi and Mu families, had distinctly expressed their dissent against any meddling, which signified that Chu Tiankuo's objectives in Island City had only been partially fulfilled. Chu Tiankuo was acutely aware that their choice was a perilous gamble, one that would undoubtedly displease the patriarch. Currently, the foreign-funded families were being ruthlessly suppressed by their local counterparts. Should Chu Tiankuo's rash decision lead to a devastating blow to the local families, the repercussions would likely ripple down to the common people's livelihoods. Achieving stability under such circumstances was an arduous task, for in the domestic arena, methods must be exercised within certain limits. However, abroad, the law of the jungle prevailed. Chu Tiankuo could not guarantee triumph overseas, which would certainly prevent the patriarch from relenting. Thus, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly solemn, with Chu Tiankuo reclining in his chair, lost in thought, while Shi Zoming regarded him with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated from the entrance, shattering the silence of the conference room. We, the Mu family, have agreed. To everyone's astonishment, it was none other than the eldest daughter of the Mu family, Mu Chanshan, who walked in. Casting a calm gaze upon Chu Tiankuo, Mu Chanshan spoke with profound significance. Ali, what you proposed, we of the Mu family have consented to. Let us engage them abroad. Shi Meng glared at the entering Mu Chanshan, whispering to the elder Mu, Mu Yu, this is your well-taught granddaughter. Haha, let us retire. We are truly an impediment here. The elder Mu remarked, observing his proud granddaughter, who now looked at Chu Tiankuo with eager anticipation. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yu felt an involuntary surge of helplessness, yet managed a slight smile as he followed the elder Mu out of the conference room. Similarly, Shi Meng and the equally grim-faced Shi Zoming trailed closely behind, departing together. Once the group had entirely exited the confines of the conference room, Shi Ming hesitantly broke the silence. His voice tinged with a raspy edge as he queried Mu Yu. Mu Yu, could it be that all of this was prearranged between you and that insufferable lad from the Chu family? Mu Yu gently stroked his chin, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes, before his lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied, Haha, since I have stepped down, the Mu family is beyond my reach. The fortunes of a younger generation are theirs to claim. Perhaps they will secure a resounding victory abroad. However, upon hearing this, Shi Ming scoffed dismissively, retorting with a derisive laugh. Humph, such naive arrogance. These fledgling youngsters have no inkling of the formidable strength their opponents possess. Chapter 66. The bidding begins. In a banquet hall of the Jinshui building in Tianjin, a palpable tension permeated the air. Xiao Tiankuo sat in his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the ongoing bidding process for the Binhai New area. His heart raced, and his palms grew slightly clammy, betraying his inner anxiety. Director Ma stood at the podium, solemnly detailing the intricacies and requirements of the tender. Xiao Tiankuo listened intently to every word, fearful of missing any crucial information. His eyes frequently darted between the tender documents and the presentation materials, striving to comprehend and analyze the key points therein. As time progressed, the bidding war intensified, with each competing team exerting their utmost to showcase their strengths and proposals. Hu Tingyu sat quietly beside Xiao Tiankuo, continuously presenting vital data to him, allowing Xiao Tiankuo to maintain composure and confidence amidst the fierce contest. When several formidable new companies suddenly emerged from the fray, Xiao Tiankuo turned to Hu Tingyu and quietly inquired, What is the situation? Have we clarified their backgrounds? Hu Tingyu adjusted his glasses slightly, his tone steady as he replied, It is not particularly difficult to ascertain their true identities. However, the challenge lies in determining which of them are in cahoots with Xia Rongjie. How infuriating! We are utterly at their mercy, Xiao Tiankuo exclaimed, glaring at the continually rising bids on the screen, his frustration manifesting as he slammed his hand onto the table. Listening to the escalating prices, Hu Tingyu furrowed his brow, gravely noting, Once they reach the price they VE quoted, it will be detrimental to us. We can only place our hopes on Director Ma. Xiao Tiankuo observed as one company after another withdrew from the competition, his agitation mounting. Although many companies had dropped out in the previous round, the remaining few remained inscrutable, shrouded in mystery. At such a critical juncture, relying solely on favors felt utterly unacceptable. Hu Tingyu offered a gentle reassurance, Since we are fully backing the Xiao family's bid, should they fail, we will resort to alternative measures to assist them. Pondering Hu Tingyu's proposed strategy for a long moment, Xiao Tiankuo finally voiced his concerns. If we forcibly seize the Binhai New Area project from them, what will Director Ma say? Hu Tingyu smiled confidently. Leaning close to Xiao Tiankuo's ear, he whispered, Steel City underwent a transformation. The Chu Group has made substantial investments there, and Director Ma still owes us a favor. Then we shall accept your favor, Xiao Tiankuo affirmed. Within the Night Rain Pavilion, Chu Tiankuo and Mu Chunshan wandered through the banquet hall, glasses in hand. After downing his drink, Chu Tiankuo gazed at the exquisitely composed Mu Chunshan, her playful demeanor eliciting an involuntary gulp. He forcibly redirected his attention, striving to avoid her captivating presence. Sensing the man beside her stiffen, Mu Chunshan flashed a sly smile, playfully leaning toward Chu Tiankuo. Yet, instead of feeling the warmth of his broad chest, she was enveloped by a delightful blend of floral and wine aromas, causing her nose to twitch slightly in enchantment. The person embracing Mu Chunshan smirked, leaning closer to her ear, and softly murmured, Miss Mu, isn't it time you emerged from my embrace? As the melodious sound echoed like wind chimes in a valley, Mu Chunshan's ears flushed crimson. She lowered her head, resembling a timid quail, and extricated herself from Chun Xiaomei's hold, unable to meet her gaze. Observing the peculiar atmosphere between them, Chu Tiankuo discreetly gave Chun Xiaomei a thumbs up from the shadows. Truly deserving of her reputation as a woman of influence, even Mu Chunshan could not resist her charm. Chun Xiaomei glided gracefully towards Chu Tiankuo, akin to a blooming lotus, and playfully pinched his ear, softly chiding, You, my dear, are playing with fire? Should you dare wrong my sister, do not blame me. As her voice trailed off, she made a scissor gesture with her right hand, playfully waving it before Chu Tiankuo's eyes. This series of precise and decisive actions sent a chill coursing through him. He understood that Chun Xiaomei was not jesting. Her warning was undeniably serious. Immediately, Chu Tiankuo adopted a sycophantic demeanor, assuring Chun Xiaomei, Sister, please rest assured. There is nothing between me and Xiaolan. He spoke with an innocent smile, reminiscent of a dog wagging its tail in supplication. Yet, in the depths of Chun Xiaomei's radiant eyes, a flicker of inscrutable darkness lingered. Despite the fact that Chu Tiankuo himself remains uncertain about his feelings towards Chen Xiulan, he is acutely aware of the special affection that Chen Xiulan harbors for him. Their initial interactions were intended by Chen Xiulan to be mere playful teasing of Chu Tiankuo. However, as their exchanges continued, it became evident to Chen Xiumei that Chen Xiulan was utterly sincere. Shaoli, Chen Xiumei's complexion flickered under the dim lights. What is the matter, Mei Jia? Chu Tiankuo, while holding his phone and discussing matters regarding the bidding site with Hu Tingyu, cast a puzzled glance at Chen Xiumei, who had just spoken. Before Chen Xiumei could articulate her thoughts, she was interrupted by the sudden ringing of Chu Tiankuo's phone. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Hello, Assistant Wu? It's me. Please expedite the investigation into the organizational structures of the companies I sent you earlier, and send me the details as soon as possible. Chu Tiankuo spoke rapidly into his phone. Observing the man before her, whose eyes darted about with fervor, Chen Xiumei quickly deduced his intentions. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk playing on her lips as she inquired, Are you planning to borrow our terminal Weibo again? Borrowing is acceptable, but you must first agree to one thing. Chen Xiumei's words were once again cut short by the ringing of Chu Tiankuo's phone. What? You couldn't find it? There's nothing in the databases of the Hu and Co companies either? What are you all doing? Have there been any significant recent equity changes or unusual investments? What? Still no leads? You need to continue searching, understood? I expect results before 9 o'clock, where you know the consequences. You must relay the information to the bidding site promptly. Although there won't be a decision today, President Chu, we've discovered something unusual. Chapter 67, Jingzhou Construction. Recently, Jingzhou Construction in Jiangling has unexpectedly secured a substantial influx of capital, revitalizing many projects that I had previously assessed would surely incur losses. Upon hearing this news, Chu Tiankuo instinctively furrowed his brow. Jingzhou Construction is the cornerstone of Jiangling City's infrastructure. How could it suddenly accept foreign investment? Moreover, reliable sources indicate that this funding originates from a large investment firm in the provincial capital, Wuhan. Feng continued. A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Tiankuo. He recognized that this signified that their competitors not only controlled numerous foreign capital groups, but also wielded significant domestic investments. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Wu Hanfeng, please compile all relevant information regarding Jingzhou Construction, particularly the details of their new projects. The more comprehensive, the better. I need to understand their true intentions and strategies. Then, send a copy to Tingyu and Xiao Tian's at the bidding site. Understood, President Chu, I will attend to it immediately. Listening to the beeping sound from his phone, Chu Tiankuo pondered silently. The competition for the bidding was intensifying, and he needed to devise a more effective strategy. If this was all there was to it, it would be merely child's play. Xia Rongjie, are you prepared to face my retribution? At the bidding site, District Chief Ma scrutinized the bids in his hands, his brow furrowing. He then rose and surveyed the room before stating, We have received instructions from above to postpone today's bidding. We are aware of the baseline bids from each company. You may all return for now. The specific results will be posted on the project website. With that, District Chief Ma departed with the team from Binhai New District, leaving the company presidents in a state of bewilderment. Outside the venue, District Chief Ma cast a thunderous glare at his secretary, demanding, Why wasn't I informed earlier about the issues with Jingzhou Construction? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the project in Binhai New District? The secretary, looking aggrieved, replied, Sir, I had no knowledge of any issues with Jingzhou Construction. They're a subordinate unit of Jiangling City Construction, are they not? It would have been better if Jiangling City Construction had been forthright. It appears that the young masters over there have no idea of Jingzhou Construction's intentions. District Chief Ma remarked, his tone hurried. What shall we do now, sir? Lu Sishi has inquired several times regarding the Binhai New District project. The secretary pressed on as he kept pace with District Chief Ma. Upon hearing Lu Sishi's name, District Chief Ma halted, then, with an irritated flick of his sleeve, retorted, if it weren't for Lu Sishi, the Binhai New District project would have been settled long ago. With that, he hastily entered the elevator. Meanwhile, at the bidding site, Hu Tingyu was discussing the issues with Jingzhou Construction alongside Xiao Tian's. Observing the Jingzhou Construction president maneuvering skillfully among the attendees, Xiao Tian's frowned and asked, You mean this situation has forced District Chief Ma to reconsider? Hu Tingyu nodded affirmatively, gesturing toward the president. Not knowing was one thing, but now that we've investigated, it's shocking. Jingzhou Construction has experienced issues across several projects due to the antics of these young masters, and now, with a sudden influx of funds, District Chief Ma has no choice but to worry. So how do we respond to this unexpected situation? Xiao Tian's inquired, his gaze sharp. District Chief Ma is undoubtedly under scrutiny from multiple parties. For now, we can only wait for a resolution to the issues that have arisen during this bidding. Hu Tingyu replied, somewhat disheartened. Xiao Tiankuo nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of such an approach. The Xiao family had shown a heightened interest in this project, even sacrificing one of their subsidiaries to exchange for Lin's construction team in a bid to secure it. Failing to win this project would mean considerable coordination just to sustain that construction team. As they walked side by side toward the exit, Chu Tiankuo suddenly relaxed her previously tense expression, saying, "Perhaps this works in our favor. It seems that the higher-ups do not wish to entrust the Binhai New District project to a single company. Now that Jingzhou Construction has first surfaced with problems, they will likely be excluded from consideration." Xiao Tiankuo fell silent, nodding in acknowledgement of Chu Tiankuo's reasoning. The Binhai New District has become a coveted asset for local factions, and the higher-ups are unlikely to easily delegate it to just one entity. The elevator soon arrived at the underground parking lot, and upon exiting, they found Wu Hanfeng awaiting them by the car. Approaching the two, Wu Hanfeng spoke with a serious demeanor. "I just received word that the funding issues with Jingzhou Construction may be more severe than we anticipated. We must act swiftly to prevent them from engaging in unfair competition during this bidding." Xiao Tiankuo and Chu Tiankuo exchanged glances, fully grasping the implications of Wu Hanfeng's words. What could be considered unfair competition, if not these young masters leveraging their family's influence to pressure District Chief Ma? As the three entered the vehicle, Xiao Tiankuo, who had been silent for some time, finally spoke. "District Chief Ma will definitely withstand the pressure. Now we must see how Chu Tiankuo responds." At Yi Guanlan, Chu Tiankuo slowly rose from his seat after ending a call, a smile gracing his face as he approached Chen Xiumei. Upon reaching her, he gracefully extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. Chen Xiumei furrowed her brow, but ultimately nodded in understanding, following him as they exited the banquet hall. Outside the banquet hall, a tranquil and beautiful scene unfolded before them. The winding paths were adorned with a myriad of exotic flowers, their vibrant hues accompanied by a gentle fragrance that lifted the spirits. Yi Guanlan itself was an expansive Hui-style garden, rich with classical charm and opulent architecture. The unique architectural style of the garden, featuring white walls and black tiles with elegantly curved eaves, showcased the distinct characteristics of the Jiangnan water town. The pavilions, terraces, and rockeries within the garden are intricately arranged, evoking a sense of serene tranquility that stretches far and wide. Chu Tiankuo and Chen Xiumei stroll through this picturesque scenery, their steps light and unhurried, eventually finding themselves seated across from one another in a cool pavilion. Chu Tiankuo retrieves a chessboard from beneath the stone table, inviting them to engage in a game. Chen Xiumei, with grace, places her pieces, teasingly remarking on Chu Tiankuo's handsome visage. "What is it, our esteemed young master? Do you have something on your mind that you find difficult to articulate?" Feeling a touch of melancholy, Chu Tiankuo nods, realizing that these astute, business-savvy individuals cannot be easily deceived. Despite his minimal actions, she has discerned his intentions. Observing Chen Xiumei, who is smiling mischievously like a clever fox, he pleads, "Sister, this issue arises from your Jiangling territory. You must assist me. What could possibly trouble our young master to the point of helplessness?" Chapter 68. The Source of Confidence. "It is not that I am unable to handle it. Rather, you are a descendant of a prestigious family in Jiangling, with your profound connections and foundation in the locality. If even you cannot resolve this matter, who else can I turn to? Wouldn't that reflect poorly on you? Therefore, apart from relying on your esteemed self, I truly have no other recourse." Chu Tiankuo gazes at Chen Xiumei with a hint of flattery. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiumei's hand, poised to place a piece, halts mid-air as she furrows her brow and lifts her gaze to scrutinize Chu Tiankuo. His expression is sincere, devoid of any pretense, prompting her lips to curve into a smile as she effortlessly drops her piece, severing the intricate formation that Chu Tiankuo had painstakingly constructed. "Oh, so it seems that in the entire Jiangling region, the only family that has caught the discerning eye of young Master Chu is our Chen family? What have we done to incur your displeasure?" Chen Xiumei's tone remains calm, yet her piercing gaze seems to penetrate into the depths of Chu Tiankuo's thoughts. "Absolutely not. How could I entertain such notions? It's just that our recent activities have been rather numerous, and I fear they might provoke the displeasure of Elder Hu. After all, he is not to be trifled with. Hence, I thought to seek your intervention, dear sister." Chu Tiankuo waves his hands in hurried explanation, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. "Speak plainly, stop feigning innocence. This charade is quite tiresome," Chen Xiumei retorts, her eyes reflecting her disdain. Seeing her reaction, Chu Tiankuo offers a resigned smile, deciding to be forthright. "You must have heard of Jingzhou Construction, have you not?" Chen Xiumei's delicate brows knit slightly, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. "Are you referring to that group of young rascals running Jingzhou Construction? As far as I know, they have no business dealings with your Chu group." It is not a matter of business conflict. Rather, my assistant has uncovered some intriguing circumstances. However, due to the involvement of others, we cannot intervene directly. Thus, I hope to leverage your esteemed reputation to admonish them. With a sigh, Chu Tiankuo recounts the details of the situation. After listening to the issues surrounding Jingzhou construction, Chen Xiaomei nods thoughtfully, indicating her understanding, and then sits in quiet contemplation. The ethereal moonlight cascades down like a silvery veil, enveloping her in a celestial beauty reminiscent of a fairy descending from the moon palace. Coupled with the gentle babbling of the stream in the garden, this scene unfolds before Chu Tiankuo like a living portrait of a refined lady. After a moment, Chen Xiaomei softly speaks, "I understand the issue you've mentioned. I will notify their elders to provide proper counsel. You were wise to seek me out." For elder who is indeed quite exasperated with them. With your pointing out their errors, I believe they will be more restrained henceforth. Chu Tiankuo's heart swells with joy upon hearing this, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, dear sister. We truly underestimated the situation. Now, what you must do is to clip their external wings. As you know, it takes two to tango. Without external interference, they would not dare to act with such audacity." Chen Xiaomei gazes at the playful Chu Tiankuo with a hint of exasperation, bemused by how a seemingly aristocratic young master could be so whimsical. "Rest assured, dear sister, we have already made arrangements with the foreign investors." In the bustling heart of Shanghai, the towering Lin International Hotel stands out prominently. At this moment, Xia Rongjie wears a sullen expression, as if he could wring water from it, staring at the discarded luggage. He clenches his fists, glaring furiously at the apologetic Lin family steward, forcing out a response. Is the Lin family truly intent on severing ties with the Xia family? In the face of Xia Rongjie's inquiry, the steward remains expressionless, yet leans slightly closer to whisper, "Young Master Xia, all of this is a direct order from the Grand Chairman. This incident arose due to your actions, and the consequences are far too grave, even affecting our Lin family." As he speaks, the steward gestures towards Lin International Hotel, continuing, "Now, even the hotel where you are staying has been compensated to the Su family group. How could this be?" Xia Rongjie's once charming and alluring face now betrays shock and disbelief. He gapes at Lin International Hotel, raising his voice, "If we lose this hotel, what will be left of the Lin family in the Dragon Kingdom besides mere processing businesses?" The steward sighs lightly, initially believing that the Grand Chairman had sent Xia Rongjie to the Dragon Kingdom to bask in his glory. Now, it seems that Xia Rongjie's arrival is merely a shield against the storm he has stirred. From the initial request for Elder Li's involvement, to being reprimanded by the Grand Chairman, to now facing the consequences of Xia Rongjie's breach of conduct. The Lin family's resources have been maliciously divided by local factions, leaving him no option to withdraw without significant losses. In less than a week since Xia Yuqing's arrival in the Dragon Kingdom, the Lin family has incurred losses exceeding 1,000 billion. Were it not for Xia Rongjie's faction allocating some resources to compensate the Lin family, he would have found it impossible to exit gracefully. Reflecting on the chaos caused by Xia Rongjie, a hint of mockery appears on the steward's otherwise stoic face as he observes the still boastful young master. Now is the time to make a scene while you can. Once the repercussions come, you won't even have the opportunity to protest. The spectacle at Lin International, located in the bustling center of Shanghai, naturally draws a curious crowd, encircling the commotion with laughter and chatter. Faced with the sea of onlookers and their mocking jeers, Xia Rongjie feels mortified, wishing he could find a hole to burrow into. Realizing that prolonging the situation would only intensify his humiliation, Xia Rongjie shoots a furious glare at the steward and hisses, "Just wait. When I return to Europe, I will make you pay." With that, he drags his luggage, preparing to hail a passing taxi to escape. However, the guard stationed nearby deny him the opportunity. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xia Rongjie? We have a case involving bribery that requires your cooperation." Chapter 69. Is this not a game one cannot afford to play? In the interrogation room, Xia Rongjie is stripped of his hood, as he gazed upon the two individuals seated side by side before him, who appeared to be cast from the same mold. Xia Rongjie felt a chill envelop his heart. It was evident, without the need for speculation, that their stern visages and piercing gazes betrayed their origins. Being brought to this place likely portended dire consequences for him. One of the guards, poised with a pen to take notes, inquired, "Xia Rongjie, is it? Do you know Wang Jinxin?" Upon hearing the name, a flicker of panic crossed Xia Rongjie's eyes, yet he maintained an unruffled facade as he replied, "Who is Wang Jinxin? I have never heard of him." The guard chuckled softly, retrieving a stack of photographs from his folder and presenting them one by one for Xia Rongjie to peruse. As he gazed upon the images, his countenance darkened instantaneously. They depicted clandestine meetings between him and Wang Jinxin, suggesting that the photographer had been trailing him for quite some time. "You are slandering me. I have never met this person, he stammered, his face now ashen. Moreover, the individual in the photograph is so indistinct that how can you be certain it is me? Listening to Xia Rongjie's feeble attempts at denial, the guard holding the photograph smirked, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes, and remarked, "Apologies, Mr. Xia. We seem to have mistaken the photographs." At this revelation, Xia Rongjie exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for his keen observation, he might have been deceived. It was worth noting that news of Wang Jianxin's investigation had not even reached him, and given Wang Jianxin's stature, he would not easily divulge information that could jeopardize the safety of his family abroad. "I told you, I have never met anyone by the names of Wang Jianxin or Ma Jianxin." However, his confidence was short-lived, as the guard produced another document and handed it to him, saying, "Please take a look at this document, Mr. Xia, and see if you recognize its contents." Perplexed, Xia Rongjie accepted the document and, upon glancing at it, was met with high-definition photographs of his meeting with Wang Jianxin, alongside images of Wang Jianxin being taken away for questioning. The color drained from Xia Rongjie's face once more. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving him no room for further denial. He realized he was truly ensnared. "Xia Rongjie, do you have anything else to say?" the guard asked coldly. In response, Xia Rongjie, in a frenzy, declared, "I am British. I possess diplomatic immunity, and I have given Wang Jianxin nothing of value. You have no authority to detain or judge me." The guard, observing Xia Rongjie's frantic demeanor, lightly clapped his hands and chuckled. "If we were indeed guards, we might afford you some leniency. Alas, we are not." Xia Rongjie froze, scrutinizing the two young men before him, reflecting on his grandfather's descriptions of the guards, those who blended seamlessly into a crowd. Yet, it was clear to any discerning eye that these two were undoubtedly men of military background. His earlier assumptions had misled him. Recalling the intimidation tactics employed by the pair, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His vision blurred as he fainted. The two guards exchanged bemused glances, chuckling softly. They had initially believed Xia Rongjie to be a tough nut to crack, dispatching the elite action team of the Wang clan. To their surprise, a few gentle prods had made Xia Rongjie capitulate. As he lay unconscious, they applied a substance to his nostrils, fitted him with a hood, and unceremoniously dragged him out like a lifeless animal, swiftly loading him into a vehicle. When Xia Rongjie next felt the sun's rays upon him, a peculiar, fuzzy sensation accompanied it. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to be startled by a monkey's face pressed closely against his own. With a terrified scream, he instinctively attempted to leap away, only to find his legs bound by something, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The monkey, seeing this, screeched excitedly, as if mocking Xia Rongjie's predicament. Fury coursed through Xia Rongjie. Yet he gritted his teeth and fought to free himself from the ropes constraining his legs. Once upright, he surveyed his surroundings, only to be met with desolation, the landscape littered with trees and bothersome monkeys. The thought of his current state ignited his anger, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. He felt utterly despondent, longing to confront Chu Tiankuo and demand, "Are you truly incapable of handling the situation?" Suddenly, Xia Rongjie felt a slippery sensation on his backside. When he touched his face and then examined his hand, his complexion shifted dramatically, despite his mental preparations. He could not suppress his nausea. A man unaccustomed to such filth, he was utterly unprepared for this indignity. After laboriously cleaning his hands on a tree, he noticed the monkey still mocking him, and in a fit of rage, he seized a stone and hurled it at the creature. As the monkey scampered away in fear, Xia Rongjie smirked derisively, muttering curses under his breath. "Even you, wretched monkey, dare to provoke me? I can't fathom how many eyes Lord Xia has." Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, he suddenly heard the familiar screeches above him, along with the rustling of branches. Glancing up, he was horrified to see a large troop of monkeys swinging toward him from the trees, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they charged. He stumbled backward, seeking refuge, but the monkeys, led by the one he had just frightened away, swiftly encircled him. With a commanding call, the lead monkey signaled the attack. Xia Rongjie's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He reached for a nearby branch, attempting to wield it as a weapon, but the monkeys showed no fear. They lunged at him with renewed vigor. His clothing was torn, and his skin was scratched in multiple places. After finally breaking free from their grasp, he took a moment to assess his disheveled state, feeling on the verge of tears. However, before he could catch his breath, the monkeys spotted him again. This time, they hesitated to approach, but remained perched on nearby trees, screeching at him furiously. Seeing their pause, Xia Rongjie felt a surge of hope and taunted them. "Come on, then." The troop seemed eager to charge, but a few elder monkeys restrained the younger ones. One of the older monkeys picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Xia Rongjie. The unexpected missile sent him diving behind a tree. and the other monkeys, witnessing his retreat, began to mimic the action, showering him with stones. As the barrage of projectiles rained down, Xia Rongjie felt a sense of humiliation and helplessness engulf him. He dodged and weaved under the onslaught, yet escape remained elusive. His face paled, eyes filled with terror and despair. Chapter 70. An Uninvited Guest. Xia Rongjie sprinted desperately through the woods, evading the storm of stones hurled by the monkeys. The rocks struck the ground around him like a relentless downpour, producing sharp, echoing sounds. His heart raced, breaths came in shallow gasps, and amidst the chaos, he cursed this unexpected assault while searching for a place to hide. In his frantic search, he stumbled upon a cave and, without hesitation, dove inside. The air was thick with an odd odor, but it was at least a refuge from the monkey's relentless pursuit. He nervously leaned against the cave wall, straining to hear the commotion outside, hoping that the troop of monkeys would soon disperse. After a while, the cacophony outside gradually faded, allowing Xia Rongjie to exhale in relief as he slid down from the cave wall. Suddenly, he felt something pressing against his backside from his pants pocket. As he fumbled around and retrieved the object, he discovered it was a lighter. Observing the dim light within the cave, a confident smile spread across Xia Rongjie's face. Chu Tiankuo, perhaps you did not foresee this. I've already mastered the art of wilderness survival during my first year abroad. Gathering some dry grass, he removed the tattered remnants of his clothing and wrapped them around a branch to fashion a makeshift torch. Holding it aloft, Xia Rongjie ventured deeper into the cave. Within the night rain pavilion, Chu Tiankuo pushed open the window, basking in the sunlight that warmed his face, which elicited a faint smile of contentment. Glancing at his watch, he turned and tidied up his room. Upon stepping out of the villa, he was greeted by Wu Hanfei, who had been waiting in the hall. Despite having traveled from afar in Linhai, noticing Wu Hanfei's pronounced dark circles and sparse stubble, it was evident that he had not rested throughout the night. Chu Tiankuo strolled leisurely toward the dining area, with Wu Hanfei silently trailing behind. Both entered an unoccupied private room, closing the door behind them as they took their seats. When the waiter brought their breakfast, Chu Tiankuo chuckled and shook his head, saying, "What is this? Were you planning to perform a silent play here if I hadn't asked?" Wu Hanfei paused, then forced a bitter smile. The previous night, he had flown from Linhai to Shanghai, and after arranging matters concerning Xia Rongjie, hurriedly made his way to the island city. He had not closed his eyes all night, and upon arriving at the night rain pavilion, he unexpectedly encountered Chu Tiankuo, making it impossible for him to steal a moment's respite. "Chu, I was pondering whether it was truly wise to cast Xia Rongjie into such circumstances," Wu Hanfei remarked, worry etched on his face. Chu Tiankuo let out a cold laugh and reassured him, "Rest assured, there are no ferocious beasts there. Whether he can escape depends solely on his luck." Hearing this, Wu Hanfei finally felt a measure of relief, though he had not anticipated Chu Tiankuo's ruthlessness in sending Xia Rongjie to the mountains. According to the action team, that mountain was ominously named Wolf Mountain, a fact that left him deeply concerned. It must be noted that in the Dragon Kingdom, deliberate murder is a grave offense, and the upper echelons impose even stricter constraints upon the scions of prominent families. If the internal guards were to discover this, it would be an even more severe matter. Chu Tiankuo, holding a glass of milk, spoke with a hint of detachment. While the higher-ups have loosened some of our constraints, the limitations we face have only intensified. This is the balance they seek to maintain. Consider the third young master of the Tang family. He merely engaged in a debauched gathering. Yet because underage girls were present, even the Tang family, the foremost power in Island City, had to send him abroad in disgrace. With a sigh, Chu Tiankuo added, "Today's aristocracy is merely a pack of hunting dogs raised by the powers that be." As his words settled, a heavy silence enveloped the private room. Observing Wu Hanfei's rigid posture, Chu Tiankuo sighed softly, "You should eat first. I need to step out for a moment. Once you finish, seek out the manager and request accommodations." After patting Wu Hanfei on the shoulder, he strode out of the private room. Initially intending to find a corner to enjoy his breakfast, the bustling atmosphere of the dining area quickly dispelled that thought. Chu Tiankuo left the dining room, hoping to find a quiet spot in the flower hall for contemplation. As he wandered aimlessly through the hall, he encountered the imposing figure of Chen Xiaomei striding toward him. Upon reaching Chu Tiankuo, she raised her brow and, gripping his ear, scolded, "You fool. What is Xia Rongjie to you that you would dare to contravene the higher-ups' edicts?" Recognizing her concern, Chu Tiankuo felt her small hand applying pressure to his ear. He instinctively shifted his body, exclaiming, "Ouch! That hurts! Sister, I only intended to teach him a lesson, not to take his life." At this, Chen Xiaomei released her grip. After playfully smiting his leg, she huffed and took a seat on a bench in the flower hall. Chu Tiankuo seized the opportunity to sidle up to her, feigning humility as he said, "Sister, do not underestimate me. I'm also a scion of a prominent family and well aware of what can and cannot be done. At this remark, Chen Xiaomei's previously dissipated ire flared anew. Pointing a finger at Chu Tiankuo's forehead, she reprimanded. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? Yesterday, you dispatched someone to capture Xia Rongjie in Shanghai, and Elderly immediately confronted Elder Hu about it. Is Elderly really so impatient? Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed upon hearing that Elderly had taken action, as if the weight of the situation bore heavily upon him. Witnessing Chu Tiankuo's nonchalant demeanor, Chen Xiaomei sighed, somewhat exasperated. Do you realize that this morning, Elder Xiong from Jiangling contacted me? He mentioned that while your actions may stem from a just cause, you can injure him but must not take his life. Upon hearing that Elder Xiong had intervened, Chu Tiankuo nodded in silence, understanding that the repercussions of his retaliation had already been determined. He then recounted the details of his prank to Chen Xiaomei. When she learned that he had left Xia Rongjie in Wolf Mountain, she burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Clearly familiar with the place and confident that it would impart a proper lesson to Xia Rongjie. Just as they were conversing, the manager of the Night Rain Pavilion hurried over and whispered to Chu Tiankuo, Young master, someone wishes to see you, and we could not deter him. Assistant Wu has asked me to inform you. Observing the urgency etched on the manager's face, Chu Tiankuo's curiosity was piqued regarding the identity of the visitor. It was well known that few would dare to boldly intrude upon the Night Rain Pavilion, given its association with Chu Tianqing. Thus, Chu Tiankuo stood, adjusted his clothing, and extended his hand to Chen Xiaomei, inviting, Might I be so fortunate as to have you accompany me? With a playful eye roll at his banter, Chen Xiaomei slowly rose, placing her hand in his. Upon reaching the front courtyard of the Night Rain Pavilion, Chu Tiankuo narrowed his eyes at the imposing presence of their visitor. It was a bustling scene within the hall of Night Rain Pavilion, where a young man, flanked by his entourage, was attempting to force his way inside. What is this? Has the eldest son of the Li family from Huaishi lost all sense of dignity? Chen Xiaomei's voice rang out from a nearby corridor, instantly silencing the raucous hall. The expression on the face of the Li family's eldest son darkened as he strained to recognize the source of the familiar voice, murmuring uncertainly, Lady Chen? Turning around, he was met with the sight of Chen Xiaomei and Chu Tiankuo emerging from the flower hall. Chen Xiaomei leaned in to whisper to Chu Tiankuo, This is Li Yuanshan, the eldest son of the Li family from Huaishi. Upon hearing the name, Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed slightly, his voice laced with inquiry. Is he the infamous wastrel of the Li family? Chen Xiaomei's hand pressed gently on Chu Tiankuo's arm, as if to affirm his suspicion. Chu Tiankuo scrutinized Li Yuanshan, noting the ostentatious makeup and garb adorning him, making it difficult to reconcile this figure with the eldest son of the Li family from Huaishi. It was important to remember that, during his time with the Shi family, he had almost severed ties with his elders, learning only fragmented details about the aristocracy of Island City. Upon his return to Linhai, he found himself thoroughly quizzed by Wang Yu in the Wang family's library, delving deeply into the intricate relationships among prominent families and the names and personas of their heirs. He had encountered Li Yuanchuan's name within those tomes, recalling that the eldest son of the Huaishi Li family had been exiled from his clan for the sake of a foreign woman, subsequently erased from the family tree. While the name matched, the persona described in the records was that of a dashing young gentleman. Now, it was difficult not to question whether he might be of a different persuasion. Reflecting on Chen Xiaomei's earlier inquiry, it seemed that his presence here today was likely linked to Xia Rongjie. Young Master Chu, what have you done to Xia Rongjie? Li Yuanshan strode confidently before Chu Tiankuo, his tone decidedly confrontational. Chu Tiankuo responded with a light laugh, feigning indifference. Why, young Master Li, what piqued your interest in a man? Has your prolonged stay abroad altered your inclinations? At the provocation in Chu Tiankuo's words, Li Yuanchuan's expression darkened. Chu Tiankuo, do not disrupt the established order. His voice was as unyielding as ancient ice, radiating an impressive chill. You must understand, in Longwa, should you have indeed harmed Xia Rongjie, the higher-ups will not let you off lightly. Unfazed by Li Yuanchuan's threat, Chu Tiankuo felt a wave of boredom wash over him. It seemed that these scions from abroad had only returned to engage in empty bravado. In Longwa, the conflicts among esteemed families were never about grandiose threats, but rather about the efficacy of one's own means. You are well aware that we are in Longwa. A man of such stature cannot simply vanish. Chu Tiankuo scoffed, expressing disdain for Li Yuanchuan's intimidation. Li Yuanshan narrowed his eyes, noting the gathering of onlookers among the young heirs, suddenly realizing that he had posed a rather foolish question. If one were to identify the most flamboyant heirs globally, it would undoubtedly be those from Longwa, as they never conceal their preferences while abroad. He recalled receiving information about the turmoil in the West, where many of their benefactors can have been seized by mercenaries, allegedly at the hands of Longwa's notorious pirates from the Ming dynasty. The mere mention of the Wufeng pirate group had nearly overwhelmed him. After all, during the Ming era, the Wufeng fleet had been closely associated with his only family. Moreover, their benefactor's adversaries had recently acquired a significant cache of weaponry, rumored to have been negotiated with northern industries. Additionally, several major logistics groups affiliated with Longhua had been transporting steel pipes, gas canisters, sugar, and fertilizers to the west, and it was evident to any astute observer who the buyers were. His purpose for coming to Longhua was to leverage his status as a scion to negotiate with northern industries, hoping to offset previous orders destined for the west with a substantial new contract. However, upon his arrival, he was met with alarming news that Xia Rongjie had been apprehended by the internal guards in Shanghai, prompting him to hastily seek counsel from elderly. A mere inquiry revealed that the internal guard had received no orders the previous night. Further investigation unveiled that the assistant of the Chu court group had hastily arrived in Shanghai and departed just as swiftly, unveiling the identity of those behind the incident. Thus, he rushed to confront Chu Tiankuo directly, hoping to clarify matters. Should Xia Rongjie still be alive, he could be easily returned. Should he be deceased, that might facilitate negotiations with the Chu court group. Yet he had overlooked a crucial point. While Longhua's heirs may behave extravagantly abroad, they were the most decorous individuals within their homeland. Perhaps having spent too much time in Europe and witnessing the behaviors of foreign aristocracy had clouded his judgment, leading him to pose a rather naive question to Chu Tiankuo. Feeling the weight of the awkward situation, Li Yuanshun forced a laugh. I must have been muddled from last night's revelry. I apologize for disturbing young Master Chu. I shall take my leave. Just as he attempted to retreat, his phone chimed, revealing a call from Xia Huaichu. Li Yuanshun's expression soured. He had dealt extensively with this cunning old fox during his time abroad and was acutely aware of how much Xia Huaichu valued Xia Rongjie, his sole heir. The current scenario felt reminiscent of standing on a precarious bridge, flanked by wolves and tigers, with no one but himself trembling in the middle. It was a situation where he could only choose the lesser of two evils. With a determined grit, he answered the call. Hello, Elder Xia. I'm in a crowded setting and unable to speak freely. I heard you've arrived in the island city. Have you uncovered Rongjie's whereabouts? Came the raspy voice of Xia Huaichu through the receiver. Upon hearing this question, Li Yuanshun silently lamented. As a product of a prestigious lineage, he understood the delicate balance maintained by local families. Within Longhua, sheltered by the Huaishili family, he was safe from Chu Tiankuo's wrath. However, facing the cunning Xia Huaichu, he could not outright declare that the unfortunate grandson was unharmed, merely having endured a bit of retaliation from the Chu family's young master. To utter such words would likely result in him being hunted down by assassins dispatched by Xia Huaichu upon stepping outside the country. Elder Xia, I have yet to see him. Please allow me the opportunity to inquire upon our meeting. No need for that. I am here. How about we have a direct conversation? Xia Xinbei. Chu Tiankuo's voice interrupted, transforming Li Yuanshun's strategic delay into a farce. Who is that beside you? Queried Xia Huaichu, his voice thick with suspicion. Li Yuanshun glanced around at the gathering of heirs, many of whom were childhood acquaintances, all watching him with amusement, rendering him immensely self-conscious. No one knew better than Xia Huaichu the fate that befell those expelled by the local factions, the first to be ousted from Longhua. Once, the Xia family's vast commercial empire had wielded immense power, and it had taken considerable effort from the local factions to dismantle it. Had it not been for the intervention of the Hudong Lu family, Xia Huaichu might have found himself imprisoned by the local powers. Understanding the need to avoid public negotiations with Xia Huaichu, Chu Tiankuo gestured for Li Yuanshun to approach him, as though he were a lifeline. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuanshun hurriedly followed Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiumei in their departure. With the main figures departed, the remaining heirs found themselves devoid of entertainment, immediately congregating to speculate about how Chu Tiankuo might deal with Xia Rongjie. Young Master Mu, observing the trio's exit, disdainfully remarked, "What has become of Li Yuanshun? He seems to have regressed considerably. When I first encountered him years ago, he bore the semblance of a true heir. Yet now he resembles a mere shadow of his former self." Just then, Hu Tingshan, who happened to pass by, brightened at the comment, feeling a kinship with the sentiment, and interjected, "Indeed, it seems that heroes are often of a similar mind. Might I inquire to which family you belong, my good sir?" Upon recognizing Hu Tingshan, young Master Mu's eyes sparkled with opportunity. As a scion of the Mu family, attending such gatherings was primarily to forge connections with prominent families like Hu's. Seizing the moment, he introduced himself. "Hu Xiao, I am Mu Yunfan, a side descendant of the Mu family from the island city." Hu Tingshan regarded the spirited Mu Yunfan and complimented. "Great winds will break the waves. One day, you will set sail upon the vast sea. The expectations placed upon you by Master Mu's parents are indeed considerable." Mu Yunfan, seemingly flattered by Hu Tingshan's praise, modestly replied, "Oh no, Master Hu, you overstate my merits. Hu Tingshan observed the rather reserved young science beside him, then glanced at the poised Mu Yunfan and inwardly nodded in agreement, recognizing the abundance of talent within the Mu family of Island City. Initially, the Mu sisters had adeptly navigated the business realm, one managing external affairs while the other oversaw internal matters, maintaining the Mu enterprise in impeccable order with minimal bidding errors over the years. Now, this young gentleman for the Mu family also emerged as a rare talent. Considering his composed demeanor in social interactions today, it would be effortless for him to oversee a subsidiary with a market valuation of at least 100 billion in the future. Contemplating this, Hu Tingshan shook his head and chuckled, saying, "Your perspective aligns closely with mine. First, there was Lin Yuqing and now Li Yuanshun. From our vantage point, they certainly exude a certain flamboyance." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfan, intrigued, inquired of Hu Tingshan, "Master Hu, would you enlighten us further about them? Are they truly as you describe?" Hu Tingshan chuckled in response and began recounting the transformations of Lin Yuqing and Li Yuanshun, eliciting hearty laughter from the surrounding young aristocrats. Meanwhile, the young heirs from smaller families accompanying Mu Yunfan inwardly lamented. The signs of powerful families were unperturbed by the Li family's influence. But the repercussions of their wrath were far too daunting for these smaller clans to endure. In the flower hall, the three had just taken their seats when Chu Tiankuo, glancing at Li Yuanshun still on the line, gestured for him to switch to speakerphone. Li Yuanshun promptly complied, having resigned himself to the current predicament. Traveling abroad was no longer an option. He could only wait for the demise of the Xia family at the hands of Chu Tiankuo and his associates before making his exit. Should they fail to dismantle the Xia family, he would have no choice but to return home and inherit the family business. With this thought, Li Yuanshun leaned against a pillar, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Observing Li Yuanshun's submissiveness, Chu Tiankuo was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the eldest scion of the Huaishi Li family would be so agreeable. Thus, he addressed the phone, saying, "Senior Xia, how are you? Shall we have a discussion?" Hearing Chu Tiankuo's voice, Xia Huaichu hesitated before asking, "You must be Chu Tiankuo, correct? I recall you are the son of Chu Chen." "Indeed, I am. I am pleasantly surprised that the esteemed elder remembers my father," Chu Tiankuo candidly acknowledged, feeling no need to conceal this fact. Who could say if the once grand Xia Yu holdings still had remnants lurking in the high-end venues of Island City? After returning from Jiuzhou, under the leadership of the Chu Group, a thorough purge was conducted against the four major logistics groups, revealing that several had been infiltrated by Xia Yu Holdings remnants. Resembling a sieve, had they not discovered this early, the consequences could have been dire, as the four logistics groups handled numerous vessels daily, an alarming prospect indeed. Upon hearing Chu Tiankuo's assertion of his identity, Xia Huaichu fell silent for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "What have you done with Rongjie? If anything has befallen him, I assure you, I will not let you off easily." "Not let me off easily? Are you suggesting that someone like Xia Rongjie would attempt to assassinate me?" Chu Tiankuo retorted, "Esteemed elder, I implore you to engage that decaying intellect of yours. What era are we living in, resorting to blades and guns? Threatening me at every turn. A petty thug remains a petty thug. Such streetwise habits are inescapable. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would never choose to confront me in such a manner." Cough, cough, cough. "You insufferable brat, just like your deceased father, you are utterly detestable. Are you not afraid of sharing your father's fate?" It seemed Chu Tiankuo's words had riled Xia Huaichu, as a series of coughs echoed from the phone. Upon hearing Xia Huaichu insult his father, Chu Tiankuo narrowed his eyes. While he prided himself on his temper, he would not tolerate such disrespect. "Old fool, do you believe that even if your entire family perished, I would meet the same fate? Do you doubt that after your demise, I would arrange for a throng to dance upon your grave? Lack of upbringing is simply lack of upbringing. No wonder you were bereft of a wife and child. Oh, I almost forgot. Had certain individuals not knelt in front of the Liu family S-gates in Hudong, they might have even had their ancestral graves desecrated." Assistant Wu, intensify the pressure on young Master Xia. Do not let him off lightly. With that, Chu Tiankuo abruptly hung up the phone. The two individuals in the pavilion stared at Chu Tiankuo, utterly dumbfounded, as they had not expected such venomous words to emerge from the lips of this young aristocrat. "What is the matter? Why do you gaze at me in such disbelief?" Chu Tiankuo inquired, puzzled by their astonished expressions. "It's just that your words were quite something," Li Yuanshun replied somewhat dryly, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Chun Xiaomei massaged her temples, her head aching from the shock of Chu Tiankuo's remarks. "Xiao Li, you must maintain your composure. You are the pillar of this generation's aristocracy and should be mindful of your public image." Unable to resist, Chun Xiaomei eventually offered her admonition. Chu Tiankuo scrutinized the two, somewhat earnestly asking, "Did I say something incorrect? Is Xia Huaichu not a mere thug?" At this, Li Yuanshun could not help but give Chu Tiankuo a thumbs up. After all, with Xia Huaichu's current status and strength, It had been ages since anyone had dared to ridicule him so openly. Young Master Chu, I am impressed. You truly embody the leadership of the native faction's current generation. Oh, but young Master Li, are you not also a distinguished talent of the foreign capital faction? Otherwise, why would they send you to replace Xia Rongjie? Chu Tiankuo's words were devoid of any pretense, yet they sent a shiver down Li Yuanchuan's spine. By specifically mentioning Xia Rongjie, it was a clear warning for him to behave himself domestically. Should he not, Xia Rongjie would serve as a cautionary tale. Li Yuanshan, not one to be easily cowed, suppressed his ire and addressed Chu Tiankuo in a low voice. I am, after all, a scion of the Huaishili family. I understand the rules of the native faction, but do not overstep your bounds, young Master Chu. Chu Tiankuo chuckled lightly, sensing that Li Yuanshan was on the verge of exploding. Very well, let us settle this in the business realm, he said. Since there seems to be no further progress, I shall take my leave. With that, Li Yuanshan strode away, his demeanor radiating indignation. Observing Chu Tiankuo's nonchalant attitude, Chen Xiaomei curiously inquired, what happened? You were not this accommodating when facing Xia Rongjie and Lin Yuqing. Chu Tiankuo stretched lazily, casually remarking, if Xia Rongjie is a pig and Lin Yuqing a rat, then this young Master Li is merely a dog, a mere guardian hound. In Longhua, without the backing of a powerful family, those foreign capital entities are but floating weeds, mere prey for us. Seeing the confidence bordering on arrogance in Chu Tiankuo, Chen Xiaomei felt compelled to dampen his spirits. You might be underestimating young Master Li. This is not a wise habit. It is worth noting that he is regarded as the most promising successor of the Li family in this generation. The Huaishili family has two sons. Li Yuanjie, at just 24, has already been appointed as the county magistrate. The fact that he considers himself inferior to Li Yuanshan indicates that he is not as lacking as you suggest. While Li Yuanshan possesses considerable talent, he lacks his own convictions. Had it not been for the matter concerning Xia Rongjie bringing him before me, I would have held him in higher regard. However, under the pressure from Xia Huaichu, he appears to me as a dog being led by the nose, hardly a threat. As the conversation drew to a close, Chu Tiankuo rose somewhat absent-mindedly, navigating his way through the floral hall to the wine cabinet with familiar ease. After retrieving a bottle of aged liquor, he took a delicate sip. Observing Chu Tiankuo, who stood there momentarily stunned, with a wine glass in hand, Chen Xiaomei slightly raised her brow in surprise. She had not anticipated that in just over a month, Chu Tiankuo would have matured so significantly. In the Shi building, within the office of Shi Yu, her new assistant Zhao Yi was briefing her on recent events in the island city. Many held reservations about this young woman, who had recently graduated and swiftly ascended to the position of Shi's assistant. Nevertheless, Shi Yu decisively dismissed the skepticism and promoted Zhao Yi, a testament to her capabilities, especially in light of the recent incident at Yiyu Guanlan that now lay before Shi Yu. Gazing at the seemingly frail woman, Shi Yu felt a surge of admiration. In her past life, this woman had been a formidable figure in the island city. A wife of a wealthy heir, she had deftly navigated the fierce competition for inheritance, transforming her husband's nearly bankrupt subsidiary into a company valued at billions. Yet now, she was merely a fresh graduate, anxiously searching for employment. And Shi Yu had seized the opportunity to bring her under her wing during this transitional phase. After Zhao Yi succinctly analyzed the recent happenings in the island city, Shi Yu's expression darkened upon encountering a particular piece of information, a photograph of Chu Tiankuo with Chen Xiaomei, the woman smiling brightly beside him. Shi Yu instantly recognized Chen Xiaomei, a rival once known as one of the dual beauties of the business world alongside Mu Qinshan. It was she and Mu Qinshan who had wrested Chu Li Logistics from Shi's grasp. Now, it should be Shi Yu standing proudly beside Chu. The more she pondered, the more resentment brewed within her, recalling the despair of having her aspirations for Chu snatched away. The frustration nearly crumpled the documents in her grasp. Noticing the lack of response from Shi Yu, Zhao Yi inquired with concern. Shizong? Shizong? Her call jolted Shi Yu back to reality, and she awkwardly explained. I apologize, I was lost in thought regarding some past matters. Observing her assistant's uncertainty, Shi Yu understood that Zhao Yi was not yet the established figure she would become in the elite circles of the island city, leading to her momentary distraction. With a gentle smile, Shi Yu reassured her, your analysis is fundamentally sound, yet you have yet to grasp the critical nuances. Allow me a moment of solitude. You may step out for now. With that, she dismissed Zhao Yi, turning her attention back to the documents on her desk. Relieved by Shi Yu's reassurance, Zhao Yi quietly exited the office, pondering where she might have faltered. Upon returning to her desk, she ruminated over the report, trying to pinpoint the misstep that had led to Shi Yu's momentary lapse. Recalling the point during the briefing when Shi Yu had paused, She quickly opened her computer to investigate further. Meanwhile, after organizing the day's materials, Chun-Li noticed Zhao Yi's distressed expression as she sat before her computer, seemingly affected by some setback. Curious, Chun-Li approached, wanting to inquire about Zhao Yi's troubles. After all, when Shi Yu had elevated Zhao Yi to the position of assistant, many of the veteran employees had expressed their discontent, questioning the merit of a young girl rising above them. However, since Zhao Yi had joined the assistant department, she had handled all tasks with remarkable ease, making her current state of distress all the more unusual. Zhao Zong, why are you bent over your computer like that? Won't you strain your neck? Chun-Li queried. Ah, Qinjie, I thought you were supposed to be in Linhai today. You startled me, Zhao Yi exclaimed, surprised to see Chun-Li, who was indeed expected to be on a business trip. Upon hearing about the Linhai trip, Chun-Li's expression darkened. She had been prepared to depart yesterday, only to receive notification that her visit was unnecessary as the land had been appropriated by another party. The only two companies capable of seizing land for Shi's were the Chu Ting Group and the Shao Construction Company, neither of which Shi could contend with. The subsidiary had informed her of this development, and she had returned to the office to report to Shi Yu. Noticing Zhao Yi's crestfallen demeanor, Chun-Li chuckled lightly and asked, I had a sudden change of plans, but why does your face look so glum? Feeling somewhat dejected, Zhao Yi replied, Qinjie, do you think I'm really foolish? How could you think that? At such a young age, you are the only one to have attained the position of executive assistant. Shi Zong values you highly. How could you possibly be foolish? Chun-Li responded, astonished. But I couldn't even organize a simple document properly. Although Shi Zong didn't voice it, I could clearly see her displeasure, Zhao Yi lamented, recalling the crumpled paper that had slipped from her fingers. What document was it? May I take a look? Chun-Li inquired. It's just a piece from the Island City Daily, mentioning that several CEOs from domestic companies visited the Island City yesterday, possibly with investment intentions for the new district, Zhao Yi recounted, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chun-Li's eyes narrowed upon hearing Zhao Yi's words. Almost all industries in the Island City were dominated by Shi's family companies, and even the former heiress, Shi Nian, had been pushed to the city of Shanghai. Currently, domestic conglomerates were acutely aware that unless the municipal government personally facilitated business invitations, it was rare for external companies to establish a foothold in the Island City. With this realization, Chun-Li quickly asked which company CEOs were present. Chu Tiankuo from Jiuzhou Group, Chu Tiankuo from Chu Ting Group, Xiao Linchang from Linxiao Pharmaceuticals, Chen Xiaomei from Jiangling Group, and Yang Luqing from Jingzhou Heavy Industries. Zhao Yi listed, her voice steady. Upon hearing the names of the two Chu family CEOs, Chun-Li immediately understood why Shi Yu had been momentarily flustered, which in turn had unsettled Zhao Yi. Reflecting on her own speculations regarding the real estate issues in Linhai, Chun-Li deemed it best not to report further. Observing Zhao Yi's continued distress, Chun-Li offered her a sympathetic glance before turning to head to Shi Yu's office. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi remained at her desk, her face still clouded with concern as she cross-referenced the names in the newspaper one by one. On a sweltering summer day, atop Wolf Mountain, Xia Rongjie was desperately fleeing. At the bottom of a small lake, he clutched a reed tightly, holding his breath in silence. Just moments prior, he had hastily sought refuge in a cave to escape a troop of monkeys. After catching his breath, he lit a torch to further explore the cave, inadvertently setting the owner's home ablaze. Now, the furious cave owner was searching for an opportunity to exact revenge. Using the cover of the aquatic plants, Xia Rongjie cautiously surfaced, his gaze fixated on a departing brown bear, a flicker of self-doubt creeping into his mind. How could there be bears in Shanghai? He was acutely aware that his unconsciousness had not lasted long, and judging by the sweltering weather, he was undoubtedly still in the southern regions of the Dragon Country. Yet, the presence of a bear, which should not have been there, was utterly perplexing. Having already endured an attack from a troop of monkeys, and now encountering a bear, Xia Rongjie was uncertain of his whereabouts. He would believe it if a panda were to chase him at this point. As he watched the brown bear gradually recede, he swiftly swam to shore, removed the cloth strips from his body, wrung them out, and felt his stomach grumble, prompting him to heed his instincts and begin foraging for food. Thus, Xia Rongjie ambled along the lakeshore, with the sun at his back. He was acutely aware that upstream lay an abundance of fruit and sustenance. However, having gone an entire day without food, the energy reserves within him were rapidly dwindling. Furthermore, having just endured a harrowing escape, he was utterly exhausted. In a moment of carelessness, he stumbled over a protruding tree root, landing unceremoniously on the ground, his face kissing the earth and tasting a sticky, unidentifiable substance. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the cleanliness of the lake. He dashed into the water, plunging his head beneath the surface. Once he had thoroughly washed away the grime from his face, Xia Rongjie truly felt the pulse of life within him. Just as he was about to lower his head again to cleanse his face, he caught sight of a figure reflected in the water. Startled, he instinctively leapt back into the depths, seeking to evade the relentless pursuit of a brown bear. At the Island City International Airport, Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiaomei arrived with their respective assistants. While the assistants busied themselves with the boarding arrangements, the two, aware of the need to wait a while longer, engaged in light-hearted banter as they strolled into the airport's VIP room. Before they could settle into their seats, the door swung open once more, revealing the unexpected presence of Xia Rongjie and Shi Yu. The sight of Xia Rongjie elicited no surprise from the two, as they had all arrived via private jets to exert pressure on the Tang family. However, private jets are not readily dispatched. They require flight route applications. Their arrival was timed to coincide with a brief window of availability, allowing them to land one after another at the Island City. Yet, their departure would not necessitate such complications. Most would opt for commercial flights rather than await the approval of flight routes, for these EOs are exceedingly busy individuals. Shi Yu had initially felt a flicker of relief upon spotting Chu Tiankuo, as she had approached him with a sense of gamble, hoping to accompany Xia Rongjie. To her astonishment, she had indeed encountered Chu Tiankuo. Just as she was about to step forward to greet him, she noticed Chun Xiaomei naturally linking her arm with Chu Tiankuo's, causing Shi Yu's complexion to drain of color, as though struck with a profound blow. Observing the person she least wished to encounter, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow and attempted to lead Chun Xiaomei away. However, for reasons unknown, Chun Xiaomei remained seated, a bemused expression on her face as she regarded Shi Yu. Xia Rongjie, witnessing this silent drama unfold, approached Chu Tiankuo with an icy demeanor and quietly inquired, "Mr. Chu, would you care for a drink?" Chu Tiankuo replied with equal coldness, "Since Mr. Xia has extended such a sincere invitation, I shall graciously accept. Waiter, bring us a bottle of whiskey." "Whiskey? No. Waiter, bring 2 bottles of 53-degree Baijiu." Surely, Mr. Xia does not shy away from a challenge. 53 degrees? Bring me 60 degrees. Chapter 75. A silent departure within the confines of the VIP room at Island City International Airport. Chu Tiankuo and Xia Rongjie sat across from one another, their silence punctuated only by the steady flow of liquor into their glasses. The two ladies observed this tense tableau with growing concern. Meanwhile, the entrance to the VIP room had been effectively barricaded by the assistants, who, although lesser in rank than the CEOs, were nonetheless significant figures in their own right. Many CEOs preparing to depart from Island City International Airport observed the line of assistants and pondered who could be inside the room to warrant such an unusual scene. Wu Hanfei and his companions silently lamented their predicament, forced to smile and hand out business cards, ultimately directing the waiting CEOs to other VIP rooms. The CEOs were not naive, with assistance from the Chu Ting Group and several other comparably sized enterprises presenting business cards. They understood the importance of maintaining cordial relations in the business world. Consequently, many of them showered Wu Hanfei and his associates with flattery before taking their leave. However, a number of young heirs were less than pleased. "Why should we be accommodating?" they protested. "The finest VIP room at Island City International Airport is being monopolized without so much as a word. Who are we to bow before the Chu Ting Group?" Indeed, when did the VIP rooms of Island City International become a space for arbitrary obstruction? A few wealthy young individuals, reveling in the chaos, shouted, drawing the attention of several passengers waiting in other rooms. Yet, many who observed the scene exchanged glances of pity at the sight of the 4 assistants standing firm against the wealthy heirs. Meanwhile, inside, the 2 men engaged in an escalating drinking contest were disturbed by the ruckus outside. Xia Rongjie, feeling the need to intervene, stood up and stepped outside, where he caught wind of the wealthy heir's raucous laughter, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Mr. Chu, it appears that your Chu Ting Group is not held in such high esteem after all, if mere common folk can so easily dismiss it," he remarked, a hint of derision lacing his words. If they have not heard of the Chu Ting Group, do they truly believe they have heard of Mr. Xia's Linxia Biological? Chu Tiankuo emerged from the lounge, his gaze icy as it swept over the group of wealthy heirs. The moment the young heirs registered his presence, they froze. For Chu Tiankuo was one of the most prominent figures among the rising young elite, celebrated on the trending social media platform Weibo. The persona of a wealthy heir like Chu Tiankuo was precisely what these young scions sought to emulate, yet standing before him rendered them speechless. "Mr. Chu, I didn't expect you to be here," stammered one of the heirs. The mere faade of Chu Tiankuo's identity was enough to inspire awe in these young men. As the current president of $2 billion corporations, he stood at the pinnacle of success among his peers. They were acutely aware that they were not in his league, and one by one, they offered their apologies. Seeing their submissive demeanor, Chu Tiankuo lost his inclination to confront them further. He contemplated retreating to the lounge, but reconsidered, deciding to seize this opportunity to exit early. Chun Xiaomei, sensing his intentions, linked her arm with his and addressed Xia Linchong. Mr. Xia, our flight is likely commencing ticket checks. We shall take our leave. With that, she led Chu Tiankuo away. As she watched their retreating figures, Shi Yu hung her head, biting her lip to stifle her sobs. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails pierced her palms. She stood there in silence, tears streaming down her face. It was not the actions of Chu Tiankuo and Chun Xiaomei that devastated her, but rather Chu Tiankuo's utter disregard. Despite her efforts to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter, he had seemed oblivious to her presence, and the feeling of being overlooked shattered her world. Xia Linchong, observing Shi Yu's quiet weeping, heaved a heavy sigh. Heartache may fade, memories may blur, yet those who leave an indelible mark are forever locked within the heart. Turning his gaze to the raucous young heirs still lingering, a flicker of ire sparked in Xia Linchong's eyes. He leaned closer to his assistant and whispered, "Investigate their families and their parents. I want them to never afford first-class tickets for the rest of their lives." The assistant nodded, casting a sympathetic glance at the young heirs. After years of working at Linxiao Biological, he was acutely aware of the formidable network they possessed. This simple disturbance caused by the wealthy heirs could have repercussions for their families and companies, allowing Xia Linchong to vent the frustration he had long harbored. At Chunyu Holdings, Li Yuanshun sat in his office, engaged in a video conference. As he gazed at the brazen Xia Huaichu on the other end, a smirk flickered across his face. "Mr. Xia, you know well that my inability to assist Xia Rongjie was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because the young master of the Chu family left me no opportunity. I have but one grandson. If you fail to rescue him, do not blame me for withdrawing my support during the upcoming election," came the hoarse voice of Xia Huaichu, laced with a veiled threat. Upon hearing this, a flicker of malice flashed in Li Yuanchuan's eyes. Although this old man had limited capabilities, his influence among the elder statesmen was substantial. Why had he been disowned by his family? Was it not to establish an enterprise rivaling the illustrious Li family of Huaishi? However, should this old fool refuse to back him, it would severely impede his ability to siphon resources from this council, hampering his future endeavors. Rest assured, Elder Xia, you must understand that Chu Tiankuo is a scion of a prominent family. He will be kept in check. Li Yuanshun forced a smile, suppressing his rising anger as he sought to placate Xia Huaichu. That young man cannot compete with Rongjie head-on. He resorts to underhanded tactics. They have already secured the Binhai New District, yet he still harbors thoughts of revenge against Rongjie. He is no different from his deceased father. With such a narrow mindset, Xia Huaichu muttered in frustration. Observing Xia Huaichu gesticulating animatedly on the computer screen, Li Yuanshun scoffed, recalling how just yesterday on the phone, the old man had been mercilessly berated by Chu Tiankuo. "Understood, Elder Xia. I will promptly reach out to Governor Liu and exert pressure on Chu Tiankuo to secure the release of young Master Xia." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yuanshun closed the conference and slumped into his chair, allowing himself to relax. Reflecting on the tasks assigned by Xia Huaichu, he couldn't help but smirk, murmuring, "Xia Huaichu, you truly do not comprehend the intricacies of the aristocratic families in Longhua. Your confrontational approach with Chu Tiankuo is nothing short of self-sabotage." Lost in thought, Li Yuanshun picked up the internal line to summon his secretary. "Secretary Chao, please come in." "Mr. Li, I have managed to uncover some leads regarding the matter you asked me to investigate." Chapter 78, A New Project. The airplane descended gracefully upon Linhai International Airport, where a convoy from the Chu Ting group awaited. Upon disembarking, Chu Tiankuo joined Chun Xiaomei in a vehicle. Inside, Chun Xiaomei cast a teasing glance at Chu Tiankuo and remarked with a slightly parted red lip, "I never imagined you could be so ruthless. Are you not concerned that the young lady might take drastic measures?" "Not at all. She is not as pitiable as you perceive," Chu Tiankuo replied, casting her a sidelong glance, unfazed by her sardonic expression. In his previous life, he had waited alone in an apartment for her to return. But what had he received in return? Nothing but the solitude from which he had emerged back to the present. Reflecting on the sorrows of his past life, Chu Tiankuo narrowed his eyes, knowing that Xia Rongjie, whom he had kept at Wolf Mountain, would not let him off lightly. Chun Xiaomei watched as Chu Tiankuo's expression shifted, curious as she waved her hand in front of him. He seized her hand, frowning as he asked, "What is it, sister?" "Ah, it's nothing. I was simply lost in thought watching you," she replied, withdrawing her hand, a hint of embarrassment coloring her delicate features. Chu Tiankuo, oblivious to her discomfort, retrieved a document from his briefcase and casually flipped through it before handing it to her. Once Chun Xiaomei had perused the document, she gazed at him with skepticism. "This document is signed by Mu Chunshun. How could that cunning fox be so generous?" Chu Tiankuo chuckled lightly and explained, "The Mu family has been seeking external development for years, but their results have been lackluster. Thus, they turned to me for assistance. Chun Xiaomei fell silent, recognizing the truth in Chu Tiankuo's words regarding the Mu family's recent struggles. However, she doubted they would relinquish such a significant opportunity. Are you intending to involve the Chun family in this project? She asked hesitantly. Observing her disbelief, Chu Tiankuo replied cheerfully, it's not about drawing the Chun family in. Rather, the Mu family will provide the funding, while the Chu and Chun families will contribute technological expertise. Taken aback, Chun Xiaomei inquired, where would the Mu family procure such funds? Have they not always struggled financially? Although the Mu family was a top-tier aristocracy, their industry limited their cash flow. Given Chun Xiaomei's perspective, completing this project would require hundreds of billions, raising questions about the Mu family's cash reserves. Chu Tiankuo gestured towards the companies listed in the contract, prompting her to look closely. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she exclaimed, are they really willing to use Yuanmu as their investment? That would be akin to cutting off their own limbs. Yuanmu Logistics was indeed the lifeblood of the Mu family, and such a move would effectively hand over their export operations to the Chu group. Should any discord arise between the two, the Mu family would face dire consequences. Even assuming there was no conflict, the Mu family would incur substantial annual expenses in overseas logistics. Though Yuanmu was vast, the Mu family relied heavily on Chu Li Logistics for their international exports, making Yuanmu more of a liability than an asset. Feeling a slight buzz from the alcohol, Chu Tiankuo pinched his brow and exhaled. Upon reopening his eyes, it was as if a radiant moon was shimmering before him, with Chun Xiaomei watching him curiously. Xiaoli, are you concealing something from me? Her tone was inscrutable, almost accusatory. Secrets? A pang of anxiety gripped Chu Tiankuo. He harbored many secrets from her, but which one was she referring to? Despite his inner tension, he maintained a calm facade, saying, Sister, do you not know me by now? I have always treated others with sincerity. Seeing his earnest expression, Chun Xiaomei playfully chided, who doesn't know that you're a little rascal? You appear so serious on the surface, yet you're quite cunning beneath. As if recalling something, she hinted, is that not why someone learned a few tricks from you as a child? Leaving his friends in a state of utter despair? Oh, so you fear I might lead you astray, Chu Tiankuo thought, feeling relieved as he realized that his earlier performance had likely allayed Chun Xiaomei's suspicions. Observing her radiant smile, he knew her spirits were lifted. Seizing the moment while Chun Xiaomei was in high spirits, Chu Tiankuo prepared to secure the project. Although his decision to involve her was spontaneous, the Chun family's elite talent could greatly enhance the project's margin for error. After all, he had previously benefited from the Chun family's rapid development on a social media project, where their programmers had swiftly resolved issues he had raised, proving their industry prowess. Sister Chun, do you think the Chun family would be interested in this project? They would only need to send a project team to secure a 20 stake in the venture. Chun Xiaomei, still buoyed by her good mood, sobered at Chu Tiankuo's proposal and stated, the Chun family will invest an additional 5 billion for a 33 stake. Deal! Chu Tiankuo exclaimed with uncontainable joy, astonished by how straightforward Chun Xiaomei's demands had been. At the Shi Corporation, Xiao Tian's was receiving District Chief Ma's visit. Once District Chief Ma arrived at Xiao Tian's office, the two exchanged pleasantries before taking their seats. Holding a teacup, District Chief Ma regarded Xiao Tian's with an inscrutable expression and remarked, Mr. Xiao, this project was initially destined for Jingzhou construction. It was by my insistence that it has been assigned to the Shi Corporation. I hope you will treat this opportunity with the utmost seriousness. Upon hearing the words of Director Ma, Xiao Tian's swiftly grasped the underlying message. It was evident that Director Ma was subtly admonishing him. The implication was clear. The project in Binhai New District had been entrusted to him, and he was expected to execute it flawlessly. Xiao Tian's promptly thumped his chest in assurance, declaring, our Xiao Construction Group boasts hundreds of project teams and over 1 million workers. We shall ensure the project is executed to perfection. Director Ma, somewhat non-committal in his response, candidly stated, I do not require mere slogans from you. I only hope that Mr. Xiao can remain true to his convictions. With that, Director Ma departed, instructing his secretary to provide Xiao Tian's with copies of documents and files pertaining to the project, leaving behind a vague admonition to take care of it. As Xiao Tian's sat there, watching the convoy depart from the Xiao building through the floor-to-ceiling window, a self-satisfied smile graced his lips. Chapter 77, Leverage. In the top-floor office of the Chu Ting building, Chu Tiankuo had just ended a phone call. Reflecting on the information uncovered by Wu Hanfei, he couldn't help but smile with intrigue. Rising from his desk, he made his way to the underground parking lot, where he addressed Lu Ming, who was waiting nearby. Lu, let us proceed to Xia Garden. Young master, are we truly going to Xia Garden? Lu Ming sought confirmation of their destination, to which Chu Tiankuo simply nodded with a light chuckle. The car glided out of the underground parking garage and sped along the main road toward the outskirts of the city. The towering buildings swiftly gave way to picturesque scenes of quaint bridges and flowing waters, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. The vehicle gradually came to a halt outside Xia Garden, where Chu Tiankuo alighted and surveyed the grand, classical garden before him, shaking his head in puzzlement at the recent trend favoring Hui-style gardens. At that moment, the steward of Xia Garden awaited at the entrance, promptly welcoming Chu Tiankuo and gesturing for him to enter. Inside the garden, a long, wide avenue stretched infinitely ahead, flanked by stately, well-ordered old trees with lush foliage. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the path, resembling strands of golden rain gently descending. As they ventured deeper, winding paths led to a series of intricately arranged courtyards. These courtyards varied in size and height, each exhibiting a unique charm, yet all exuded an aura of antiquity and elegance. Pavilions and terraces harmoniously complemented the tranquil waters, creating a beautiful tableau. Not far off, several artificial lakes shimmered with crystal-clear waters, where exquisitely crafted boats floated serenely, imparting a sense of peace and tranquility. Following the steward's lead, Chu Tiankuo strode purposefully into the depths of the garden, unwittingly arriving at a spacious courtyard adorned with a vibrant array of flowers in full bloom. It was midsummer, and several gardeners were busily tending to the blossoms. As Chu Tiankuo strolled through the floral display, his spirits soared. He inhaled deeply, the fragrant aroma enveloping him like a gentle caress. As he passed by, many gardeners paused their tasks to greet him with various titles: young master, master's son, little young master, each reflecting their different familial backgrounds. Chu Tiankuo acknowledged them with a nod and a wave. In the center of the flower hall, a middle-aged woman reclined on a lounge chair, cradling an orange cat. The icy chill emanating from the stone table's ice basin countered the warmth of the flower hall. Observing this scene, Chu Tiankuo raised his hand to halt the steward's movements and silently settled onto a stone chair, perhaps sensing the presence of a stranger. The languid orange cat leapt to Chu Tiankuo's side, circling around him. Noticing the commotion, the woman stirred from her recline, searching for the cat, and upon seeing Chu Tiankuo playing with it, admonished, "Chu Xiaoli, do not tease your little uncle." Startled, Chu Tiankuo loosened his grip on the cat toy, causing the feline to lose interest and leap onto the courtyard wall, promptly falling back to sleep. Chu Tiankuo cautiously turned to see the middle-aged woman producing a ruler, and with a resigned smile, he extended his palm. The ruler struck his hand with a series of sharp cracks, though the sound was loud. The sting in his palm was undeniable. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, the woman pinched her brow in exasperation. "Xiaoli, how did you go from being so obedient as a child to this mischief now?" "Grandma, I merely wish to play with it," Chu Tiankuo replied, gazing down at his toes. Seeing him so relaxed, his grandmother raised an eyebrow and scolded, "Lift your head, straighten your chest, and stand tall. What the etiquette you have learned throughout your upbringing." Chu Tiankuo, somewhat helpless, realized that it had been quite a while since he last visited his grandmother and had forgotten her steadfast adherence to propriety. He complied with her instructions. Xia Rongjie watched with satisfaction as Chu Tiankuo stood upright, his well-fitted attire accentuating his tall and elegant frame, exuding an air of nobility. Pleased, Xia Rongjie beckoned her cherished grandson closer and inquired, "Having been in Lehigh for so long, you have not thought to visit your grandmother until today. What prompts your visit?" After pouring tea for Xia Rongjie, Chu Tiankuo sat down and, with a contemplative silence, posed a question. "I would like to inquire, has any of the Xia family's cousins engaged in underground banking?" Xia Rongjie's brow furrowed at this question. The Xia family had always prided itself on its scholarly heritage, and after marrying Wang Jianga, she had devoted herself to family and rarely ventured beyond the confines of her home, seemingly destined to spend her days in Xia Garden. However, her grandson, usually preoccupied, had come to see her, and his first inquiry concerned the family's underground dealings, suggesting he had reason to believe there was substance to his question. "Are you suggesting that Yuan Ling and the others are involved in illicit activities?" Though her tone remained calm, the slight tremor of her fan betrayed her inner turmoil. "Grandma, the eldest son of the Li family from Huaishi has returned to the country. While he has not directly threatened me, there have been significant sums of unexplained money flowing into Chunyu holdings from Jiangsu and Zhejiang during this time. You, being from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, should be aware of their methods." Upon hearing this, Xia Rongjie quickly grasped Chu Tiankuo's implication. "Children have their own fortunes. I am too old to meddle," she declared. "Next Wednesday night, I will host a family banquet at Xia Garden. Your cousins from the Xia family will return, and you may discuss matters among yourselves." Her intention was clear. She was reluctant to delve deeper into the affairs of the younger generation, preferring to serve merely as a bridge for communication. Although the Qinjun Xia family was a prominent lineage in Jiangnan, many matters were beyond their control. As Chu Tiankuo suspected, such dealings were likely conducted in secrecy. and a light reprimand would suffice. However, any involvement by the Xia family itself could lead to discord, which would be undesirable for all parties involved. Typically, Chu Tiankuo would pursue leads aggressively, but his visit to his grandmother today was a precaution against potential fallout. Despite her reluctance to delve deeply into the affairs of the younger generations, Xia Rongjie had her own motives for hosting the family gathering. The Qinjun Xia family was vast, with countless branches. Given that Chu Tiankuo was not yet married, there were opportunities to consider suitable matches from other branches for him. Observing her gentle grandson, Xia Rongjie waved her hand, signaling him to take his leave. Stepping out of the floral hall, Chu Tiankuo noticed his uncle casting a vigilant gaze upon him. With a light chuckle, he scooped up the large orange cat and ambled towards the pavilion. No sooner had he settled down than his phone rang. Glancing at it, he answered casually, "Hello, Sister Chun. I've discovered a loophole here." "What loophole?" Chen Xiumei's voice on the other end was tinged with confusion. Aside from discussions regarding their collaborative project, there had been no new contract signed between them. "We need to visit the bank to unlock the online payment feature. Are you concerned that someone might exploit this for money laundering?" "It's not that I fear someone might launder money through this platform, but rather that this method of laundering is all too common," Chu Tiankuo remarked, his gaze drifting to the vibrant lotus flowers in the pond. A hint of melancholy in his tone. Chen Xiumei fell silent for a moment, clearly taken aback. What Chu Tiankuo spoke of starkly contrasted with their societal standings. Who were they? They were a prominent family, a hidden elite class in the country, akin to parasites within society. Money laundering should not be a concern for Chu Tiankuo. Rather, it should be a matter of compliance with the authorities, not an initiative he took upon himself. Such matters are best left untouched. "We merely need to ensure we do not engage in them within our class," Chen Xiumei advised, her words laced with caution. For them, as long as they developed normally, there would be no issues. Some matters were best avoided. In this ancient nation, those who could launder money either had formidable connections or were reckless outlaws. As she reiterated, the disparity in their identities loomed large. Had Chu Tiankuo not inquired, those involved would have slipped by unnoticed. "It's not meddling. I simply sense that this is a vital channel for their funds entering the country." Chu Tiankuo softly voiced his suspicions. After a prolonged silence, Chen Xiumei finally spoke again, her tone somewhat haughty. "When you have the time, let us pay a visit to the bank seniors. I recall your uncle is part of the banking system. Sister, there will be a gathering at Xi'an in Linhai in a while. After the event, we can approach the banking system." "Very well. I shall await your invitation." Chuckling softly as he hung up the phone, Chu Tiankuo acknowledged the truth in Chen Xiumei's words. He indeed ought to refrain from entangling himself in such matters, as they were incongruous with his identity. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. He had always been urged to embody grace and poise. Yet his myriad thoughts made it challenging to maintain such composure. By the time he returned to his residence after leaving Shi Yu, dusk had descended. At the entrance of the community, Chu Tiankuo instructed Lu Meng to depart first while he ventured to the supermarket for some daily necessities. Upon returning to the apartment building, he spotted a young man seated in the lobby with his legs crossed, a butler standing nearby attempting to dissuade him. "Mr. Li, please leave. The person you seek is not here." To everyone's surprise, upon seeing Chu Tiankuo, the young man's eyes lit up and he pointed towards him, exclaiming, "I'm here to find him, Brother Chu, Brother Chu." Chu Tiankuo was taken aback. He could distinctly recall no prior acquaintance with this youth. However, the boy rushed over, whispering, "Brother Chu, I am Yuan Shang of the Li family." "Yuan Shang of the Li family?" Upon hearing this name, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow. Given the boy's age, it aligned with the Huaishi Li family, yet to his knowledge, there was no young master by that name. However, lingering here was not practical when he chose the apartment. It was merely a selection from the Chu Ting Group's project. Yet, the options available to him were anything but ordinary. For instance, this apartment was the finest residential building in Linhai, with chefs and butlers on every floor, accessible only to owners. The mere presence of this boy here raised questions. Gesturing to the butler, he inquired, "Is this Mr. Li also a resident of our building?" "I don't recall him." The butler bowed slightly, explaining, "Mr. Chu, this young man is a friend of the resident on the 12th floor, who just moved into our community today." Chu Tiankuo pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. If he had a residence, it could be dealt with. Take him to the 12th floor for verification. If the keys don't match, remove him from here. Lingering in the lobby is inappropriate. "Understood, Mr. Chu. I will take care of it at once." With that, the butler activated the intercom to call security. Upon seeing the guards approaching, Li Yuanshang made to flee, only to collide directly with the security personnel hiding in a concealed room beside the lobby. Faced with several burly men surrounding him, Li Yuanshang's spirits plummeted as he shouted towards Chu Tiankuo, "Mr. Chu, you are disrupting the rules of the underworld, lacking in chivalry." Hearing Li Yuanshang's words nearly brought a smile to Chu Tiankuo's face. Such juvenile remarks suggested he had been raised in a sheltered environment. Observing the struggling Li Yuanshang, Chu Tiankuo instructed, take him for identity confirmation and inform him that if he wishes for a formal meeting, he should schedule an appointment at the Chu Ting Tower in advance. Having said this, Chu Tiankuo turned to ascend the stairs, only to hear a crisp voice from the entrance of the apartment. Stop. Curious. Everyone turned to see a strikingly elegant woman striding into the lobby with an air of authority, tall and clad in a flowing gown that shimmered like flames. Her beauty outshone even the most vibrant of red dresses, her visage radiant like a rose in bloom, captivating all who beheld her. She possessed an innate charisma that commanded respect, rendering anyone unable to meet her gaze. Looking at this woman, Chu Tiankuo's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, Hua Jingwen? Without uttering a word, Hua Jingwen raised her gaze, locking eyes with Chu Tiankuo. Her brows arched slightly, the contours of her face familiar, yet softened with the passage of time. After all these years, the esteemed young Master Chu remains as impressive as ever. Hua Jingwen's voice rang clear and melodious, akin to the chime of jade against stone. Chu Tiankuo paused, as if a memory had surfaced. But he quickly suppressed the tumult of emotions and turned to the still restrained Li Yuanshang, gesturing towards him as if inquiring about Hua Jingwen's purpose. Following his gesture, Hua Jingwen recalled the matter at hand and addressed Chu Tiankuo. This is my younger brother. He recently noticed your rising popularity on Weibo and came to Linhai to pursue his idol. At this revelation, Chu Tiankuo shifted his gaze to Li Yuanshang, skepticism evident in his eyes. Noting the resemblance between the two, he pivoted the topic. I recall you inherited the Hua family's business in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. What brings you here to Linhai? Perceptive to Chu Tiankuo's attempt to divert the conversation, she spoke softly. Isn't it to assist young Master Chu with any troubles? This afternoon, all the prominent families in Jiangsu and Zhejiang received word that you were planning to take action against the money exchange. Chu Tiankuo was momentarily stunned, realization dawning upon him. Leaning closer, he whispered, this isn't a suitable place for discussion. If you don't mind, we can converse at my residence. A glimmer of amusement danced in Hua Jingwen's eyes as she gently replied, very well. With that, the two made their way to the elevator. Watching their retreating figures, Li Yuanshang appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the whereabouts of his formidable and decisive sister. Chapter 79. The Hua family of Jiangnan. As the two entered the apartment, Hua Jingwen meticulously surveyed the layout within. The understated wooden panels harmonized beautifully with the simple decor, while the sparse yet perfectly placed furnishings hinted at the owner's refined yet minimalist taste and lifestyle. Chu Tiankuo turned to Hua Jingwen, who remained standing at the doorway, and invited her. What seems to be the matter? Come in quickly, though I must admit that I rarely receive visitors, and I haven't prepared any slippers, so there's no need to change your shoes. Awakened from her reverie, Hua Jingwen hurriedly stepped into the apartment. By the time Chu Tiankuo had set down the daily necessities he had purchased and entered with a cup of tea, Hua Jingwen had already slumped against the sofa, on the verge of slumber. After placing the teacup before her, Chu Tiankuo directly broached the subject, asking, Miss, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting? His demeanor shifted from amiable to solemn, his voice deep and resonant, as if each word had been carefully contemplated. Truly, since you've asked, I shall be forthright. You are aware that our Hua family has operated a money house in the Jiangnan region for centuries, correct? However, in recent years, we have become entangled in some dubious enterprises. A light sigh escaped Hua Jingwen, her words tinged with an unspoken hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of astonishment and skepticism crossing his face. He was well aware that the Hua family was a venerable lineage, holding a prominent position in Jiangnan's commercial sphere. Thus, the nature of the dubious activities that could render the eldest daughter of the family reluctant to speak was indeed puzzling. Could it be that the Hua family was involved in laundering money for the businesses of Jiangsu and Zhejiang? This notion seemed incongruent with their resources and connections, which should have precluded such reckless ventures. Hua Jingwen exhaled softly, a hint of resignation in her expression. Truly, you must understand that as one ascends the ranks, one often finds oneself ensnared in a web of obligations. The Hua family holds considerable influence, yet even those in such positions may find themselves compelled by unseen forces. Chu Tiankuo's gaze deepened, indicating his dissatisfaction with Hua Jingwen's explanation. He pressed further, so, what exactly do you seek from me today? Taking a deep breath, Hua Jingwen responded resolutely. In this world, where there is demand, there will inevitably be a market. You are aware that with such substantial interests at stake, there will always be those willing to fill the void. Our Hua family has an agreement with higher authorities. We remit a portion of the funds that flow in from abroad while refraining from domestic transactions. However, your recent investigations have raised alarms. even garnering the attention of those above us, which has placed immense pressure on the money houses in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. After all, we have heard whispers of your recent endeavors in the business world. Chu Tiankuo fell into contemplative silence, discerning that Hua Jingwen represented the interests of the Jiangsu and Zhejiang money houses in a bid for reconciliation, and the stakes were exceedingly high, to the extent that her superiors could no longer bear the pressure. You must be aware of the direction in which my investigation into the flow of funds is headed. You have already overstepped your bounds. I presume the esteemed Miss Hua is well aware of the upheaval in Jiangling, where numerous individuals have been apprehended. Hua Jingwen stiffened at his words. She was indeed aware of the chaos that had unfolded in Jiangling, where investigations had reached back 2 decades, implicating many retired officials, including a vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue and even a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Personnel. Yet, she had never anticipated that such a significant upheaval had been instigated by the very individual before her. In her recollection, Chu Tiankuo had always been a refined and dignified scion of a prominent family, far removed from such formidable capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Hua Jingwen challenged him. Given the current climate of trepidation among the money houses in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, truly, can you not afford to show us some leniency? Chu Tiankuo's hands intertwined, his gaze penetrating, as he replied slowly, "This time, I can grant you a reprieve, but those involved in the Jiangling incident are beyond my aid. You know that there are certain matters we cannot touch." At his words, Hua Jingwen's shoulders sagged, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted, and she began to articulate her thoughts clearly. Truly, the relationships among the prominent families in Jiangsu and Zhejiang are intricate, with intertwined interests. You may believe that we have conspired to cover our tracks, but each family remains on guard against the others, unwilling to reveal our movements. Chu Tiankuo nodded thoughtfully. Acknowledging the complexities at play, I am certainly aware of the stakes involved. The winds are shifting, and those in authority will soon probe into this murky situation. Miss Hua, I hope you can assist me in discreetly investigating which money house has the audacity to launder funds for Li Yuanshan. A flash of surprise crossed Hua Jingwen's features, and she inquired with a hint of incredulity, "Li Yuanshan?" As he returned, Chu Tiankuo nodded silently, realizing that he had underestimated Li Yuanshan's significance and overlooked the crucial connections he held with the domestic elite. Their previous encounter in Island City had ended on an unsatisfactory note. Hua Jingwen exhaled slowly and stated, "Truly, I trust you are aware that Li Yuanshan's identity is a taboo among the families of Jiangnan. Rest assured, I will arrange for an investigation upon my return. Though I must caution you that this endeavor carries considerable risk and will require some time before yielding results." Chu Tiankuo nodded, extending his hand toward Hua Jingwen. Their hands clasped, and they exchanged quiet words. "May our collaboration be fruitful." As Hua Jingwen gently withdrew her hand, her gaze involuntarily lingered on Chu Tiankuo, her eyes betraying an unnameable sentiment. It was as if the man before her had aged like fine wine, becoming richer and more profound with the passage of time. Suddenly, a phone rang, shattering the palpable tension between them. Hua Jingwen quickly answered, regaining her composure. "Sister, why haven't you come down yet?" Came the voice of Li Yuanshan from the other end. "Little brother, hold on a moment. I will be right down." After hanging up, Hua Jingwen expressed a regret. "It has been a long time since we last met, and, under normal circumstances, we should have shared a meal to catch up. However, my younger brother requires my attention. Truly, we shall meet again another time." Chu Tiankuo regarded her with a knowing look and remarked nonchalantly, "If you have matters to attend to, do not let me detain you. We shall reconvene at a later date." Feeling somewhat unnerved by Chu Tiankuo's gaze, Hua Jingwen hastily rose and departed from his apartment. Chu Tiankuo observed her retreating figure with a knowing smile, reflecting on the incredulity of the Hua family's eldest daughter coming all this way to demonstrate vulnerability. Yet, the exchange between them was purely transactional, as Chu Tiankuo had enlisted Chu Tianxing to probe the fringes of Jiangnan, clearly inciting suspicion among the elite families of the region. Otherwise, the esteemed Miss Hua would not have gone to such lengths to stage a reunion with him. Chapter 80, A Small Punishment for a Greater Lesson. Brother, the Hua family has contacted me. It's the eldest sister and the younger brother of the Hua family who have come to me. Oh, I recall when you were but a child, spending your holidays at Andy's in Jiangnan. And that little girl from the Hua family insisted on bringing you back as her childhood husband, did she not? Chu Tianxing's voice on the phone was filled with teasing. This unabashed mockery left Chu Tiankuo feeling rather exasperated. Being overshadowed by Hua Jingwen during their childhood was a chapter he wished to forget. Brother, the crux of the matter is that the eldest sister of the Hua family has traversed great distances to stage a reunion with me. Do you not find that suspicious? After a moment of hesitation, Chu Tianxing chuckled lightly, replying, "In truth, you need not be overly concerned. We are somewhat aware of the dealings of the elite families in Jiangnan, particularly those that straddle the line of legality. Now that the helm of the Hua family has arrived, it is certain that they possess knowledge of the situation without becoming entangled. Rest assured, the things you desire will soon be delivered to you by the Jiangnan elite. Recalling the avaricious nature of the Jiangnan elite, Chu Tiankuo added with a hint of frustration. Moreover, that fellow Xia Linchang's influence will exert pressure on those prominent families. While the benefits brought by Li Yuanshan are considerable, they pale in comparison to the goodwill generated by Dr. Xia. Brother, it seems that I have underestimated Li Yuanshan, as I was too focused on dealing with Xia Rongjie and Lin Yuchen, who are relatively easier to handle. As Lin Yuchen stepped beyond the borders of the Dragon Country, his private jet subsequently lost all contact, a report that originated from our European division. The voice of Chu Tiankuo carried a weight of gravity, indicating that the pressure from Li Yuanshan was indeed considerable. Since returning from the Night Rain Pavilion, Chu Tiankuo had been deeply engrossed in the collaborative projects among the three parties. Yet he was unprepared for Li Yuanshan's remarkable achievement of constructing a commercial empire within the domestic market through the simplest of means. It is noteworthy that both Xia Rongjie and Lin Yuchen share a significant trait: their unfamiliarity with the powerful families within the Dragon Country. In stark contrast, Li Yuanshan hails from the prestigious Li family of Huaishi, the leading clan in the region, and he is the meticulously groomed heir, well-versed in the domestic regulations and choosing to adhere to them, which renders him almost flawless in his endeavors. Another notable distinction among them lies in their familial affiliations. Xia Rongjie and Lin Yuchen often leverage connections through their families to facilitate money laundering from the domestic market to overseas entities, a practice that, while blatantly violating local regulations, was often overlooked by the authorities. However, Li Yuanshan took a different approach, directly seizing control of the underground banking operations of the Jiangsu and Zhujiang families from abroad, laundering vast sums of money back into the domestic market, and subsequently investing heavily into Yuanshan holdings. He unleashed a torrent of capital into the downstream market, acquiring and merging smaller companies, quickly establishing a formidable presence in the domestic downstream production sector. Are you feeling disheartened? This is uncharacteristic of you. Remember, these are merely minor setbacks that shouldn't affect you. Your only flaw is your insatiable greed, suggested Chu Tiankuo, sensing the melancholy in Chu Tiankuo's tone. Brother, I can't shake the feeling that someone is shielding him from behind. As far as I know, the company under his name has already secured control over multiple facets of the downstream industry, making him a formidable adversary, Chu Tiankuo lamented. At times, Chu Tiankuo felt as though fate was relentlessly compelling him. The place where he had once begun his journey had now become a battleground against Yuanshan Holdings. In a previous life, he had toiled under Shi Yu, and following the failure of the Binhai New District project, Shi's cash flow encountered difficulties. Initially, the construction site's plans for worker dormitories and canteens were resource-draining issues. As a key figure in Shi Yu's enterprise, he began exploring ways to economize, starting with the canteen and sanitation projects. The project team had submitted a budget in the millions, but upon further investigation, he discovered a suitable solution: a town producing domestic kitchen equipment for the downstream market. He placed a large order for a central kitchen and various commercial kitchenware required for the site. He also stumbled upon an intriguing fact: the town could provide the necessary fencing and temporary structure for the site at a far lower cost than the project team had reported. Thus, he embarked on a new avenue: outsourcing. With numerous engineering projects at his disposal, the town's production capacity was more than adequate, and delegating some projects to them could save on budgets. After saving millions in initial project funds, he found another interesting opportunity. Foreign kitchen equipment was neither as advanced as domestic options nor competitively priced. Seizing the moment, he leveraged the logistics of Shi Yu Group to execute a series of strategic maneuvers, simply repackaging and dispatching products worldwide to outcompete similar foreign goods. This strategy had previously garnered him considerable profits. With the imminent commencement of a Binhai New District project, Chu Tiankuo recalled that this town also produced materials for construction sites. He dispatched a manager from the Chu Ting Group stationed locally to acquire several color-coded factories. However, the manager reported that other than a few early established companies, the remaining entities were either subsidiaries of the Chu family or had already been acquired by Yuanshan Holdings. Initially uncertain upon receiving the news, Chu Tiankuo quickly deduced the implications. Following the establishment of the Wufeng fleet, his two packaging companies had been thriving abroad, ruthlessly driving many similar foreign companies to bankruptcy. While the profit margins per item were minimal, the sheer volume of goods exported had rendered the overall profits substantial, enough to incite envy among his competitors. Upon learning of Yuanshan Holdings' intervention, Chu Tiankuo initiated an investigation into their capabilities. To his astonishment, he discovered that substantial funds were being transferred daily from Jiangsu and Zhujiang to the company, which immediately began an aggressive acquisition of low-end domestic industries. From family-run workshops to small enterprises, various processing factories fell under the umbrella of Yuanshan Holdings, which subsequently injected capital for integration. This maneuver rapidly expanded the reach of Yuanshan Holdings, bringing it close in scale to the Chu Ting Group. It is imperative to note that the Chu Ting Group is a product of collaboration between the Chu and Wang families, encompassing an extensive array of industrial projects that few companies could rival. Yet, within a short span, Yuanshan Holdings had executed a remarkable overtaking maneuver, causing Chu Tiankuo to tread cautiously. Perhaps a gentle reprimand is in order for his subsidiaries, but we must ensure that the workers retain their jobs. Rest assured, brother, not only does he require those skilled technicians and established production lines, but we do as well. I simply did not anticipate his uncharacteristic shift away from financial dominance towards small-scale processing enterprises. It is well known that every industry leader is supported by numerous small enterprises. Much like the foundational steel industry of the Chu Ting Group, a comprehensive steel conglomerate must encompass iron ore mines, limestone quarries, iron smelting plants, steel mills, rolling mills, coking plants, refractory material factories, machine repair shops, and various auxiliary units, such as supply, transport, sales departments, service companies, and the management structure itself. The Chu Ting Group even possesses affiliated design and construction units, research and development organizations, analytical and testing facilities, and intelligence units. The reason for Chu Tiankuo's bold move against Li Yuanshan is simple. Li Yuanshan had encroached upon Chu Tiankuo's territory, aiming to undermine the very foundation of the Chu Ting Group. It is crucial to recognize that many of the Chu Ting Group's downstream industries are situated in the eastern Shandong province, and upon acquiring substantial funds, Li Yuanshan commenced a campaign to squeeze out and acquire companies with ambiguous ties to the Chu Ting Group, resulting in significant client losses for the latter. He even targeted the Chu Ting Group's burgeoning automotive business, with Yuanshan Holding steel mills purchasing scrap metal at prices exceeding market value, thereby pressuring the Chu Ting Group's steel production facilities. This constitutes a clear case of malicious competition. The Chu Ting Group already offered the highest prices for scrap metal. Following his ascension, Chu Tiankuo understood that maintaining cash flow is vital for sustaining supplier relationships. Yet, Yuanshan Holding steel mills resorted to unscrupulous tactics, enticing scrapyard owners with inflated prices and IOUs, effectively deceiving many of the Chu Ting Group suppliers. Given that many subsidiaries of the Chu Ting Group operate on a self-sustaining basis, such actions were intended to undermine their viability. Without the support of numerous subsidiaries, how could the Chu Ting Group maintain its dominance? I have investigated the situation you mentioned. Indeed, their operations are problematic. After all, the materials in question are not subject to taxation, and running a small business is challenging for scrapyard owners. Without a payment term or any written documentation, those small business owners were dismissed with merely a piece of paper. Chu Tianqing let out a soft sigh, seemingly expressing disdain for Li Yuanshan's actions. Hearing this, Chu Tiankuo also felt a mix of indignation and helplessness as he remarked, "However, this has inadvertently fostered some connections with those who accept bills from those small owners. By the time those connections finish their dealings, the prices may even fall below what our Chu Ting Group offers in cash." Sensing the discouragement in Chu Tiankuo's voice on the other end of the line, Chu Tianqing paused for a moment before speaking slowly. A group of ignorant and naive citizens, mistaking decay for fragrance and fragrance for stench, perceive evil as benevolence. What they see before them is the high quotes from the steel mills under Chu Yu Holdings. Hence, they believe their profits to be substantial. Even when their bills are reclaimed by Chu Yu Holdings, they remain oblivious to the diminishing returns. As this practice is common across all steel mills, when you ascended to your position, although Chu Ting Group initiated a series of reforms, can you guarantee that the cash flow of those subsidiaries can sustain continuous cash settlements? While your intentions are commendable, the implementation by subordinates often falls short. Once your methods are put into practice, those small business owners will eventually recognize the benefits you offer. Patience is required, as the cultivation of reputation takes time. Chu Tiankuo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such practices to occur within his subsidiaries. "Brother, I understand your point. I will ensure that someone monitors these matters moving forward." Well, let us discuss the specifics at the gathering in Xia Garden in a few days. Coincidentally, this year's charity auction of the aristocratic families has been scheduled at Xia Garden. On the other end, Chu Tianqing's voice bore a hint of fatigue, as if weariness had seeped into his tone. Glancing at his watch, Chu Tiankuo noted it was already 11:37, a time when Chu Tianqing would usually be resting. It felt burdensome to involve him in these investigations due to personal matters. Indeed, it was exhausting. "Brother, you should rest now. Don't overexert yourself." After the call ended, Chu Tiankuo gazed out at the night scenery, his thoughts drifting away. In his previous life, during the aristocratic charity auction, he had been sent to Europe by the esteemed Shi Zongming. At that time, he had been puzzled about the sudden trip, but in retrospect, It was merely to avoid an encounter with his grandmother. Had he been too lenient towards the Shi family? Chu Tiankuo mused with a touch of self-mockery. In the Chu Ting building, after several busy days, Chu Tiankuo finally found some leisure. Over the past few days, accompanied by Wu Hanfei, he had inspected the subsidiaries of Chu Ting Group and uncovered numerous issues. For instance, the labor unions were inactive, projects were only awarded to suppliers based on accepted bills, and the financial department was extracting a commission from suppliers. Although some practices were industry norms, comparisons often reveal disparities. Why would others not opt for a higher bidding company? Consequently, Chu Tiankuo dismissed a significant number of senior members from the subsidiaries, rearranging their positions. Once he recruited suitable talent through headhunters, replacements would be made. Reflecting on this extraordinary journey, Chu Tiankuo sighed. Managing such a large enterprise as Chu Ting Group sometimes felt deceptively simple, particularly with a formidable assistant team to alleviate many challenges. Yet, certain issues could only be unveiled by delving deeper. The CEO and the assistant to the CEO were akin to celestial beings to the lower-tier subsidiaries. Having only heard of them, never seen them in person, now that he had uncovered so many problems, there was enough work to keep Chu Tiankuo occupied for a while. He awaited Hua Jingwen's delivery of evidence regarding Li Yuanxuan's money laundering, which would provide him with a valid reason to confront him. As Chu Tiankuo leaned back in his chair to rest, Chen Xiulan, clad in traditional attire, entered the room. Observing the weariness on Chu Tiankuo's face, a glint of amusement flashed in Chen Xiulan's eyes as she teasingly inquired, "General Chu, I wonder if you are free this evening to accompany a humble lady to a banquet?" Chu Tiankuo stared at Chen Xiulan in surprise, pondering her sudden invitation. Since Miss Chen has extended such a gracious invitation, I of course have no objections. Excellent. Then, this afternoon, General Chu shall accompany me for an outing. As I have prepared an outfit for you, Chen Xiulan replied, her gaze playful as she observed the bewilderment on Chu Tiankuo's face. A sly smile curling at the corners of her lips, reminiscent of a mischievous kitten plotting some delightful scheme. Chu Tiankuo, reclining lazily in his chair, appeared oblivious to her unusual demeanor, simply responding, "All right." Chapter 82, Serendipitous Encounters. While Chu Tiankuo was napping in the office lounge, he was abruptly pulled up by Chen Xiulan. Groggily, he followed her down to the Company S parking garage, where a Maybach awaited. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was ushered into the car by Chen Xiulan, awakening from his stupor. "Miss Chen, why the sudden departure from your usual modesty? Summoning the driver?" Chu Tiankuo inquit playfully. Chen Xiulan clenched her small fists secretly, maintaining a composed facade as she replied, "Today, as General Chu graces me with his presence at the banquet, I must extend the highest courtesy in receiving you." Perhaps it was due to his lingering drowsiness, but Chu Tiankuo sensed an underlying tension in her words. Eyeing the elongated, custom vehicle, he wondered if Chen Xiulan might be unwell. Tentatively, he reached his hand toward her forehead, seemingly to check for fever. Feeling his warm hand on her forehead, Chen Xiulan, flustered, brushed him away. "What are you doing?" "I merely wish to ascertain whether you have a fever, as your behavior today seems rather peculiar." Chu Tiankuo, slightly embarrassed, recognized that his earlier action had crossed a line. In response, Chen Xiulan shot him an exasperated glance, muttering, "Why are you such a detestable person? I could just bite you." However, the latter part of her statement was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz, and Chu Tiankuo did not catch it. With a resigned sigh, he withdrew his hand, sitting quietly in his seat. The car glided smoothly along the road, and Chen Xiulan leaned back, lazily stretching and yawning, appearing somewhat drowsy. Suddenly feeling a weight on her shoulder, she instinctively reached out to push Chu Tiankuo away. However, upon turning her head with difficulty, she found him sound asleep beside her. Chen Xiulan couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. She was unsure of what Chu Tiankuo had endured during his business trip, but he certainly appeared exhausted. Gazing at his childlike, serene slumber, she felt a flicker of tenderness, her fingers gently gliding over his brow as if to smooth away his weariness. Despite his formidable presence, exuding an air of omnipotence, he was, after all, merely a youth freshly emerged from the ivory tower. The atmosphere within the car settled into a serene silence. When the vehicle finally came to a stop at their destination, the driver opened the door and, upon witnessing the two slumbering figures nestled together, quietly closed it again. Despite the driver's carefulness, the slight sound roused both Chu Tiankuo and Chen Xiulan from their slumber. As they opened their bleary eyes, they awkwardly discovered that they were nestled closely against each other, their bodies entwined, breaths mingling, enveloped in a delicate, charged atmosphere. Chu Tiankuo's gaze was somewhat dazed as he attempted to shift his position, only to realize that his arm was pinned beneath Chen Xiulan. A faint blush crept across Chen Xiulan's face, and she hastily released her grip, attempting to sit upright. The two exchanged awkward smiles, and for a moment, an unusual silence enveloped the vehicle, punctuated only by the soft sounds of their breathing and heartbeats. They silently adjusted their attire, striving to minimize any further contact. Once they alighted from the car, the Chen family's driver regarded them with a hint of teasing in his gaze. Chu Tiankuo and Chen Xiulan hurriedly fled into the shop, as if the driver were some formidable beast driving them forth. Upon entering the store, they tidied their garments, and it was only then that Chu Tiankuo lifted his gaze to observe the interior's decor. Exquisite and opulent garments hung in the display windows flanking the corridor. When they approached a robe adorned with the motif of a nine-headed bird, Chu Tiankuo fell into a contemplative silence, struck by the craftsmanship. This technique bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the Yu Shui Yigu, he hesitantly remarked. With a playful glint in her eyes, Chen Xiulan replied, Indeed. This is the Yu Shui Yigu. What is the matter? Did the esteemed Chu young master doze off in the car? Have we arrived in Yangzhou? Suddenly aware of a dryness in his throat, Chu Tiankuo pondered the extravagance of merely purchasing a garment. However, Chen Xiulan, with utmost seriousness, corrected him. Who said the Yu Shui Yigu is exclusive to Jinling? We have our own in Linhai, though its location is elusive to most. Hearing that they were still in Linhai, the weight that had burdened Chu Tiankuo's heart dissipated. Had they truly reached Jinling, he might have begun to question his very existence. It is well known that the Yu Shui Yigu represents the pinnacle of Su embroidery. As early as the Ming dynasty, the family of the East Master of Yu Shui Yigu had relocated to Jinling, establishing roots and flourishing there. Although they never moved to Shuntian, the fame of Yu Shui Yigu continued to resonate far and wide. In years past, when the previous East Master took over, a mere glimpse of his skill was enough to astound all, prompting many prominent families to vie for his creations. Regrettably, in recent years, with the transition of leadership, this new East Master had remained shrouded in mystery, with scant news of any new works emerging. And now, as he stood here, guided by Chen Xiulan, it was evident that this enigmatic new master resided in Linhai. You can't possibly mean for me to come to you, Shui Yigu, merely to collect a garment. Can you? Chu Tiankuo thought, feeling a slight headache. After all, this was the Yu Shui Yigu. Chen Xiulan playfully pointed to the robe and said, I recall you mentioned your admiration for Zhang Jiangling during our previous conversation, so ask Sister Xiu to create one personally for you. With that, she cheekily winked at him. Observing the robe displayed in the window, Chu Tiankuo fell silent. While he did indeed admire Zhang Jiangling, the enormous 9 phoenixes depicted were rather ostentatious. Such a grand gesture, I feel undeserving, he said, his voice dry, as he seemed torn between rejection and acceptance. Yet, Chen Xiulan seized his arm, playfully coaxing, this robe was crafted after much persuasion to Sister Xiu. You mustn't let her goodwill go to waste. Having never witnessed this side of Chen Xiulan before, Chu Tiankuo found himself unable to resist her charm. Who could refuse a peerless beauty's playful entreaty? Just as he contemplated yielding to her request, 2 familiar voices called from behind. Let her go. Turning with some difficulty, he beheld Shi Yu and Chen Xiumei, both glaring at him with indignation. Chu Tiankuo's heart sank as he realized he had been ensnared in the cunning fox's trap. He had indeed fallen victim to her machinations. Faced with the unexpected appearance of Shi Yu and Chen Xiumei, Chu Tiankuo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had not anticipated encountering them here. Shi Yu approached, her gaze resting incredulously on Chen Xiulan, who clung to Chu Tiankuo's arm. With a slight bite of her lip, her voice trembled as she questioned. Xiaoli, how could you so swiftly abandon Xiao Yu? I thought. Chu Tiankuo sharply interrupted her, his expression steely, his voice calm, yet resolute. Aunt Sure, my relationship with Shi Yu is in the past. We cannot rekindle what has been lost. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. At his words, Shi Yu's eyes flickered with a blend of surprise and quiet joy, though she quickly regained her composure. Nodding gently, she regarded Chen Xiulan beside him, feeling a twinge of discomfort, yet recognizing she had no standing to question Chu Tiankuo's decisions. Xiaoli, as Xiao Yu's aunt, I cannot speak ill of her, but I hope you find a happiness that truly belongs to you. Chu Tiankuo remained silent, genuinely taken aback by the coincidence of encountering Shi Yu and Chen Xiumei while merely intending to retrieve a garment. Meanwhile, Chen Xiumei approached her sister, her gaze lingering on Chu Tiankuo for a fleeting moment before turning to Chen Xiulan with a look of confusion. Xiulan, how did you end up with Xiaoli? What is going on here? Chen Xiulan looked up, her eyes filled with a mix of apology and complexity, softly explaining, Sister, I merely wished to tease him. He has been rather arrogant. Under her sister's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Xiulan appeared increasingly uneasy, akin to a little quail caught in wrongdoing. Lowering her head and nervously twisting the hem of her garment, cautiously retreating to stand beside her sister, avoiding eye contact with anyone. An awkward silence enveloped the four, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just as they stood there, ensnared in discomfort, a voice pierced through the haze. "Oh, what sort of pantomime is this? Were it not for the fact that my Yu Gu sees few visitors, you four charming souls would surely draw the attention of others." Su Xiuqing approached with light, graceful steps, her gaze sweeping over the gathered group, a hint of curiosity and amusement dancing in her eyes. The four exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. Quickly discerning that this ethereal figure, seemingly emerged from an ancient painting, was indeed the proprietor of Yu Gu. Upon spotting Su Xiuqing, Chen Xiulan rushed forward, embracing her with a smile of relief. "Xiuqing, you've finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is my dear friend and the newly appointed East Master of Yu Gu, Miss Su Xiuqing." Chu Tiankuo, Chen Xiumei, and Shi Yu offered polite, if somewhat intrigued, smiles, nodding in acknowledgement. "Miss Su, it is truly a pleasure to meet you. Who could have imagined that the enigmatic master of Yu Gu would be such a stunning lady?" Chu Tiankuo remarked with refined grace, embodying the poise and decorum expected of one from a distinguished family. "It has been a while, Xiuqing. I had no idea you inherited Yu Gu." Chen Xiumei added, her tone tinged with awe and nostalgia, as if recognizing an old acquaintance. Shi Yu simply smiled and greeted, "Hello, I am Shi Yu." In response, Su Xiuqing offered a warm smile, her eyes seeming to perceive the unspoken dynamics among them. "It is indeed an honor to have the esteemed Chu family's young master, the Chen family's eldest daughter, and the Shi family's aunt gracing my humble Yu Gu today." Chu Tiankuo replied courteously, "Miss Su, you are excessively gracious. Your renowned artistry is indeed deserving of the highest praise, and it is a privilege to witness it firsthand." Upon hearing this, Su Xiuqing glanced at the Taoist robe hanging in the display case, then cast a sidelong look at Chen Xiulan, who was draped over her like a koala. With a sudden shift in tone, her words revealed a hint of playful teasing. "Hee, it seems that Xiulan specifically instructed me to personally sew that Taoist robe, all for the purpose of preparing it for young Master Chu." She chuckled lightly and continued, "The fabric selected for this robe is quite extraordinary, sourced from a Yin family's estate in the southern regions. Each year, the high-quality fabric produced is almost entirely collected by Xiulan, save for what is allocated to the head of the family. Initially, I was puzzled by Xiulan's generosity. However, upon seeing young Master Chu today, I dare say I too would be utterly enchanted by his captivating charm." She exaggeratedly narrated these words, her gaze flitting between Shi Yu and Chen Xiumei, as if she were acutely aware of the subtle and intricate competitive dynamics at play, perceiving every nuance with clarity. Just then, Chen Xiumei interjected with a serious tone. "Xiuqing, matters concerning Xiulan should naturally be investigated within the family. You ought not to interfere excessively." Shi Yu added, "Every child in a large family has their own circumstances." And Su Dongzhu's words are indeed misplaced. Thus, the two women deftly steered the conversation away from the topic. Yet, a keen observer would discern that despite the seemingly amicable interactions among the ladies, an undercurrent of tension flowed, each subtly showcasing their own allure and stances. Deep within the wild wolf mountain, sunlight filtered through the tangled leaves, illuminating the winding path below. At this moment, Xia Rongjie was sprinting for his life, his heart pounding like a drum, his steps chaotic, each breath accompanied by a scorching sensation in his lungs. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, falling onto the dry leaves beneath him, reminding him of the sharp pain in his chest, a clear sign of irreversible damage. Not hearing any sounds from behind, Xia Rongjie took a sigh of relief as he hid behind a large rock, his eyes bloodshot, scanning the area as if danger lurked at every corner. His clothes were tattered, merely held together by scraps of fabric, his arms and back bore scratches. Blood still fresh from when a troop of monkeys had attacked him during his escape. Seeing that the monkeys had not pursued him for some time, he felt a wave of relief, for no one could fathom the ordeal he had endured. Having just escaped from a bear's den, he had relied on his scant wilderness survival knowledge to follow a stream, only to venture deeper into the heart of Wild Wolf Mountain. Pursued relentlessly for days after sampling a few undercooked wild fruits. Chapter 84. The Unfortunate Xia Rongjie. Xia Rongjie crawled to the stream's edge, using the clear water to wash the dried filth from his face. The memory of excrement raining down upon him like a torrential downpour made him shudder involuntarily. Those monkeys lacked any sense of morality, using such things as weapons. After cleansing himself, Xia Rongjie gazed at his reflection in the water, his heart heavy with despair. Perhaps he should never have returned to his homeland, never have provoked Chu Tiankuo, and certainly should not have foolishly placed a bounty on his own head. Recollecting the harrowing days spent struggling to survive in Wild Wolf Mountain, he felt a tumult of emotions, the word unfortunate scarcely capturing the gravity of his plight. It was as if a malevolent star had marked him, bringing misfortune wherever he went. Suddenly, the chirping of birds in the forest ceased, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The occasional low growl of a wild beast quickly faded into silence. Leaves rustled ominously, and as he observed the treetops trembling in the distance, Xia Rongjie understood that the monkeys were swiftly approaching. Without hesitation, he plunged into the stream and sprinted forward. The sound of splashing water caught the monkey's attention, and a massive monkey screeched, prompting the troop to chase after him. Soon, Xia Rongjie reached the limits of his endurance, tripping over a tree root and collapsing into the underbrush. A look of despair etched on his face, utterly drained of energy. The outcome awaiting him was painfully evident. The monkeys, having discovered him, began to rain down leaves mixed with filth upon him, burying him in excrement. Helplessly lying there, he was engulfed by the suffocating stench that filled the air. Closing his eyes, the memories of his life flickered before him like a revolving lantern. As he recalled the recent days of suffering, a thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps dying like this wouldn't be so bad after all. With each labored breath, the filth on his face was inhaled, blocking the entry of fresh air. His breathing grew increasingly difficult, the fiery pain in his lungs feeling as if they might explode, and his consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, the sounds of barking dogs pierced the air, accompanied by the clamor of footsteps and human voices. The hunting dogs had arrived, and from the traces on the ground, it was clear that the young master had recently passed this way. Indeed, remnants of his clothing still clung to a nearby branch, the color matching that of what he wore when he went missing. We must search quickly. It has been over 10 days. If we cannot find the young master, we must all fend for ourselves, a voice declared, causing an uneasy silence to fall among the group. It was well known that since Xia Rongjie had been captured, Xia Huaichu had truly lost his mind. Currently, the Lin family and the Xia family were at loggerheads, with even the primitive tribes under their control in Africa embroiled in conflict. If they failed to locate Xia Rongjie, he would undoubtedly be sent to the battlefield in Africa by Xia Huaichu. It was known that even the Lin family, of comparable stature to the Xia family, received no favors. After Lin Yuchen's plane departed from Longwei airspace, he was promptly abducted by Xia Huaichu's men. Thus, upon arriving in Longwei, a substantial sum was spent to uncover the road surveillance footage, meticulously tracing the vehicle's path until they located Wild Wolf Mountain. However, the mountain was vast, and hundreds of them combing through it had failed to uncover any trace of Xia Rongjie. In desperation, they unleashed the hunting dogs, which eventually led them to some signs left by Xia Rongjie. Yet, the further they ventured into the depths, the colder their hearts became. They had entered the mountain fully armed. Given Longwei's gun control laws, they had expended considerable effort to smuggle in a couple of hunting rifles, while the rest were equipped with machetes and crossbows. However, during the search, they had already lost several lives, and now, with signs indicating that a wild pack had recently passed through, their spirits sank further. What are we still doing here? We must search immediately, commanded the leader among the men in black. Instantly, the others snapped out of their stupor and began to advance cautiously. As they walked, two of the black-clad men reached the spot where Xia Rongjie lay buried. One of the men gazed at the accumulated filth with a hint of surprise. Well, I never expected this rascal to be rather civilized, even piling his waste together. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I might have stepped right into it. The other man, equally astonished, chimed in, perfect timing. I too have been holding it in. Let me relieve myself here. After all, we must maintain a sense of decorum even in our homeland. With that, two streams of warm liquid descended upon Xia Rongjie's face, washing away the dirt and filth that clung to him. Feeling the warmth on his face, Xia Rongjie instinctively gasped, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The two men clad in black, upon catching sight of the face revealed on the ground, hastily abandoned their trousers and seized the walkie-talkie to report. Captain, we've located the young master. Excellent. I shall commend both of you for this accomplishment. We have recently established 2 parks in northern Myanmar, and I shall appoint you as the security department managers. Understood. Thank you for your support, Captain. Once the walkie-talkie was switched off, they recalled the gravity of their earlier actions. Exchanging a glance, a flicker of horror danced in their eyes. However, the one who had initially urinated experienced a spark of inspiration, gazing at the Xia Rongjie and whispered to his companion, "Look, the young master is still not fully conscious. We should cleanse his body, otherwise he will remain in this filth." Indeed, your ingenuity is commendable. It is no wonder you are the eldest. With that, they steeled themselves against their revulsion and extricated Xia Rongjie from the pile of refuse, carrying him to the nearby stream. Upon releasing him, Xia Rongjie let out a cry before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. In the office of Chu Holdings, Li Yuanchun was engaged in a phone conversation. Have you located him? Good. What? Found him in a pile of excrement. Has he been cleaned up? Hurry. Send him to the hospital. Yes, already there? Reward those who found him handsomely. What is his condition now? A fractured leg? Multiple contusions? Impaired lung function? He cannot engage in strenuous activities? Is there nothing else wrong? What? Impaired reproductive function? Can he undergo in vitro fertilization? What? Complete removal? Quickly. Stop the doctor and urge him to exert every effort to save him. After ending the call, Li Yuanchun shook his head, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. Who could have anticipated that the flamboyant Xia Rongjie would find himself in such dire straits? Reflecting on the tensions brewing in Europe, he felt a sense of relief now that they had located him. The old fox, Xia Huaichu, would likely behave more cautiously. Chapter 85, Chu Holdings. Such news would at least provide Xia Huaichu with a semblance of accountability. Just as Li Yuanchun breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. Come in. The secretary entered, placing several documents on the desk. Mr. Li, these are the acquisition cases you requested. All have been resolved. Upon hearing this, a hint of regret flitted across Li Yuanchun's face, for achieving such goals with such ease seemed lacking in challenge. Leave them here. I shall review them later. Observing Li Yuanchun's apparent nonchalance, the secretary silently admired him, realizing that he had everything under control and that her earlier worries had been unfounded. Very well, Mr. Li. I have categorized the acquisition projects for your convenience. You need only sign accordingly. After the secretary exited, Li Yuanchun stared at the documents before him, murmuring to himself. Chu Tiankuo, oh Chu Tiankuo, without those foundational industries to support you, let us see how you maintain control over the Chu Ting Group. As he casually flipped through the names on the documents, a growing delight illuminated his expression. It is essential to understand that reaching the pinnacle of the industry requires a vast array of technology. Only the Dragon Country possesses such an ecological environment. His visit to the Dragon Country was specifically to address this shortcoming for Chu Holdings, aiming to secure substantial profits in Europe. He had keenly observed the recent maneuvers of the Chu Ting Group, which, taking advantage of price disparities, had wreaked havoc upon the factories producing commercial kitchens across Europe. While each order might not have been substantial, ranging from 1 million to 10 million euros, the sheer volume of orders resulted in a noteworthy income that made even him envious. He had been strategically positioning himself domestically while abroad. Previously, Dragon Country goods struggled to penetrate the market, yet during those years abroad, he had cultivated connections and relationships that allowed him to reap exorbitant profits by merely changing brands. Had it not been for the blockade imposed by the Huai Shili family, he could have monopolized 80% of the market in Europe, transforming from a mere pawn to a wolf. Regrettably, during the period of reconciliation with the Huai Shili family, an unexpected rival emerged, tearing a piece of flesh from his grasp. He had initially intended to deliver a crushing blow to Chu Tiankuo. Yet the thought of Chu Tiankuo's penchant for revenge sent chills down Li Yuanchun's spine. That individual possessed formidable strength, but thrived on leveraging circumstances, as demonstrated in his dealings with Xia Rongjie and the 4 major logistics families. When it came to Lin Yuchen, the local aristocracy united to exert pressure, effectively stripping the Lin family of their assets within the Dragon Country. Unconsciously tapping his fingers on the desk, Li Yuanchun contemplated the subsidiaries now under Chu Holdings' control, devising his forthcoming plans: construction, manufacturing, textile, steel, logistics, security, offshore mining, electrolytic aluminum. The more he pondered, the heavier his head felt, for he had not anticipated the Chu Ting Group's dominion over so many industries. To conquer it, he would need to engage in a slow, methodical process of encroachment. Chu Tiankuo, I have made my move. I wonder how you will respond. As Li Yuanchun mulled over these thoughts, the office door swung open. Instinctively, he admonished, Did I not say to knock before entering? Young master, here is an invitation. Your presence is required. Within the Yushui pavilion, Chu Tiankuo, disenchanted, was trying on a variety of garments. The women, who had previously exuded an air of tension, reconciled the moment they entered Su Xiuqing's workspace. Yet they had set their sights on Chu Tiankuo. Initially, the women tried on Su Xiuqing's creations: RU skirts, palace attire, and horseface skirts. Their dazzling display was a feast for Chu Tiankuo's eyes, for it is not every day one witnesses ethereal beauties donning exquisite garments before him. However, after a discussion among themselves, they deemed this display to be too lenient towards Chu Tiankuo. Subsequently, with merely a suggestion from Su Xiuqing, Chu Tiankuo found himself reluctantly standing as a model. It is worth noting that the ancestors of Yushui Pavilion had once served the Hongwu Emperor as embroiderers, boasting an extensive array of Ming Dynasty official attire. Thus began Chu Tiankuo's arduous journey, from the garments bestowed upon 4th and 5th rank officials to the 3rd rank bullfighting attire. And even the 2nd rank flying fish robe, he tried them all on, including the esteemed dragon robe, one of the 4 grand garments of the Ming Dynasty. Chu Tiankuo, being a noble scion raised meticulously by a prominent family, possessed impeccable poise and etiquette. Upon donning the flying fish robe, he resembled a true nobleman. Consequently, the women insisted on capturing countless photographs of him, compelling him to adopt various poses, leaving him utterly exhausted. Ultimately, unable to endure their incessant demands any longer, Chu Tiankuo slumped down and declared, "Enough. I am not your puppet to be toyed with. Is this ever going to end?" To his surprise, upon hearing his words, the women exchanged glances and commenced their performance. Shi Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as she grabbed a handkerchief from the nearby workbench to cover her face. Embarking on her act, "You ungrateful wretch, after all my years of raising you through thick and thin, do you have any idea how much gossip I had to endure as a woman in her 20s raising a half-grown boy?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tiankuo felt a surge of embarrassment. Although Shi Yu's words were somewhat exaggerated, during the years when he first arrived at the Shi family, it was indeed Shi Yu's meticulous care that enabled him to emerge from the depths of despair following the loss of his parents. "You say I should change. Then I shall change." Chu Tiankuo wearily waved his hand, reluctantly acquiescing. The several women exchanged glances, a glimmer of cunning flashing in their eyes. Clearly, they were quite pleased with Chu Tiankuo's reaction, secretly reveling in their success. The plan had worked. Shi Yu exuberantly exclaimed, Shao Li, I wish to see you in that Taoist robe. I remember you adored wearing it as a child." Her voice brimmed with anticipation, as if she could hardly wait to behold Chu Tiankuo adorned in the robe. Chu Tiankuo momentarily froze, a look of reluctance crossing his face. That robe had been painstakingly crafted by Chen Xiulan at the request of Su Xiuqing, and he was loath to wear it here. After all, it is difficult to bear the favor of a beauty. However, before he could finish his sentence, the other women interrupted him. "There are no ifs. You must wear it." With that, they pushed Chu Tiankuo into the private room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged clad in the Taoist robe. The sight was striking. Chu Tiankuo strode forth in a pristine white robe, his presence ethereal, his exceptional features rendering him akin to a celestial being, captivating the attention of all the women present. The soaring 9 phoenix patterns embroidered upon the robe accentuated his innate nobility. Chapter 86, Xia Yuan. Su Xiuqing gazed at Chu Tiankuo in amazement and remarked, "This is undoubtedly my finest work. Chen Xiulan mentioned you admired Zhang Taiyue, so I embroidered a 9 phoenix design on the robe. In hindsight, perhaps a crane would have been more fitting." Chen Xiumei raised her brows and interjected, "While the meaning of crane soaring to the skies is commendable, it is rather ostentatious. The 9 phoenixes suit well, considering Zhang Taiyue is also a native of Jiangling." Shi Yu nodded in agreement, adding, "A 9-headed bird in the heavens, and a Jiangling man on the ground? Xiulan's taste is indeed commendable." Upon hearing the praises from the other two, Chen Xiulan nodded enthusiastically, saying, "Indeed, Shi Yu is correct. The 9 phoenixes are the true representation of Zhang Taiyue. Moreover, if we were to embroider a crane and adorn President Chu with a floating dust whisk and a cloud pattern on his brow, he would undoubtedly resemble an immortal Taoist." Su Xiuqing's eyes sparkled at Chen Xiulan's suggestion, and she quickly retrieved a jade whisk from a nearby box, presenting it to Chu Tiankuo. Confused, he accepted the whisk, only to be firmly seated in a chair by Su Xiuqing. Just as he was about to inquire, Su Xiuqing interrupted, "Do not move." With that, she took a wolf hair brush from the makeup box and began to paint a cloud pattern on his forehead. A delicate swirl emerged, enhancing his outfit and bestowing an ethereal quality upon him. Su Xiuqing gazed at her creation with satisfaction and could not help but comment, "Truly, a scion of the Su family. I had thought Chu Tianqing to be the pinnacle of beauty, yet you surpass him." The other women were equally struck, nodding in appreciation of Chen Xiulan's design. "Remarkable. Who would have thought Xiulan possessed such exquisite taste?" At first glance, Shaoli truly is a vision of beauty, Shi Yu declared, giving Chen Xiulan a thumbs up in admiration. Chen Xiumei glided closer, inspecting Chu Tiankuo, and teasingly remarked to her sister, Xiulan, "Why toil at the Chu family when you could come here to be a designer for Xiuqing?" Yet, Chen Xiulan, usually composed, puffed up her cheeks, seemingly displeased with Chu Tiankuo's current appearance. Su Xiuqing playfully lifted Chu Tiankuo's chin and teased, "Young man, you have captured my attention." Witnessing this, Chen Xiulan rushed in, separating them. "Stop. Chu Tiankuo is my partner today. What are you doing, trying to steal him?" Upon hearing the term partner, Chu Tiankuo's befuddled mind suddenly recalled the pressing matter at hand. Chen Xiulan, when is the banquet you invited me to start? Are we running late? He inquired urgently, desperately wanting to escape this scene where he felt like a puppet manipulated by several women. That he indeed lost his temper, yet was a testament to his restraint. Chen Xiulan glanced at her watch in surprise. Oh dear, we've lingered here too long. Time has slipped away. President Chu, let's depart. Yes, yes. We must not delay the important matters. There's so many garments here at Su Tiangong's. We can try them another day. Saying this, Chu Tiankuo seized Chen Xiulan's hand and headed towards the exit. Su Xiuqing, observing their clumsy act, could not help but rub her forehead, addressing them. All right. My place is only a few hundred meters from Xia Yuan. Even if you were to walk, it would not hinder your schedule. She truly did not wish to expose their ruse, but what seamstress would not cherish her own creations, especially when worn by a model of such perfection? Upon hearing Xia Yuan, Chu Tiankuo returned to the private room to grab his phone, checking the time with a sigh. Is it already the 28th? After flitting around the country these past few days, I completely forgot their Essen auction at Xia Yuan. Ladies, I must go welcome guests at the entrance. Farewell. Chu Tiankuo clasped his hands in a salute, intending to leave Chen Xiulan behind. He knew well that the current head of Xia Yuan was his grandmother. If he could just bring Chen Xiulan along, she would surely spot them. No need for a concert. We can swiftly transition to the wedding now that the local aristocracy has their young heirs present. However, despite Chu Tiankuo's rapid thoughts, he was halted at the door by Su Xiuqing. Seeing her beaming expression, Chu Tiankuo sighed. Su Tiangong, if you wish to avoid tomorrow's rumors of union between the Chu and Chen families, let me go alone. Who would have thought? Su Xiuqing pointed at the Taoist robe he wore and remarked, hasn't the young master forgotten that he is dressed in a Taoist robe? Chu Tiankuo glanced down, suddenly recalling his earlier flight from reality, forgetting entirely about his attire. The Taoist robe was indeed a casual garment, but if he were to greet guests in it, though they might not openly voice their thoughts, whispers would undoubtedly circulate. The young master of the Chu family is so arrogant as to stand at the entrance in a Taoist robe. If only local heirs were present, it might not be an issue. However, if external aristocratic families, like the Liu family of Hedong, were to attend, they would certainly seize the opportunity to tarnish his reputation. Su Tiangong, I hope you can prepare a formal outfit for me. After all, Xia Yuan was his grandmother's home, and Chu Tiankuo could not afford to tarnish his own name. While others could dress as they pleased, Chu Tiankuo's role demanded a more personal touch. He needed to present only the finest. Observing Chu Tiankuo's urgent demeanor, Su Xiuqing replied, I have some formal attire on hand, though I'm unsure if President Chu will find it to his liking. Chu Tiankuo's heart leaped with joy. The prospect of replacing the Taoist robe was more than sufficient for him. Time waits for no one. Chu Tiankuo hastened to the private room, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Su Xiuqing's subordinate with the gown. At the entrance of Xia Garden, Chu Tiankuo wore a somewhat rigid smile as he observed the incessant stream of guests, unable to suppress a faint sigh. Had he known that such a multitude would gather at Xia Garden today, he would have certainly lingered in the elegant Yushui pavilion for a while longer. Passers-by glanced at the exquisite attire adorning Chu Tiankuo, pausing to offer their compliments. Who could have anticipated that Xia Garden would orchestrate such an event, designating the young master of the Chu family as the greeter? It was indeed surprising to see our General Chu here welcoming guests. One can only hope that he does not find himself in tears seeking solace from his grandmother during the upcoming auction. As Chapter 87 unfolds, titled Lu Ziyu, Chu Tiankuo was busily attending to the influx of guests at Xia Garden's entrance when he raised his gaze upon hearing a voice, only to be met with the gleeful expression of Li Yuanshan. Leaning against the stone lion at the entrance, Li Yuanshan wore a smug smile and mockingly addressed Chu Tiankuo. Young Master Chu, has the Xia family truly run out of male heirs, resorting to an outsider to greet guests? Are they not afraid of ridicule when word gets out? At this, Chu Tiankuo furrowed his brow. Based on his encounters with Li Yuanshan in recent times, he knew the latter was not one to act thoughtlessly. The audacity displayed today suggested that there were powerful forces backing him. Li Yuanshan, no matter how much you squander your breath here, it does not alter the fact that you are a pariah, expelled from the lineage of the Huai Wesley family. Rather than barking here, perhaps you should contemplate how to grovel your way back to your family. The guests in the vicinity, sensing the palpable tension in the air, began to distance themselves, fearful of becoming collateral damage in the brewing conflict. Some astute individuals had already handed their invitations to the servants of Xia Garden and made their exit from this den of discord. Li Yunshuan's expression darkened as the sting of being disowned by his family resurfaced, an ever-painful reminder. Even though the relationship with the Huai Wesley family had improved somewhat, there remained no intention of reinstating him in their family tree. Now, in front of the gathering, with his wounds laid bare by Chu Tiankuo, his eyes burned with rage. Eager to confront him, Leave, for this is a gathering of distinguished families. You, who have lost your standing, should not come here to humiliate yourself. Chu Tiankuo's words were laced with a clear intent to dismiss, as this auction was overseen by his grandmother. Any disruption would reflect poorly on everyone involved. Yet, Li Yuanshan seemed impervious to his words, remaining silent while leaning against the stone lion. What a nuisance, like a pest that refuses to leave. Did your family not teach you manners? Hu Tingshan emerged from Xia Garden, casting a scornful glance at Li Yuanshan. Chu Tiankuo looked at Hu Tingshan with curiosity. What brings you out? Weren't you meant to accompany grandfather? Hu Tingshan awkwardly replied. Grandfather found me bothersome. A friend I met in Island City has arrived, so I came to greet him. Chu Tiankuo nodded in understanding. With Chun Xiulan and the others currently with Chu Zhe, Hu Tingshan's presence was indeed unnecessary. Then go greet your friend. This matter does not require your attention. Hu Tingshan pointed at Li Yuanshan, his curiosity piqued. Cousin, what is happening here? Why is this fellow standing there in silence? An unwelcome guest has come, and I silenced him with my retort. He is now as mute as a rock in a latrine. Both foul and immovable, replied Chu Tiankuo, shaking his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Hu Tingshan nodded in agreement. He then strode over to Li Yuanshan and coldly declared, You, whether by ignorance or audacity, are not permitted entry into Xia Garden. Li Yuanshan remained silent, a cold smirk plastered on his face, and the atmosphere between them grew icy. Just as the tension reached a standoff, a voice rang out from the crowd's rear. If Li Yuanshan cannot enter, what of Lu's family from Hedong? The crowd parted, revealing a young man making his way toward the entrance of Xia Garden. Chu Tiankuo's expression turned devoid of emotion as he recognized the newcomer. Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu approached Chu Tiankuo, his disdain palpable. Young Master Chu, is it customary for the Xia family to bar guests from entry? Is this their hospitality? Without hesitation, Chu Tiankuo retorted, Lu Ziyu, why are you not in Deep City practicing your legal trade? What brings you here to embarrass yourself in Linghai? Lu Ziyu's confident demeanor faltered, and with a serious tone he replied, Young Master Chu, if my memory serves me correctly, the invitation to the auction was also extended to my Lu family. Am I not welcome? Chu Tiankuo scoffed. Hedong Lu family? Do not forget the theme of today's auction. All proceeds are to be donated to impoverished regions. Families like yours, notorious for their litigation practices, have never participated in such philanthropic endeavors. Lu Ziyu momentarily faltered. Truth be told, had it not been for the insistence of his family, he would not have come at all. The Hedong Lu family had become a laughingstock. Had it not been for the connections of the Minister of Justice with the Lu family, the local aristocracy would have long since devoured them. Do not presume that it is only your local families who care for the nation. Our Lu family has consistently engaged in legal aid for the disadvantaged. Who is making such absurd claims? Oh, it's Lu Ziyu from the Lu family. Hu Tingshan interjected impatiently. You think you can best us in a battle of wits? Let us see your true abilities at the auction. With that, Lu Ziyu hurriedly pulled Li Yuanshan into Xia Garden. Chu Tiankuo squinted at their departing figures, instinctively sensing that this alliance spelled trouble. Turning to the onlookers, he clapped his hands to draw their attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to commence. Please proceed to the lakeside boat, where dedicated staff will assist you with your bids. With that said, I wish you all the best in acquiring your desired items. With that, Chu Tiankuo made his way back into Xia Garden, where a vibrant tapestry of flowers awaited. In preparation for this auction, Xia Wani had commanded the horticulturists to induce blooms ahead of schedule, transforming Xia Garden into a veritable sea of blossoms. Upon entering, Lu Ziyu and Li Yuanshan were guided by a servant toward the boat. Along the way, Li Yuanshan inquired curiously, Ziyu, what brings you here? Did the chairman not reach out to you? Lu Ziyu's expression soured. The past actions of the Lu family had drawn considerable ire from local aristocrats, who had relentlessly pressured them. Were it not for the Lu family's influence in communications, they would have plummeted to the status of a third-rate family long ago. As the local families suppressed the Hedong Lu family, the chairman remained indifferent, allowing them to suffer. Now, with the Lu family entangled in further troubles, Lu Ziyu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Had it not been for my grandfather's insistence, I would never have set foot in Linghai. Li Yuanshan, noticing Lu Ziyu's demeanor, realized that the chairman had indeed applied pressure on Lu's patriarch, especially after his grandson nearly fell victim to Xiao Huaichu. If I may suggest, with your Lu family's connections to so many influential families, why not unite to pressure these local aristocrats?